In the land of fire, within the village of Kanahagakure, the evening sky began to cast its gentle hues as children, no older than 6, diligently practiced their rudimentary ninjutsu in the training grounds of the Ninja Academy. Some engaged in the art of throwing ninja tools, while others practiced basic transformation techniques or sparred with one another. Among them, a young boy sporting a watermelon-shaped hairstyle reclined on a stone bench at the edge of the training area, engrossed in a book entitled Paradise of Affection, occasionally letting out exclamations of delight. "Wow, this is incredible!" he exclaimed. The sound of his astonishment caught the attention of Hyuga Niji, who was training his Byakugan nearby, causing him to furrow his brow in confusion. What's up with Rock Lee? He usually trains with such fervor, yet here he is, lounging about all afternoon. And what is that book he's holding? Could it be some advanced ninjutsu? Niji was not the only one puzzled. All the other students shared his curiosity about Lee's unusual lethargy that day. His posture, with legs crossed and swaying, was emblematic of a seasoned slacker. The truth was the boy known as Rock Lee was not the original Lee at all, but rather a dedicated otaku who had inexplicably transmigrated from Earth. For someone who spent his days playing video games and ordering takeout, the notion of fervently training in martial arts was far from appealing. Besides, he possessed a system that allowed him to earn exchange points for various ninjutsu, so there was no need for urgency. "Hey, you over there, why aren't you training properly? What are you doing just lying around?" Irika, having just finished some administrative duties, arrived at the training ground to assess the students' progress. Spotting Lee on the stone bench, he frowned and raised his voice. At Irika's call, all eyes turned towards Lee, who sat up and grinned sheepishly. "Teacher, I'm just reading a really interesting book." Irika approached, snatching the book from Lee's hands. "This is practical training time. What book could possibly be more important? Get back to your exercises." Reluctantly, Lee nodded in agreement, though his gaze remained fixed on the book in Irika's grasp. "Irika-sensei, I don't mind training, but could you please return my book first?" Irika nodded, seemingly unaware of any impropriety. But as he was about to return the book, his peripheral vision caught the title, and his demeanor shifted to one of unease. "Paradise of Affection? That's a limited edition from Jiraiya. I stood in line for a whole day and night to get my hands on that. Where did this kid procure it?" Feigning seriousness, Irika exclaimed, "Rock Lee, it's inappropriate for someone your age to be reading such material. I'm confiscating it, so I can review it to him. I mean, they'll keep it safe for you and return it later." Lee shook his head in resignation, fully aware of Irika's implications. "I'm quite interested in that book, so I suppose it's mine now." Internally lamenting the loss, Lee reflected on how he had spent all his system's points to acquire it just the day before, only to have it confiscated by Irika. Nevertheless, he masked his displeasure, as he preferred to maintain a low profile as a mere student at the academy. With that, he rejoined his fellow students in training. Once Irika departed, Tintin, who had been practicing nearby, approached Lee with curiosity. "Lee, what was that book Iruka-sensei I mentioned? Why can't kids read such books?" Faced with Tintin's innocent expression, Lee felt a wave of awkwardness wash over him. How could he explain without corrupting her youthful innocence? Well, he stammered, unsure of how to respond. Before he could find the right words, Niji interjected, "Those kinds of books are written about inappropriate topics." It figures that the underachiever would be interested in such things. Lee's irritation flared at Niji's haughty demeanor. While he understood Niji's character stemmed from the burden of his family's expectations, it didn't excuse his arrogance. Lee felt a strong urge to retaliate. "Enough with your pretentious attitude. Do you think everyone owes you something? Are you the world's most tragic protagonist? Spare me. There are far worse fates than yours. You are merely a show-off, trying to act superior." Lee unleashed his frustration, delivering a sharp tongue-lashing that voiced his grievances as a member of the esteemed Hyuga clan and the top student in the grade. Niji was unaccustomed to such blatant disrespect and glared at Lee, livid. "How dare you speak to me like that? I challenge you." With that, Niji bent his knees slightly and took a stance, ready to engage in combat. Ding! The system has detected that Niji Hyuga, a character from the original story, has issued a challenge to the host. "Will you accept?" A mechanical voice echoed in Lee's mind. Lee was unfazed by the voice. He had already encountered it upon his arrival. The first notification he received had granted him an Earth attribute as a reward for being a transmigrant, a significant boon for someone who lacked any attributes and thus could Not cultivate ninjutsu. Ding. The system has detected that Niji Hyuga has issued a challenge to the host. Will you accept? When Lee did not respond immediately, the system prompted again. Let's accept it. Lee replied confidently, recalling the system's rules he had skimmed through the previous day. All tasks issued by the system came with rewards. Whether motivated by the system's incentives or a sense of pride, he felt compelled to accept. Ding. Challenge accepted. Defeating Niji Hyuga will earn you 20 exchange points. If defeated, you must run naked around Kanahagakure 3 times. What? There's a penalty for losing? Naked running? What kind of system is this? Lee was taken aback by the absurdity of the condition. Yet, the prospect of earning 20 points, some sufficient to exchange for a drank ninjutsu, was enticing enough to stir his interest. What's the matter? Are you afraid of the challenge? Niji maintained his haughty, indifferent expression. Chapter 2. System tasks. With a dismissive shake of his head, Shaoli gazed at Hyuga Niji and scoffed. Fear you? How could that be? You are merely a branch member of the Hyuga clan. What is there to be afraid of? Let us battle. As he spoke, Hyuga Niji assumed a fighting stance, poised to strike at any moment. Wait. Shaoli raised his hand, then continued. It seems rather undignified to compete here. How about we meet at the dueling grounds east of Konoha in 3 days? What do you think? Hyuga Niji, still filled with arrogance, relaxed his stance and replied nonchalantly. No problem. Dealing with someone of your caliber is hardly a challenge. Any time will do. Although Shaoli yearned to teach this pretentious individual a lesson right then and there. He recognized that his current abilities were not yet sufficient. After all, he had only just arrived in this world and had yet to master any skills. Despite being only 6 years old, Hyuga Niji had already awakened his Byakugan. Based on his age, it was likely that he had not yet perfected his heavenly spin technique, which gave Shaoli a glimmer of hope. Very well, in 3 days, I shall teach you a lesson on humility. The loser will have to run 3 laps around Konoha in the nude. Are you brave enough to accept? Shaoli was willing to risk it all. Knowing that the system had imposed such a punishment for failure, he thought, what if he emerged victorious? Hyuga Niji appeared to find this proposition exceedingly amusing, shaking his head in disdain. You truly enjoy humiliating yourself. I will show you the vast chasm that separates the mediocre from the genius. Some things are predestined from birth and can never be altered. After uttering these words, Hyuga Niji turned away, seemingly dejected, and began to train fervently, as if to vent his frustrations. Before long, the school day came to an end. Shaoli strolled back home, gazing at the empty house, and let out a sigh. Prior to this reincarnation, he had always harbored a question. Who were his parents? Why had they never appeared in the original story? It was only upon seeing the barren space around him that he realized he was an orphan. Not even a photograph of his parents adorned the walls. In the original narrative, Shaoli had grown up in solitude. Even during festive occasions, he could only endure the harsh winds and blazing sun, dedicating himself to relentless training. The thought alone was heart-wrenching. Silently mourning for Shaoli, he resolved that since he had taken over this body, such a fate would never again befall him. He opened the system panel. Host, Lee Lock Ninjutsu. 1. Physical. 6. Illusion. 1. Leisure. 3. Strength. 6. Speed. 7. Spirit. 6. Seals. 2 Ninjutsu. None Taijutsu. Basic Taijutsu Ninjutsu attribute. Earth exchange points. 0 overall evaluation. Apprentice Ninja. Within the system's backpack lay a novice gift package, quietly awaiting his attention. Shaoli clicked on it, and several items instantly appeared within the backpack. A ninja tool pouch, 10 explosive tags, a charm scroll, and a green bodysuit. This novice gift package was rather underwhelming. Not only was it simplistic, but it was also bizarre. While the ninja tool pouch and explosive tags were indeed essentials for any ninja, the charm scroll and green bodysuit were perplexing. Did it imply that he was to don this green bodysuit and use the charm technique to flirt with Hyuga Niji in front of an audience 3 days hence? Given Niji's lack of romantic inclination, even a harem technique would likely be lost on him. Exasperated by this absurd system, Shaoli inquired in his mind, System, how can I acquire more exchange points? Ding. The host may undertake system tasks. Completing these tasks will yield exchange points. Shaoli nodded. All right. Let us begin the search for tasks. Ding. The system is currently searching for nearby tasks. Ding. Task search successful. Task 1. Assist Old Man Wong next door in fertilizing his field for 2 exchange points. Task 2. Help Grandma Lee with her cleaning for 1 exchange point. Task 3. Help. Stop. Stop. Xiaoli exclaimed, somewhat exasperated. System, could you filter out tasks like fertilizing and cleaning? Could we not have something more befitting my status as a transmigrator? Ding. Due to the host's current low strength, only such tasks can be assigned. Hearing the system's retort, Xiaoli was left speechless, yet he recognized the truth in its words. Before encountering Might Guy, he had been a complete failure, left to his own devices. He would have remained a lowly genin forever. After resting at home for the night, Xiaoli awoke the next morning, had breakfast, and followed the system's guidance to Old Man Wong's house, ready to undertake his first task of the day, fertilizing. Knock, knock, knock. He rapped on Old Man Wong's door, and a frail, elderly voice called out, "Who is it?" Xiaoli replied, "Old Man Wong, it's me, Xiaoli from next door. I happen to be free from school today, so I thought I'd come by to see you." "Oh, it's Xiaoli. What brings you to my humble abode today?" Old Man Wong beamed as he opened the door, welcoming Xiaoli inside. With a head of white hair and a face adorned with deep wrinkles, Old Man Wong resembled a blooming flower, likely around 80 years old. He was a solitary elder, living a life of hardship without children. "Old Man Wong, I came to see if you needed help with anything," Xiaoli called out, his voice raised. Knowing the elderly man's hearing was not what it once was, Old Man Wong extended a trembling hand, gently patting Xiaoli's head. "Xiaoli, you were such a good child. I was just about to go fertilize my vegetable patch. Otherwise, there will be nothing to eat later." To Xiaoli's surprise, the system had indeed proven reliable, even detecting that the old man needed assistance with fertilizing. "Leave this task to me. I promise to do it well," Xiaoli insisted. Initially hesitant, Old Man Wong worried that such a heavy task might be too much for the young boy. However, after several earnest pleas from Xiaoli, he finally relented and allowed him to assist with the fertilization. Given Xiaoli's current stature, which was comparable to that of a bucket, Old Man Wong kindly provided him with 2 small buckets before he went off to attend to other matters. Chapter 3. Naruto Uzumaki. However, this excrement is truly revolting. Enduring the pungent stench, Lee carried 2 buckets as he made his way to Old Man Wong's vegetable garden. Just 2 minutes after stepping outside, he encountered a small figure with yellow hair, wearing goggles and sporting 3 whisker-like marks on his cheeks. He too was carrying a bucket, albeit one filled with paint rather than excrement. Upon spotting this individual, Lee exclaimed in surprise, "Naruto?" Hearing his name, Naruto Uzumaki turned, looking somewhat bewildered. However, upon noticing the 2 buckets of excrement in Lee's hands, he scrunched up his nose in distaste. "What is this? How do you know my name, you dung collector?" "What? A dung collector? You're the dung collector. Your whole family collects dung." Lee felt a surge of frustration. He was merely fulfilling a task assigned by the system, offering a helping hand to a lonely elder. How had he become labeled as a dung collector? Glancing at the paint bucket in Naruto's hands, Lee surmised what mischief Naruto was likely planning. Perhaps he intended to vandalize the Hokage rock with paint. Reflecting on this, he realized that Naruto's childhood had been quite tragic. Engaging in pranks to assert his existence, he preferred being disliked to being ignored, treated as invisible. Each day, he bore the burden of disdainful and even loathsome gazes. Had it not been for Irika, who had opened his arms to accept him, acknowledging his worth, Naruto might have strayed down a darker path. Lee silently resolved that, if possible, he would assist this unfortunate boy in emerging from his pain and shadows. "It matters not how I know your name, Naruto. Are you planning to throw paint on Hokage Rock? You know this?" Naruto exclaimed in astonishment. But as he caught sight of the 2 buckets of excrement in Lee's hands, a mischievous grin spread across his face. "Heh, I get it. You're also planning to throw that dung at Hokage Rock, right?" Lee was taken aback by this bizarre line of thought. Throwing excrement at Hokage Rock. Such an act would be far more insulting than paint. Ding. The system detected the host triggering the original plot, rescuing a wayward youth, and awarded a bond with Naruto Uzumaki. Reward, 10 points. What? A reward of 10 points? This task appeared significantly simpler than defeating Niji Hyuga. The task's reward was equivalent to half a D-rank ninjutsu. Naturally, he would accept it. Suddenly, Lee adopted a serious demeanor. Naruto Uzumaki, are you curious about how I know you? To be frank, I not only know you, but I am also aware of your entire backstory because I am a member of the Konoha Special Operations Investigation Team, dedicated to probing the village's clandestine affairs. Lee's fabrication rolled off his tongue effortlessly. He had merely drawn upon his prior knowledge of the original story. Yet, Naruto was genuinely taken in by Lee's words, hesitantly questioning, "Really? What is there to investigate about me?" Lee maintained a grave expression. "Indeed, you are Naruto Uzumaki, an orphan surviving on a meager allowance. You often consume expired milk and stale instant noodles and bread. Perhaps you are unaware of the concept of expiration, or even if you are, you have no choice but to eat it. You yearn for friendship, for the recognition and affection of others. Yet, whenever you approach other children, their parents warn them to stay away from you, to not play with you, even casting disdainful glances your way. Your penchant for vandalizing Hokage Rock and causing trouble stems from a desire for attention, a need to assert your existence, proving that you hold some value, even if it is through disdain and ridicule. Am I correct, Naruto Uzumaki?" Lee gazed intently at Naruto, as if he could see through to the very depths of his soul. Upon hearing Lee's candid observations, Naruto's initial shock gradually morphed into sorrow, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. "Damn it. Who said I wanted to play with the other kids? Who said I vandalized to gain attention?" Lee sighed. "Naruto, there's no need to hide any longer. I know you have endured much hardship at such a tender age. Though you continually remind yourself that persevering will eventually lead to recognition and affection. Do you truly know how much you must sacrifice to attain what others receive effortlessly at birth? Let your tears flow. It will bring you relief. My name is Rock Lee, and you may call me Brother Lee. I will be your first friend." Lee's words were like arrows, piercing deeply into Naruto's heart. When he heard Lee proclaim that he would be his first friend, Naruto's eyes sparkled with hope. Perhaps it was the culmination of suppressed emotions or the impact of Lee's words. He could no longer restrain himself and began to weep openly. Why do they treat me this way? What have I done wrong?" Crying is a powerful means of emotional release, allowing one to find solace after expressing pent-up grievances. After weeping for approximately 10 minutes, Lee remained by his side, offering silent support. Once Naruto's sobs subsided, Lee spoke up. "Are you done crying? Once you are, I will teach you how to interact with others and how to earn their recognition properly." Wiping his tears and snot, Naruto asked, "Brother Lee, how do you know so much? Why are you so kind to me?" Lee replied, "My knowledge arises from being a member of the Konoha investigation team. As for my kindness, I am simply fulfilling a duty, so do not question it further. Rest assured, I mean you no harm." Though it was indeed a duty assigned by the system, Lee also felt genuine sympathy for Naruto's plight. Since their paths had crossed, it was only right that he lend a hand. Chapter 4. The Authentic Sourness. Naruto nodded slightly. "Yes, Lee, I know you're looking out for me. I won't ask any further. How should I approach others so as not to be ostracized?" Lee pondered for a moment. "Well, everyone faces their own difficulties, be it disappointing exam results, unsatisfactory work, or family struggles. If you can assist others in overcoming these challenges, they will genuinely appreciate you, and your relationship will deepen." At his current age, Naruto clearly struggled to grasp such profound wisdom and asked, "So, you mean I should help others?" Lee affirmed, "Exactly. Helping others is essential. I am currently engaged in a task to assist someone. Would you like to join me, Naruto?" Ding. The system's voice interjected. "You have deceived others so much, merely to have them assist you in shoveling manure. How shameless." Lee was momentarily speechless, taken aback by the system's sudden sarcasm. Naruto's eyes brightened. "Really? Shoveling manure? I'm willing to do it." Thus, Lee successfully earned Naruto's trust, gaining 10 points for his system task and securing a free laborer. Due to their youthful age, their strength was limited, and assisting Grandpa Wong with fertilization required several trips back and forth before they nearly completed the task. The pungent odor of manure made Naruto's face turn slightly green. "Lee, this smell is overwhelming. It hits me right in the forehead. What does Grandpa Wong usually eat?" Lee, equally affected, replied helplessly, "Well, it can't be helped. This authentic sourness is part of the experience." Naruto, puzzled, asked, "What does this authentic sourness mean?" Lee contemplated, then cleared his throat. "It means we are the best, and we will surely succeed. As they chatted and worked, time passed swiftly, and soon they completed the fertilization task. When they returned to bid farewell to Grandpa Wong, he showered them with praise. I don't know how to thank you both. You are such good kids. Willing to help me with my farm work, and you don't mind the dirt or the smell, truly wonderful children. Having lived a solitary life and often being chased and scolded for his pranks, Naruto felt a bit bashful at such compliments. It's nothing. Your manure doesn't smell at all. This authentic sourness is quite real. Uft. Lee couldn't help but laugh at this unintended jest, as Naruto's words became a metaphor in his mind. Surprisingly, this phrase would later become Naruto's motto, often replacing his dream of becoming Hokage. From that moment on, after receiving recognition and praise for the first time, Naruto eagerly volunteered for all of Lee's miscellaneous tasks, even preventing Lee from lifting a finger. Lee, enjoying the leisure, exchanged some points in the system shop for a few leisure magazines and sprawled on the grass, contentedly reading. Reading while earning system points made for a rather delightful life. However, he couldn't help but wonder if this could be considered employing child labor, especially since it was free. 3 days swiftly passed. And at the Eastern Ninja Fighting Arena in Konoha, the original intent for this location was to facilitate battles between ninjas with personal grievances. The rules dictated that only victory and defeat mattered, not life and death. If there were any disputes, they could settle them here, and after a good fight, they could still collaborate on missions as good comrades. Some UMBU members would also be stationed here on rotation to prevent any unforeseen incidents, such as someone letting their grudges lead to lethal force. As the saying goes, where there is excitement, there are people. The crowd has always thrilled at the prospect of watching a spectacle, and this place frequently attracted onlookers, curious to witness an exhilarating ninja duel. Additionally, they could place bets to add a bit of excitement to their lives. The entire arena spanned roughly half the size of a football field, surrounded by rows of seating reminiscent of an Olympic competition. Although not completely filled, a considerable number of spectators had gathered. From a distance, familiar faces could be spotted in the stands: Naruto, Tintin, Hinata, Kiba, Guy, and even Kakashi, who had taken a break today, all present at the venue. Apparently, the news of Lee and Niji and Appo's impending duel had spread like wildfire after their conversation at the ninja school 3 days prior. It was curious that 2 Jonin-level shinobi like Guy and Kakashi would come to watch a match between students who had yet to graduate. Kakashi, today marks our 367th match. I have decided that we shall wager on which of the 2 children will win this bout. The loser must take the winner as their apprentice, and vice versa. What do you think? Guy exclaimed, flashing a bright smile that revealed his gleaming teeth. Sure, but this isn't very challenging. Let us just play rock, paper, scissors instead. Kakashi replied lazily, not even lifting his head. Tintin said, Lee, while I fully support you, I hope you don't lose too badly. Hinata added, I hope Niji takes it easy and doesn't hurt his opponent too much. Kiba remarked, there's no suspense in this match. How could a loser possibly defeat a genius, right, Akamaru? Niji had already been waiting in the center of the arena, arms crossed, eyes closed, indifferent to the clamor of the crowd. A few minutes later, Lee, dressed in casual attire, made his way to the arena. As soon as he stood firm, Niji opened his eyes and coldly stated, You're late. I thought you were too afraid to show up. Lee shook his head, You arrived early. I am not late. Genius of the Hyuga clan. Chapter 5. The Battle of the Inept and the Genius Go, Niji. I love you. Defeat that watermelon. The fervent cries of Hinata Niji's young female admirers echoed from the stands. Upon hearing their shouts, Lee felt a surge of anger. What watermelon? You are the watermelon. Your whole family is watermelons. Sighing to himself, he realized that after the match, it was time to rethink his appearance. Indeed, in any era, the importance of looks remains unchanged. Lee, defeat that guy rolling his eyes. That's the real deal. As Naruto, Lee and Appo's most ardent fan joined in the cheers. Lee's irritation grew. He shouted at the stands, Shut up. Niji furrowed his brow. Enough chatter, let us get started. As you wish. Lee seized his banner and charged at Niji, ready to attack. Byakugan. Veins bulged at Niji's temples as he activated his Byakugan, granting him a panoramic view of the surroundings. When Li closed in, approximately 100 meters away, he swiftly formed hand seals. Earth release, earth spike. Sharp rocks erupted from the ground beneath Niji, thrusting towards him. With remarkable agility, Niji executed a series of backflips to evade the assault. Earth release, earth clone. Two clones of Li materialized beside him, formed from the earth itself. Might Guy, astonished, exclaimed, "Kakashi, this kid is impressive. At such a young age, he wields earth release so adeptly." Kakashi, rarely putting down his book, glanced towards the arena. Hinata remarked, "It's futile. Such ninjutsu cannot defeat my brother Niji." On the battlefield, Li's three clones relentlessly unleashed earth spikes, driving Niji towards the edge of the arena. Yet, Niji remained composed, having only performed a few evasive maneuvers without significant exertion. In contrast, Li was drenched in sweat, panting heavily from the chakra drain. A smirk crept onto Niji and Appo's lips. "Is this all you can muster? Such feeble attempts cannot overcome me." Breathing heavily, Li retorted, "Less talk. Prepare to run naked when you lose." Without further ado, the three clones charged at Niji. This time, Niji made no attempt to evade. Under the scrutiny of his Byakugan, Li's close-range attack was tantamount to courting disaster. "I presume you've exhausted your arsenal. Now it's my turn." As the trio reached him, Niji surged forward with blinding speed, launching a flurry of attacks with hands that moved like phantoms. Soft fist, air palm. With a series of dull thuds, the first Li clone disintegrated into a puddle of mud. Soft fist, 10-point strike. The second clone succumbed to multiple strikes, meeting the same fate. Only the third clone remained, frozen in place, fear etched across its features, overwhelmed by Niji's swift and devastating technique. Niji taunted, "You're fortunate. The first two eliminated were merely clones. What's the matter? Are you too frightened to move? I've told you, there is an insurmountable chasm between genius and mediocrity. Now allow me to finish this." But before Niji could complete his sentence, the once terrified Li clone suddenly bore a peculiar smile. As a kunai embedded itself in Niji's back, Niji coughed up blood, collapsing to his knees. "Why? How is this possible?" Hinata gasped. "Brother Niji has been defeated." "It can't be." Might Guy, astonished, exclaimed, "Kakashi, what just happened?" Kakashi nodded. "Did you notice behind that tree?" The kid, using earth release, first exerted significant chakra to push Niji towards the foliage, then used clones as decoys to distract him. Meanwhile, his true self stealthily transitioned from underground to the trees, waiting for Niji to lower his guard before launching a lethal strike. "This earth release kid is no ordinary opponent." Might Guy responded, "I understand that, but isn't Byakugan supposed to have a 360-degree field of vision? How could he be so easily struck by a kunai? Even if the Hyuga boy let his guard down, it shouldn't have happened." Kakashi added, "I'm also puzzled. Perhaps he employed a method we are unaware of." In truth, it was quite simple. Li, having read the original work in his previous life, was aware of the Byakugan's weakness. The blind spot lies at the second vertebra of the back, a position undetectable by the Byakugan. All he needed to do was conceal his true self underground and throw a kunai towards that blind spot. Even if Niji noticed Li emerging, he would remain oblivious to the kunai aimed at his blind spot, especially in a moment of overconfidence when he believed victory was assured. Yet, Li would never divulge this to Niji. Before his reincarnation, he had been a reclusive individual, uninterested in serving as a life coach to enlighten others about the weaknesses of the Byakugan or the intricacies between the main and branch families of the Hyuga clan. Moreover, defeating Niji in such a manner would inadvertently reveal to him that the Byakugan is indeed flawed. Li stepped through the thicket, emerging slowly as Niji's remaining clone dissolved into mud. "What do you think, genius of the Hyuga clan? Being defeated by a mere inept? How does it feel to have your arrogance humbled?" Niji, already wounded, felt blood rush to his head upon hearing Li's taunt, spitting out a mouthful of blood in frustration. He seethed with indignation, grappling with the bitter reality. How could this inept defeat him? How had he eluded the Byakugan's detection? Was his long-held belief truly misguided? Chapter 6. Hinata Hyuga and Appo's request. Observing the flushed and slightly purple face of Hyuga Niji, Li Kuden and Appo's helped but shake his head in resignation. He tossed out a teasing remark about running naked once Niji and Appo's Injuries healed and then departed, leaving behind the astonished audience members on the observation platform. Who would have thought that a seemingly worthless ninja would triumph over the strongest newcomer from the Leaf Village and Appos' most powerful clan, Hyuganiji? It was nothing short of astonishing. Upon exiting the arena, Lee found himself on a broad street, bustling with vendors calling out their wares. The foot traffic in this area was considerable, and consequently, the stalls were numerous. With his hands clasped behind his head, Lee strolled leisurely along the road, his eyes occasionally darting towards the various stalls, curious about any intriguing novelties. Not long after, a figure clad in a tight green suit was seen hastily approaching from behind. "Hey, young man, wait." Lee turned to see the exuberant Mike Guy, which took him by surprise. "Guy, what brings you here?" Upon hearing the moniker, Guy and Appos' face briefly registered astonishment, but he quickly recovered. Pulling a green bodysuit from his backpack and giving a thumbs up, his pearly whites gleaming. "Young man, I just witnessed your match. Your extraordinary physique suggests you are a rare talent in ninjutsu, and I believe the task of maintaining world peace may soon rest upon your shoulders. I happen to have this ultra-thin, breathable, and highly elastic green bodysuit, the quintessential choice for aspiring ninjas. It and Appos' on a special sale now for merely 99.8 yuan instead of 9,800 or even 998. What do you say? Tempted? It also comes with a complimentary personal training session from yours truly." Lee was left sweating profusely, utterly baffled by the pitch. That's quite impressive. I suppose I must buy it." Just as Lee struggled to decline, Naruto Uzumaki appeared out of nowhere. Captivated by Guy and Appos' sales pitch, his eyes sparkling with excitement, Guy promptly handed the bodysuit to Naruto. "So, young man, this essential outfit for your ninja journey is now yours." Following that, he retrieved a green cap from his backpack, declaring it a gift for today's first customer. Seeing Guy begin to market the cap to Naruto, Lee hastily turned and fled, escaping with remarkable speed. It was indeed true that birds of a feather flock together, like-minded individuals gravitate towards one another. During his previous anime watching days, Lee often envied Naruto and his friends relishing the deliciousness of Ichiraku ramen. He longed for the chance to savor it himself. With eager anticipation, he jogged to Ichiraku ramen, unable to contain his excitement as he lifted the restaurant and Appos' curtain and stepped inside. "Welcome. Please have a seat. What flavor of noodles would you like?" greeted the ramen shop owner's daughter, while her father busily toiled in the kitchen. Since it was still early morning, the shop was relatively empty. Having admired her beauty in the anime, Lee was taken aback by her radiance in person, her oval face, crescent moon smile, and simple ponytail exuding youthful vigor. "Hello, I would like a bowl of chashu ramen, please." Lee felt a bit bashful in the presence of such beauty, his cheeks slightly reddening. "Please wait a moment, it will be ready shortly." Before long, a steaming bowl of fragrant chashu ramen was served, the enticing aroma making Lee and Appos' mouth water as he eagerly picked up his chopsticks and began to devour it. The flavor was indescribably delightful, encapsulated in one word: delicious. The tangy sensation cough. How did he end up infected by Naruto and Appos' enthusiasm? Lee-kun, I heard your name from the duel arena. I would like to ask for your help with something, if that's all right. A timid voice broke through the tranquil atmosphere of the ramen shop, almost inaudible in the stillness. Turning to see who had spoken, Lee was astonished to find Hinata Hyuga, the heiress of the Hyuga clan, standing there. "Hinata? What brings you to me? What do you need assistance with?" Hinata was surprised that Lee recognized her, but after a brief exchange of fabricated stories, she managed to navigate through the awkwardness. "Lee-kun, I was present during the match at the arena, and I witnessed how you defeated our clan's strongest youth, Niji. Therefore, I wish to ask if you could guide me in my training, please." As Hinata and Appos' plea dwindled in confidence, her request felt unreasonable. Knowing Lee had no obligation to assist her, especially since their acquaintance barely exceeded 5 minutes. Upon hearing Hinata's request, Lee quickly understood her motivations, recalling the original storyline. Hinata's timid nature, compounded by her lack of talent and training, left her feeling marginalized within her clan, often receiving cold remarks from even her father. albeit with good intentions to spur her growth. Yet, within her heart, she possessed an indomitable spirit, which led her to seek Lee and Apos' assistance at the ramen shop. Lee nodded, a genuine smile crossing his face. Absolutely. Let us finish our ramen first. It's on me. Lee and Apos' enthusiastic agreement left Hinata momentarily stunned. When she noticed Lee's warm gaze upon her, her face flushed, and she shyly nodded. I will follow your lead. Lee Kuan Chapter 7. Early graduation. Observing Hinata Hyuga's rosy cheeks, flushed with shyness, Lee felt a surge of joy in his heart. The girl was simply adorable. After savoring a delightful bowl of ramen together, they made a pact to meet every evening at 7:00 and Apos' clock in the small woods to practice ninjutsu. Given that Lee had to attend the ninja academy during the day, their training sessions could only be arranged for the night. Once home, Lee finally had the opportunity to open his system panel and review his current attributes. Host: Rock Lee Ninjutsu, 4 Taijutsu, 6 Jinjutsu, 1 Leisure, 3 Strength, 6 Speed, 7 Spirit, 6 Seals. For ninjutsu techniques: Earth Release, Earth Spike, Earth Release, Earth Clone Taijutsu techniques, Basic Taijutsu Ninjutsu attribute, Earth Exchange points, 28 overall evaluation. Jinin. The 2 Earth Release techniques he had utilized during his duel with Neji Hyuga were acquired after completing tasks within the system and exchanging points over the past few days. During this time, Lee had diligently researched the system, discovering that the marketplace offered a plethora of ninjutsu, albeit at a steep price. D-rank ninjutsu required 20 exchange points. C rank jumped to 40, and B rank doubled to 80. The costs escalated further for higher ranks. As for the SSS rank ninjutsu, which included formidable tools like the 10-fist sword and the golden purple gourd from the original story, the prices were astronomical. Lee could only gaze longingly at them. To his astonishment, Lee stumbled upon an intriguing item in the system marketplace: fireworks screen, limited to 1 purchase, while supplies last. Exchange points: 300 fireworks screen, records a video and launches a giant firework into the sky, projecting the recorded scene for 3 minutes, viewable within a 10-kilometer radius. Upon discovering this item, Lee was momentarily taken aback. What purpose could this serve? Was it intended for wooing girls? However, 300 points seemed excessively extravagant. He dismissed the thought, reasoning that he would never exchange points for such an item. Surely, a bouquet of flowers would suffice for courtship. In the following days, Lee resolved to enhance his appearance. He first visited a hair salon, where under the skilled hands of Tony, his previous watermelon-style haircut was transformed into a trendy middle-part style. After gazing into the mirror, he acknowledged that he looked quite handsome, though he felt his eyebrows were excessively thick, detracting from his overall charm. Thus, he made a trip to a beauty salon to refine his eyebrows. Once he completed his makeover, he cheerfully strolled home, only to find Irika pacing in the courtyard, seemingly awaiting someone's arrival. "Irika-sensei, what brings you here?" Lee inquired first. Upon seeing Lee return, Irika approached him. "Lee, you're finally back. I came specifically to find you." "Looking for me? What is the matter?" Lee replied, puzzled, as he believed he had done nothing wrong. Irika nodded and produced a ninja headband from his waist, presenting it to Lee. "Indeed, I'm here to deliver this to you." Staring at the headband before him, Lee felt bewildered, but after Irika's explanation, he grasped its significance. It turned out that the duel between Lee and Neji earlier that morning had been relayed to the 3rd Hokage by the Umbu. Consequently, the 3rd Hokage deemed that Lee and Neji had demonstrated the capability to graduate from the Ninja Academy, which led to this moment. Alongside them, Tintin was also graduating. Her skills not to be underestimated. The urgency in granting early graduation to the 3 of them stemmed from the current state of the Land of Fire. Following the tribulations of the 3rd Great Ninja War, the Land of Fire had suffered significant losses in its ninja ranks, compounded by the recent turmoil involving the Nine-Tails incident in Konoha, which further depleted their forces. Additionally, the Uchiha clan massacre orchestrated by Danzo had exacerbated their plight. While Konoha remained relatively strong compared to other ninja villages, its numbers were still far from what they once were. The accumulated missions had become overwhelming, prompting the decision for these 3 children to graduate early. Irika elaborated, due to Neji and Apos' injury, You and Tintin will also rest for half a month. After that, a leading teacher will guide you in undertaking missions. Understood. Thank you, Irika-sensei, Lee replied gratefully. This arrangement suited him perfectly, as he, being a time traveler, possessed a mental age far beyond 6 years. Engaging in childish antics daily was not to his liking. Now, with the prospect of accepting missions in Konoha after half a month, he felt a thrill of excitement. After bidding farewell to Irika, Lee shared the news with Hinata. Since he would no longer be attending the Ninja Academy, their training schedule needed to adjust from the previously agreed-upon evening sessions to mornings at 7. That night, Lee retired early, sleeping without further incident. At the break of dawn the next day, he awoke, refreshed, washed up, purchased 2 breakfast items, and made his way to the small woods in the south. Upon arriving at the designated spot, he discovered Hinata had already been waiting there. She was drawing circles with her fingers, revealing her evident nervousness. "Hey, Hinata," Lee called out from a distance. Hinata turned, her cheeks slightly reddening. "Lee-kun, you seem even more handsome today." Everyone possesses a desire for beauty, and being complimented brings joy. Lee was no exception. Ahem. Naturally, I've always been quite handsome. After a quick breakfast, the duo commenced their training. As Hinata was a year below Lee and had yet to attend the Ninja Academy, she possessed substantial knowledge of ninjutsu, having received a good education as a member of a prominent family. However, her lack of talent meant she was not particularly favored at home. "Hinata, I want and amp, Oppos, to reiterate the basics of ninjutsu. You're already well-versed. Let us begin sparring directly," Lee suggested. "Yes, Lee-kun," Hinata replied, nodding. "Byakugan." The 2 figures, a boy and a girl, engaged in their martial practice on the open ground. As the sun rose from the east, its warmth gradually intensified, yet neither paused for rest. Their clothes drenched in sweat without seeming to be affected. For ninjas, diligent training is an essential daily task. Only by honing their strength can they reduce the likelihood of perishing on missions and earn the respect of others. The world of ninjas is unforgiving. Opponents will not show mercy simply because one is weaker. They will ruthlessly eliminate you to fulfill their own missions. Chapter 8. A Fortnight as a Time Traveler. Xiaoli inherently possessed a somewhat languid disposition. However, with the company of a beautiful girl, particularly in pursuits beneficial to himself, why not indulge? Xiaoli and Hinata practiced diligently until noon, pausing only for a brief respite before heading together to a Chiraka ramen for lunch. As Hinata savored her beef noodles, she turned to Xiaoli and said, "Xiaoli-kun, I truly appreciate your willingness to assist me in my training." Xiaoli smiled and replied, "Hinata, there is no need to thank me again. You have expressed your gratitude countless times. It is nothing." Hinata shook her head earnestly and said, "No, you do not understand the significance this holds for me. I was born as the heiress of the Hyuga clan, showered with care and affection from a young age, particularly from my father. Yet, as I grew older, my talent seemed to pale in comparison to that of other Hyuga children, and I became the least favored. The love I once received gradually waned, especially from my father, who often spoke to me coldly. This transformation saddened me deeply, leading me to moments of despair, thinking perhaps fate was predetermined, that geniuses would always be geniuses, and mediocrity would forever remain so, unchangeable. Until I met you, Xiaoli-kun." As she spoke, Hinata and Oppos' eyes sparkled, though her cheeks flushed with shyness. "On that day at the arena, I watched your match against Niji and II. Initially, I could not fathom that you could triumph over him. Yet, when I witnessed you, the underdog, defeat Niji, I realized that with sufficient effort, even the weak could overcome the strong. You reignited my confidence. Thus, Xiaoli-kun, I am genuinely grateful to train alongside you. I am truly happy." Her voice trailed off, almost a whisper, overwhelmed by bashfulness. Xiaoli found himself momentarily dazed, pondering whether this was a confession of sorts. He hadn't anticipated that his casual actions would wield such profound influence over her. Embarrassed, he scratched the back of his head and chuckled. "No need for thanks. It's nothing really. Anyone would have done the same." Regret washed over him after uttering those words. What a banal response. It was a rare occasion for a girl to express affection towards him, and he responded with such an unremarkable, official reply. Shouldn't he have said something more heartfelt, perhaps? "Oh, dear. I am indeed a noble soul. Come, let me embrace you. No, that would be excessively cheesy. After finishing their ramen and a brief interlude, they returned once more to the training ground. In the world of ninjas, training is undeniably paramount. Shally exchanged points in the system store for a suitable ninjutsu scroll for Hinata, the whirling dance, a D-rank technique. He believed it far more beneficial to provide her with a usable skill than to hoard lesser techniques. Whirling dance. Note, while in the activated Byakugan state, infuse chakra into your feet and swiftly launch an attack against your opponent. Shally waved Hinata over with a smile, saying, Hinata, let us pause the training for a moment. I want to show you something. Hinata obediently nodded and approached. Yes, Shally-kun. Shally extended the scroll towards her, explaining, this is a ninjutsu scroll crafted specifically for you. Simply infuse chakra into it, and you will instantly learn the technique. Hinata was taken aback by this novel concept, but complied, taking the scroll and channeling her chakra into it. Instantly, it shimmered with silver light before vanishing. With her eyes gently closed, moments later, she opened them with excitement, exclaiming, Shally-kun, it's incredible. All the information about the whirling dance has appeared in my mind. Now, put this ninjutsu to the test, Shally urged, his gaze filled with anticipation. Hinata nodded, positioning herself beside a large tree, her legs slightly bent, brows furrowed. Byakugan. Whirling dance. A brilliant white light emanated from her right toe as she leaped into the air, swiftly spinning in a spiral motion and delivering a powerful kick to the tree. Thud, thud, thud. After several resounding impacts, she landed gracefully, gazing at the tree, which bore several deep indentations, each about 5 to 6 centimeters deep. Wow, Shally marveled. If that had struck a person, it would surely have broken ribs. Hinata, astonished by Shally-'s capabilities, expressed her gratitude once more. This girl truly seemed to have an affinity for thanking people. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 10 days had passed, leaving only 1 day until the deadline for their mission. During this time, Xiao Li and Hinata spent every day together, training by day, stargazing and moon-watching by night, strolling through the streets, and enjoying snacks together. For two individuals harboring mutual affection. These 10 days were ample time for their feelings to blossom. Yet, the delicate veil of ambiguity lingered unbroken between them. One evening, they found themselves once again wandering through the bustling night market of Konoha, the cacophony of vendors and passers-by, fading into insignificance as they engaged in light-hearted conversation. Feeling somewhat bashful, Shally asked, Hinata, what type of boy do you like? Hinata shyly glanced at him, lowering her gaze. I prefer someone with whom I share a connection. Shally paused for a moment, then inquired, what about a round face? Would that suffice? Hinata blushed but nodded. That could work. They exchanged a knowing smile and continued their stroll. After escorting Hinata home, Shally returned to his own residence. In the days spent with Hinata, he had also taken on various minor tasks from the system, leveraging his Earth clones to complete them efficiently. He opened his attribute panel. Host, Li Rock Ninjutsu. 4. Taijutsu. 7. Jinjutsu. 1. Leisure. 3. Strength. 6. Speed. 7. Spirit. 6. Seals. For ninjutsu techniques. Earth Release. Earth Spike. Earth Release. Earth Clone Taijutsu Techniques. Basic Taijutsu Ninjutsu Attribute. Earth Exchange Points. 46 overall evaluation. Genin compared to over 10 days prior, his physical abilities had improved slightly, and his exchange points had reached 46. He resolved to endure a bit longer, waiting until he accumulated 80 points to redeem a B-rank ninjutsu. Chapter 9. The mission of Konoha in comparison to more than 10 days ago, Lee and Appo's physical abilities had seen a slight enhancement. His accumulated exchange points had reached 46, and he resolved to endure a little longer, aiming to gather 80 points to exchange for a B-rank ninjutsu. As dusk approached, Lee performed a simple evening routine before retiring to bed. The night passed uneventfully, and as dawn broke the next morning, a knock echoed at Lee's door. Rubbing his sleepy eyes, he sat up and went to open the door. As soon as he swung it open, a boisterous voice resonated in his ears. Hey, today is the day we embark on our mission together. Why are you still in bed? With a thumbs up and a gleaming smile, none other than Mike Guy made his flamboyant entrance. Lee, slightly exasperated, glanced at Mike Guy and sleepily replied, I say, Teacher Guy, why are you here so early? Are you the instructor leading us on today's mission? Mike Guy chuckled heartily, proclaiming, of course. Youth demands early rising. Let us sweat together for the glory of Konoha. Lee muttered under his breath, wondering why Mike Guy couldn't have first visited the other two members to gather them together. Reluctantly, he let Mike Guy into his home. After a quick wash-up, Lee donned the ninja attire that Irika had given him days prior, a snug vest adorned with the Konoha emblem. Glancing in the mirror, he felt his charm had notably increased. Accompanied by Mike Guy, they proceeded to Tintin's residence. When Tintin opened the door, she appeared just as groggy as Lee had moments before, her hair in disarray and remnants of sleep clinging to her eyes. Guy? Lee? What brings you here? She seemed momentarily puzzled until Mike Guy animatedly spoke of the youthful vigor they were to share, prompting Tintin to recall their meeting. Inviting Lee and Mike Guy inside, she asked them to wait for 10 minutes while she prepared. After sitting on the sofa for a spell, Lee grew impatient as Mike Guy incessantly extolled the virtues of green spandex. Rising to explore Tintin's modest attic, Lee noted it was a small space, seemingly devoid of any signs of other inhabitants. Could it be that Tintin, like himself, was an orphan? As the promised 10 minutes stretched into nearly an hour, Lee grumbled to himself about the reliability of women and Appo's timing. 10 minutes could easily morph into an eternity when makeup was involved. Eventually, Tintin emerged, and the trio continued toward Niji and Appo's abode. Upon arrival, they found him waiting outside, seemingly informed of their visit. As per custom, the four exchanged brief introductions, sharing ages, interests, and aspirations, a ritual seemingly essential for every new group formation in Konoha. Following their duel, Niji no longer carried himself with the same air of superiority towards Lee. Though his demeanor remained somewhat frosty, Lee, disinterested in engaging with someone who feigned aloofness, chose to ignore him. With a grand gesture, Mike Guy directed them towards the Hokage and Appo's office, stating, Now that we are acquainted, let us seek out Lord Hokage to accept our mission. In the Hokage and Appo's office, the ever-busy third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, was engrossed in a crystal ball, his eyes wide with fascination at the images displayed within, revealing the bathing habits of women in the village's hot springs. A sight that had even drawn forth a blush of blood from his nose. A knock interrupted his reverie, and Hiruzen, slightly irked, inquired, Who is it? Lord Hokage. I bring 3 newly appointed ninjas to accept their mission, came Mike Guy and Appo's voice from outside. Hiruzen, reluctantly setting aside the crystal ball with a hint of disappointment, replied, Come in. The door swung open, and in walked Mike Guy, Lee, Tintin, and Niji. As they entered, Mike Guy immediately noticed the signs of Hiruzen's recent distraction. Lord Hokage. Are you injured? Flushed with embarrassment, Hiruzen quickly wiped away the evidence. No. Merely a minor injury sustained during chakra training. Mike Guy's eyes sparkled with admiration. The esteemed third Hokage continues to balance governance with training, an exemplary model for us all. Clearing his throat awkwardly, Hiruzen responded, It's nothing. You young ones should learn from it. He sifted through a pile of documents, finally retrieving a folder. I am aware of your team. The 3 newly appointed genin possess commendable skills and unique strengths. With Mike Guy leading you, I have every confidence. He proceeded to explain the task at hand. A band of mountain bandits had recently troubled the land of rivers, prompting a plea for assistance from its daimyo. The group listened attentively to Hiruzen's briefing, but Lee found his mind elsewhere. While the mission presented an opportunity for adventure and exposure to the world, it paled in comparison to the direct path of strength enhancement offered by the system's missions. Nonetheless, Lee recognized the necessity of participating in this task to integrate into his new life, accepting both its challenges and its companions. Chapter 10. Departure. After listening to the 3 generations and Appo's tedious recounting of the mission and Appo's key points, Xiao Li and his party of 4 exited the Hokage and Appo's office. Mike Guy waved his hand, smiling as he declared, All right, everyone, we shall temporarily disperse. Attend to your remaining matters and pack your belongings. We will gather at the city gate tomorrow morning. Disband. Yes. Xiao Li nodded in agreement, and the group parted ways. Upon returning home, he quickly packed his bag and set off to find Hinata. given the possibility of an extended journey. This meant the two would be unable to meet for quite some time, making this likely their last rendezvous for the foreseeable future. In the bustling night market of the Land of Fire, Xiao Li and Hinata strolled together once more. It seemed they had an endless array of topics to discuss. Young hearts, filled with the exhilaration of youth, could find joy even in the most trivial conversations. Xiao Li, feeling a bit bashful, asked, "Hinata, what am I to you?" Hinata shyly lowered her head and replied, "You are my Xiao Li brother." Xiao Li shook his head. "No, I am your Yilimi." Hinata, puzzled, inquired, "Why not Zhangpiopio?" Thud. Xiao Li fell to the ground. The journey, no matter how long, must eventually come to an end. Soon, they found themselves outside Hinata's courtyard, preparing to part ways. However, both turned back multiple times, reluctant to leave. Finally, Hinata mustered her courage, sprinting towards Xiao Li and embracing him from behind. "Xiao Li brother, please be careful on your mission. I will wait for your return." With that, she hurriedly dashed back into her yard, leaving Xiao Li momentarily stunned. After a while, Xiao Li regained his composure, a smile spreading across his face as he made his way home. Little did he expect that this farewell would stretch to an agonizing 6 years before they met again. Lying in bed, Xiao Li couldn't discern whether his excitement stemmed from his evolving relationship with Hinata or the thrill of embarking on his first mission the next day. Tossing and turning, sleep eluded him. In desperation, he completed 100 push-ups before returning to bed. Eventually, he drifted into a hazy slumber. Ding ding ding. The alarm clock rang promptly the next morning, and Xiao Li felt as though his eyelids were too heavy to lift. Nevertheless, he had to rise, as the time for assembly was swiftly approaching. After a sluggish morning routine, he donned his backpack and headed towards the gates of Konoha. Upon his arrival, he discovered that Might Guy, Tintin, and Niji had already been waiting. "Hey, Xiao Li, you're half an hour late," Tintin exclaimed, a hint of annoyance in her voice. Might Guy, however, bore no resentment, standing with a flamboyant posture, seemingly ready to deliver some grand speech. Xiao Li was puzzled. Did this fellow plan to give a farewell address before their departure? Niji merely stood silently, his demeanor indifferent. Xiao Li offered an awkward smile, realizing they had indeed waited for quite some time. "Hee, my apologies. I had to help an elderly lady cross the street." "Uft, who would believe that?" Tintin scoffed, rolling her eyes. Suddenly, Might Guy raised his hand with fervor, pointing toward the village outskirts as he shouted, "All right, young warriors. The mission to eliminate bandits in the Land of Rivers officially begins. Let us embark on this youthful journey together." Bang! Xiao Li and the others collapsed to the ground. "Teacher Guy, you're quite old. Perhaps it's time to stop with the youthful antics," Tintin remarked. "Indeed, it makes you appear rather childish," Xiao Li added. "Exactly. And it's quite tiresome," Niji agreed. Their words pricked at Might Guy's heart like sharp thorns. Tears streamed down his face as his countenance turned green with distress, internally lamenting. "Oh no, am I truly old? Childish? Boring?" After much commotion, the group finally set forth on their inaugural mission to the Land of Rivers. Just minutes after they departed, a shadowy figure materialized on a nearby tree, chuckling sinisterly. "I didn't expect to catch such a big fish. That boy in the kimono must be Hinata's Byakugan. Time to report back to the master." Whoosh, whoosh. At the residence of the Hyuga clan, Hyuga Hayashi sat in the main hall, fuming. "What? Hinata is spending all her time with that boy. Qingyan, fetch her at once." "Yes, clan leader." Before long, Hinata was brought before her father by Hyuga Qingyan. She respectfully bowed and asked, "Father, did you call for me?" Hyuga Hayashi, visibly struggling to contain his anger, nodded. "I have heard that you have been frequently associating with a boy who just graduated from the Ninja Academy. Is that correct?" Hinata lifted her gaze to meet her father's. "Yes, father. His name is Rock Lee, and we often study ninjutsu together." Hyuga Hayashi erupted in fury, slamming his hand on the table. "Ninjutsu study? Do you think no one saw what you were doing at the entrance last night? Do you think your daily outings go unnoticed? I forbid you from associating with him any longer." Hinata felt deeply wronged by her father's outburst, tears welling in her eyes as she cried out, "Why? At home, you neglect me and often speak harshly. I've finally made a true friend who cares for me, and you wish to control that? Isn't that a bit tyrannical?" Sometimes I truly question whether I am your daughter. Hyuga Hayashi stood abruptly, striking Hinata across the face, leaving 5 crimson imprints on her cheek. How dare you speak back? How did I end up with such a disobedient child? I've investigated that boy's background. He is merely an orphan, lacking any powerful connections. What future could you possibly have with him? Qingyan, escort the young lady back to her room. Should she dare to associate with that boy again, confine her to her quarters and prevent her from going out. Once in her room, Hinata collapsed onto her bed, covering her face as she wept, seemingly trying to release all her pent-up grievances. Wu Shaoli brother, what should I do? Will we truly never meet again? Hinata's inherently gentle nature made this confrontation with her father a first in her life, leaving her heart in turmoil as she grappled with her confusion and despair. Chapter 11. Special Mission Whoosh. Whoosh. The 4 members of Team Guy darted through the woods, racing towards their mission in the Land of River. The task of eradicating bandits had escalated to a C rank, and it was quite surprising that several freshly graduated students were capable of undertaking such a mission. For Xiao Li and his companions, this was their first outing on a task, and they were filled with curiosity about the world outside, though they refrained from asking too many questions. Ding! The system detected a group of rogue ninjas nearby, perpetrating violence against passers-by. Would the host accept this mission? Ding! A random draw for a ninjutsu activity is now open with 100 points. Completing the mission will reward the host with a free draw, with the ninjutsu level starting from C rank or higher. After a long absence, the system suddenly spoke in Xiao Li's mind, startling him. While leaping through the trees, Xiao Li slipped and fell face first into the ground, landing in a rather undignified manner. He scrambled to his feet, forgetting to wipe the mud from his face. A random draw for C rank or higher ninjutsu. If he drew a C rank, it would be a tremendous loss. What's wrong, Xiao Li? Guy noticed the disturbance and halted, turning to Xiao Li. Tian and Huganiji also glanced over, puzzled, spitting out the mud from his mouth. Xiao Li offered an awkward smile. It's nothing, teacher Guy. I just slipped and fell. He couldn't fathom how he had previously evaded Niji's Byakugan detection while committing such a foolish act. Niji looked at him with disdain, muttering under his breath. Tian. Exasperated, pointed at Xiao Li. Come on, Xiao Li, you're a specially approved graduate from the Ninja Academy. How could you do something so silly? Xiao Li shook his head. No, I just sensed that a group of ninjas is committing atrocities against 2 young women nearby. Teacher Guy, Tian. Let us go check it out. Guy was somewhat taken aback. Xiao Li, you're a sensory ninja? He then turned to Niji, who understood Guy's implication. Byakugan. Niji activated his Byakugan, scanning the surroundings. After a moment, his face was etched with shock. Nanny, teacher Guy? There is indeed a group of ninjas about 900 meters to the east attempting to harm 2 young women. Guy, with his boisterous nature, naively asked. What are they trying to do? Niji, red-faced and awkward, replied, well, they have surrounded the 2 young women and are preparing to tear their clothes off. What do you think they're trying to do? Only then did Guy comprehend the gravity of the situation, his expression shifting to one of fury. What? How dare they commit such deeds in the Land of Fire? Young ones, follow me to bring justice. Xiao Li clapped his hands in delight. This was the outcome he had hoped for. While he couldn't stray from the team, he also needed to complete the system's task. Niji had mentioned there were 5 assailants, and given Xiao Li's current strength, he certainly couldn't defeat them alone. With Team Guy mobilizing, it was the best possible outcome. Lives could be saved, and Xiao Li could fulfill his mission. Yes, Xiao Li and his companions responded in unison. With Niji leading the way, the 4 of them hurried towards the scene, covering the 900-meter distance in mere moments. They arrived to see 5 burly men encircling 2 young girls, approximately in their early teens. Among them, a balding, greasy man reached out with wicked intent, tearing one of the girl's clothing. The girl's fair skin was suddenly exposed, and she gasped in terror, frantically covering herself and crying for help. The other girl was equally terrified, trembling and weeping uncontrollably. The greasy man's eyes gleamed with lust as he leered at the exposed girl, while the other men chuckled grotesquely, reaching out to touch the girls. You 2 beauties, quickly strip off your clothes. We prefer it when you do it willingly. If you satisfy us, we might let you go. Otherwise, We won't hesitate to take your lives. Xiaoli could no longer bear the sight of their vile actions and shouted, "Let go of that girl. I won't allow you to. No, let go of that girl, or you'll regret it." The men paused, startled by the sudden appearance of Team Guy, their faces betraying hints of panic. Guy, who had also reached his breaking point, had been preparing a flamboyant introduction, only to be preempted by Xiaoli's outburst. Guy shot Xiaoli an annoyed glance, as if to say, "Kid, how dare you steal my spotlight? I'm still unmarried at my age. You should show some respect." Clearing his throat, he addressed the thugs with apparent fury. "You dare commit such acts in the land of fire, and you're caught by me. The Azure Beast of Konoha? You'd better crawl back home today." As he spoke, Guy flashed a radiant smile, his white teeth shining, and added flamboyantly, "Ladies, fear not. With me, the Azure Beast of Konoha. Here, they cannot harm you." The girls remained terrified, pleading, "Please, save us." Guy offered a gentle smile to the young women, looking up at the sky at a 45-degree angle, and said slowly, "Rest assured, my dear ladies, you are pure and innocent. How could I allow you to come to harm? Watch as I send these ruffians flying. Hey, you over there. Regardless of whether you're the Azure Beast or some kind of bug, you better scram. Otherwise, we'll make sure you don't come back." The greasy leader interrupted Guy, his companions echoing their agreement. "Exactly. You better leave while you can." Without further ado, Guy turned back to Xiao Li and his companions, instructing them. "They're all Chunin level or higher. Be cautious. In a ninja confrontation, it's either you or them. Do not hold back. Use all your strength." The three nodded in solemn agreement, their expressions serious as they focused intently on the nameless thugs before them. Chapter 12. The misfortunate bandits, upon realizing their efforts to dissuade were in vain, 5 bandit ninjas swiftly aligned themselves, poised to strike. The greasy middle-aged man was the first to speak, asserting, "Boys, no need for further discussion. Let us eliminate them directly." "Yes, big brother," the others echoed, their hands rapidly forming the seals for ninjutsu. Among them, a tall and burly man completed his seals with remarkable speed. Earth Release, Hell Swamp. With a forceful clap upon the ground, the earth before him became pliable, morphing into a quagmire that surged and swayed toward Might Guy. Water Release, Water Barrier. Another ninja swiftly formed his seals, conjuring a 10-meter wide wall of water that surged forward, aimed directly at Might Guy. Lightning Release, Earth Walk. The greasy middle-aged man concluded his seals, launching a lightning technique that followed the trajectory of the water attack. Their coordination was undeniably adept, exhibiting a well-crafted battle strategy. They first restricted the enemy's movements with Earth Release, then unleashed a frontal assault with Water Release, and finally amplified their offensive with Lightning Release. Yet, they gravely underestimated their adversary, for they faced one of the mightiest warriors of Konoha, the Azure Beast, Might Guy. Be cautious, everyone. Even before the first ninja executed the Earth Release, Might Guy had already alerted Xiao Li and the others. In an instant, his figure vanished. Xiao Li and his companions swiftly darted to the side, concealing themselves and awaiting the opportune moment to strike. The 5 bandit ninjas exchanged knowing smiles, believing their level of attack was sufficient to vanquish the individual before them. Moments later, as the water barrier subsided, they looked around in bewilderment, exclaiming, "Where is he? Where did he go?" They gazed at one another, searching for answers, yet none possessed the slightest clue. The 5 burly men pressed their backs together, each defending against potential ambushes from Guy's group. Prepare to meet your end. For identical Xiao Li figures charged at them from different directions, wielding kunai. The greasy middle-aged man scoffed dismissively, "Humph. Shadow clone technique. 4 of them." During his taunt, Xiao Li's clones had already reached the 5, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks. True to their Nin-level prowess, the 5 swiftly dispatched Xiao Li's clones, reducing them to mere puddles. Double Dragon Dance. Simultaneously, Tian emerged from behind a tree, leaping into the air with 2 long scrolls unfurled from her hands, unleashing a torrent of shuriken and ninja tools upon the 5. The bandits, armed with kunai, frantically swung to parry the onslaught. After a cacophony of clashing sounds, the ground around them was littered with an assortment of kunai and shuriken. Yet they remained unscathed. Among the group, a short and stout man scoffed, "Humph. A few insignificant fish think they can defeat us? Boss, let us take them out together." "Fools, Our intention is not to defeat you, but merely to rescue those two ladies. Xiaoli's voice suddenly rang out from behind the greasy man. Turning to investigate, the 5 bandits were met with the sight of Xiaoli and Niji, each supporting a woman, having retreated 100 meters away, realizing they had been outwitted. The greasy man erupted in fury. Boys, hold nothing back. Eliminate them. Leaf Gale. A boisterous voice echoed from above as Might Guy descended, executing a powerful kick that struck the heads of the 5. With cries of agony, the 5 fell one after the other, some spitting blood, others suffering grievous injuries. Their pained wails piercing the air. Might Guy strolled toward the nameless bandits, saying, "How dare you lay hands upon 2 beautiful ladies? Such acts are unforgivable. And to provoke the might of the Azure Beast is even more intolerable." He grinned wickedly. "Now, I did mention I would let you crawl back. Perhaps I should break your legs, or perhaps remove your little privates. You may choose one of the two. Only thus may you cease your wickedness. Break our legs, or remove our little privates." The 5 men immediately began to plead, desperate to escape their fate. As men, nothing was more precious than their manhood. Yet they were equally averse to having their legs shattered. "Almighty ninja of Konoha, we were blind to your might. We were driven by lust, committing these shameless acts. Please, grant us another chance. Spare our legs, spare our manhood." Might Guy shook his head, smiling. No. I distinctly heard you say you prefer voluntary actions over force. Thus, I conclude you are habitual offenders. To spare your lives is already a great mercy. Now, you must choose between broken legs or the removal of your manhood." Might Guy pondered, then declared, "Let me put it this way. If what I say is an odd number, then your manhood shall be removed. If even, your legs shall be broken." Quite a splendid decision indeed. He began counting on his fingers, deliberating the number of words he had just spoken. After a lengthy pause, he grinned wickedly. It is indeed an odd number. It seems fate has decreed that your manhood shall be removed." To the 5, Might Guy's malevolent grin resembled that of a demon. How absurd. To revel in such a fate is the height of shamelessness. Furthermore, counting correctly cannot be that difficult. Your previous statement was clearly 8 words, an even number. The greasy man, tear-streaked and desperate, implored, "Oh, Azure Beast, you miscounted. That statement was indeed 8 words. It should be even." Might Guy recounted, patting his head. "Alas, how could I have miscalculated? Since it is the will of fate to break your legs, let us fulfill that decree." With no further words exchanged, Might Guy unleashed a series of precise kicks aimed at the knees of the 5. The sound of cracking bones echoed, audible even to Xiaoli and his companions from a distance. With their kneecaps shattered, it was evident that even if they were to be healed, they would never walk again, destined to live the remainder of their lives as mere shadows of their former selves. Chapter 13. The Land of Rivers. The trio, including Xiaoli, felt a chill run down their spines. They had not expected their usually jovial teacher, Kai, to display such a ruthless side. However, upon reflection, it made sense. After all, the individuals they had just dealt with were notorious criminals. The punishment of breaking their legs could be considered lenient. Allowing them to walk away unscathed would only enable their continued misdeeds. Rendered incapacitated, they would likely be incapable of causing further harm, leaving behind the wailing bandits. The 4 members of Team Kai, along with the 2 young girls, retreated to a secluded area. "Ding! Congratulations, host. You have completed the task. Please wait. The system is processing your rewards." Xiaoli glanced at the system shop, and indeed, a box appeared, bouncing among various jutsu scrolls. His heart raced with anticipation, hoping to draw an SS-level technique. "Ding! Congratulations, host. You have drawn an A-level jutsu, Spiraling Sphere Scroll 1. Though he felt a twinge of regret for not obtaining an SS-level jutsu, the acquisition of the A-level Spiraling Sphere delighted Xiaoli to the point of nearly leaping with joy. The prospect of mastering an A-level technique in just a second was sheer bliss. Although he was familiar with the original text and knew the training method for the spiraling sphere, the reality of practicing it would undoubtedly entail considerable hardship. It would be much later that Xiaoli would realize just how fortunate he was. The probability of drawing an SS-level technique was less than 10%, while the chance of obtaining an A-level jutsu was barely 25%. The 2 young girls, having recovered from their earlier fright, suddenly knelt on the ground, tearfully expressing their gratitude. "Thank you, noble ninjas. We are truly indebted to you and bow our heads in appreciation. Seeing this, the members of Team Kai were taken aback and hurriedly helped the girls to their feet, inquiring about their circumstances. It turned out that the girls were local residents who had grown up under the care of their grandfather. Their parents' fates were unknown, as they had not returned since the girls could remember. Today, they had ventured to the mountains to gather herbs for their ailing grandfather, only to encounter the vile men they had just escaped. The four members of Team Kai felt immense sympathy for the unfortunate girls. In particular, Might Guy offered heartfelt consolation, appearing as though he wished to lend his broad shoulders for them to lean upon. What a lecherous old man, Xiaoli thought to himself, stifling a chuckle. Subsequently, Might Guy gifted the girls a token and some silver, advising them to return home and take their grandfather to Kanahagakure. He assured them that after completing their mission, he would arrange for their accommodation in the village. The girls expressed their gratitude profusely, and once everything was arranged, the group continued their journey. As for whether Kai's intentions in sending the girls to Kanahagakure were entirely altruistic, only he knew. The Land of Rivers, situated on the border of the Land of Fire, lay between the Land of Fire and the Land of Wind. After a day's travel, with only a brief respite, the group finally glimpsed the territory of the Land of Rivers through the gaps in the dense foliage. In stark contrast to the Land of Fire, the Land of Rivers was considerably less developed. The buildings were sparse and rudimentary, and the heat was oppressive, likely due to its proximity to the arid Land of Wind. Teacher Kai, can we take a short break? I can hardly keep up, panted Tian, calling out to Might Guy, who led the way. Xiaoli and Niji also showed signs of fatigue, though the boys were reluctant to voice their exhaustion. Might Guy turned to assess their expressions and nodded. Since we've lost some time, we can proceed at a more leisurely pace. Yes. The trio replied in unison, acknowledging that walking was preferable to relentless sprinting. As they traversed the streets of the Land of Rivers, Xiaoli noted the unsettling sight of bloodstains scattered along the roads. Despite the passage of time and the elements, the marks remained starkly visible. Moreover, the streets were eerily devoid of pedestrians. When Team Kai encountered a few individuals and inquired for directions, the locals recoiled in fear, scattering as if they had seen a monstrous threat upon recognizing the ninjas' headbands. Some villagers were so alarmed that they slammed their doors shut at the sight of Xiaoli and his companions. What on earth is happening? We are not carriers of some plague. In this peculiar atmosphere, Team Kai spent several hours before finally arriving at the residence of the daimyo of the Land of Rivers. From a distance, they could see the daimyo, accompanied by a contingent of armored soldiers, approaching to greet them. The daimyo's status was typically esteemed, and it was unusual for even a minor lord to personally welcome guests. Might Guy, taken aback, hastened forward with a bright smile. My lord, we are truly honored that you would come to greet us in person. The daimyo, clad in a blue kimono and appearing to be in his 50s or 60s, had a square face adorned with a fan-shaped beard. The efficiency of the Leaf Village ninjas is indeed impressive. They have arrived so swiftly compared to the ninjas of our own village. Xiaoli, Niji, and Tian followed suit, bowing respectfully to the daimyo. As a seasoned operative, Might Guy adeptly engaged in formalities. After a round of pleasantries, he finally posed his inquiry. My lord, during our journey through the Land of Rivers, we noticed that the people seemed to be quite frightened of us. What is the reason behind this? The daimyo seemed caught off guard by the question. After a moment of hesitation, he replied, well, it is due to the rampant banditry in the area. The residents likely mistake your unfamiliar faces for those of bandits, prompting their fear. Xiaoli tugged at Might Guy's sleeve, speaking in a hushed tone only audible to the four of them. Teacher Kai, this situation is not as simple as it seems. I suspect that there is something amiss with the daimyo of the Land of Rivers. Chapter 14. The Conspiracy of the Land of Wind. As the four members of Team Guy traversed the terrain, they encountered reactions from the local populace that were nearly uniform. How can bandits reign so freely across such a vast expanse of territory as yours? This cannot be the Land of Rivers. It ought to be called a den of robbers. Strangely enough, they had not encountered a single bandit along their journey, at least prompting. Might Guy began to sense that something was amiss and subtly signaled to Niji. Niji, understanding the cue, nodded in acknowledgement. Be a Kugan, Niji exclaimed, and an expression of shock spread across his face. Teacher Guy, the so-called feudal lord here is an impostor. He possesses an immense chakra reserve, And all these soldiers surrounding us are ninjas. Might Guy, though slightly taken aback, maintained his composure as a seasoned veteran and turned his gaze back to the supposed feudal lord of the Land of Rivers. Despite their hushed conversation, it was evident that the feudal lord was not oblivious. He could perceive the suspicion in their furtive demeanor. A sinister smile crept across the feudal lord's face. What seems to trouble the ninjas of the Land of Fire? Have you uncovered something of significance? Might Guy remained vigilant, his eyes fixed on the lord. Yet he refrained from speaking. Suddenly, Lee stood up, a realization striking him. He addressed the feudal lord loudly, "Teacher Guy, I believe these individuals are actually ninjas from the Land of Wind." The revelation astonished everyone present, prompting Might Guy to inquire, "What? Ninjas from the Land of Wind? Why would they impersonate the feudal lord of the Land of Rivers?" Lee shook his head and replied, "Teacher Guy, do you not see? I suspect that the Land of Rivers has already fallen to the Land of Wind. The bloodstains we observed along our path, coupled with the fearful reactions of the villagers, indicate that something extraordinary has transpired here recently. Why did they scatter in fright upon realizing we are ninjas? It suggests they have recently endured a conflict, a ninja war, no less, between the ninjas of the Land of Rivers and those of the Land of Wind." The feudal lord's expression shifted to one of keen amusement, tinged with mockery. "I never anticipated that such a clever child from Konoha would emerge, deducing so much from such simple observations. But why do you presume that we are ninjas from the Land of Wind?" Lee, exuding confidence, responded, "The answer is quite straightforward. The Land of Rivers is a minor nation, caught between the Land of Fire and the Land of Wind. Our village, Konoha, is currently thriving and has no intentions of conquering other nations. Conversely, the Sand Village of the Land of Wind has devoted considerable resources to researching Jinchuriki in recent years, likely depleting their own reserves. Yet, they must have realized that Konoha is growing stronger, potentially threatening their status among the 5 great nations. Therefore, they cannot remain idle and have chosen to initiate their offensive by targeting the Land of Rivers first, gradually advancing toward Konoha. Am I correct?" Upon hearing Lee's insight, the feudal lord's expression morphed from mockery to shock and fury, revealing the discomfort of having his vulnerabilities exposed. Suddenly, a cloud of smoke enveloped the feudal lord, and as it dissipated, it revealed none other than the 4th Kazekage, Raza. The soldiers surrounding them also dropped their transformations, revealing their true identities as ninjas from the Land of Wind. Might Guy, taken aback, struggled to comprehend the situation. "The 4th Kazekage? Are you truly planning to attack Konoha?" As Lee suggested. Raza chuckled softly, taking his seat. "Indeed, we in the Land of Wind have always ranked last among the 5 great nations. As that boy mentioned, we have been preoccupied with Jinchuriki research, which ended in failure. By the time we realized the gravity of our situation, Konoha had regained its strength post-Third Shinobi World War and now poses a risk of displacing us from our position among the 5 great nations. Thus, we are compelled to take action." He then regarded Lee with curiosity. "But I am intrigued. How did this boy uncover our nation's secrets? Could there be a traitor among us?" Lee merely smiled and shook his head. "How could I possibly know your secrets? I have merely read the original works, which provide insight into your hidden truths. However, this is something I shall keep to myself. Let the 4th Kazekage ponder it." Raza, finding Lee's reticence amusing, remarked, "Your silence matters little. After all, you cannot escape. I initially aimed to lure a few Konoha ninjas for capture to gauge your village's true strength. Yet here you are, with the Byakugan of Hyuga and this enigmatic boy." Hearing this, Guy's anger ignited. "What? You intend to attack Konoha by masquerading as the feudal lord of the Land of Rivers to extract our intelligence? This is unforgivable. I am truly incensed." Raza, amused by Guy's dramatic declaration, laughed heartily. "Angry are we? What do you think you can do? Can you defeat our dozens of ninjas and escape our encirclement?" As soon as Raza finished speaking, the surrounding ninjas formed a tight circle, poised to strike at any moment. "First gate, open. Second gate, rest. Third gate, life. Fourth gate, injury. Fifth gate, doom. Sixth gate, view, open." In response to Raza's provocation, Might Guy uttered no further words, activating the 8 gates as his response. He was acutely aware of the formidable strength of the 4th Kazekage and could not afford to underestimate him. With the 8 gates unleashed, Might Guy's veins bulged. His skin flushed crimson, and his hair stood on end from the energy radiating from his body. He turned to Lee and the others, saying, "Lee, Niji, Tintin, you must do everything in your power to protect yourselves. This time, I may not have the luxury of time to shield you." Chapter 15. The 8 Gates of Duinjia. The Morning Peacock. Yes, Teacher Kai. Little Lee and the others nodded in agreement, simultaneously positioning themselves back to back, forming the swastika defense formation. At this moment, the 4 members of Kai's team found themselves in a perilous situation, teetering on the brink of death. Might Guy, possessing the 8 Gates of Duinjia, could certainly protect himself. However, safeguarding these 3 young ones posed a daunting challenge. It was likely, as he had indicated, that he might not have the luxury of time to attend to them, especially with the 4th Kazekage standing before them. Ding! The system's voice, oddly timed, interrupted the tension. The host is currently embroiled in the conspiracy of the Sand Village. By overcoming the current crisis and thwarting the Sand Village's plans, you may earn a reward of 40 exchange points. However, Little Lee remained oblivious to this, as the pressing concern was how to break free from the encirclement of the Sand Village ninjas and survive. Leaf Whirlwind Kick. Might Guy transformed into a fleeting shadow, dashing towards the 4th Kazekage, Raza, delivering a spinning kick aimed at his face. In response, Raza summoned a half-meter thick wall of sand and gold, and with a resounding thud, Guy's kick struck it as if it were steel. Several of you, capture those 3 young ones alive. It matters not if they are injured or maimed, but they must be taken alive. The rest of you, come assist me in dealing with this leaf blue beast. I have heard of your prowess, commanded the 4th Kazekage, Raza, to his subordinates. Understood. Immediately, 4 or 5 burly men charged towards Little Lee and his companions, while the remaining dozen ninjas rushed to confront Might Guy. Although the sand ninjas outnumbered them, they struggled to coordinate their ninjutsu against Guy, as his speed, enhanced by the 8 gates, was overwhelming. With his focus on Raza, Guy circled around the 4th Kazekage, relentlessly attacking in an attempt to breach Raza's sandy defense. The group of sand ninjas could only follow Guy's movements, unable to find an opening. How infuriating. This man's speed is too swift to capture, exclaimed Ninja 1 from the sand. I suggest we use a group attack ninjutsu against him, proposed Ninja 2. Are you a fool? That would risk harming Lord 3rd Kazekage, retorted Ninja 3. Meanwhile, Little Lee and his companions found themselves in a much more arduous battle against 5 sand ninjas. Being freshly graduated students, they were far from a match for their opponents. The trio maintained their swastika formation, valiantly resisting the encroaching adversaries. The 5 sand ninjas advanced towards them in a semicircle. Don't worry, since Lord Kazekage ordered us to capture you alive, we won't kill you, they sneered. Fire release, Great Fireball. Wind release, Gale Wave. Wind release, Wind Shuriken. The sand ninjas launched a coordinated assault, initiating with fire release, followed by wind release to intensify the flames, and concluding with wind shuriken. Their impressive synergy indicated extensive practice. Little Lee, Tion, retreat, shouted Hyuga Niji without looking back, slightly bending his legs as he assumed the 8 trigrams palm stance. With a hum, a 3-meter radius 8 trigrams symbol materialized beneath him. 8 trigrams palm. Return heaven. With a resonant sound, a chakra semi-spherical shield formed around Niji, absorbing all the attacks from the 3 sand ninjas. Upon hearing Niji's command, Little Lee and Tion swiftly retreated, as the rotation of return heaven subsided. 4 clones of Little Lee surged forward towards the 2 armed sand ninjas, each wielding kunai, engaging in fierce combat. Tion, let's attack together, called out Little Lee's clones. No prompting was needed. Tion had already leaped into the air, unfurling 2 scrolls that unleashed a barrage of weapons like a dragon, continuously raining down upon the foes below. Clang, clang, clang. The 2 sand ninjas, entangled by Little Lee's clones, were unable to defend against the relentless onslaught of weapons. Despite managing to block a majority, they were still left with numerous kunai and shuriken embedded in their bodies, collapsing to the ground, seemingly on the brink of defeat. Curse it. These little devils are proving quite troublesome, seethed the 3 ninjas who had been attacking with ninjutsu, witnessing their comrades' injuries. Stop thinking about capturing them alive. Just eliminate them. commanded Niji, a hint of amusement in his tone as he addressed the sand ninjas. It seems you were not holding back either. Your attacks were quite lethal. Humph. The sand ninjas fell silent, their hands forming seals in preparation for their next move. Spiral Sphere. Suddenly, from behind the three sand ninjas, one emerged from the ground, his right hand forming a blue chakra sphere, aiming for the back of the Fire Release Ninja. Boom. The Fire Release Ninja was struck as if by lightning, sent flying several meters forward, crashing to the ground, uncertain of his fate. After landing a successful blow, Little Lee quickly evaded, wary of a potential counterattack from the remaining two ninjas. Meanwhile, Might Guy continued to search for an opening, attempting to break through the fourth Kazekage Raza's defenses. He circled around Raza, unleashing rapid punches and kicks that were almost imperceptible, yet they yielded little effect. The sand ninjas, unsure of how to approach, merely orbited around Guy and Raza. Humph, your shell is indeed sturdy, and you pesky flies keep buzzing around. Don't you ever get dizzy? Might Guy suddenly halted, pointing mockingly at the group of sand ninjas. Since your shell cannot be breached, and you bothersome flies are such a nuisance, allow me to reveal to you the true essence of the 8 gates of Duanjia. Might Guy slowly closed his eyes, seemingly preparing for something. Seeing the once darting leaf ninja come to a standstill, the sand ninjas thought their moment had arrived, hastily forming seals to unleash their most powerful jutsu to eliminate him. Little did they know, Might Guy abruptly opened his eyes, a surge of green steam emanating from him, causing the ground and rooftops to tremble and collapse. He leaped into the air, his hands moving like phantoms, unleashing a barrage of fiery fists towards the sand ninjas below. Morning Peacock. Chapter 16. Might Guy vs. 4th Kazekage. Boom. Boom. Might Guy's fiery fists, akin to meteoric flames, rained down upon the ninjas of Sunagakure and the 4th Kazekage, leaving them no chance to evade the lethal technique. In a fleeting moment of terror, they fell lifeless to the ground. The estate of the daimyo in the Land of Rivers had been devastated by Guy's assault, reduced to ruins in mere seconds. Suddenly, a large stone was pushed aside as Lee, Tintin, and Niji emerged from the debris, supporting one another while coughing from the surrounding dust. All the ninjas from Sunagakure lay defeated, yet the 4th Kazekage stood defiantly, surprisingly formidable despite his early demise in the original narrative. His wind cloak was tattered, and he knelt, gasping for breath. On the other hand, Might Guy, having executed the extreme peacock technique, had also descended, crouching and panting heavily, evidently burdened by the toll of the move on his body. Haha, how intriguing. I never expected such a powerful warrior to exist in Konohagakure, exclaimed the 4th Kazekage, Raza. Between heavy breaths, suddenly Raza's expression morphed into one of fury, resembling a beast poised to strike. How dare you annihilate so many of my elite ninjas? You shall pay dearly for this. With a clap of his hands against the ground, Raza unleashed his technique, Magnet Release, Sand Gold Burial. Instantly, the area around him transformed into a quagmire of sand and gold, ensnaring Might Guy and dragging him downward. Curse it. Due to the after effects of the 6th gate of the 8 gates, Guy's movement slowed. He struggled desperately against the sandy grip, but it clutched him like a beast, quickly enveloping him to his waist. Teacher Guy, be careful. Lee and the others shouted anxiously from the sidelines, but their current strength rendered them helpless to assist. Humph, I shall end you now, Raza declared menacingly, forming several hand seals before pressing his palms together to unleash another ultimate technique. Magnet Release, Sand Wave. As Raza's jutsu activated, the sand surged toward Guy, intent on crushing him mercilessly. 8th gate of the 8 gates, the 7th gate. Open. Buzz. A searing white steam enveloped Might Guy, dispersing the sand around him. He leaped, breaking free from the sandy trap. What? He seemed so weak just moments ago, yet now he exudes such power? Raza gasped in astonishment as Guy emerged from the sandpit. The ensuing taijutsu was a stark contrast to before. 4th Kazekage, behold the true essence of a lethal fist, Guy declared, crossing his arms and gathering energy before unleashing a powerful right punch, manifesting a massive white tiger head that surged toward Raza with the might of a tsunami. Daytime Tiger. What? What a devastating technique. Is this the Azure Beast of Konohagakure? Raza exclaimed, shocked but not idle. He swiftly formed seals and, bending low, struck the ground with both hands, summoning a colossal golden sand shield radiating brilliant light to intercept the attack. Sand Gold Holy Shield. Boom. The shield barely materialized before the daytime tiger collided with it, producing a deafening roar and enveloping the area in a cloud of dust, obscuring vision. After a moment, as the dust settled, Lee and the others discerned the scene. Roz's enormous sand shield still stood, albeit with a massive breach. And the fourth Kazekage was sent sprawling several meters away, lying motionless on the ground. Niji, witnessing the spectacle, felt his jaw drop in disbelief. Is this the caliber of combat between shadows? Tintin echoed his astonishment, covering her mouth. Indeed, it's utterly terrifying. I had no idea Teacher Guy possessed such strength. Lee, however, remained unfazed, having seen the original narrative. He was well aware of Might Guy's prowess with the 8 gates, knowing he was the man who nearly defeated Madara. A testament to his formidable abilities. Thud. Just as they absorbed the shock, Might Guy collapsed, overwhelmed by the excessive energy expenditure from opening the 7th gate. Teacher Guy, are you all right? Lee and the others, visibly injured themselves, hobbled toward him. Following the activation of the 7th gate, Guy's cells were severely stimulated, rendering him nearly immobile. Even the lightest touch caused excruciating pain. Weakly, he spoke, Lee, Tintin, Niji, I'm fine, but due to the after effects of the 8 gates, I can hardly move. You must take me away from here immediately. The commotion we caused will surely attract the remaining ninjas from Sunagakure. In our current state, we cannot withstand another confrontation. Understood. Teacher Guy? They replied in unison, assisting him as they prepared to flee. Careful. I'm extremely fragile right now, Guy grimaced, gritting his teeth in pain. Tintin, exasperated, remarked. Please, Teacher Guy, we are being as gentle as possible, almost treating you like fine china. Lee glanced toward the distant, motionless 4th Kazekage, a hint of reluctance in his eyes. An audacious plan flickered in his mind, one that could yield significant benefits, but now is not the time to act, preserving their lives to precedence. Together, they supported Might Guy and sprinted in the direction they came from. Whoosh! Just moments after their departure, over a dozen Sunagakure ninjas arrived at the devastated estate of the daimyo, their shock palpable as they surveyed the destruction. After a considerable pause, they began to assess their comrades' injuries. A ninja adorned with a headscarf spotted the 4th Kazekage lying motionless and hurried over. Had Lee been present, he would have recognized this individual as Maki, the esteemed powerhouse of Sunagakure and the master of Gaara, Kankuro, and Temari. Lord Kazekage, are you all right? Maki anxiously checked for a pulse, relieved to find a faint breath. Phew, the Kazekage still lives, but it seems all his bones are shattered. How could this be so severe? Damn it. Konohagakure ninjas, I will not let this go unpunished. Supplementary Chapter 17, Non-Canonical Content. The previous Chapter 17 underwent modifications and was not released, thus this chapter contains no content. Chapter 17, The Return of the Spirit Conjuring Art. With a sudden burst, a thick mist dissipated, revealing a towering black hound before Maki. Black Dragon, locate the whereabouts of that group. The black hound nodded, sniffing the air before ultimately fixating on the direction in which Kaiban and his companions had just fled. Those remaining, assist our comrades here. The rest, follow me, Maki commanded. And all complied with fervent nods. Having traversed a considerable distance, Kaiban and his trio had nearly reached the border of the Land of Rivers, yet they dared not pause. Acutely aware that the sand ninjas could be hot on their heels. Injured and burdened with the incapacitated Might Guy, Lee and his companions found their pace severely hampered. Nijutsu. Ascertain if we are being pursued. If not, let us take a brief respite, Lee suggested, glancing at the unconscious Guy, whose injuries had rendered him unresponsive, and at the weary Tintin, panting heavily. Understanding the urgency, Hyuga Niji nodded, refraining from further words as he activated his Byakugan. Byakugan? What? A contingent of sand ninjas is rapidly approaching from behind. We shall not have long before they catch up, Niji reported, urgency lacing his voice. How is this possible? We left no trace. Tintin furrowed her brow, baffled. Indeed, they possess a tracking hound, likely following our scent, Niji clarified, shaking his head. Suddenly halting Lee. With a grave expression, addressed Niji and Tintin. This cannot continue. We will soon be overtaken. You both take Guy and proceed onward. I shall remain behind to delay them. Tintin swiftly dismissed Li's notion, shaking her head vehemently. No, Li, you will perish if you stay. Niji echoed her sentiment. Li, allow me to stay with you. We can fight together if it comes to that. Touched by the loyalty of his companions, Li felt a warmth in his heart. Was this the bond of a Hokage? He smiled reassuringly at them. Do not worry, I shall not perish. I have my own methods to evade them. Remember the place where we defeated those bandits? Seek refuge there, and await my return. I shall rejoin you. Seeing Li's unwavering confidence, Niji and Tintin reluctantly acquiesced, turning to lead Guy forward. System. Exchange for a pouch of pepper, Li instructed within his mind. Notably, the everyday items in the system shop were quite affordable, requiring only a few points for acquisition. Ding. Post command received. Exchange for pepper successful, deducting 2 points. As the system's voice faded, a pouch of pepper materialized in Li's inventory. He swiftly retrieved it, affixing an explosive tag to the pouch's opening before tossing it behind him. Bang. Cough, cough. The explosive tag detonated, propelling the pepper into the air, creating a cloud of chaos. This was Li's inaugural use of an explosive tag, and he was taken aback by its potent force, the pepper stinging his eyes and leaving him momentarily blinded. Damn it, this explosive tag is akin to a grenade. He grumbled, but hoped it would suffice to thwart their pursuers. Wiping his eyes with water from his canteen, he sprinted towards the estate of the Land of Rivers Lord, consciously veering left to avoid an encounter with Niji and Tintin. Why did Li deliberately evade his companions before employing pepper to shake off their pursuers? The answer lay in his ambition. He intended to seize the body of the fourth Kazekage. Having perused the original work, Li was privy to the secrets of the Edo Tensei technique, including the seals, conditions, and methods of execution. Though returning posed significant risk, the potential to resurrect the fourth Kazekage and gain a formidable ally was a price worth paying. Whoosh, whoosh, woof, woof. Mere moments after Li's departure, Maki and the Sand Ninja contingent arrived at the spot where Li and his companions had rested, the tracking hound, Black Dragon, overwhelmed by the pungent pepper. Why has it lost its sense of smell, spinning in confusion? Damn, these leaf ninjas are infuriating. Maki seated, striking a nearby tree with a fist. Black Dragon, return. The rest of you, pair up and disperse to search for traces of the leaf ninjas. Signal immediately if you find them. We shall converge and eliminate them. Yes. The Sand Ninjas acknowledged, leaping in all directions. Meanwhile, Li, having sprinted fervently, reached the estate of the Land of Rivers, now a desolate ruin, concealed behind the remnants. He cautiously surveyed the scene within. The estate remained in shambles. Following the rescue efforts, the fallen Sand Ninja had been retrieved, laid out in 2 rows on the ground. One row contained several lifeless bodies, some with gaping wounds, blood still oozing. The other row consisted of 5 or 6 individuals writhing in agony, attended by 5 medical ninjas. Li's keen eyes discerned the fourth Kazekage, Raza. Among the injured, it appeared he was still alive, albeit barely. 5 medical ninjas should not pose an insurmountable challenge, Li mused. Stealthily inching closer. Whoosh. A kunai equipped with an explosive tag soared toward the medical ninjas, detonating with a thunderous roar, instantly claiming the lives of 2 and several others awaiting treatment. Damn, an enemy attack. The remaining 3 medical ninjas reacted swiftly, leaping back to evade the blast radius. Cursed child. Is he not a leaf ninja? Why has Maki not captured him? Li had no inclinati. Chapter 18. Impure World Reincarnation. Earth Clone Little Li formed the hand seals for the Earth Clone technique, and 4 identical versions of himself surged towards the 3 medical ninjas. How audacious. This kid from Konoha must be eliminated together. One of the Sand Village medical ninjas exclaimed in anger as they noticed that Little Li was disregarding them and advancing with intent. Wind release. Wind shuriken. A flurry of wind shurikens shot towards Little Li. 2 of the clones brandished their kunai to defend, but with a sharp sound, the kunai were severed, and the wind shurikens pierced through the clones, reducing them to mere puddles of black mud. With a swift motion, Little Li retrieved another kunai from his waist and hurled it at the 3 medical ninjas, the weapon embedded with an explosive tag. Alas, the three ninjas deftly evaded the attack. Humph. The same trick won't work twice. Perhaps you foolish child thought to. Before the sand ninja could finish, Little Lee suddenly emerged from behind a boulder to his left, cradling a blue chakra sphere in his palm. Rasengan, with a resounding crash. The medical ninja was struck and sent spiraling over 10 meters before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. While the medical ninjas were adept in healing techniques, they were comparatively vulnerable in combat. The remaining two sand ninjas met their demise under Little Lee's relentless onslaught after several rounds of fierce confrontation. Exhausted from the battles, Little Lee was nearly depleted of chakra. If even one sand ninja were to return, he would be in dire peril. Damn it, I must gather my strength. Victory is within reach. Little Lee shook his head, striving to remain alert as he approached the moaning ninjas lying on the ground, kunai in hand. Wait, kid. We've already lost. We concede. Please do not slaughter us indiscriminately. The fourth Kazekage, with his bones shattered and only his head able to move, weakly implored Little Lee. I am sorry, fourth Kazekage, but I cannot fulfill your wish. My purpose in returning was primarily for you, and I cannot leave any of them alive. Their survival would jeopardize my secret. Little Lee shook his head with a hint of resignation. As a modern-day transmigrator, he had no desire to take lives recklessly. Yet the world of ninjas was one governed by the law of the jungle. These individuals had undoubtedly taken countless lives, and they should have been prepared for the day they too might be hunted. Please, don't kill me, I beg you. Ignoring the pleas of the sand ninja, Little Lee spared one to serve as a vessel for the impure world reincarnation and swiftly dispatched the others. The fourth Kazekage, displaying remarkable fortitude, merely closed his eyes, uttering no further words, as if he had resigned himself to fate. As Little Lee conducted this series of actions, a pair of eyes watched him intently from the shadows of the ruins. Now, the ritual of impure world reincarnation begins. Arranging the fourth Kazekage and the chosen vessel, Little Lee retrieved a pre-prepared scroll from his pack and used his kunai to extract some flesh and blood from the fourth Kazekage, casting it upon the scroll. In Si Su Chun, impure world reincarnation technique. A hum resonated as the ninja chosen as the vessel was enveloped in a circle of dense black seals. Numerous white papers sprouting from his ankles and spreading across his body. The ninja screamed in agony until, after a minute, he was fully transformed into the deceased fourth Kazekage, eyes closed and kneeling as if awaiting his master's command. At last, it is complete. I must leave quickly. Little Lee formed another set of seals, and with a thunderous sound, a black coffin emerged from the ground, engulfing the fourth Kazekage before sinking back underground. Having concluded his task, Little Lee began to sprint away from the scene of his actions. He was utterly spent, having exhausted both his chakra and physical stamina from the intense battles. Not long after Little Lee's departure, a figure cloaked in black emerged from the shadows, chuckling sinisterly to himself. Impure world reincarnation, is it? A fine skill of Lord Orochimaru. How could this little brat have learned it? Nonetheless, I must attend to the matter at hand. The figure approached the fallen sand ninjas, scrutinizing each one. Severe arterial bleeding, but the stab wound is slightly off from the heart. Ah, you shall do. With this thought, the cloaked figure knelt down, channeling a layer of green chakra into the heart of the sand ninja, enveloping his chest in healing energy. Cough, cough. What happened to me? After several minutes, the sand village ninja violently coughed and slowly opened his eyes, weakly surveying his surroundings. Seeing the sand ninja had regained consciousness, the cloaked figure ceased his healing and said, You nearly died. I revived you. The one who killed your comrades was a ninja from Konoha, and as you can see, your companions have all perished. The fourth Kazekage has been made into a zombie puppet by the impure world reincarnation technique. The Konoha ninja's name is Rock Lee. Make sure to relay my message to your superiors in the sand village. Hehe. With that, the cloaked figure paid no heed to whether the sand ninja comprehended his words and strode out, leaving the stunned sand ninja behind. In the forests along the border of the Land of Fire, sand village ninjas continued their search for Kai and his team, operating in pairs. Thanks to Niji Hyuga's Byakugan, he and Ten, along with Might Guy, managed to evade detection before the sand ninjas could close in. However, Niji and Ten had scarcely rested and were now utterly fatigued. Damn it, these people are relentless. Are they still on our trail? Niji activated his Byakugan once more, detecting the enemy's movements, and spoke wearily. Niji, I can barely run anymore. Didn't Little Lee go to hold them off? Why hasn't he returned when the sand ninjas are still pursuing us? 10-10, supporting Might Guy's arm, gasped for breath, shaking his head. Niji pondered for a moment before responding. No, these pursuers are not like before. Previously, they were pursuing us with intent. Now, they seem to be conducting a widespread search. They have not detected us yet. As for Little Lee, I fear he may be in grave danger. A glimmer of determination flashed in 10-10's tired eyes as she turned to Niji. No, Little Lee is clever. He will find a way to escape. He will be all right. Chapter 19. The arrival of Kakashi, a glimmer of sorrow flickered in Niji Hyuga's eyes as he nodded slightly. I hope so. I'm still looking forward to returning to Konoha to face that guy again. With that, Niji supported Might Guy's arm and lifted him up. Let us go. Those bothersome flies are already on our trail. We must continue our journey. Just as Niji finished speaking, his Byakugan detected the Sand Village ninja rushing towards them from all directions. Niji's face turned pale with shock. What? How did we get discovered? Whoosh. Whoosh. Before Niji could finish his words, a group of Sand Village ninjas landed on the branches not far from the trio. One stout ninja sneered. Did you really think no one noticed you? We were merely waiting for reinforcements to arrive, ready to capture you all at once. My little greyhound is an expert tracker from the sand. Saying this, the stout ninja whistled into the sky, and a half-meter-long eagle swooped down, landing on his shoulder and nearly toppling him over. Thankfully, the creature was hefty enough. Otherwise, an ordinary person would have been knocked to the ground. As the leader, Maki furrowed his brow, clearly displeased. The news of the fourth Kazakage's demise would surely send him into a rage if he were to learn of it now. Maki slowly declared, enough chatter. Eliminate them all and bring back the Byakugan. Yes. The sand ninjas nodded in agreement, simultaneously forming hand seals to prepare their jutsu, intent on venting their frustration on the three individuals before them. Wind release, Gale Palm. Water release, Water Blade. Fire release, Fireball. Various jutsu surged towards Niji and his companions. Might Guy remained unconscious, unable to move, lying on the ground. 10-10, frightened, curled up and closed her eyes, trembling slightly. Niji gritted his teeth, filled with resentment and helplessness. Is this where it ends? Earth release, Four Corners Earth Flow Barrier. Just as Niji and 10-10 awaited their fate, believing there was no hope, a figure suddenly descended from the sky, casting an earth release technique to shield the trio. Boom. A deafening sound echoed as the yellowish wall, under the combined assault of the sand ninjas, crumbled on the outside, yet the inner circle remained intact, sparing Niji and the others from injury. Niji and 10-10 were momentarily stunned, awed by the striking figure with gray hair who had so effortlessly halted the onslaught. Niji was the first to regain his composure, asking Kakashi, are you a ninja sent from Konoha for reinforcements? Kakashi turned with a smile, gently replying, hello, I am Kakashi Hitaki. Guy has spoken of you. As he glanced at the unconscious Guy, Kakashi frowned. Guy has sustained serious injuries. He must have used that self-destructive technique to achieve something extraordinary. 10-10, coming to her senses, anxiously recounted the situation to Kakashi. Kakashi-sensei, we were on a mission in the Land of Rivers, but it turned out to be a plot from the Sand Village. We were ambushed, and Guy-sensei fought valiantly to defeat the enemy, but was injured and fell unconscious. Moreover, Lee stayed behind to intercept the enemy alone. We don't know if he is alive or dead. Seeing a Konoha ninja come to their rescue, 10-10, feeling like a child longing for comfort, poured out her grievances, tears streaming down her face as she spoke rapidly to Kakashi, overwhelmed by emotion. Kakashi sensed 10-10's distress and smiled reassuringly. Do not worry. You are safe now. I will not allow my comrades to be harmed. With that, Kakashi lifted his forehead protector, revealing his Sharingan, and leaped out of the earth release barrier, commanding, 10-10, Niji. Protect Guy? Give me a few minutes to deal with them. The sand ninjas were taken aback by Kakashi's sudden appearance and the ease with which he had countered their collective attack. When he boldly proclaimed his intentions, several of them instinctively stepped back, feeling a sense of dread. This is bad. We are on completely different levels. Should I flee now? Maki, the leader, stepped forward. Attempting to rally his comrades, everyone, stay calm. There is only one Konoha reinforcer. He is not our match. Noticing Kakashi's Sharingan, Maki was momentarily surprised but soon wore a smirk. So, you are the copy ninja, Kakashi? I've heard much about you. I'm curious to see just how powerful you are, and if you can truly defeat us all in a few minutes. Let me give you a piece of advice. Be careful not to attract lightning with your arrogance. Maki waved his hand. Listen to my command, and take this guy down. A bounty of 10,000 ryo for his capture. Upon hearing this, the sand ninjas immediately began forming seals, preparing to unleash their strongest attacks to eliminate the arrogant foe before them. Kakashi said nothing further, merely smirking disdainfully as he evaded their attacks while swiftly forming hand seals. A brilliant lightning bolt gathered in his palm, crackling with a piercing sound. Lightning cutter. Kakashi charged towards the nearest sand ninja, the residual energy of the lightning creating a deep gash in the ground. When Kakashi's lightning struck the sand ninja's chest, the unfortunate soul had no time to evade, as Kakashi's palm pierced through him. Yet the assault did not end there. Kakashi hoisted the fallen ninja and lunged forward, using the lightning cutter to eliminate another foe behind him, effectively turning both into a charred spectacle. Witnessing Kakashi's unstoppable onslaught that claimed two of their own, Maki gritted his teeth, his anger surging. Very well, Kakashi Hitaki. You have successfully provoked my wrath. Chapter 20. The Return of Lee Hei. Kakashi, Niji, what brings you here? Kakashi's words were barely spoken when Lee's figure abruptly emerged from the nearby tree. Upon seeing Lee return, a rare smile appeared on Hyuga Niji's face. You rascal. You're still alive. Lee smiled and nodded in response, saying, Of course I'm alive. I was waiting to see you run around Konoha naked. Upon hearing Lee's reference to running around naked, Niji's smile instantly froze, and he opened his mouth, unsure of how to respond. Kakashi, however, was not amused by their banter. His expression remained serious. All right, you two, enough teasing. We must leave this place quickly. Now is not the time for reminiscing. Understanding the gravity of Kakashi's words, Lee and Niji nodded in agreement. Each supported Kakashi as they made their way toward Konoha. Upon reaching the cave where Tintin and Guy were hiding, Tintin, thrilled to see Lee's return, rushed forward and embraced him, bursting into tears. It seemed that the unrelenting journey and nearly continuous battles had pushed this young girl, who had just stepped into the world of ninjas, to the brink of a breakdown. All right, Tintin, don't worry. I'm back now, Lee comforted her, gently patting her back. The cave felt secure, yet among the five of them, two jounin were gravely injured, one completely unconscious and the other awake but too exhausted from chakra depletion to exert any strength. The three younger ninjas had only sustained minor injuries, but even so, they were unable to continue their journey. The five rested soundly in the cave overnight, the sound of snoring filling the air. Even Lee, who was on watch at the entrance, succumbed to sleep. By midday the following day, they began to awaken one by one. Notably, despite everyone else regaining consciousness, Might Guy showed no signs of waking. His body bore no visible wounds, and all signs of life were normal, yet no amount of shaking could rouse him. Lee attempted various methods, pinching his nose, tickling his feet, and flicking his forehead, but to no avail. Reluctantly, they resorted to the previous day's plan. Tintin and Niji helped support Might Guy while Lee assisted Kakashi, and the five injured ninjas staggered their way back to Konoha. Unbeknownst to Lee, a threat was silently approaching him. In the land of rivers, at the residence of the feudal lord, Maki, the leader of the sand village, surveyed the bodies strewn across the ground, his features contorted with rage. What do you mean? One of Konoha's brats managed to kill all five of my men and even slayed the fourth Kazekage, resurrecting him as a puppet using the impure world reincarnation technique? The sand ninja who had been pulled back from the brink of death by a cloaked figure nodded vehemently, tears streaming down his face. Yes, Lord Maki. It was one of those who escaped before. He returned and ambushed us. His name is Rock Lee. Maki, furious, slammed his fist against a nearby collapsed beam, splintering it into pieces. He gazed toward Konoha, speaking slowly. Very well. This brat named Rock Lee will pay dearly for his actions. Turning to the gathered sand ninjas, he commanded, rest here for half a day, then return to Sunagakure. I shall report this to Granny Chiyo in the forests of the Land of Fire. Lee and his fellow injured ninjas supported each other, intermittently making their way toward Konoha. During this time, Tintin seemed to deliberately engage Lee in conversation, often offering him snacks and water, leaving Lee, an inexperienced suitor, feeling quite flustered. "Lee, this is my favorite baked bun. Would you like some?" Tintin held out a piece of Wu Dalong's baked bun to Lee. Lee shook his head with a slight smile, replying, "No thanks, Tintin. I just had some of my own Shiminching's buns, so I'm not hungry yet." Tintin frowned, her expression serious. "Wu Dalong's buns are far superior to your Shiminching's. After all, Wu Dalong's buns are made with various herbs, preserving the original flavor and offering a rich, delectable taste. Your Shiminching's buns simply cannot compare." Lee shook his head helplessly, saying, "Tintin, I just ate, and I'm really not hungry." Suddenly, Niji raised his hand eagerly, announcing, "Report. I would like to have Wang Boqiang's baked buns." Kakashi turned to the two, remarking, "I prefer the flavor of Ma Yun's buns. I wonder if you brought any?" Seeing Niji and Kakashi interrupt her conversation with Lee, Tintin's face darkened with anger as she snapped at them. "No. If you want to eat, go buy your own." Quickly replacing her frown with a sweet smile, she handed Lee the water bottle, saying, "Lee, it's time to take your medicine, have some water." Niji whispered to Kakashi, "Women can change their moods faster than flipping a book." Kakashi nodded in agreement. Indeed. There are always a few days each month when their tempers flare. After a bit of commotion, they resumed their journey, continuing to support the unconscious Might Guy. After a prolonged day and a half, they finally arrived at the gates of Konoha. As soon as they reached the entrance, two spiky-haired gate guards rushed over, astonished. "What happened? Why are you all so injured?" After handing over Might Guy and the severely injured Kakashi to the Konoha ninjas, the three younger ninjas felt a wave of relief wash over them. After exchanging farewells, they each hurried home, setting aside any thoughts of mission debriefs. Exhausted from their journey, all they wanted was a good sleep. Having just returned home, Lee eagerly opened the system panel. Host, Rock Lee Ninjutsu. 7. Taijutsu. 6. Jinjutsu. 1. Leisure. 3. Strength. 6. Speed. 7. Precision. 6. Seals. 5. Ninjutsu techniques. Earth Release. Earth Spike. Earth Release. Body Replacement Technique. Rasengan. Impure World Reincarnation Taijutsu Techniques. Beginner Taijutsu Ninjutsu Attribute. Earth Exchange Points. 201 Overall Evaluation. Chunin examining his various improvements and changes, Lee felt quite satisfied. He had acquired the Rasengan, a formidable offensive technique. As a non-attribute ninjutsu, any ninja who knows the training method can learn it. For Lee, all he needed was a scroll, thus bypassing the arduous training process. The fact that he possessed the fourth Kazekage through impure world reincarnation was now his lifeline. In this world of ninjas, safety was a fleeting concept. Only through possessing sufficient strength could one guarantee their safety. Lee had also inquired of the system why he possessed the fourth Kazekage yet remained at the Chunin level. He wondered why his exchange points seemed disproportionately high compared to those earned from completing missions. Chapter 21. Return to Konoha. Hey, Kakashi, Niji, how come you are here? Kakashi had just begun to speak when suddenly Lee's figure appeared from the nearby tree. Seeing Lee return, a rare smile graced Niji Hyuga's face. You, of all people, are still alive. Lee nodded with a smile and replied, Of course I am alive. I'm still waiting to see you run around Konoha naked. Upon hearing Lee mention the embarrassing topic of running naked, Niji's smile immediately faltered, and he opened his mouth, unsure of how to respond. Kakashi, however, was not amused by their banter. His expression remained grave. All right, you two, stop teasing each other. We need to leave this place quickly. Now is not the time for reminiscing. Understanding the gravity of Kakashi's words, both Lee and Niji nodded in agreement. Each took one of Kakashi's arms, and they hurried towards Konoha. Upon reaching the cave where Tintin and Guy were hiding, Tintin rushed forward in excitement, embracing Lee and bursting into tears. The relentless journey and nearly continuous battles had nearly overwhelmed this young girl, newly introduced to the world of ninjas. It's all right, Tintin. I'm back now, Lee comforted her, gently patting her back. This cave was relatively safe. Among the 5, 2 Jonin were severely injured, one completely unconscious and the other awake, but too drained of chakra to exert any strength. The three younger ninjas had only sustained minor injuries. Yet even they were unable to continue their journey. The five rested soundly in the cave overnight, with even the lightest injured, Lee, dozing off at the entrance. By midday the next day, they began to awaken one by one. Notably, despite everyone else waking up, Guy showed no signs of regaining consciousness. His body bore no visible wounds, and his breathing and heartbeat appeared normal, yet no matter how much they shook him, he would not awaken. Lee attempted various tactics, pinching his nose, tickling his feet, and flicking his forehead, but Guy remained unresponsive. Eventually, they resorted to the previous day's method, with Tintin and Niji supporting Guy on either side, while Lee assisted Kakashi. Thus, the five injured ninjas wobbled their way back to Konoha. Unbeknownst to Lee, a crisis was quietly approaching him. In the residence of the feudal lord of the Land of Rivers, Maki, the leader of the Sand Shinobi team, glared at the disarray of corpses scattered around him, his features twisted in rage. "What did you say? A mere Konoha brat managed to kill all five of my men and even slay the fourth Kazekage, resurrecting him as a zombie puppet with the impure world reincarnation technique?" The Sand Shinobi, revived by the cloaked figure, nodded affirmatively. "Yes, Lord Maki. He is one of the small fry who escaped before. He returned unexpectedly and launched a surprise attack on us. His name is Rock Lee." Furious, Maki slammed his fist into a nearby collapsed beam, splintering it apart. He turned to face Konoha's direction and spoke slowly. "Good. Very good. This brat named Rock Lee shall meet a fate worse than death." Turning back, he commanded his Sand Shinobi, "Rest here for half a day, then return to Sunagakure. I will report this to Granny Chiyo." In the forests of the Land of Fire, Lee and the other injured ninjas supported one another, making their way toward Konoha, stopping intermittently. During this time, Tintin seemed to intentionally engage Lee in conversation, frequently offering him provisions and water, which left him, an inexperienced suitor, feeling somewhat awkward. "Lee, would you like to try my favorite baked bun?" Tintin asked, holding out a piece of Wu Dalong's bun. Lee shook his head with a slight smile. "No thanks, Tintin. I just ate my own Shimanching bun, so I'm not hungry." Tintin frowned, her expression serious. "The Shimanching bun can't compare to my Wu Dalong bun. It's made with various herbs, rich in flavor, and simply delightful. Your bun doesn't even come close." Lee helplessly shook his head. "Tintin, I just finished eating. I'm really not hungry." Suddenly, Niji raised his hand, eagerly interjecting, "Report. I would like to have Wang Baoqiang's bun." Kakashi turned to them and added, "I prefer the flavor of Ma Yun's bun. I wonder if you have any." Seeing Niji and Kakashi interrupt his conversation with Lee, Tintin's face turned to one of anger. She snapped at them. "No. If you want to eat, go buy your own." Immediately, she switched to a sweet smile, handing Lee the water bottle, saying, "Darling, it's time for your medicine. I mean, Lee, drink some water." Niji whispered to Kakashi, "Women really change moods faster than flipping a page in a book." Kakashi nodded. "Indeed. Women have their days every month when they can be quite temperamental." After the commotion, they continued to support the unconscious Guy, taking another day and a half to finally arrive at the gates of Konoha. Upon reaching the entrance, two spiky-haired gatekeepers rushed over, astonished. "What happened? Why are you all so injured?" After handing over Guy and the severely injured Kakashi to the Konoha ninjas, the three younger ones felt a wave of relief. They exchanged farewells and headed to their respective homes. They decided to postpone any task reports for later. They were all exhausted from the journey and just wanted to sleep comfortably at home. Lee, being a novice ninja, had little understanding of the importance of reporting significant information. As soon as he returned home, he eagerly opened the system panel. Host, Rock Lee Ninjutsu. 7. Taijutsu. 6. Jinjutsu. 1. Idle. 3. Strength. 6. Speed. 7. Spirit. 6. Seals. 5 ninjutsu techniques. Earth Release. Earth Pillar. Earth Release. Earth Clone. Spiral Sphere. Impure World Reincarnation Taijutsu Techniques. Basic Taijutsu Ninjutsu Attribute. Earth Exchange Points. 201 Overall Evaluation. Chunin, after reviewing his various improvements and changes, Lee felt a sense of satisfaction. Chapter 22. Unending troubles. During this mission, I acquired the formidable technique known as the Spiraling Sphere, an attack devoid of elemental attributes. Any ninja familiar with its cultivation method can master it. For Shaoli, merely utilizing a scroll sufficed, allowing him to learn it effortlessly and bypass the arduous training process. Moreover, the reanimated fourth Kazekage serves as a means of self-preservation. In this world of ninja, safety is an illusion, and only by possessing sufficient strength can one ensure true security. Shaoli had inquired with the system regarding the anomaly of having the reanimated fourth Kazekage yet remaining at the Chunin level. He was puzzled why his exchange points appeared to be significantly higher than what he should have earned from completing tasks. The system responded in its mechanical voice, elucidating, "Ding. The host may utilize characters reanimated by the impure world reincarnation and can harness their full power. However, their strength does not contribute to the host's overall capabilities. Ding. In addition to completing tasks, the host may acquire exchange points by eliminating other ninjas, with the quantity of points determined by the system based on the strength of the defeated ninja." Having grasped this information, Shaoli could no longer contain himself and collapsed onto his bed, drifting into a deep slumber that lasted from the afternoon until noon the following day. Upon awakening, he rubbed his drowsy eyes and, upon seeing the gentle sunlight streaming in, a smile inexplicably graced his face. "Hinata, I'm back. Wait for me. I shall come to find you shortly." After a brief wash and donning what he considered his most stylish attire, Shaoli set out for Hinata's home. En route, he stopped at a flower shop to purchase a bouquet, intending to surprise Hinata. "Stop. You are not permitted to enter." At the entrance of the Hyuga clan estate, a guard barred Shaoli's way. Shaoli smiled and greeted the guard. "Hello, I am a friend of Hinata's. I'm here to see her. I used to visit often, so you should recognize me." To his dismay, the guard shook his head sternly and replied, "I do not concern myself with whose friend you are, but the clan leader has issued orders prohibiting your entry into the Hyuga estate." Shaoli was taken aback. Unable to accept such a sudden turn of events, he shouted into the estate, "Hinata, Hinata, it's me. I'm back. Come out." Just as the guard attempted to intervene, the clan leader, Hayashi Hyuga, swiftly appeared, delivering a swift slap to Shaoli's face. Due to his recent surge in strength, Shaoli managed to block the blow, yet the force still sent him tumbling to the ground, rolling several times before coming to a halt. Fuming, Shaoli rose and opened his mouth to speak, but Hayashi cut him off. "If you dare to raise your voice again, I will tear your mouth apart. Hinata will never see you again. My daughter is not someone like you can aspire to. Be wise and do not return, otherwise I shall strike you each time we meet." Understanding the blatant humiliation aimed at him, Shaoli realized that Hayashi likely considered him unworthy of Hinata, intending to humiliate him to make him withdraw. "Haha." Shaoli, filled with rage, laughed bitterly and said to Hayashi, clan leader Hyuga, "Do you believe that a mere commoner like me is unworthy to associate with your esteemed clan? You think that this orphan of the streets will never amount to anything, don't you?" Chapter 23. The Revelation. Enough. I am already aware of all this. After Hinata Niji returned yesterday, he reported everything to me. Sarutobi Hiruzen, slightly impatient, interrupted Lee's narration and furrowed his brow, saying, "I am referring to your act of slaying the fourth Kazekage and employing the Edo Tensei technique. Do you not wish to discuss it with me?" Upon hearing this, Lee's face turned pale with shock, yet he forced himself to maintain composure, responding, "Lord Third Hokage, what do you mean? I truly do not understand." With a cold snort, Hiruzen picked up a letter from the table and addressed Lee. "This is a letter from Chiyo of Sunagakure, detailing how you returned to the land of Rivers Daimyo's residence, how you killed the fourth Kazekage, and the entire process of your use of Edo Tensei. Would you like me to read it all to you?" Hiruzen's words struck Lee with greater astonishment. He could not fathom how this matter had been uncovered, especially since he believed he had left no trace. However, Lee knew he could never admit to it. Doing so would seal his fate. He steadied himself and replied, "Lord Hokage, this is undoubtedly a conspiracy from Sunagakure, seeking to sow discord." Hiruzen chuckled derisively, gazing at Lee and asking, "Are you aware of what else this letter states? Chiyo insists that you must be handed over to them. Otherwise, they will go to any lengths to wage war against us. Do you truly believe that a mere genin from Konoha warrants such grandiose efforts from Chiyo?" With a glint of coldness in his eyes, Hiruzen continued, "Do not attempt to obfuscate. Speak plainly, what is your relationship with Orochimaru?" What is his purpose in sending you to infiltrate Konoha? Hearing his connection to Orochimaru mentioned, Lee quickly devised a countermeasure, smiling as he replied, Lord Hokage, since the conversation has reached this point, I shall no longer conceal the truth. Extending his right hand, Lee slowly formed a blue chakra sphere within his palm and said to Hiruzen, Lord Hokage, you should be familiar with this jutsu. Hiruzen, astonished, stammered, This is Minato's technique. How do you know how to use it? Lee nodded, smiling. Indeed, this is a jutsu created by the fourth Hokage, Minato. However, my master, Jiraiya, can also wield it. What? You are a disciple of Jiraiya? The third's mouth hung agape, as if he could not believe it. Yet, if you are indeed Jiraiya's student, why would you employ the Edo Tensei technique? Lee took a seat on the couch, sipping from the teapot before continuing. In truth, my master Jiraiya also possesses the ability to use Edo Tensei. He learned it during Orochimaru's time in Konoha. I am not entirely sure of the specifics, as it was relayed to me by my master. Although he cautioned me against using this jutsu lightly, when I saw the fourth Kazekage lying on the ground, barely alive, I could not restrain myself. I sincerely apologize for the trouble this has caused you. Upon hearing Lee's account, Hiruzen was already half convinced. He burst into a hearty laugh, rising to sit across from Lee and pouring himself a cup of tea. He spoke slowly. I did not expect you to be Jiraiya's disciple. It truly surprises me. I was merely compelled to ascertain the truth, hence my harsh tone. In reality, I would not take any drastic measures against you. Internally, Lee scoffed. It was fortunate he had feigned being Jiraiya's disciple, for otherwise, he would have been captured and subjected to severe interrogation. However, he maintained a cheerful demeanor, engaging in conversation with Hiruzen, knowing one must lower their head under a roof. Faced with the threat of death, many forsake their dignity and principles. Therefore, what wrong was there in Lee employing a ruse to curry favor with this old man? Both the elder and the youth harbored ulterior motives, exchanging insincere pleasantries before Lee bowed, preparing to take his leave. Lord Third Hokage, I shall take my leave now. Once my master returns, we shall catch up properly. The third Hokage smiled broadly, nodding as he watched Lee reach the door. Yes, that is only natural. It has been a while since I last saw Jiraiya. Without further ado, Lee departed, making his way slowly back to his residence. He understood that this fabricated master of his would eventually return, and that time would not be long. Thus, he must devise a plan to swiftly escape Konoha in the land of fire to evade the clutches of death. The root of all this was his own insufficient strength. He must strive to become more powerful. Lee had never desired strength as fervently as he did now. Even if it meant enduring the arduous training of taijutsu, he was willing to embrace it wholeheartedly. As Lee had anticipated, the cunning Sarutobi Hiruzen did not take Lee's words at face value. He called out, Bring someone in. With a whoosh, an Umbu member appeared in the Hokage's office. Bowing respectfully, Lord Third Hokage, how may I serve you? Hiruzen lit his pipe, inhaling deeply before exhaling a ring of smoke, saying, Assign someone to monitor that young man around the clock. If he attempts to flee, eliminate him immediately. Understood. The Umbu member nodded before swiftly departing from the Hokage's office. Upon returning to his quarters, Lee shut the door and activated the system panel. System. Initiate a 100-point exchange for a lottery. Ding. The system has received your command. The 100-point lottery is now commencing. A red box appeared in the system mall, flickering across various jutsu before finally settling on the Earth Release body technique. Ding. Congratulations, you have acquired an A-rank jutsu. Earth Release body technique. Body technique. The user's body becomes enveloped in a layer of black clay, rendering it incredibly resilient and impervious to blades and projectiles. Note, the body technique consumes a vast amount of chakra. With the current chakra level of the user, it can be maintained for only 5 seconds. Lee shook his head in resignation. The ability to be impervious to blades and projectiles was indeed formidable, but 5 seconds felt rather brief. After those 5 seconds, he would be left with depleted chakra and face certain demise. Such a powerful jutsu with only an A-rank classification was not without reason. Sigh. One must use good steel wisely, he consoled himself internally. Once he comprehended everything, Lee stepped outside. Tintin and Niji were among the few friends he had made since his arrival in this world. he felt he should at least bid them farewell. In a private room of the Konoha restaurant, Lee, Tintin, and Niji sat around a table laden with delicious dishes, yet none made a move to eat. Niji, with a hint of regret on his face, addressed Lee. Lee, I apologize. I was present this afternoon at the Hyuga gates during the incident. But as a member of the Hyuga clan, my voice carries little weight. Even if I had stood up for you, it would not have made a difference. Chapter 24 Farewell. At this moment, Xiao Li's foremost concern was not the matter of Hinata Hyuga, but rather his urgent need to leave Konoha and extricate himself from danger. Xiao Li nodded and replied, It's nothing, Niji, I'm not troubled by it. Niji smiled faintly and responded, It's good that you feel that way. With your talent, you are undoubtedly worthy of Hinata. Once you have matured, Lord Hizashi will surely accept you. Tintin, an astute young woman, discerned from their conversation that Xiao Li might already have a girlfriend. And a fleeting look of disappointment crossed her face before she quickly masked it with a smile and asked, Xiao Li, what prompted you to treat us to a meal today? Xiao Li nodded and addressed them. Tintin, Niji, I actually came to bid you farewell. I may have to leave Konoha very soon. The revelation that Xiao Li planned to depart left both Tintin and Niji in shock. Niji was the first to inquire. Why must you leave? Is it related to Miss Hinata? Tintin frowned and added, Yes, it shouldn't be serious enough to warrant leaving. Xiao Li shook his head, his expression serious as he explained, It's not that simple. Essentially, I have offended the third Hokage in the Wind Country. Both parties are intent on ending my life. So I must leave. The sudden news was difficult for Niji and Tintin to process. Tintin stepped closer and asked, How did this happen? Isn't Sunagake you're plotting to attack us? Why would both sides target you? Niji interjected, gesturing for calm. Enough, Tintin. While I'm unsure of the details. Xiao Li wouldn't just about this. Let him finish. Xiao Li looked at them earnestly and said, Tintin, Niji, I consider you my closest friends. Which is why I confide in you. What I've shared today must remain a secret. My safety hinges on the lies I told the third Hokage. But lies will eventually be uncovered. To avoid prolonged danger, I plan to leave tonight. Understanding that Xiao Li was departing that very evening filled Tintin and Niji with sorrow. They exchanged parting words, embraced Xiao Li, and thus concluded their farewell at the restaurant. Unbeknownst to them, two pairs of eyes had been observing their every move from atop the restaurant's roof. Once Xiao Li and the others departed, the figures leapt down into a narrow alley. Umbu member 1 remarked, That kid has indeed deceived the third Hokage. He is not Jiraiya's disciple. Umbu member 2 instructed, Notify the others to gather at his residence. The moment he steps outside, we strike. As Xiao Li made his way home, his emotions were tumultuous. Filled with anger over Hinata's father's actions, touched by Tintin and Niji's friendship, and concerned for his own circumstances. Where should he go after leaving Konoha? Should he wander the ninja world alone? Frankly, this was not the life Xiao Li desired. Before his reincarnation, he had often struggled to make ends meet. Living a transient existence. Would he now become a fugitive, constantly fleeing from adversaries? Xiao Li, wait for me. Just as Xiao Li pondered his future, Tintin rushed up from behind, calling out loudly. Surprised, Xiao Li turned and asked, Tintin, what brings you here? Tintin's cheeks were flushed. Whether from running or shyness was unclear. After hesitating for a moment, she finally mustered the courage to say, Xiao Li, I want to go with you. I'm an orphan here with no attachments, and it would be wonderful to journey with you. This unexpected confession left Xiao Li momentarily stunned. After a moment of hesitation, he shook his head apologetically. Tintin, I'm sorry, but I cannot agree. My future will involve evading capture, and being with me would endanger you. Rest assured, one day I will return with sufficient strength, and you and Niji will always be my closest friends. Just friends? Tintin murmured, a hint of disappointment in her voice. She then playfully patted Xiao Li's shoulder and said, Of course. I was just joking. We're more than friends, we're comrades. I'll be on my way. Watching Tintin's hasty retreat, Xiao Li understood her feelings, yet he felt unworthy of such affection. If he took her along, he might inadvertently put her life at risk. Having encountered no further incidents, Xiao Li returned home and promptly activated his system panel. System, please exchange for fireworks. Xiao Li recalled the peculiar yet powerful feature he had discovered. capable of recording images and projecting them into the air. Since he could not bid farewell to Hinata in person, this method seemed fitting. Moreover, he could not leave Konoha without leaving a mark, ensuring that the third Hokage and Hisashi felt some discomfort. With that thought, Shally chuckled to himself and clicked the record button for the fireworks, initiating the recording process. As Shally completed his preparations and gathered his belongings to depart, a figure in a black cloak suddenly appeared in his room. Shally swiftly stepped back, entering a defensive stance. However, upon recognizing the visitor, he exclaimed in surprise, "Kabuto? What brings you here?" Kabuto chuckled ominously, adjusting his glasses as he replied, "No need to be so tense, Shally-kun. I merely came to converse with you. I'm surprised you recognize me, a mere unknown genin of Konoha. You are far from an ordinary genin. You are the genius medical ninja, Kabuto." Shally lowered his guard, gazing at Kabuto as he spoke. Kabuto appeared slightly taken aback and smiled. "You certainly provide me with much surprise, Shally-kun." Chapter 25. Yakushi Kabuto as he spoke. Yakushi Kabuto withdrew a stack of cards from his pocket, selecting one to place upon the table. He began, "Rock Lee, you commenced your training in ninjutsu at the tender age of 4. Lacking a chakra affinity, you were deemed a failure among ninjas. Subsequently, you dedicated yourself to taijutsu. And at the age of 6.5, you unexpectedly mastered Doton, defeating the prodigious Niji Hyuga during a mission to the Land of Rivers. You repeatedly vanquished sand ninjas using the Rasengan, a technique devised by the 4th Hokage, and employed the Edo Tensei, created by the 2nd Hokage, to turn the 4th Kazekage into a puppet." Yakushi Kabuto paused momentarily, gazing into Lee's eyes. "Young Lee, Edo Tensei is an extraordinarily powerful jutsu. In this world, perhaps only Lord Orochimaru can wield it. I must inquire, how many secrets do you harbor? You have been following me? What do you intend to do?" Lee rose angrily. With a smile, Yakushi Kabuto shook his head and settled onto the sofa across from Lee. "Calm yourself, young Lee. I am here to assist you." Having absorbed Yakushi Kabuto's words, Lee surmised that the revelation of his killing the 4th Kazekage had likely been orchestrated by him. With a scoff, he retorted, "Assist me? You have trailed my every move, exposing my actions to the Sand Village, inciting a rift between me and Konoha. Is this your idea of assistance?" Yakushi Kabuto shook his head, speaking with unhurried clarity. "My revelation to the Sand merely expedited the inevitable discord between you and Konoha. The crux lies with you. How will you explain your ability to perform the Rasengan? How will you account for your sudden mastery of Doton? Do not forget, the Ninja Academy maintains comprehensive student records. Your situation is meticulously documented. You cannot truly believe that the people of Konoha are so foolish as to overlook this." Upon finishing, Yakushi Kabuto gestured toward the window. "As I mentioned, I am here to help you. If you draw back the curtains, you will see, at 6, 9, and 12 o'clock, at least 5 Umbu members surveilling you. If you attempt to leave now, they will undoubtedly strike you down." Lee approached the window, parting the curtains to peer outside. Indeed, he spotted shadows flitting among the nearby trees, a realization dawning upon him. The 3rd Hokage had never truly believed his words. Returning to the sofa, Lee fixed his gaze upon Yakushi Kabuto. "Speak plainly, what is your objective? Your elaborate schemes to approach me must have more than mere assistance at heart." Yakushi Kabuto chuckled ominously, addressing Lee. "Young Lee, conversing with you, I find it hard to believe you are merely a 6-year-old child. You exhibit the acumen of a meticulous adult." Continuing, Yakushi Kabuto asserted, "I have my reasons for assisting you. Given your mysterious nature and your extensive knowledge, you must be aware of Lord Orochimaru. For years, I have traversed various nations as a spy, gathering intelligence while seeking children with exceptional talents. Lord Orochimaru places immense value on talent. Should you choose to join him, he would cultivate you into a formidable asset." A cold smirk crossed Lee's mind. Orochimaru values talent? Cultivates talent? It is more likely that he seeks to inhabit the bodies of those he nurtures. Unbeknownst to Yakushi Kabuto, Lee comprehended the darker truths surrounding Orochimaru. He surmised that Yakushi Kabuto's aim was to entice him back to Orochimaru's lair, thereby providing the latter with another vessel for his ambitions. Understanding the other's intentions gave Lee a newfound confidence. Visiting Orochimaru's stronghold might not be wholly disadvantageous. It could provide a means of eluding the relentless pursuit of Konoha and the sand. He need not endure the torment of perpetual evasion. As for the prospect of Orochimaru seizing his body, Lee was untroubled. His familiarity with the original storyline equipped him with knowledge of these characters. Moreover, with the ability to exchange for jutsu through his system, the elements that constituted Yukushi Kabuto's perception of mystery were merely a result of Lee's prior understanding. He simply needed to refrain from carelessly showcasing his techniques in Orochimaru's presence and could concoct a plausible narrative to navigate any inquiries. Nodding, Lee smiled at Yukushi Kabuto. I agree to accompany you to meet Orochimaru. Yukushi Kabuto rose, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes as he headed toward the door. Let us not squander any more time. We shall depart. With that, the door creaked open, and Yukushi Kabuto stepped outside, followed closely by Lee, who carried his belongings. Umbu Member 1. Attention, the target has emerged, but an unidentified individual is accompanying him. Umbu Member 2. Ignore him. Eliminate them both. In swift motion, several shurikens flew toward the duo. Yukushi Kabuto raised his palm, enveloped in a layer of green chakra, and with a series of precise movements, he deflected all the shurikens to the ground. At that moment, 5 Umbu ninjas leapt from their hiding places, encircling the two. Yukushi Kabuto adjusted his glasses and addressed Lee. Leave these foes to me. You need not engage. Umbu Ninja 1, angered, retorted, Do not speak so arrogantly, four-eyed fool. Veins bulged on Yukushi Kabuto's forehead as he seethed. I detest being called a four-eyed fool. Perish. With a surge of chakra, Yukushi Kabuto formed a chakra blade and struck toward the chest of Umbu Ninja 1. Quick to react, the Umbu swung his katana to block, yet with a resounding clash, the blade shattered, and a shallow cut appeared upon his chest. Umbu Ninja 1 staggered back, assessing his wound with disdain. That hardly stings. Your power is lacking. Yukushi Kabuto chuckled darkly, unfazed. The nerves and blood vessels near your heart have been severed. In 10 seconds, you shall collapse. No, make that 3 seconds. 3, 2, 1. With the final countdown, Umbu Ninja 1 crumpled to the ground, writhing in agony. Damn it. Miyuki, are you all right? Umbu Ninja 2 knelt beside his fallen comrade, removing the mask to reveal a haggard face contorted in pain. Chapter 26. Resolving the Shadow Division. At that moment, the second Dark Ninja removed his mask, revealing an exceedingly lewd visage, characterized by a square face and a pair of squinting eyes. Overwhelmed with concern for Gong Wu, who was now weeping profusely, he cradled Gong Wu's face, incessantly inquiring about his condition. Lao Lu, my dear, avenge me. Gong Wu coughed up blood, gasping violently before his head tilted and he succumbed to death. No. Brother Wu, do not leave me. How can I live without you? Lao Lu howled to the heavens, as if the depth of his sorrow knew no bounds. He then pressed a kiss to Gong Wu's cheek and, with a face filled with rage, fixed his gaze upon Yukushi Kabuto and Shaoli. Today, you shall all perish. Witnessing this passionate farewell between the two burly men sent a chill through Shaoli's heart, causing him to shudder involuntarily. He pointed to Yukushi Kabuto and exclaimed, This brother of yours, his death has nothing to do with me. If you seek vengeance, direct it at him. Lao Lu snorted coldly, gently laying his beloved brother back onto the ground. Rising to his feet, he unsheathed the katana from his back and regarded Shaoli and his companion with a steely gaze. I need no instruction from you. First, I shall eliminate him. Then it will be your turn. With a slight bow, Lao Lu transformed into a gust of wind, charging towards Yukushi Kabuto. As he approached, the katana in his hand became a flurry of afterimages, slashing towards Yukushi Kabuto's face. Nanny? How can he be so swift? Yukushi Kabuto hastily sidestepped, yet still felt the residual force of Lao Lu's attack strike his abdomen. Crack! The door of Shao Li's home shattered into countless fragments, and even Yukushi Kabuto, merely grazed by the aftershock, suffered grievous wounds, blood gushing forth. Quite impressive swordsmanship, but alas, it holds no significance against me, Yukushi Kabuto murmured, retrieving a blood-enhancing pill from his ninja tool pouch, which he promptly consumed. Instantly, a layer of green chakra enveloped his abdominal wound, rapidly healing it at a visible pace. Mr. Yukushi, it appears these dark ninjas are formidable. I believe I should assist in swiftly concluding this battle, lest the commotion attract more attention, Shaoli remarked, as he began forming hand seals. Summoning technique, Edo Tensei. Boom. The ground beside Xiao Li trembled violently, and a black coffin erupted from the earth, standing upright. With a creaking sound, the lid fell away, revealing the fourth Kazekage. Upon witnessing the fourth Kazekage summoned by Xiao Li's Edo Tensei, Yakushi Kabuto displayed a hint of surprise, followed by a smile. As you wish. Xiao Li-kun, these dark ninjas are indeed no trivial adversaries, but you may simply refer to me as Kabuto from now on. Xiao Li nodded and commanded the fourth Kazekage, eliminate them. The fourth Kazekage, like a well-trained automaton, leaped from the coffin and launched an assault on the dark ninjas. Sand Gold Funeral. The fourth Kazekage bent down and clapped his hands against the ground, causing a tremor that spread towards the dark ninjas. The earth beneath them collapsing like a mudslide. Lao Chi, it's your turn. Lao Lu leaped back, landing atop a nearby wall, shouting. Upon hearing this, Lao Chi likewise bent down and leaped, swiftly forming hand seals. A great volume of dark, viscous liquid erupted from his mouth. Xiao Li squinted, realizing that it was oil. Secret technique, oil field impact. The gray-black oil spread across the ground, soaking the sand gold manipulated by the fourth Kazekage, rendering it sticky and ineffective for attack. Lao Chi scoffed with pride. Our oil clan is never short on oil. My oil is indeed the nemesis of your sand. Yakushi Kabuto adjusted his glasses with a slight smile. It seems the third Hokage truly invested considerable effort to counter your Edo Tensei puppets, even summoning such talents. Enough of this play, Xiao Li-kun. I shall dispose of these small fry at once. With that, Yakushi Kabuto retrieved a small red pill from his pouch and began to chew it vigorously. The speed enhancement from this pill is beyond your imagination. Allow you to witness true velocity. Yakushi Kabuto declared, forming a chakra scalpel with his hands. He transformed into a blur, appearing before Lao Lu, slashing with the chakra scalpel, severing Lao Lu's carotid artery. Lao Lu had but a moment to display a look of terror before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. The remaining three met a similar fate, swiftly dispatched by Yakushi Kabuto's close-quarters strikes. Only Xiao Li remained, stunned, realizing the true extent of this man's power. It was no wonder he could evade the watchful eyes of the Dark Division and brazenly infiltrate his home. At that moment, Yakushi Kabuto suddenly leaned against a nearby tree, gritting his teeth and trembling as he slowly sank to the ground. Xiao Li, astonished, asked, "What is wrong with you, Kabuto?" "It's nothing." The speed enhancement pill activates bodily functions, stimulating rapid cell division to increase speed. After its use, the body experiences slight discomfort. "Give me 5 minutes," Yakushi Kabuto replied, his body convulsing, his voice trembling. "Seems you are not as unfazed as you appear," Xiao Li mused inwardly. However, he said nothing aloud, quietly storing the fourth Kazekage back in the coffin and patiently waiting. Approximately 5 or 6 minutes later, Yakushi Kabuto stood once more, though his complexion remained pale. He showed no issues in movement. "Xiao Li-kun, let us depart. I will guide you through a secret passage." Yakushi Kabuto dusted himself off and stepped out of the courtyard. "A secret passage? Did you dig this while you were a spy in Konoha?" Xiao Li expressed his astonishment, surprised that Yakushi Kabuto had constructed such a thing. Yakushi Kabuto did not respond, perhaps too wounded to speak or for some other reason. Xiao Li, sensing the moment, refrained from pressing further. Following Yakushi Kabuto, they meandered through winding paths until they arrived at a civilian district and eventually reached a refuse dump. Xiao Li was taken aback. Building a secret passage in such a location was indeed cunning, as few would venture into such a foul place. However, Yakushi Kabuto approached a manhole cover, bending down to lift it and toss it aside, turning to Xiao Li and saying, "Xiao Li-kun, descend. This leads directly outside Konoha." Chapter 27. The Master of Pressure. What? You're going to crawl through the sewer? Is this your secret passage? Where is the dignity of a top operative under Orochimaru? Little Lee was taken aback, stunned by the revelation that this mysterious individual had merely resorted to such a method. Pharmacist Do adjusted his glasses and spoke in a calm tone. "Little Lee, you likely do not comprehend the gravity of the situation at hand. Due to your act of slaying the fourth Kazekage, Sunagakure has issued a challenge to Konohagakure, which is currently on high alert. If I were to attempt a frontal escape, the probability of success would be nearly non-existent." Little Lee expressed his surprise, pondering aloud. But I heard from the third Hokage that as long as I am handed over to Sunagakure, they would refrain from attacking Konohagakure. If you hadn't come tonight, those Umbu would have surely captured me. Why would the third continue to keep everyone on alert when he had such confidence in capturing me? Pharmacist Do chuckled softly. Gazing at Little Lee, I once thought you quite astute, yet now you seem rather dim-witted. He paused, observing Little Lee, who appeared uninterested in retorting, prompting Do to continue. You have slain the fourth Kazekage of Sunagakure. They harbor a deep-seated hatred for you, compelling the third Hokage to consider surrendering you to them as merely one of their objectives. The land of wind, although vast, is predominantly desert and lacks abundant resources, which is why it has consistently ranked among the weaker of the 5 great nations. Their assault on the land of rivers is not just for territorial expansion, but also to seize the land that lies between the land of wind and the land of fire, paving the way for their next offensive against the latter. The third Hokage is no fool. He would not naively believe that handing you over to Sunagakure would avert war. He likely believes you to be connected to Lord Orochimaru. Little Lee slapped his forehead, realizing he had been confused earlier that afternoon by Hinata Hyuga, completely overlooking such a straightforward matter. Seeing Little Lee's expression, Pharmacist Do understood that he had grasped the situation's significance and urged, All right, Little Lee, we must proceed. I have traversed this path many times. It is not as filthy as you might imagine. Little Lee nodded in agreement, then retrieved a half-meter-long cylinder from his system backpack. Addressing Pharmacist Do, Wait, Brother Do, I still have one more thing to do. With that, he twisted the side of the cylinder and gave it a pat. Suddenly, it launched a brilliant blue firework into the sky, a pre-recorded screen firework that Little Lee had prepared. Bang! The firework erupted high above, its explosion resonating throughout the sky, startling a significant portion of Konohagakure's residents, who rushed outside to ascertain the cause. What on earth is happening? Is it an aerial assault by Sunagakure's ninjas? Members of the Air Defense Unit quickly ascended lookout posts to assess the situation. Lord Third Hokage, there's a large-scale explosion in the eastern sky. It is unclear whether Sunagakure is attacking our aerial barrier, reported a masked Umbu ninja, kneeling anxiously before Yuan Fei Ritsun. Yuan Fei Ritsun set down his pipe. Rising slowly to venture outside, let us go and take a look. Members of the prominent clans of Konohagakure were stirred by the explosion, leaping onto rooftops to observe the spectacle. 3 seconds after the fireworks detonation, an astonishing scene unfolded in the sky. An image of a young boy appeared, who first adjusted his hairstyle as if gazing into a mirror, then straightened his collar before addressing the crowd. Cough, cough. Greetings, everyone. I am Rock Lee. There is no need for panic. This is not an enemy attack. How should I put it? This is a fascinating firework I have developed. Now, for those who are unimportant or otherwise occupied, you may leave. The following words are directed towards 3 individuals. My beloved, Hinata Hyuga, the lecherous old man. Third Hokage Yuan Fei Ritsun, and Hinata's father, Hyuga Hizashi. Hinata, it has been a while. I miss you dearly. Hiki, I have never expressed such feelings before. I apologize. I understand that your father has been a barrier between us, preventing our meetings. I also know you are a gentle and kind-hearted girl, often yielding to others' expectations. Hinata, I am leaving today, and I do not know when I will return. However, I believe that one day I will return with strength that commands your father's respect, and he will be unable to refuse me. I will make you my wife. Wait for me, Hinata. I believe that day will not be too far off. Now, old man and Hizashi, it is your turn. I have little to say to you, except to advise you to watch your backs. Time changes all. Do not underestimate the youth. You 2 old fools should wait. I will return to topple you, to overthrow Konohagakure, and to dismantle Sunagakure. Anyone who stands against me will fall. One day, I, Rock Lee, will conquer the heavens. In the backyard of the Hyuga estate, Hinata watched the heartfelt confession from Little Lee, tears streaming down her face. Who in this world could understand her as deeply as her Rock Lee? However, upon hearing him declare his intent to conquer the heavens, she couldn't help but chuckle softly. Rock Lee, you truly are full of bravado. How can you say such things? But rest assured, no matter how many years it takes, I will wait for you. On the top floor of the Hokage office, Yuan Fei Ritsun continued to gaze at the sky, while two Umbu members behind him trembled in anger at Little Lee's words. Lord Third Hokage, this brat is insufferably arrogant. I can hardly contain myself. I want to eliminate him right now. Yuan Fei Ritson, shaking his head with a smile as he lit his pipe, remarked. Who would have thought that this young Rock Lee possesses such remarkable depth of character at such a tender age? I must admit, I am genuinely impressed. In the refuse area of the Kanahagakure civilian district, Pharmacist Do applauded Little Lee's performance, unable to contain his enthusiasm. Little Lee, one who excels in pressure knows how to wield it. I did not expect you to be a master of pressure yourself. Little Lee playfully kicked Pharmacist Do, urging. What master of pressure? Do you think I could perform as well as you? Let us hurry. Otherwise, the ninjas of Kanahagakure will soon follow the scent. Chapter 28. The crocodile monster Little Lee and his companion descended through the sewer manhole, plunging into an abyss of utter darkness, devoid of any light. The pharmacist, Daodu, unexpectedly produced two glow sticks from his belongings, handing one to Little Lee. They found themselves approximately 10 meters below the surface. And since it was already around 8 or 9 in the evening, no light penetrated their surroundings. With the faint illumination from the glow stick, Little Lee managed to discern a few meters ahead, revealing a small set of steps. As they descended the steps, they entered a corridor flanked by a channel filled with murky black water, which spanned over 2 meters in width. On either side of the channel lay a narrow path, approximately 50 centimeters wide, seemingly constructed by workers during the channel's installation, intended for pedestrian use. However, due to the abandonment of this area over the years, the path had become overgrown with moss. Upon observing the debris floating on the surface of the foul water and the occasional steam rising from it, Little Lee felt a wave of nausea wash over him, nearly retching. He pinched his nose and exclaimed to Daodu, "Is this the environment you speak of?" Daodu shook his head with a smile, responding, "No, what I refer to is the navigational environment here. Have you ever seen such a wide sewer? All of Konoha's wastewater is funneled to this location. I traversed this path years ago and marked my route. If we follow my markers, we shall reach the outskirts of the forest within an hour." Seeing Daodu's confidence, Little Lee nodded, signaling him to lead the way. As they descended, Daodu cautioned, "Be careful. Little Lee, I recall there might be crocodiles in this water, though I'm unsure if they are domesticated." Little Lee was somewhat incredulous. Who would keep crocodiles in a sewer? And with such filthy water, how could they possibly survive? The moss was exceedingly slippery, so to prevent falling, both Little Lee and Daodu enveloped their feet in chakra, allowing them to walk as if on solid ground, regardless of the mossy path or the murky channel. The underground sewer was indeed as Daodu had described. All of Konoha's sewage flowed here, resulting in a labyrinthine network of pathways. Daodu, needing to verify his previous markings, proceeded at a measured pace, causing Little Lee to feel a bit disoriented as they twisted and turned through the dark passages. After more than 10 minutes of navigating, Daodu suddenly halted, prompting Little Lee, who had been following closely, to nearly stumble. "Why have we stopped, Daodu?" "Little Lee, we might be in trouble," Daodu murmured, bending slightly into a defensive stance. Following the glow stick's light, Little Lee peered ahead and beheld a colossal creature sprawled across the corridor. It resembled a crocodile but was adorned with long, sharp spikes, its size dwarfing that of a standard crocodile. Its green, luminous eyes fixated on the two with unwavering intensity. "Oh my, what manner of monster is this? An aberrant crocodile? Or perhaps a miniature Godzilla?" Little Lee exclaimed in astonishment. "Roar!" The creature, sensing the perceived provocation from the two humans staring at it, unleashed a thunderous roar, exhaling a noxious green mist that nearly overwhelmed Little Lee and Daodu. "Goodness! It even possesses a magical attack. How impressive!" Little Lee hastily covered his mouth and nose, cursing under his breath. "Let us not dwell on that. Quickly employ your Rasengan and see if you can vanquish this creature. Given its formidable spiked armor, I doubt my chakra scalpel will penetrate its defenses," Daodu advised, eyeing the imposing beast that nearly blocked the entire corridor. Understanding the validity of Daodu's words, Little Lee wasted no time. He concentrated chakra into a blue sphere in his right hand, the energy swirling rapidly as he charged towards the crocodile monster. Rasengan. Little Lee thrust the Rasengan towards the monster's head, but the creature merely ducked, then reared back before launching itself at Little Lee with a powerful thrust. Boom! The raising gan struck the creature's head, eliciting a pained roar, yet simultaneously, little Lee was sent flying several meters back, landing in the fetid channel behind him. Cough, cough, cough. I've fallen into a cesspool. It reeks. Little Lee emerged, clutching his stomach, scrambling to escape the foul water. Dowdu frowned, observing the crocodile monster with a sense of helplessness. Are you all right, Little Lee? Spare me the pleasantries. Why don't you try taking a hit from it? My stomach feels like it's in turmoil. Little Lee quickly shed his soiled garments, retrieving a clean outfit from his system backpack. Roar. The creature, seemingly enraged by the presence of the two humans, charged towards them, colliding with the concrete walls of the corridor, causing chunks to crumble and fall. Little Lee, we must flee. We are no match for this beast. Dowda shouted, already sprinting away. Hey, you're running awfully fast. Little Lee grumbled, hastening to catch up with Dowdu. Boom, boom. Every step the crocodile monster took reverberated through the corridor, causing the air to tremble. With chakra fortified in their feet, Dowdu and Little Lee raced through the twisting passages, running for about 10 minutes until the sounds of the creature faded into silence. Panting heavily, they finally halted. Phew. Phew. Once their breathing steadied, Little Lee, somewhat incredulous, addressed Dowdu. So, this is the crocodile you mentioned? Other than its slight resemblance to a crocodile, it bears no resemblance whatsoever. Dowdu shook his head, adjusting his glasses. What I referred to was a typical crocodile from when I first arrived in Konoha as a spy. What has transpired over the years is a mystery. Perhaps this creature has mutated due to its prolonged exposure to such an environment. Little Lee, overwhelmed by the stench emanating from his body, nearly retched again. Enough of this. Let us hurry and find a place to wash up. Chapter 29. Unexpected Discovery. Yao Shidu nodded, gazing at Xiao Li as he slowly spoke. You have seen it too. After our frantic escape, we are utterly disoriented and cannot ascertain our current location. Our only recourse is to locate the markers I previously established and follow them out. What? We must fumble around to find the original markers? But isn't that creature blocking the path? Xiao Li exclaimed, bewildered, not expecting Yoshidu to be lost as well. The maze of corridors was convoluted, and after their chaotic sprint, they had likely strayed far from their initial position. Yoshidu, unperturbed, replied, Xiao Li, do not be anxious in times of crisis. That monster pursued us for quite a distance. It is likely that it has vacated the corridor leading outside. If it remains there, we simply need to lure it away once more. Xiao Li recognized the validity of Yao Shidu's reasoning. With no other options available, they had no choice but to adhere to his plan to expedite their escape from this foul place. Using the Earth Clone technique, Xiao Li created several clones that ventured in various directions, hoping to expedite the discovery of Yao Shidu's markers, while he and Yao Shidu proceeded leftward. After approximately 20 minutes, the pair faintly discerned the sound of voices ahead, soft and indistinct, making it impossible to comprehend their words. Exchanging glances, they extinguished their glow sticks, lowered their voices, and cautiously advanced. As they continued, a faint light emerged ahead, illuminating their surroundings. The area bore resemblance to where they had initially descended, featuring a staircase that led to a slightly wider ladder. The light emanated from above, filtering through a manhole cover. Dear sister, is it not rather rash for us to have rushed here to assault Konoha? An elderly voice reached their ears. It was a voice that hinted at the speaker's advanced age, perhaps in their 80s or 90s, struggling for strength as they spoke. Humph, what do you understand? Konoha is developing at an alarming rate. Our nation may soon find itself ousted from the ranks of the 5 great countries, if we do not act now. It may be too late, retorted another voice, that of an elderly woman, equally shaky, indicating her considerable years. Xiao Li and Yao Shidu stifled their breaths, cautiously climbing the ladder until they reached the top, peering through the manhole cover to observe the situation above. The two conversing elders were none other than Chiyo, the matriarch of Sunagakure, and her brother, Eyes. The surroundings indicated that they were not alone. Tents dotted the area, and shadows flitted within them, suggesting the presence of at least a dozen individuals. Given the proximity of Chiyo and Eyes to the manhole cover, Xiao Li and Yao Shidu could hear them distinctly. Eyes furrowed his white brows, squinting as he spoke. Sister, while I acknowledge your concerns, Mobilizing all of Sunagakure's elite shinobi has left us vulnerable. Should malicious individuals seize this opportunity to sow discord, our village may suffer catastrophic consequences. Chiyo gently shook her head, gazing at Ice. Brother, I understand your worries. But our fourth Kazekage was killed under mysterious circumstances by Konoha. Who can swallow such indignation? I've waited years to avenge my son. It is time to act. Turning towards Konoha, Chiyo continued. Although we are deploying a force of 1,000 shinobi, it is a secretive operation. I am confident that our attack will catch Konoha off guard. Xiaoli was taken aback, realizing how swiftly Sunagakure was mobilizing. Merely 2 or 3 days had passed. Yet they had already assembled 1,000 shinobi, stealthily positioning themselves near Konoha. Exchanging glances with Yoshido, they retreated back into the sewer, discussing their next move only after they had distanced themselves. Xiaoli, we have 2 options. We can wait for them to leave before we exit. Or we can retrace my previous markings. Although this risks encountering that crocodile monster again, Yao Shidu suggested, adjusting his glasses. Let us wait for the Sunagakure forces to depart. They likely won't linger long, and it could be ages before I find the markers again, Xiaoli replied, shaking his head. The unpleasant odor emanating from his own body was unbearable, yet he recognized it as the best choice. Xiaoli resolved to carry ample fresh water in his system backpack next time, just in case. I find the prospect of witnessing the clash between Sunagakure and Konoha quite intriguing. Perhaps we should follow along, Yao Shidu proposed, adjusting his glasses and looking at Xiaoli. Xiaoli nodded, leaning against the wall to rest. Yes, I believe that is an excellent idea. As Sunagakure stealthily dispatched 1,000 shinobi towards Konoha. The hour had grown late, well past 10 o'clock. Xiaoli speculated that the Sunagakure ninjas were likely resting, preparing to launch their surprise attack at dawn. Otherwise, there would be no need for their hasty nighttime march. The current location, while not immaculate, was far cleaner than the previous area. With only some refuse on the cement floor, devoid of the foul stench of sewage, enduring the acrid odor clinging to him. Xiaoli leaned against the wall and closed his eyes to rest. Yoshido also settled down, eyes closed, whether in meditation or slumber. Yet neither of them slept deeply, vigilant against one another and the possibility of Sunagakure ninjas suddenly advancing. Xiaoli, wake up. The Sunagakure forces are on the move. Yoshido's voice broke through Xiaoli's slumber, rousing him from sleep. The surroundings remained shrouded in darkness, illuminated only by the faint glow of Yoshido's stick. Have they begun their actions? Then we should also depart, Xiaoli said, rising and stretching lightly. Chapter 30. A drama unfolds. Shall we go? Yakushi Kabuto nodded, leading the way ahead. As the two ascended the ladder beneath the well cover, the Sand Village ninjas had already neatly packed their tents and stood in orderly rows. At the forefront stood Granny Chiyo, Ero Sinin, and Maki, gesturing with their hands as if strategizing their covert assault on Konoha. Due to the distance, Lee and his companion could not discern their conversation. Lee glanced at the sky. The moon had not yet vanished, and the dawn light was faint, indicating it was still around 5 or 6 in the morning. Suddenly, Maki waved his hand and pointed towards Konoha, proclaiming loudly, "All right, let us commence our march." Yes, the Sand Ninjas, under their respective captains, began their advance towards Konoha, while Granny Chiyo and her companions took to the side. Boom! Lee forcefully pushed open the sewer cover, and both he and Kabuto crawled out. "Kabuto, let us move," Lee signaled, then quietly followed the Sand Ninjas, with Kabuto trailing closely behind. Despite the multitude of Sand Ninjas, their progress was remarkably silent, a testament to their rigorous training. After running for about 20 minutes towards Konoha, roughly 1 kilometer away, a crimson firework suddenly ignited at the village's entrance, exploding in the sky. Buzz, buzz, a series of alarm sirens rang out, and the Konoha guards, utilizing unknown means, detected the approaching Sand Ninjas from a considerable distance. Faint cries of enemy attack could be heard. Damn it! I never anticipated Konoha's reconnaissance would be so formidable, discovering us from such a distance. Maki gestured for the Sand Ninjas to halt and glanced at Granny Chiyo. Granny Chiyo, the leader of this operation, wore a grim expression. Her wrinkled face bore a frown. "Let us take a moment to regroup. Await my command before we engage." "Yes, Lady Chiyo." The sand ninjas offered no dissent to her orders. Maki stepped forward, slightly bowing in respect. Lady Chiyo, if we pause here, we are merely granting Konoha time to prepare. The element of surprise will be lost. Granny Chiyo shook her head slightly, looking at Maki. Are you questioning my decision? I have my reasons for this approach. Maki bowed again. I dare not, Lady Chiyo. I shall heed your guidance. Lee and Kabuto, concealed in the nearby thicket, were perplexed. Maki had a point. Granting Konoha time would undermine their advantage. Brother Kabuto, what is Granny Chiyo up to? Why not attack? Lee whispered. Kabuto's eyes gleamed with mischief. There seems to be a hidden agenda. Only Granny Chiyo knows the truth. After waiting for about 10 minutes, disappointment flickered in Granny Chiyo's eyes as she gazed towards Konoha's gates. She then waved her hand. Sand warriors, advance. Leave no trace of Konoha. Yes, Lady Chiyo. The sand ninjas surged forward, their battle cries echoing as various ninjutsu, fireballs, fire dragons, water bullets, and lightning rained down upon the Konoha ninjas on the walls, creating a cacophony of chaos. Summoning jutsu. Monkey King. The third Hokage leaped down from the Konoha gates, employing the summoning technique to call forth his beast. Leave it to me, Yama. The Monkey King bellowed, rapidly expanding to a height of over 10 meters, halting its growth. With a sweeping gesture, it deflected most of the ninjutsu unleashed by the sand ninjas. The Konoha ninjas atop the walls breathed a sigh of relief. Had it not been for the Monkey King's intervention, they might have faced dire consequences. Curse that beast. What kind of monster is that? How can it be so enormous and withstand our collective assault? The sand ninjas found themselves in disarray, unsure how to proceed against the colossal Monkey King. Friends of the sand, please pause. Allow me to speak. Let us not harm our camaraderie. Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice resonated like thunder. Employing a technique that ensured all present could hear him, the sand ninjas turned their gazes towards Granny Chiyo, who stepped forward with narrowed eyes. Third Hokage, have you finally shown yourself? Her inquiry puzzled the crowd, yet none dared to question her authority. Hiruzen took a few steps forward, clasping his hands. Esteemed friends of the sand, I am aware of the misunderstandings between our villages. I kindly ask for some time to confer with Granny Chiyo. If diplomacy fails, we can engage in a deadly struggle later. Upon finishing, Hiruzen gestured for Granny Chiyo's consent. Lady Chiyo, do not be deceived. Konoha must have some ulterior motive. Lady Chiyo, they are surely stalling for reinforcements. Some astute sand ninjas sensed something amiss and voiced their concerns in haste. Granny Chiyo raised her hand to silence them. Shaking her head slightly, enough. I am aware of the issues you have raised. I too have considered them. I shall entertain this request, trusting they will not play tricks. With that, she moved aside, and Hiruzen jogged ahead, leading the way into the dense thicket. Lee was bewildered, wondering what these two elders could be discussing that necessitated secrecy away from everyone's sight. Exchanging glances with Kabuto, they quietly approached the thicket, only to overhear Granny Chiyo. Her voice thick with emotion. Yamato, have you forgotten Chiyo by Daming Lake? Nanny? What is this? How has a crucial negotiation between our two ninja nations transformed into a melodramatic scene? Lee and Kabuto stood in shock at the unfolding drama before them. Chapter 31. Infatuation. Yuan Fei Razanzhen was taken aback by the words, slowly turning to face the elderly Chiyo behind him, a look of helplessness etched on his face. Chiyo, what are you saying? How could I ever forget you? 50 years ago, when I ventured out on a mission, I was captivated by your beauty the very first time I laid eyes on you by the shores of Daming Lake. I approached you, yet you were reluctant to engage with me. After 10 minutes of my relentless pursuit, you finally consented to steal away with me into the thicket. Chiyo, flustered and vexed, stamped her foot and glared at Yuan Fei Razanzhen. You scoundrel! How can you speak of such matters so casually? Aren't you the least bit ashamed? Yuan Fei Razanzhen chuckled lightly, producing a pipe from behind and lighting it. Exhaling slowly as he spoke, I never expected to see you again and be reminded of that moment. Perhaps the memories we shared are so profound that they linger in my heart. Chiyo's expression shifted as if recalling a long-buried sentiment, her gaze laden with melancholy as she looked at Yuan Fei Razanzhen. Humph. Yuan Fei, do not think to charm me with your sweet words. These many years, I have penned you letters time and again, yearning for a reunion, yet you have never responded, deliberately evading me. It was only when I brought the villagers from Suna that you finally emerged. And you dare claim to miss me? Yuan Fei Rizanzhen sighed, turning his left hand behind him, twisting his waist painfully to force a tear to fall. Chio, truly, I was left with no choice. Who could fathom the torment within my heart? Upon my return to Konoha, my family imposed an arranged marriage upon me, and I have since sired offspring. If I were to rekindle our connection, it would tarnish your reputation. Moreover, I heard you were married, and my heart ached for a long time. Upon hearing Yuan Fei Rizanzhen's heartfelt confession, Chio's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Yuan Fei, I too have been compelled by circumstance. You have remained in my heart all these years. The two approached each other slowly, clasping hands and gazing deeply into one another's eyes. Yuan. Chio. Suddenly, a voice broke the tender moment. My eyes. My eyes. Shally exclaimed, hastily covering his eyes, wishing to erase the image he had just witnessed. Ugh, Shally-kun. Can we leave this place? I fear I may be ill if I remain, Yao Shirdo remarked, clutching his stomach. Ding. Due to the exceedingly embarrassing scene. The system issued a special task to the host. Immediately, humiliate these shameless old geezers to earn 300 exchange points. The system's voice resonated in Shaoli's mind. Upon hearing of the 300 points, he felt a sudden surge of determination. He had to accept this task. However, the two elderly figures were formidable, shadow-level ninjas. And behind them loomed 1,000 vigilant ninjas. If Shaoli were to leap forth and openly insult them, it would be tantamount to courting death. A plan was necessary. Shaoli's eyes darted sideways, landing on Yao Shirdo, and he smiled mischievously. Noticing the glint of mischief in Shaoli's gaze, Yao Shirdo took 2 steps back. What? What do you intend to do? Shaking his head, Shaoli replied softly, Nothing much. Just wanted to ask if you have any of those speed-enhancing pills left. Yes. Why do you ask? Yao Shirdo responded. That's good to hear. Without further explanation, Shaoli inquired again, Could you spare me one later? Yao Shirdo nodded. No problem. Suddenly, Shaoli stood up, parting the bushes before him and shouting, Hey, you two shameless old geezers. At your age, how can you still indulge in such shameless displays of affection? Do you have no sense of morality or decorum? I can barely watch from outside without feeling embarrassed for you. Together, you must be nearly 200 years old, and yet here you are. Playing the part of star-crossed lovers? Caught in their intimate exchange, Yuan Fei Rizanzhen and Chio were startled by the sudden outburst. They turned to see a brazen Shaoli, wiping the drool from his lips alongside a flustered Yao Shirdo. As their clandestine affair was exposed, both Yuan Fei Rizanzhen and Chio turned crimson, hastily adjusting their attire. Yuan Fei Rizanzhen, flustered and furious, shouted, So it's you, the spy sent by Orochimaru. What audacity you have to return. Shaoli scoffed dismissively, stepping forward with bravado. What of it? You think you can intimidate me? I can leave whenever I please. With that, he gestured behind him. Do, hand it over. Yao Shirdo produced a red pill, swallowed it, and with a resigned expression said, I'm sorry, Shaoli-kun, but there's only one speed pill left. I never anticipated you would get us into this mess, so I must keep it for my own survival. Best of luck to you. Without waiting for a response, Yao Shirdo vanished in an instant, leaving Shaoli frozen in shock, his jaw nearly dropping to the ground. How can this be? You promised me a speed pill. Why did you run off? Yuan Fei, is this the child who killed the 4th Kazekage? Such a young one, yet he possesses great strength and cunning? Chio marveled, glancing at Yuan Fei Rizanzhen. Yuan Fei Rizanzhen nodded, producing a golden staff from seemingly nowhere, preparing for a confrontation. Indeed, it is he. It is no surprise that someone close to Orochimaru could achieve such feats. Two esteemed elders, Shaoli stammered, I was not scolding you earlier. I merely wished to express my admiration for your bravery in pursuing love at such an advanced age. Truly, it is commendable and makes you my idols. I aspire to experience a romance as passionate as yours. Yuan Fei Rizanzhen's expression hardened, and he stepped forward, swinging his staff at Shaoli. Do you truly believe me to be senile? You think I cannot discern your insults? Shaoli narrowly dodged the blow and formed the hand signs for the impure world reincarnation. What a stubborn old man. How can you not take a hint? Summoning technique, impure world reincarnation. Chapter 32, Negotiation with a resounding boom. The ground trembled as a black coffin emerged from the earth beside Shaoli. The lid clattered to the ground, revealing the fourth Kazekage. Little 4. Eliminate this shameless old man. With a swift motion of his arm, Shaoli summoned the fourth Kazekage, who charged towards Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sand coffin, prepare to face my might. The two elite ninjas engaged in a fierce exchange of punches and kicks, their ninjutsu clashing in a spectacular display of skill. The commotion attracted the attention of ninjas from both Sunagakure and Konoha, who hastened to the scene. Lord Third Hokage. Lady Chiyo, are you unharmed? Lady Chiyo unleashed her puppets, ready to confront Shaoli. Realizing the precariousness of his situation, Shaoli panicked at the prospect of being overwhelmed by numerous ninjas, especially with Chiyo poised to attack him. Desperately, he called upon the system in his mind. System, is there anything that can facilitate my immediate escape? Please provide me with a solution. Ding. The system has identified the following suitable item: random teleportation scroll. It allows for random teleportation within a 10-kilometer radius. Cost, 200 points. Exchange it now? Ding. Congratulations. The exchange for the random teleportation scroll was successful. Cost, 200 points. Remaining points, 106. As the system's notification resonated, Shaoli grasped the scroll tightly, chuckling mischievously. Taking a deep breath, he announced loudly, "Ninjas of Konoha and Sunagakure. I have a shocking revelation. These two old geezers are having an affair." As soon as the words escaped his lips, with a whoosh, a flash of white light enveloped Shaoli, and he vanished without a trace. The fourth Kazekage followed suit, retreating into the black coffin that submerged into the ground, leaving behind a bewildered assembly of ninjas from Konoha and Sunagakure. Most gazes turned towards Sarutobi Hiruzen and Lady Chiyo, disbelief etched upon their faces. Chiyo appeared like a child caught in wrongdoing, her wrinkled visage flushing with embarrassment. Cough, cough. Sarutobi Hiruzen cleared his throat, addressing the gathered ninjas with authority. Everyone, do not heed the nonsense of that boy. Lady Chiyo and I are here to discuss matters of state that concern the leaders of our nations. Such discussions cannot be conducted in front of everyone. With a composed demeanor, Hiruzen demonstrated his adeptness at spinning tales, asserting, "Lady Chiyo and I have reached an agreement. Our two nations can forge a lasting alliance, thereby avoiding conflict, despite our historical grievances. Although your fourth Kazekage was recently slain by our only rock, he has since fled. Furthermore, he is a subordinate of the traitor Orochimaru, who infiltrated our village for reasons unknown. However, after deliberation with Lady Chiyo, we can jointly seek out Orochimaru's hideout and dispatch elite ninja forces to eliminate him." The ninjas of Konoha held great admiration for their third Hokage, willingly complying with his words. However, the ninjas from Sunagakure were less inclined to acquiesce. They had traveled great distances to avenge their fourth Kazekage, and they were not about to relent at the mere words of this old man. Among the Sunagakure ninjas, a seasoned elder stepped forward, questioning, "Old man, you claim that the one who killed our fourth Kazekage has fled, and that he is a subordinate of your village's traitor. We have seen no evidence of this. Must we simply take your word for it? What if the truth is that you orchestrated the death of our fourth Kazekage?" Lady Chiyo took a step forward, reprimanding, "Enough. Aoi, it seems you have yet to grasp your place. I am still very much alive." The man, referred to as Aoi, shook his head, visibly distressed. "Lady Chiyo, my loyalty to you and Sunagakure is unwavering. My words reflect the sentiments of many within our ranks, and I fear you may be misled by this old man's deceit." Chiyo surveyed the faces of the Sunagakure ninjas, noting their skepticism. She understood that without providing a compelling rationale, they would not easily relent. "I comprehend your sorrow over the loss of the fourth Kazekage. I share in that grief. However, what the third Hokage has stated is indeed true. Did you not witness the sudden disappearance of that boy? He is the true culprit behind the fourth Kazekage's demise." The Sunagakure ninjas were incredulous, struggling to accept that a mere child could be the harbinger of their leader's death. How could it be? The fourth Kazekage, slain by such a young boy? As Lady Chiyo paced before the assembly, her gaze exuded authority. "Have you ever encountered a technique that allows one to vanish in an instant? That is the body flicker technique. Few possess the skill to wield it today. Such a powerful individual could easily be aligned with Orochimaru. Furthermore, Engaging in war yields no benefit for either of our nations. The other three great nations are watching us closely. Should we engage in battle? We risk allowing them to seize the opportunity to invade our lands. Having witnessed Xiao Li's sudden disappearance firsthand, the Sunagakure ninjas were swayed. When Lady Chiyo elucidated the consequences of war, they lowered their heads in reluctant acknowledgement of the truth. Stepping forward, Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled warmly, attempting to mediate. Lady Chiyo is correct. War serves no purpose for either of our nations. You have successfully conquered the land of rivers, a matter we in Konoha will not interfere with. Moreover, if you wish, you may stay in Konoha for a few days to experience our culture and hospitality. Should you prefer to return swiftly, we can provide you with some of our unique local delicacies to take home. Chapter 33. The departure of Sunagakure. Chiyo shook her head gently and addressed Sarutobi Hiruzen with a measured tone. Third Hokage, I fear we cannot remain here. The ninja of Sunagakure have nearly emptied their village, and our defensive capabilities are now severely diminished. Should an opportunistic foe take advantage of this vulnerability, we would be in grave peril. At this moment, Chiyo cast a captivating glance at Sarutobi Hiruzen. However, I could stay for a month to experience the customs and culture of your Konoha, thereby laying the first stone in the foundation of friendship between our two villages. Sarutobi Hiruzen inwardly regretted his own words, wishing he could slap himself for suggesting such a notion. Now it seemed, this elderly woman intended to remain for an entire month, and he would surely be drained by her presence. With tears brimming in his eyes and a sorrowful expression, he exclaimed, Chiyo, I am truly overjoyed that you can stay. Thus, the matter was settled. Most of the Sunagakure ninjas, led by Maki and Ailu, hurried back to their village, while a small contingent transported the supplies gifted by Konoha. Slowly making their way back, these provisions included several hundred cattle and sheep, thousands of pounds of rice and flour, as well as Konoha's specially prepared smoked meats and sausages. Though these may seem like ordinary foods, they are a rare treasure in Sunagakure, a village nestled within the desert, where sand and stone dominate the landscape, making agriculture a formidable challenge. A few kilometers away from Konoha, in a valley beneath a waterfall, a group of 5 or 6 youthful maidens, all around 12 or 13 years old, frolicked in the water, completely undraped. They splashed water at one another, their joyous laughter echoing throughout the valley. A delightful spectacle for the eyes. Suddenly, a figure plummeted from above, landing amidst the girls and dousing them with water. Curse this wretched random teleportation scroll. How could it have dropped me from the sky? Exclaimed Lee as he emerged from the water, wiping the droplets from his face, his voice tinged with annoyance. Ah, a pervert. Help, a pervert. The girls, realizing that someone had unexpectedly descended among them while they were in such a vulnerable state, reacted with alarm. After clearing the water from his face, Lee noticed the girls' startled expressions. His mind began to wander, and he felt lightheaded, overwhelmed by the scene. Wow, how large. Wow, how fair. As the girls comprehended the situation, they instinctively covered their chest with their hands. A few bolder ones rushed at Lee, delivering a flurry of playful punches that sent him back into the water, where they continued their playful assault. After spluttering from the water, Lee quickly utilized his chakra to propel himself out of the water and sprinted several meters away, escaping the girls' playful wrath. Hey, ladies. I'm not the pervert you think I am. I'm only 6 years old. How could I be a pervert? You must be mistaken. He chuckled, adopting the innocent voice of a child. The girls submerged themselves, leaving only their heads above the water's surface. Oh my, he truly is just a little one. And a ninja at that? He can stand on the water, remarked one girl with a ponytail and delicate features. Don't be fooled. I heard him say something about large and fair words a 6-year-old wouldn't he say. Another girl with loose hair replied, her expression filled with skepticism, her gaze fixed warily on Lee. The others exchanged uncertain glances, unsure of how to proceed. I was merely dreaming. I dreamed of eating buns, which were large and round, hence my comments, Lee continued, maintaining his childlike demeanor. Well, I shan't disturb your fun any longer. I must take my leave now. Goodbye, lovely ladies. With that, Lee dashed across the water, fleeing the scene. Once he exited the valley, Lee contemplated his next move and headed toward the land of rice. The land of rice was also a stronghold of Orochimaru. And after separating from Konoha and Kabuto, one might wonder why he would seek out Orochimaru once more. There were several reasons. First, Lee had become a target for both Konoha and Sunagakure. Both factions would undoubtedly pursue him with relentless fervor. Secondly, being wanted by both villages meant that other ninja villages might also issue bounty notices against him, rendering any journey he undertook fraught with peril. This was one reason why even the formidable members of the Akatsuki refrained from joining opposing factions, seeking instead to ensure their own survival. Since Sarutobi Hiruzen had already labeled Lee as an accomplice of Orochimaru, Lee would play along with this narrative, joining Orochimaru's ranks while also using him as a shield against his pursuers. After sprinting through the woods for about half an hour, Lee spotted a figure lying beside a large tree. The individual had silver hair tied in a braid and wore gold-rimmed glasses, writhing on the ground in apparent agony, clutching his stomach. "Ah, is that Kabuto? What brings you here, indulging in your mischief?" Kabuto, startled, flipped over and, upon recognizing Lee, wore an expression of surprise mixed with pain. To escape the grasp of two formidable opponents so effortlessly was no small feat. Lee was indeed no ordinary child. Kabuto, grimacing in discomfort, managed a strained smile. "Lee, you certainly possess remarkable skills to have escaped from such a tight encirclement." Lee shook his head slightly, a smirk playing on his lips as he teased, "It was nothing. When I wish to leave, no one can hinder me. Besides, I even found time for a bath." He flicked his still damp bangs with a flourish. "But you, Kabuto, how could you abandon me and flee on your own?" "That's rather heartless of you," Lee chided, his tone light yet pointed. Kabuto, unrepentant, chuckled softly. "Oh, Lee, you exaggerate. I had anticipated your escape. I had but one speed-up pill, and if I had not fled promptly, given my strength, I would have met a grim fate." Chapter 34. Orochimaru. Little Lee was acutely aware of the ulterior motives harbored by Yakushi Kabuto. Such a treacherous individual would certainly not extend assistance to others out of loyalty. Moreover, Little Lee was merely one of the candidates for Orochimaru's reincarnation. If memory served him right, Orochimaru had imprisoned thousands of experimental subjects in his lair. Let us hasten to Orochimaru's stronghold to avoid any unforeseen complications, Little Lee urged, eager to cease further conversation with such a person. "Wait, Little Lee-kun. I've been using the speed pills continuously for the past few days, and my body is on the verge of collapse. I need to rest for a moment," Kabuto replied, his expression still pained, his voice trembling as he valiantly endured the agony. "Very well. However, Kabuto, should you concoct any more speed pills, strength pills, endurance pills, or any such concoctions in the future, do remember to set some aside for me." Little Lee nodded in agreement, subsequently reclining against a large tree to recuperate while patiently awaiting Kabuto's recovery. Kabuto painstakingly shifted his body to lean against the tree, rummaging through his backpack until he retrieved several vividly colored pills, which he promptly consumed. Observing Kabuto's actions, Little Lee shook his head slightly and muttered, "This fellow consumes an array of pills daily. I wonder how his body withstands it." After resting for approximately 3 to 4 hours, the two resumed their journey towards the Land of Rice. The Land of Rice lies to the north of the Land of Fire, bordered by the sea on one side and smaller nations on the other. Orochimaru chose this location for two primary reasons. First, the nation was easily controllable, providing an ample supply of ninjas for experimentation. Second, it was relatively secure, unlikely to be easily targeted by enemies. Traversing the territory of the Land of Fire took nearly a day and a half, and after a brief respite, they set off again. By the time they reached the periphery of Orochimaru's base, it was already midday on the following day. Gazing at the undulating mountains ahead, Little Lee felt a deep sense of awe. It was hard to imagine that beneath these peaks lay a vast hidden stronghold. They navigated through a mountain range and entered a concealed cave, where a long, dark corridor awaited them. Oil lamps illuminated the stone walls at intervals, flickering ominously with each gust of wind. "Is this some sort of ghostly phenomenon?" Little Lee exclaimed, startled by the eerie ambience. As they proceeded through the corridor, the sound of their footsteps echoed ominously. Following Kabuto's convoluted path, they arrived at a stone door, which Kabuto opened with a resounding thud. "Little Lee-kun, you may rest inside for a moment while I summon Lord Orochimaru." Little Lee nodded and stepped inside. The interior was spacious, roughly several dozen square meters. A crimson carpet extended in a straight line to the far end of the room, where a stone staircase led to a series of broad seats. Along the sides, additional seats and experimental apparatuses were arranged, with oil lamps illuminating the walls. Once Kabuto departed, little Lee chose a spot to sit and awaited Orochimaru's arrival in silence. Before long, the stone door echoed ominously as Orochimaru entered with a confident stride, flanked by Kabuto and Honglian. Little Lee quickly rose to his feet as a gesture of respect. So, this is the remarkable little Lee-kun that Kabuto spoke of. Indeed, a striking figure. Here. You need not stand on ceremony as if you were entering a stranger's abode, Orochimaru remarked, displaying his adeptness at manipulation with an inviting tone. As if little Lee had already become part of the family. As Orochimaru settled into the main seat atop the staircase, Kabuto and Honglian stood like sentinels at his sides. Orochimaru licked his lips with his elongated tongue, appraising little Lee with a smile. Little Lee-kun, I have long admired your reputation. That tongue of yours is quite impressive. I dare say it has conquered countless women. Little Lee chuckled, his demeanor relaxed as he responded playfully. Indeed, your tongue must have claimed many victims. I can hardly imagine anyone who would not be intimidated by it. Orochimaru chuckled ominously, extending his tongue once more to lick his lips, his excitement palpable. Indeed, my tongue has not only conquered women, it has also subdued countless men. Little Lee recoiled slightly, a hint of fear creeping into his voice. What? You do not even spare men? Surely you do not harbor a penchant for the young? Orochimaru's expression darkened as he grasped the implication of Little Lee's words. Little Lee-kun, what nonsense are you spouting? I meant to say that I have used this tongue to eliminate many adversaries. Little Lee forced a nervous laugh, nodding in agreement. Of course. Your tongue must have claimed innumerable lives. Ordinary foes are hardly worthy of your attention. With a swift motion, Orochimaru formed a tiger seal. His neck elongating as his head darted toward Little Lee, his expression cold and menacing. Enough of this frivolity. Tell me, what is your true origin? How did you master the reanimation jutsu? How did you escape the clutches of the third Ichigo? And what secrets do you harbor? Orochimaru licked his lips once more. His gaze fierce. Should you choose silence, I would not hesitate to let you experience the taste of my tongue. Feeling the oppressive aura emanating from Orochimaru, Little Lee's heart raced with fear. He had not anticipated the overwhelming pressure exerted by a formidable shadow-level opponent, causing him to tremble involuntarily. He realized that without a reasonable explanation, Orochimaru would not hesitate to end his life. Ding! Detecting a life-threatening situation posed by the original antagonist Orochimaru. The system urged the host to subdue him immediately to earn 300 exchange points. Failure to comply would result in a 10-year toilet cleaning punishment. How could I possibly subdue such a cunning and ruthless individual as Orochimaru? This system is utterly ridiculous. Little Lee mentally lamented, recognizing the precariousness of his situation. Yet, he had no time to argue with the system, and as he contemplated his predicament, a sudden idea sparked in his mind. Chapter 35, I am Uchiha Madara ha ha ha. Little Lee laughed heartily, tilting his head back before turning to gaze unwaveringly into Orochimaru's eyes. Do you wish to uncover my secret? Although you lack the qualifications, I suppose it would not hurt to enlighten you. Orochimaru, taken aback by Little Lee's sudden surge of confidence, formed hand seals, and his head swiftly returned to his shoulder. I am quite eager to hear what secrets you possess, Little Lee. Should your revelations prove insubstantial, you may find yourself in dire straits. A chilling gaze filled Orochimaru's eyes as his expression turned grim. Beside him, Kabuto adjusted his glasses, seemingly deep in thought. Ren, unable to contain herself, began forming her own seals and shouted angrily at Little Lee. How dare you speak to Lord Orochimaru in such a manner? I shall eliminate you at once. Crystal release. Crystal fall. Orochimaru raised a hand to halt Ren, shaking his head. Ren, there is no need to rush. Let him finish speaking. If he is merely a braggart, I will ensure his suffering is profound. Little Lee smirked disdainfully, casting a scornful glance at the three before slowly closing his eyes and speaking in a husky voice. Humph. A truly oblivious bunch. Allow me to first divulge my name. I am Uchiha Madara. Nanny? How can this be? The first to exclaim was Kabuto, his face a mask of disbelief. As if stunned by Little Lee's assertion while simultaneously beginning to entertain the possibility of its truth. Ren, completely unaware of who Uchiha Madara was, glared at little Lee with fury, prepared to strike the moment Orochimaru gave the signal. Orochimaru's expression mirrored that of Kabuto. Astonishment etched across his face as he clutched the arms of his stone seat, attempting to mask his inner turmoil. This cannot be. Madara perished decades ago. You claim to be him? Little Lee abruptly opened his eyes, their intensity akin to blazing torches as he declared hoarsely, "Indeed, I am Uchiha Madara. Orochimaru. I know you have long sought the secret to immortality, extending your lifespan by usurping others' bodies. What you may not realize is that the greatest flaw of your Edo Tensei technique is that with each resurrection, your soul is fractioned. After a certain number of times, you risk becoming either a fool or a moron." Orochimaru could no longer conceal his astonishment, rising abruptly to confront little Lee. "You know this. No wonder every time I reincarnate, my reactions slow and my body weakens. I had thought it merely an adjustment to new bodies." Though little Lee appeared outwardly confident, his clothing was damp with perspiration from anxiety, and his legs trembled slightly. He feared that a single misstep could provoke Orochimaru's wrath, resulting in a gruesome fate. Little Lee shook his head slightly, his face still adorned with contempt. "Have you not always wondered how I escaped the encirclement of Yuan Fei, Chio, and over 1,000 shinobi? The body flicker technique. Orochimaru, you should be well acquainted with it. You once sought to acquire this very jutsu from Minato. As for why I now appear in the form of a child, it is also reminiscent of your Edo Tensei, yet devoid of its cumbersome side effects. I possess complete control over this body, unharmed in the process. Although this form may limit my power, killing you will be a trivial endeavor for Uchiha Madara." Little Lee's gaze pierced like two glistening blades, surveying the three present, as they found themselves captivated by his lofty declarations. "Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully subdued Orochimaru, earning 300 exchange points. Current remaining points, 406. Atrin, no longer filled with animosity, took several fearful steps back in the presence of Little Lee. Orochimaru donned a look of understanding, bowing slightly to Little Lee. "I did not expect you to truly be Mr. Madara. I apologize for my earlier words. Please, take a seat." Kabuto adjusted his glasses, offering a slight smile. "Indeed, I had suspected Little Lee might be a reincarnation of a certain esteemed individual. Yet to discover he is Lord Uchiha Madara is quite the revelation. My previous disrespect was unintentional." Little Lee nodded, gradually easing into his chair. "Orochimaru, I shall take up temporary residence here. If you prove yourself worthy, I may consider imparting my immortality technique to you." Orochimaru chuckled, surprised that Uchiha Madara could so easily discern his thoughts. "Rest assured, Mr. Madara, stay as long as you wish. Your comfort is my priority." At this juncture, Orochimaru beckoned to Atrin. "Atrin, you will serve Mr. Madara henceforth. You must attend to his every need. Do you understand?" Atrin shook her head, her eyes brimming with reluctance, seemingly unable to accept Orochimaru's decision. "But, Lord Orochimaru, I wish to remain by your side. I do not wish to serve him." Little Lee let out a cold laugh, addressing Orochimaru. "Orochimaru, are you attempting to place a spy beside me? Regardless, that young lady shall accompany me from now on." As if recalling something, Little Lee added, "By the way, I prefer not to dwell in this underground lair. It resembles a tomb and feels ominous. Before I entered, I noticed a fine house atop the mountain. I intend to reside there." With that, Little Lee strode toward the exit. Atrin remained discontent, casting a pleading glance at Orochimaru, hoping he might rescind his order. Yet, under Orochimaru's watchful gaze, she reluctantly followed Little Lee. Once they departed, Orochimaru turned to Kabuto, inquiring, "Kabuto, what are your thoughts? Do you believe he is truly Uchiha Madara?" Kabuto nodded, bowing respectfully to Orochimaru. "Lord Orochimaru, I believe there is a 70% chance that he speaks the truth. Even if he is not Uchiha Madara, he is certainly a distinguished predecessor. In truth." Orochimaru had already begun to accept this notion, seeking Kabuto's confirmation merely to validate his own thoughts. Chapter 36. I am not that kind of person, all right, Kabuto. Go back and inform Honglien to monitor that fellow 24 hours a day. If there are any unusual movements, report to me immediately. Yes, Lord Orochimaru. Kabuto bowed slightly and turned to leave. Under Honglien's guidance, Shaoli finally emerged from the dark and eerie underground base. The winding path was undoubtedly a challenge for him to navigate alone. The oppressive darkness of the underground left a lingering discomfort in his heart. It was a realm only someone like Orochimaru, who had long been accustomed to dealing with serpents, would find solace in. Xiaoli felt that prolonged exposure to such an environment might lead to dire consequences. Together, Xiaoli and Honglian infused their feet with chakra and descended the steep cliff. Reaching a peak of over 100 meters, before them stood a modest structure, a 20-square-meter brick house topped with a watchtower. A tall, slender ninja in his 30s was perched atop the tower, scanning the surroundings. Upon noticing Xiaoli and Honglian's arrival, he leaped down and knelt before Honglian. "Miss Honglian, do you have any instructions for me?" Honglian shook her head slightly and waved her hand. "Nothing to report. Inform the others that there is no need for anyone to keep watch here anymore. I will be residing here for the long term." "Understood." The slender ninja stood and swiftly vanished from sight. "Now, Mr. Ban, I am unsure why Lord Orochimaru holds you in such high regard. But since he has instructed me to serve you, I shall dutifully comply. I will tidy up the room now. Please take a moment to rest and explore." Honglian's words carried a hint of blush, despite her boisterous demeanor and unwavering dedication to Orochimaru. Expressing such sentiments made her feel somewhat bashful. Perhaps it was due to Xiaoli's earlier display of authority that instilled a trace of fear in her gaze. After receiving a nod from Xiaoli, she turned and proceeded to the room beneath the watchtower. Xiaoli surveyed his surroundings with a sigh. There was little of interest to behold, merely some wildflowers and the sound of the wind whistling by. Opening the system's lottery page, he noted he had 400 points. Hardly enough for anything worthwhile. He decided to take a chance on the lottery, hoping for a stroke of luck to acquire a powerful jutsu. As he clicked the lottery button, the selection box danced among various jutsu, causing his heart to race with anticipation. "Ding! Congratulations, host. You have drawn a C-rank jutsu. Fire release, great fireball technique. What's the use of that? I'm not a fire type. I shall continue. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have drawn a C-rank jutsu. Water release, water barrier. Seriously, system, are you playing tricks on me? I shall continue. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have drawn a B-rank jutsu. Super beast imitation. Ah, this one is quite useful. I shall proceed. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have drawn an SSS rank valuable item, water release attribute. Wow, water release attribute. I've struck gold, just as Xiaoli had given up hope. The system unexpectedly yielded a water release attribute in the final draw. To utilize would release. One must either be Hashirama Senju himself or possess both water and earth attributes along with transplanted cells from the first Hokage. This meant that if Xiaoli could somehow obtain Hashirama cells in the future, he could wield would release, an exhilarating prospect indeed. After employing the water barrier and super beast imitation scrolls, Xiaoli examined his attribute panel. Host, Li-Lock Ninjutsu, 8, Taijutsu, 6, Genjutsu, 1, Idle, 3, Strength, 6, Speed, 7, Spirit, 6, Seals, 5 Ninjutsu, Body Flicker Technique, Impure World Reincarnation, Earth Release, Earth Spear, Earth Release, Earth Clone, Rasengan, Water Barrier. Super Beast Imitation Taijutsu, Intermediate Taijutsu Ninjutsu Attributes, Earth, Water Exchange Points. For 06 overall evaluation, Special Joan and Mr. Ban. The room has been tidied up. Please come in to rest. Still caught in the thrill of his recent draws, Xiaoli was roused by Honglian's voice from within. "Coming," he replied loudly, entering the room with exuberance. He found Honglian kneeling by the table, organizing clothes, and impulsively planted a kiss on her cheek. "Today, I am in a splendid mood. So here is a kiss for you." Before Honglian could respond, he beamed and dashed into a nearby room. Honglian's face flushed crimson from the unexpected kiss, leaving her momentarily flustered. Clothes slipped from her grasp as she struggled to regain her composure. After some time, she glared in the direction of Xiaoli's room, muttering softly. "If it weren't for Lord Orochimaru's orders, I would have certainly dealt with you right now." Xiaoli returned to his room, engrossed in studying his newly acquired jutsu until he was interrupted by Honglian's call from outside. "Mr. Ban, dinner is ready. Please come out to eat." Responding promptly, Xiaoli exited his room to find a small round table in the hall set with several dishes and 2 bowls of rice. Taking a seat, he glanced across at Honglian, who had not only prepared dinner but had also bathed and changed into a pink nightgown. At around 14, Honglian was beginning to develop, and Xiaoli found himself momentarily entranced by her figure and the subtle hints of her curves. Ahem, Mr. Ban, let us eat first. Since Lord Orochimaru has instructed me to serve you, I will fulfill that duty. There is no need for haste. Noticing Xiao Li's distracted gaze, Honglian coughed to regain his attention. Feeling embarrassed, Xiao Li scratched his head and picked up his bowl, savoring the meal while stealing glances at her. Honglian, you've misunderstood. I'm not that kind of person. Also, you need not call me Mr. Ban anymore. Just call me Xiao Li. I prefer my current name. Honglian rolled her eyes, clearly unconvinced. If you are not that kind of person, then why do you keep staring at your own chest? Chapter 37. Honglian after dinner. Xiao Li washed up and returned to his room to prepare for rest. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Come in. The door is unlocked. Xiao Li-kun. At the behest of Lord Orochimaru, I am here to serve you tonight. Upon hearing this, Xiao Li felt bewildered. Serve you? I am only 6 years old. With a sigh, he looked at Honglian, who stepped into the room, shy yet uncertain. Honglian, I understand that Orochimaru saved you when you were at your most helpless and desperate, but you need not comply with every request. You can refuse demands like this. You are not a mere object of trade, but a complete young lady. You possess your own thoughts in life. If you wish to repay Orochimaru's kindness, there are other ways to do so. As he said this, Xiao Li waved his hand toward her. You should rest in the next room. Since Orochimaru has tasked you with monitoring me, you can still keep track of my movements from there and report back. Remember my words. Do not blindly obey Orochimaru's every demand. You have your own thoughts in life. Seeing Honglian standing frozen in place, Xiao Li stepped forward and gently pushed her out the door, closing it behind her. It seemed that Orochimaru had brainwashed her to an alarming extent, compelling her to do whatever she was told. Since Xiao Li would be living here for the long term and Honglian was the only one to accompany him, he felt it was imperative to help her establish a proper worldview, rather than becoming a mere puppet obedient to Orochimaru. Once outside, Honglian stood motionless for a long time. Eventually, she walked to the bed in the next room, laid down, closed her eyes, and tossed and turned. Unable to fall asleep. Was what he said truly correct? I have my own life. Perhaps he is right. As the sun rose, warm sunlight bathed the land, dispelling the cold of the mountain peak. Suddenly, the door of a clay-tiled house swung open, and a child around 6 or 7 years old emerged. The child approached the cliff's edge, gazing at the scenery below and the newly risen sun, stretching lazily and smiling. Honglian, hurry and get up. The sun is already shining. Xiao Li called out from the house. Shortly after, a girl in a pink spaghetti-strapped nightgown, still half asleep, emerged. Perhaps due to her restless sleep, her nightgown was slightly disheveled, revealing a glimpse of her budding figure. What is it? It's so early, and there's nothing to do. Why are you waking me up? Honglian leaned against the doorframe, dark circles under her eyes indicating a poor night's sleep. Early in the morning, upon witnessing this scene, Xiao Li felt a rush of warmth and quickly turned his head away, trying to avoid looking at the door. Quickly wash up and have some breakfast. Then we can begin our mission. What? A mission? Did Lord Orochimaru assign a task? I wasn't aware of it. Honglian's curiosity quickly replaced her drowsiness. Xiao Li shook his head. It's not Orochimaru's mission. It's mine. If you don't want to go, I shall go alone. Wait for me. I will come. Honglian, now fully awake, recalled Orochimaru's command to fulfill all of Xiao Li's requests and to monitor him. 20 minutes later, not only had Honglian packed her belongings and changed into a neat outfit, but she had also prepared 2 bowls of noodles. Xiao Li-kun, come back. I've made noodles for you. She called from inside. Cough, cough. It's wonderful that you made noodles for me. Xiao Li coughed twice and returned to eat. With everything prepared, Xiao Li and Honglian mounted the large bird drawn by Xiao Li's artistic skill, soaring freely through the sky. However, the bird's shape was rather peculiar. It resembled an overly plump duck or a strangely shaped chicken. Xiao Li did not concern himself with its appearance. He was simply pleased that it could fly. The tasks assigned by the system were no longer trivial chores like watering vegetable patches or assisting elderly people across the street, but had escalated to missions befitting a special Jainin. For instance, eliminating criminal organizations with J-level strength, destroying ninja hideouts that cruelly harmed innocents, or assisting suffering villagers with their construction efforts. All such positively oriented missions. Shaoli was perplexed as to why the system seemed to guide him toward righteousness, even though he felt no need for guidance. Shaoli Kuan, where are we headed? The wind howled past them, causing Hong Lian to raise her voice. Do not worry. It is not far. We are going to the border of the land of rice, where a group of rogue ninjas from various countries has gathered to bully the local populace. We will deal with them and then return. Shaoli replied loudly, exhilarated by the sensation of flying on this large bird, despite its odd appearance. At the coastal border of the land of rivers, a small village housed dozens of families who, until recently, lived peaceful lives. Now, however, cries of anguish filled the air, echoing through every corner of the village. Listen up. Kill all the men and take all the women. Leave no corner unsearched. With the command of a burly, scarred ninja, over 20 trained ninjas swiftly invaded the villagers' homes, killing and robbing without an ounce of humanity. Before long, Xiao Li and Hong Lian, soaring on the large bird, arrived above the village. As they observed the brutal slaughter and pillaging below, Hong Lian's face contorted with anger. How can these people commit such atrocities? Without waiting for Xiao Li to respond, Hong Lian jumped from the bird. From a height of about 100 meters, she formed hand seals and summoned a crystal dragon, perching atop its head, grasping its horns as she surged toward the ninjas who had just slain several villagers. Crystal release, breaking crystal dragon. With a deafening crash, the ground was struck by the crystal dragon, creating a massive crater, while the ninja caught in the attack lay bloodied and motionless, evidently dead. Chapter 38. The Scarred Man. As the Red Lotus was about to collide with the ninja, she had already flipped and leaped to the ground. Upon seeing her opponent lifeless, she conjured 2 crystal scimitars from her elbows, charging fiercely towards the other ninjas. What an impatient young lady. Well then, I shall begin as well. Observing the chaos below where the Red Lotus was wreaking havoc, Xiao Li summoned his bizarre bird to dive straight towards the Scarred Man below. With a cry from the bizarre bird, Xiao Li leaped onto a nearby rooftop just as the bird collided with the Scarred Man, who was preoccupied with assaulting a woman. The impact splattered black ink all over him. Who dares to ambush me? The Scarred Man exclaimed in panic, hastily pulling up his trousers and drawing a kunai. Scanning his surroundings defensively, the subdued woman seized the moment to escape. It's your grandpa, Xiao Li taunted from above, looking down at the Scarred Man with audacity. Upon realizing that the assailant was merely a child, the Scarred Man's fury ignited, and he hurled several kunai embedded with explosive tags towards Xiao Li. You little brat, dare to ruin my fun? You seek death. Boom, boom, boom. The explosions erupted, sending debris from the rooftop flying everywhere. As the dust settled, the Scarred Man looked towards the rooftop but found Xiao Li's figure absent. Where is he? Where did he go? Right here, Grandpa. Rasengan. Xiao Li emerged from behind an obstruction, a blue chakra sphere in hand, and aimed to strike at the Scarred Man's abdomen. However, the Scarred Man reacted swiftly, evading the attack by leaping to the side. With a thunderous crash, Xiao Li's strike created a large hole in the stone platform behind the Scarred Man. You little brat, quite impressive. Today, I shall entertain you. The Scarred Man's demeanor shifted to seriousness, acknowledging Xiao Li as a worthy opponent. Fire style, fireball jutsu. He quickly formed seals, launching a large fireball towards Xiao Li. Unfazed, Xiao Li responded by forming seals of his own, summoning a towering water pillar that surged towards the Scarred Man. Water style, water barrier. The water effortlessly countered the fire, and just before the torrent could engulf him, the Scarred Man leapt to a nearby rooftop. You're quite troublesome, but let me show you my ultimate technique. As he spoke, he formed seals, his aura intensifying with flickering lightning surrounding him. Lightning style, heavenly thunder snake. With a roar, a serpentine bolt of lightning surged towards Xiao Li. Boom. The explosion was deafening, leveling the surrounding structures and leaving a massive crater where Xiao Li once stood, the edges still crackling with residual lightning. The Scarred Man panted heavily, this technique having drained nearly all his chakra and vitality. This little brat must surely perish now. Damn it. I'll probably not be able to enjoy women for the next half month. The Scarred Man slumped against a rock, waiting for his strength to return. As a gentle breeze swept through, clearing some dust from the collapsed buildings, he was met with a sight that filled him with dread. Shally stood unscathed beside the crater, his upper garments charred, but his spirit intact. Shally brushed off the dust and coughed lightly, saying, "Had it not been for my body technique, I might have truly been finished just now. You, scoundrel, are surprisingly formidable." The scarred man, eyeing the diminutive figure before him, was overtaken by fear. What are you? A ghost? Surviving such an attack and still standing? Shally smirked disdainfully, retrieving a kunai from his pouch and advancing towards the scarred man. "I am indeed human, and I am also the one who will take your life." Overwhelmed by the terror of impending death, the scarred man knelt, repeatedly bowing to Shally. "Please, young sir, I realize my mistakes. I beg you spare me. I will serve you faithfully." Without allowing him to finish, Shally swiftly ended the man's life with a decisive strike. Allowing such a person to live would only bring further harm to others. Eliminating him was a service to the world, and Shally had no regrets. What happened? Shally-kun? The Red Lotus appeared nearby, her eyes widening at the devastation surrounding them, noticing Shally's singed clothing. Shally turned with a smile, glancing at the bloodied Red Lotus. "Nothing much, just dealt with a troublesome fellow. How about you? Have you finished your side?" Shaking her head, the Red Lotus pouted. "They all fled upon seeing me, and some were too swift for me to catch up. I came to investigate the commotion." Shally discarded his burnt attire and donned a fresh outfit from his pack, instructing the Red Lotus, "There's nothing left here. Continue pursuing the remaining scoundrels. I will join you shortly." With a nod, the Red Lotus conjured 2 crystal scimitars once more, darting westward. Shortly after, Shally followed in pursuit. The remaining battle held no suspense. Despite the enemy's formidable strength, the Red Lotus's crystal techniques were not easily countered, especially with Shally providing occasional ambushes. It was too long before the remaining rogues were eradicated. After briefly tending to the villagers, Shally and the Red Lotus ascended on Shally's drawn bird, returning to their dwelling atop the cliff. What a satisfying slaughter. Eliminating these scoundrels brings me no burden whatsoever. The Red Lotus, seated upon the bird's back, stretched luxuriously. Her soiled form stained with blood, yet her face radiated joy and exhilaration. Chapter 39. The request Little gazed at the appearance of Hong Lian and smiled knowingly. This girl, Hong Lian, was not inherently bad. It was merely the erroneous beliefs instilled by Orochimaru that led her to commit certain misdeeds. Now that she was by Little Li's side, he was certain he could guide her onto the right path. "Hong Lian, if you were summoned for a similar task next time, would you still be willing to go?" Little Li inquired with a warm smile. Hong Lian nodded vigorously, her previous excitement rekindling in her eyes. "Of course, such matters must involve me, or I shall be quite distressed." Feigning a troubled expression, Little Li rested his chin on his hand, contemplating. I suppose including you is possible, but you must agree to 2 conditions." Turning to Little Li, Hong Lian asked, "What conditions?" Little Li locked his gaze onto hers and stated earnestly, "First, promise me that you will no longer be a puppet of Orochimaru, but instead live as your true self. I know beneath your seemingly irritable demeanor lies a kind heart. Am I correct, Hong Lian?" "How infuriating. You speak with such a tone." Hong Lian clenched her petite fist, appearing ready to pounce on Little Li. Hey, you claim not to be irritable. Yet here you are, ready to strike," Little Li remarked as he stood up. "Very well, I promise to improve gradually," Hong Lian replied. Her cheeks slightly flushed as she retracted her fist. "And what about the second condition?" Noticing Hong Lian's blush, Little Li chuckled softly. Her bashful demeanor was quite endearing. "The second condition is, could you refrain from wearing such revealing attire at night? Sister, although I am still young, I am a man as well. I cannot endure your alluring presence constantly swaying in front of me." Upon hearing this, Hong Lian's already flushed face deepened to the hue of a ripe apple. "But this is the order of Lord Orochimaru. He instructed me to." "See, you mentioned Orochimaru again. What did I just tell you?" As the 2 engaged in their lively banter, the large bird arrived at the peak of Orochimaru's base. The first task upon their descent was, of course, to bathe. After the previous intense battle, they were both drenched in sweat, their clothes nearly stained with blood, causing an unbearable stench. After freshening up, the sky gradually darkened, and Hong Lian returned to the kitchen to prepare 3 dishes and a soup. Knock, knock, knock. Just as Little Li and Hong Lian were about to sit down for dinner, someone knocked at the door. "Come in. It's not locked," Little Li called out. The door creaked open, and Yukushi Kabuto stepped in with a broad smile, approaching Little Li with a respectful bow. "Mr. Ban, what a coincidence to find you at dinner." Little Li nodded, glancing at Yukushi Kabuto before gesturing to a seat nearby. "Have you eaten? Care to join us?" "No, Mr. Ban. I have already dined. I have come primarily on Lord Orochimaru's orders to invite you to observe the gladiatorial arena." Yukushi Kabuto maintained a respectful demeanor, showing no intention of sitting down. "Observe the gladiatorial arena? What is there to observe? I fear Orochimaru is simply concocting another scheme to test me." Little Li thought, but maintained a casual demeanor as he continued to eat. "That is fine. I will finish my meal first. Hong Lian will accompany me afterward. Please take your time, Mr. Ban. I shall wait for you outside," Yukushi Kabuto replied, receiving Little Li's nod before exiting and closing the door behind him. Yukushi Kabuto genuinely appeared to believe that Little Li was Uchiha Ban, consistently showing great respect. However, Little Li, having read the original work, knew this man's treacherous and cunning nature. One could not judge him solely based on appearances. "System, is there anything to ensure my safety? I wish to exchange for something," Little Li inquired within his mind, uncertain of what awaited him at the gladiatorial arena with Yukushi Kabuto. Ding. The system has located the following items. Super explosive tag. Exchange for 300 points, with power 20 times that of a standard explosive tag. Super shuriken. Exchange for 300 points in scroll form. Capable of launching thousands of shurikens at the enemy. Super soldier pills. Exchange for 300 points. Oral consumption enhances all ninjutsu and physical abilities tenfold for 1 minute. Followed by chakra depletion. After a brief contemplation, Little Li opted for the super explosive tag and the super soldier pills. With only around 600 points remaining, he could only redeem 2 items. Ding. Congratulations, host. Super explosive tag and super soldier pills have been successfully exchanged, costing 600 points. Remaining points, 6, with some reluctance. Little Li gazed at the gleaming golden super explosive tag and the egg-sized pill, before standing up and beckoning Hong Lian. "Let us go, Hong Lian. We shall clean up the dishes later. I am eager to discover what Orochimaru has prepared for me." Hong Lian nodded, trailing behind Little Li. Upon their exit, Yukushi Kabuto approached once more, greeting them with another bow before leading them down the mountain. As they traversed the winding, dark corridors for the second time, Little Li felt much more at ease, shedding the initial tension and fear. Before long, Yukushi Kabuto brought them to a spacious hall, where Orochimaru sat at the head of the table. Noticing their arrival, Orochimaru abruptly opened his eyes, his serpentine gaze emanating a faint green glow. Has he significantly increased his power in such a short time? Little Li mused silently. "Mr. Ban, welcome once again. How have you found your stay at the Cliff's Peak?" Orochimaru greeted with a sinister chuckle, approaching Little Li and the others. Little Li nodded, exhibiting no signs of trepidation. "Indeed, I relish this tranquil environment. And Hong Lian is quite pleasant company, so I do not feel lonely." "I must thank you for that, Orochimaru." Although Hong Lian had been sent by Orochimaru to monitor Little Li, her time spent with him had yielded no valuable information. Now, receiving such public praise from Little Li, her cheeks flushed a deeper shade. Chapter 40. The Arena. "Mr. Ban, I suggest we first explore the arena. There is much excitement to behold," proposed Yukushi Kabuto, adjusting his glasses once more as he extended another invitation to Shaoli. "Indeed, Mr. Ban, I have dedicated considerable time to prepare for this event," Orochimaru chimed in, leading the way down a corridor without waiting for Shaoli's reply. Reluctantly, Shaoli followed alongside Hong Lian. Orochimaru's underground base resembled an elaborate tomb maze, with corridors branching in every direction. With a resounding rumble, after advancing for about 10 minutes, a heavy stone door swung open, revealing a space the size of a football field before Shaoli's eyes. Upon entering behind Orochimaru and Yukushi Kabuto, Shaoli observed that the arena was circular, with metallic cages lining the perimeter, each containing grotesque creatures. These beings were enormous, towering 2 to 3 meters high, yet their appearances were utterly repulsive. Some were covered in sharp spikes, others boasted twisted horns, and a few were conjoined like Siamese twins, their features grotesquely intertwined, evoking a visceral sense of nausea. Strangely, despite their monstrous forms, hints of humanity could still be discerned, likely the results of Orochimaru's experiments with failed subjects. Yakushi Kabuto retrieved a button resembling a car key from his ninja tool pouch. As he pressed it with his thumb, thick clouds of white smoke erupted from above the cages, enveloping the area. The creatures within seemed to awaken, erupting into frenzied howls. In an instant, the cacophony of roars surged, and the beasts began to emerge from their confines, eyes glowing red and saliva dripping from their mouths, charging toward Xiao Li and his companions without hesitation. Orochimaru, what is your intention? Releasing such bizarre creatures, surely this is. Before Xiao Li could finish, Orochimaru abruptly shoved Hong Lian toward him. Mr. Ban, I am aware of your extraordinary prowess. These beings are merely failed experiments of mine, devoid of thought, driven solely by the instinct to attack. Please assist me in disposing of them, he implored. As Orochimaru and Yakushi Kabuto leaped onto a viewing platform several dozen meters high, Hong Lian, caught off guard by Orochimaru's sudden maneuver, collided with Xiao Li, who staggered back several steps before regaining his balance. Watching the horde of hundreds of monsters inching closer, Xiao Li realized his earlier suspicions were correct. Orochimaru doubted his abilities and had orchestrated this scenario to test him. As the adage goes, 2 fists cannot contend with 4 hands. If he were truly Uchiha Ban, the swarm of monsters would be inconsequential. However, Xiao Li felt a bead of sweat trickling down his brow, questioning the efficacy of the 2 items he had exchanged from the system. Xiao Li-kun, please be cautious. These monsters possess immense chakra and lack any sense of pain. I struggle to fend off 5 or 6 alone, and there are so many here. Hong Lian's eyes widened with fear as she observed the advancing beasts, casting a glance at Orochimaru above, disappointment flickering across her features. Was she truly nothing more than a pawn, expendable at Orochimaru's whim? Leave them to me, Hong Lian. Protect yourself and be wary of their ambushes, Xiao Li urged, nodding as he retrieved 2 items from his system pouch. Whoosh! Perish! With a swift motion, Xiao Li hurled a super explosive tag into the fray, a dazzling orb of light soaring toward the oncoming monsters. An earth-shattering explosion ensued, shaking the sturdy underground base. Upon surveying the arena again, he noted that a third of the ground had been blasted into a massive crater, the monsters within that region being violently dismembered, their heads rolling about. What sorcery is this? Is it the fabled tail beast bomb? Yet, surely its power should exceed this? Orochimaru, watching from above, was visibly astonished, glancing at Yakushi Kabuto, who mirrored his shock and confusion. The tremendous blast appeared to incite the remaining hundreds of creatures, who quickened their pace, howling as they charged toward Xiao Li and Hong Lian. Crystal release, hexagonal shuriken dance. Hong Lian swiftly formed hand seals, unleashing dozens of pink crystalline shurikens that whistled through the air toward the approaching monsters. Clang, clang, clang. The beasts merely raised their massive forelimbs to deflect the shurikens, which clattered to the ground. Crystal release, pentagonal prison technique. Observing her shurikens were ineffective, Hong Lian resorted to her other signature move, the pentagonal prison technique. Pink crystals surged upward from beneath the feet of the approaching monsters, attempting to encase them in crystallization. A handful of the creatures were successfully encased in gelatinous crystals. Yet the majority scoffed disdainfully, stomping their feet and shattering the pink substance with ease. Hong Lian, leave this to me. Xiao Li's voice rasped as he consumed a super soldier pill, his body emanating a faint green glow, and his cheeks flushed, brimming with boundless energy. With a fierce roar, dozens of monsters surged forward, intent on crushing the diminutive figure before them. Earth release, earth spike. Thud. As Xiao Li unleashed his earth-based ninjutsu, countless 10-meter-high spikes erupted from the ground before him, impaling around 100 monsters. The creatures barely had time to emit a scream before being impaled and flung into the air. What manner of technique is this? Such an elementary earth technique yielding such results? Orochimaru-sama, we may have miscalculated. Yakushi Kabuto observed Xiao Li's prowess from the viewing platform, a chill creeping into his heart. Orochimaru's expression was equally grim, his brow furrowed in contemplation. Chapter 41. Xiao Li's fury without a moment's hesitation. Xiao Li swiftly pulled Hong Lian behind him, bending his knees to leap into the air. With his right palm facing outward, blue chakra began to whirl rapidly, coalescing into an enormous spiraling sphere aimed at the surviving monsters below. Supergiant Rasen Shuriken. With a deafening explosion, a massive blue chakra orb struck the swarm of monsters, sending them hurtling several meters away, where they rolled on the ground, lifeless and unable to move. As Xiao Li turned to face the remaining dozens of monsters, who, undeterred by fear, continued their relentless advance, he furrowed his brow and quickly formed the hand seals for a water-style technique. Water-style, super water barrier. With a tremendous roar, torrents of water surged up from in front of Xiao Li, crashing towards the remaining monsters with the force of a tempest. The entire arena, the size of a football field, was instantly submerged, scattering the remaining creatures into disarray, leaving them devoid of any vitality. Xiao Li and Hong Lian, utilizing chakra to stand upon the tumultuous water's surface, rode the waves in unison. Suddenly, Xiao Li's expression shifted dramatically. He felt as if his entire being had been drained, as though he had consumed 20 of Wei Ji's special pills, leaving him exceedingly weak, his complexion pale as parchment. Damn it! In my eagerness, I forgot about the side effects of the super soldier pills. Cursing inwardly, he gestured for Hong Lian to support him. Understanding his silent plea, Hong Lian nodded and, upon touching his hand, was taken aback by the intensity of his weakness. With Hong Lian's assistance, Xiao Li stood on the water's surface, locking eyes with Orochimaru across the way, his face a mask of fury. Orochimaru, I must say you have successfully provoked my ire. Are you employing these useless test subjects to gauge my abilities, or to test my patience, as Uchiha Obito? Do you truly wish to meet your demise? As Xiao Li's imposing aura loomed over them, both Orochimaru and Kabuto felt a chill in their hearts. Kabuto leaned close to Orochimaru and whispered, Lord Orochimaru, judging by the power of his jutsu, his strength likely surpasses that of a Kage, though he appears gravely weakened at present. Orochimaru also noticed Xiao Li's unusual state and exchanged a glance with Hong Lian, but she ignored him, turning her head away. Just as Orochimaru was about to speak, Xiao Li interjected with a cold scoff, Orochimaru, I am aware of your insidious intentions. You seek to test my true strength, or perhaps to extract the secrets of the reanimation jutsu from me. Xiao Li shook his head, a mocking smile gracing his lips. You have successfully gauged my strength, as you can see before you. This is merely 1/3 of my current power. Due to the frailty of this body, I am indeed somewhat weakened. However, if you intend to take advantage of this moment to oppose me, then by all means, do try. I possess many methods at my disposal. With his thoughts laid bare, Orochimaru's expression soured, yet he forced a smile, addressing Xiao Li, Mr. Obito. I acknowledge my error in not consulting you before summoning you to eliminate these defective test subjects. I apologize, and as for your other claims, they are unfounded. How could I dare to provoke the authority of Uchiha Obito? Kabuto adjusted his glasses and chuckled nervously, Mr. Obito. It is entirely my fault for not briefing you on the situation earlier. Please do not be upset. We have prepared a banquet, replete with various delectable dishes. We would be honored if you would join us for a meal. Xiao Li scoffed, signaling for Hong Lian to help him retreat. Whether there is truth to your claims, you know in your hearts, a meal is unnecessary. Hong Lian, let us depart. Yes. Hong Lian carefully assisted Xiao Li as they made their way out. In his current state, Xiao Li knew he would not survive even a casual encounter with Orochimaru or Kabuto, leaving Orochimaru and Kabuto in stunned silence. Xiao Li and Hong Lian soon reached the cliff's summit. As soon as they arrived, Xiao Li could no longer endure. His vision darkened, and he fainted. Xiao Li-kun, what has happened to you? Hong Lian panicked, catching Xiao Li's faltering form and hurriedly carrying him indoors. It was not until nightfall that Xiao Li groggily opened his eyes, feeling an overwhelming soreness throughout his body, as if he had been mercilessly whipped countless times, each part of him ablaze with pain. Xiao Li-kun, are you all right? Hong Lian, vigilantly stationed by Xiao Li's bedside, immediately inquired with concern as he regained consciousness. Seeing her anxious expression warmed Xiao Li's heart. Hong Lian, I am fine. There is no need for concern. It is merely exhaustion from overusing chakra. Hong Lian nodded, visibly relieved. Xiao Li-kun, you have been unconscious for quite some time. It is already past midnight. Propping himself up on the bed, Xiao Li slowly sat up. Is that so? It has indeed been a while. Thank you for taking care of me, Hong Lian. A slight blush colored Hong Lian's cheeks as she rose to fetch a water jug. Are you thirsty? Here. Have some water. Xiaoli nodded, turning to her and softly asking, Hong Lian, you must have known that I had reached my limit. Why did you not inform Orochimaru? Hong Lian paused momentarily, carrying the poured tea to him. In truth, I have been contemplating your words over the past few days. You were right. I am not merely an object, and I can choose my own path in life. When Lord Orochimaru pushed me toward you, I realized I was nothing more than a disposable tool in his eyes, akin to the test subjects he conducts research on, easily discarded at his whim. Therefore, I had no intention of revealing your secrets to him. I am uncertain if this is considered betrayal, but I truly wish not to do so. If I must repay Lord Orochimaru's kindness, I will choose to assist him in ways within my capability, rather than serving as his blade, killing at his command. Seeing Hong Lian come to this understanding filled Xiaoli with joy. It is wonderful that you can think this way. From now on, simply be yourself. Do not engage in any more of those nefarious deeds for Orochimaru. Chapter 42. 7 years as Xiaoli spoke. He suddenly noticed that Hong Lian was wearing a pink spaghetti-strap nightgown, gazing at her seated by his bedside. The alluring curve of her neckline made his nose bleed uncontrollably. Wiping away the blood, he turned his head, unable to continue looking. Sister, didn't I tell you? Please don't wear such enticing attire at home. I can't handle it. Time passed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, 7 years had elapsed. Xiaoli had transformed from an innocent child into a young man, while Hong Lian blossomed into a 20-year-old woman. Throughout these 6 years, Xiaoli frequently took Hong Lian along on system missions, and she eagerly participated, relishing the thrill of vanquishing villains without any psychological burden. However, there were instances when their numbers were outmatched, forcing them to retreat. Yet, they never surrendered, opting instead for guerrilla tactics, dismantling foes one by one. Their innate prowess often rendered their opponents powerless against them. Although they occasionally encountered formidable adversaries and sustained injuries, the support from the system ensured these injuries were trivial, allowing them to recuperate briefly before embarking on new missions. Over the years, Xiaoli amassed countless exchange points, yet he chose not to hoard them. Instead, he frequently organized grand lottery events. While most outcomes yielded trivial jutsu, occasionally, he would uncover techniques that delighted him. After what must have been thousands of draws, he was unexpectedly rewarded with Hashirama's cells, which filled him with elation, causing him to dance with Hong Lian for a considerable time until he regained his composure. Through these 7 years of close companionship, their relationship reached a delicate equilibrium, part sibling-like, part master-servant, and even reminiscent of childhood sweethearts. However, Xiaoli maintained a final thread of distance, forever haunted by the indelible impression left by Hinata Hyuga in his heart. He had no desire to commit any act that would betray her, as no one could ever replace her in his affections. Orochimaru often summoned Yakushi Kabuto to the cliff top to invite Xiaoli for tours of his base or sumptuous feasts, or to observe the battles of his captive specimens. These invitations, devoid of ulterior motives, reflected the unwavering trust Orochimaru and Kabuto had in Xiaoli, fully convinced he was Uchiha Madara. Their peculiar reasons for proximity were merely ploys to gain favor, hoping to glean some advantage from Madara and to uncover the secrets of his so-called perfect reincarnation technique. Regrettably, Xiaoli proved too adept, skillfully sidestepping sensitive topics, much to the frustration of Orochimaru and Kabuto, who recognized the danger of provoking him. They understood that if they forced a confrontation, they might not survive an encounter with Uchiha Madara. Xiaoli-kun, I have mastered the super beast imitation technique you gave me recently. How about it? My bird looks far more splendid than yours. Hong Lian exclaimed playfully as they soared atop a magnificent avian creation. The Hong Lian of today was a stark contrast to her former self, a once cold and domineering puppet of Orochimaru. She had now transformed into a vibrant, youthful girl. Xiaoli smiled gently at her, feeling a twinge of embarrassment. Of course, my artistic skills pale in comparison to yours. Receiving his praise, Hong Lian puffed her nose in pride, her face alight with joy as she maneuvered the great bird. Upon returning to the cliff's edge, they were astonished to find Orochimaru and Kabuto awaiting them. Orochimaru stood before the brick house, hands clasped behind his back and eyes closed, exuding an air of gravity. In all the years, he had never ascended here, suggesting he bore significant news. As they landed, Shaoli approached. Orochimaru, what brings you here today? Is there something you wish to discuss? Without waiting for an answer, he inquired. Orochimaru abruptly opened his eyes, revealing a grim smile. Mr. Madara, the next Chunin exams will soon be held in Konoha. Ninjas from all nations will gather there. I believe this is a prime opportunity for me to exact my revenge on Konoha. His gaze brimmed with hatred, his words deceptively calm. It was evident that this plan to attack Konoha had been long in the making. Shaoli realized that the original timeline had been disrupted by his presence. Yet he understood that this unfolding was destined to differ from the original narrative. Firstly, the fourth Kazekage had already met his demise at Shaoli's hands. Preventing Orochimaru from assassinating him or masquerading as him to infiltrate Konoha and ambush Hiruzen Sarutobi. Moreover, the strength of the ninjas cultivated in the Sound Village under Orochimaru's command was insufficient to challenge Konoha's fortitude. Did this imply that Orochimaru had sought additional allies? Seeing Shaoli lost in thought, Orochimaru pressed on with his appeal. Mr. Madara, I recognize your extraordinary capabilities. My grievances with Konoha have persisted for many years. Now that the opportunity has finally arrived, I am determined to obliterate Konoha. I hope you will join me in this endeavor, knowing you too have your ties to Konoha. Gazing into Orochimaru and Appo's earnest eyes, Shaoli fell into contemplation. He was indeed willing to accompany him, as he vividly recalled the promise he made to Hinata. 7 years had elapsed, and the driving force behind his relentless pursuit of strength through system tasks was largely to return to Konoha and reunite with her. Chapter 43, Konohagakure Hinata Hizashi's earlier humiliation of Rock Lee remains etched in his memory, particularly that slap he received. However, since Orochimaru was so keen on having Lee accompany him, it would be unwise to not extract some benefits or set conditions. To appear overly accommodating would undermine his facade as a formidable figure in the ninja world, and hastily agreeing could arouse Orochimaru's suspicion. After a moment of contemplation, Lee nodded and stated, I can assist you, but you must agree to one condition. Orochimaru seemed to have anticipated this, nodding and inquiring. What condition do you have in mind? As long as it is within my power, I will comply. Lee called forth Honglien from behind him, gazing intently at Orochimaru. I know you hold a debt to Honglien. My condition is that she shall owe you nothing henceforth. You will grant her freedom. What say you? Upon hearing Lee's selfless request, Honglien felt a surge of emotion, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Lee-kun, she murmured. Very well. As you wish, Honglien. You shall henceforth recognize Mr. Madara as your master and need not heed my commands any longer. Orochimaru, upon hearing Lee's stipulation, erupted into laughter, responding with indifference. To him, Honglien was merely one of many reincarnated alternatives. Her fate was of little consequence. Lee, shaking his head, countered, You are mistaken, Orochimaru. I do not require her to acknowledge me as her master or obey my commands. From this day forward, she is her own complete person. He paused before adding, Of course, if she chooses to remain by my side, I would welcome it. Wiping her eyes, Honglien knelt respectfully and declared, Lee-kun, I wish to stay by your side. I will do whatever you ask of me. Lee hurried to assist her to her feet, smiling gently. Honglien, please rise. There is no need for such formalities between us. She nodded obediently, taking her place behind him. Mr. Madara, as per your instructions, take some time to prepare. I will begin arranging the remaining matters. The Chunin exams are fast approaching, Orochimaru said with excitement. Licking his lips with a flick of his long tongue before exchanging brief farewells with Lee and leaping down the cliff with Kabuto. Observing Orochimaru's confident demeanor, Lee mused to himself about the extent of his preparations. Upon returning to their brick abode, Lee and Honglien first attended to washing off the grime from their recent mission, a ritual that marked every return from duty. The interior of their home had transformed significantly. Ever since Lee procured Hashirama's cells from the system shop and mastered wood release, he found himself often crafting various wooden furnishings. What once felt sparsely decorated now brimmed with an array of wooden furniture until, under Honglien's gentle admonition, he ceased this seemingly trivial endeavor. In the underground base at the foot of the cliff, Orochimaru sat in the main hall, frowning as he addressed Kabuto. Are the replicas of Jugo prepared? Adjusting his glasses, Kabuto replied with a hint of a smile. Rest assured, Lord Orochimaru. After extensive modifications, these over 1,000 replicas are now obedient to my commands. They will do as I instruct. Orochimaru cackled with delight, a malevolent glint in his eyes. Excellent. This time, I shall ensure that Konoha pays a heavy price. 3 days later, Kabuto ascended to the cliff's summit to inform Lee that all preparations were complete and to ready himself and Honglian for their departure that noon. Mr. Madara, I have communicated Lord Orochimaru's orders. I must attend to other matters, so I take my leave. Very well, Lee acknowledged, signaling Kabuto to depart. That noon, Lee and Honglian, alongside Orochimaru, set forth towards Konohagakure. Kabuto did not accompany them, leading Lee to speculate that he would guide Orochimaru's other subordinates to lie in wait for an ambush outside the village, likely taking an alternate route. The journey proceeded without incident until they neared the outskirts of Konohagakure. The trio utilized transformation jutsu, adopting the guise of Sound Village shinobi as they strode confidently towards the village gates. At the entrance, a lengthy queue had formed, with several shinobi stationed at either side to verify the invitations held by those wishing to enter. After all, the Ch-Nin exams were a rare event, occurring only every few years, and each host nation dispatched multiple invitations to other countries. Typically, such invitations were reserved for participating shinobi, their leaders, and affluent dignitaries, akin to the Olympic Games, fostering tourism and economic development across nations. Now transformed into a woman, Orochimaru licked his lips with discontent, remarking, "How troublesome. Must we endure this long line? I could easily eliminate them all." Lee, appearing as a tan-skinned man adorned with the Sound Village forehead protector, turned to dissuade him. Orochimaru, why the impatience? Patience is a virtue. Exposing ourselves too soon would be unwise. Rest assured, Lee Kuan, Lord Orochimaru was merely jesting. He would not act on such impulses. Honglian chimed in, also wearing the Sound Village forehead protector but foregoing transformation. As they conversed, 3 shinobi donned with Sand Village forehead protectors leapt from the trees, landing at the end of the queue. The leader, a red-haired youth carrying a massive gourd, was flanked by a boy and a girl. The girl bore a large fan on her back, while the boy's face was adorned with bizarre red markings, enhancing his otherworldly appearance. Upon observing the weight, the gourd-bearing youth's icy demeanor shifted to one of annoyance. This is ridiculous. Why are we queuing? Temari, Kankuro, let us go in through the front. Temari, her face reflecting a hint of panic, forced a smile and replied, Gaara, let us not disrupt their rules. Just bear with it a little longer. The wait won't be much. Kankuro, equally exasperated, chimed in, Gaara, let us not be rash. We've formed an alliance with Konoha. We mustn't provoke any trouble. Chapter 44. Farewell. Hinata. Gaara let out a cold snort, closing his eyes and refraining from further speech, clearly still harboring discontent, yet unusually acquiescent to the opinions of his elder brother and sister. As anticipated by Temari, the procession at the entrance of Konoha moved swiftly. It wasn't long before Lee and his companions presented their invitations and entered the village. Konoha remained largely unchanged, a perennial spring enveloping it, with the surrounding buildings bearing little alteration. However, the street vendors had noticeably multiplied, perhaps a result of the Ch-Nin exams, with villagers seizing the opportunity to earn a little extra. Observing the familiar sights, Lee felt a surge of nostalgia. Konoha, I have returned. Hinata, I am back. Upon hearing Lee mention Hinata, Honglian's eyes dimmed slightly. Over the years, through their interactions, she had learned of Lee's first love, Hinata Hyuga. Honglian understood well the irreplaceable position Hinata held in Lee's heart. Though she had once felt sorrow, she ultimately found solace in simply being by Lee's side. Upon entering Konoha, the ninjas attending the Ch-Nin exams were separated from the spectators and escorted by designated Konoha ninjas to a temporary residence, where they would await notification regarding the commencement of the exams. After providing their instructions, the escorting ninjas hurried back to prepare for the next group of exam participants. The ninjas participating in the exams settled into shared accommodations, each suite comprising 3 bedrooms and a living room. Lee, Honglian, and Orochimaru sat on the sofa in the living room, sipping tea. Lee broke the silence, inquiring of Orochimaru, Orochimaru, why haven't I seen Kabuto? Orochimaru took a sip of tea and set his cup down. He has already taken a different route with my special ninja squad. He may need a little more time, but he will undoubtedly surprise Konoha. Seeing Orochimaru's sly smile, Lee suddenly interjected, Orochimaru, I must clarify something. I have a history with the third Hokage and Hayashi Hyuga. I can assist you in dealing with them, but I will not harm innocent villagers. While I do not claim to be a paragon of virtue, I refuse to be a villain who indiscriminately slaughters the innocent. Orochimaru's expression darkened at Lee's words, but given the current situation, he could only acquiesce. Very well, Mr. Madara has his own principles. I shall not interfere. Lee understood that Orochimaru likely held some resentment towards him. The principle of an eye for an eye resonated with Lee. He found the third Hokage, with his seemingly benign demeanor yet insidious nature, utterly contemptible, but the ordinary villagers were blameless. Moreover, with Lee's current strength, he could not thwart Orochimaru's ambitions, so he resolved to let events unfold naturally. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye, and the time for the CH9 exams had officially arrived. In these days, all participants and spectators had gradually gathered. Although Lee longed to see Hinata, he restrained his impulses. All the ninjas participating in the exams were led into a large classroom, where confidence radiated from the faces of ninjas from various villages, all seemingly assured of their success in the upcoming trials. This was only natural, as those selected to participate were the cream of the crop from their respective villages. In the classroom, ninjas engaged in lively discussions, none adhering to their seats awaiting the arrival of the proctor. Lee spotted many familiar faces: Neji Hyuga, Tenten, Naruto Uzumaki, Sasuke Uchiha, and the entire Konoha 12 were present, alongside one figure who captivated Lee's thoughts, Hinata Hyuga. Upon seeing Hinata, Lee could no longer contain himself and walked directly towards her. Hinata, you've grown even more beautiful. Lee gazed at Hinata with a smile, his eyes brimming with affection. Hinata, surprised by the voice calling her name, turned to see a stranger adorned with the forehead protector of the Sound Village. Her expression one of confusion. Who are you? Kiba Inuzuka, standing beside Hinata, glanced at the transformed Lee, astonished. Who is this guy? Do you know him, Hinata? Lee ignored Kiba's question, his gaze fixed on Hinata. Hinata, do you not remember? We promised, I will come back to marry you. Hinata's pupils widened in disbelief as she stared at Lee. Is it really you, Lee? You've returned. Lee nodded, affirming, of course, it's me. Who else would promise to marry you? Lee, it truly is you. You've returned, how wonderful, Hinata exclaimed, tears of joy streaming down her face as she threw herself into Lee's embrace. Lee held the one who occupied his thoughts day and night, gently patting her back and whispering comforting words. Yes, I'm back. I've missed you so much over the years, did you know? Hinata, overwhelmed with emotion, could barely speak, only managing soft sobs as she clung tightly to Lee, as if fearing that releasing him would cause him to vanish. What? You are the so-called master of pretentiousness aiming to conquer the heavens? Kiba exclaimed, astonished as he scrutinized Lee from head to toe. Lee's lips twitched, exasperated. What do you mean, master of pretentiousness? What are you talking about? Kiba scratched his head and chuckled. You don't know? Ever since that night you showcased that illusion in Konoha, your reputation has spread throughout the village, and everyone has given you a nickname, Master of Pretentiousness. Are you kidding me? Master of Pretentiousness is a title? Lee fumed, nearly ready to kick Kiba in frustration. Just then, the classroom door swung open, and a robust ninja, his head wrapped in a black cloth and his face marred with scars, strode in, followed by a dozen ninjas wearing forehead protectors. Enough. Return to your seats and sit quietly. I do not care if you were dragons or insects in your own villages. Here, you will follow my commands. Chapter 45. Ibiki the scarred-faced ninja, Ibiki, surveyed the raucous classroom with a grim expression before bellowing a reprimand. Lee gently nudged Hinata, who was nestled in his arms, and whispered words of comfort. Hinata, the exam is about to commence. You should head over first. I won't take this lightly this time. Hinata nodded, releasing her tight grip around Lee. Her cheeks flushed like a ripe apple as she dashed towards Kiba. Lee observed Hinata's demeanor and shook his head with a hint of exasperation. It was indeed a challenge for the poor girl, given her bashful nature. Embracing him in front of so many others must have been utterly mortifying. The ninjas from various villages exchanged uneasy glances upon hearing his words, but obediently returned to their assigned seats. Following Ibiki, a dozen proctors took their places along the sides of the classroom, their gazes scrutinizing every student present. Ibiki took up the chalk at the podium and inscribed several lines on the blackboard while speaking. The upcoming examination consists of 3 rounds. The first round will be a written test, which I will oversee. Upon finishing, Ibiki glanced at the students' reactions, noting their silence before signaling the proctors to distribute the exam papers. As the papers were handed out, the students' faces turned ashen upon seeing the questions, for the content exceeded the knowledge of at least 90% of the candidates present. A few ninjas, confronted with such daunting questions, cursed under their breath and chose to abandon the exam, exiting the classroom. Seated towards the back, Lee, Honglian, and Orochimaru understood the nature of the paper well. Lee realized that whether they answered or not was inconsequential. The test was merely a measure of their ability to cheat without detection, a unique skill among ninjas. After all, in the original story, Naruto had managed to pass by submitting a blank paper, so Lee remained unperturbed, subtly encouraging Orochimaru and Honglian to merely go through the motions. Orochimaru's expression, however, was less than favorable as he turned to Lee and remarked, "Mr. Ban, you were rather reckless earlier. By acknowledging that young girl, you have compromised your identity. Moreover, I noticed a member of the Hyuga clan leave the classroom in a state of distress. I fear they may report this incident." Taken aback, Lee smacked his forehead, feeling a wave of regret. "I truly apologize. I was so preoccupied with myself that I neglected this matter. Nevertheless, it doesn't affect you. They only recognized me and won't uncover your plans." With a scoff, Orochimaru replied, "Let us hope that is the case." Ignoring Orochimaru's attitude, Lee casually perused the exam paper. Half an hour swiftly passed. Most candidates resorted to their special methods to copy from the top students without being caught by the proctors. Yet, a few were not as discreet. Their blatant attempts at cheating led to their expulsion from the classroom, thereby forfeiting their eligibility for the Chunin exam. As the time to submit answers approached, only 4 individuals turned in blank papers. One was Naruto, who clutched his head in regret, while the other 3 bore nonchalant expressions, Lee and his companions. "All right, I hereby announce that all remaining candidates present have passed." With Ibiki's declaration, astonishment spread across the faces of the students, who clearly lacked confidence in their responses. "What? Is it really possible to pass with a blank paper?" Naruto exclaimed, incredulous at the revelation. "Silence, and listen to me." Ibiki cleared his throat, silencing the commotion. "This examination tests your observational skills and your unique methods. Among the candidates today, a few of our proctors are aware of all the answers, so as long as you possess the means, you can obtain the correct responses. Those whose methods are easily detectable will be promptly eliminated." The students erupted in disbelief, struggling to comprehend the reality of the situation. "Enough. Ibiki, the written portion has concluded. Now, I shall take charge of these youngsters." A melodious female voice rang out as the classroom door was forcefully kicked open. Mitarashi Anko struck a pose as she made her entrance, captivating the attention of all present. Orochimaru, licking his lips in excitement, remarked, "Anko, is it? It has been many years since we last met." Ibiki's expression soured slightly upon seeing Anko, yet he refrained from showing any outward anger. "You arrived just in time. I had just finished when you walked in. I presume you were waiting outside for a dramatic entrance." Anko's cheeks flushed slightly at Ibiki's blunt observation, and in a fit of annoyance, she flung the kunai in her hand, embedding it into the blackboard with a resounding thud. The black cloth covering Ibiki's head slipped to the floor, revealing his scarred bald head to the onlookers. "Mind your tongue, you fool," Anko scolded, her irritation palpable. Ibiki, a cold sweat forming on his brow, muttered under his breath, "This madwoman is someone I should never provoke again." Under Anko's guidance, all the ninjas who had passed the initial Chunin exam gathered outside the survival training ground, encircled by tall iron fences. From within, the distant roars of wild beasts echoed ominously. Just hearing such sounds caused some candidates to blanch. Though they were ninjas, many were fresh graduates from the academy. Unaccustomed to the brutality of battle, and the terrifying roars instilled a primal fear within them. Anko cleared her throat and smiled at the candidates from various villages. "What is this? Are you already afraid upon hearing that? If any of you are scared, it would be best to withdraw now for once inside. You will be in grave danger. A short, plump young ninja raised a question. But why is there life-threatening danger in what is supposed to be a Chunin exam? Even if there are beasts inside, we are all ninjas. Surely we can escape if we can't defeat them. Anko turned her gaze towards the speaker, responding with a smile. Little Chubby, that is an excellent question. What I am about to explain is precisely the answer you seek. Chapter 46, Training Ground 44 in the initial round. A total of 26 teams successfully entered the training ground. Before you proceed to Training Ground 44, I shall present each group with a scroll. This scroll may either be the Scroll of Heaven or the Scroll of Earth. Within 5 days, you must bring both the Scroll of Heaven and the Scroll of Earth to the central tower, located 10 kilometers from the entrance, to be deemed successful. Observing the astonished expressions of the crowd, Akatsuki Red Bean felt a sense of satisfaction and reiterated, "Those who fail to meet my stipulations, whether due to the death of a team member or the act of peeking at the scroll's contents, shall be disqualified. Furthermore, I advise you against attempting to sneak a glance at the scroll. The consequences could be dire." A chilling smile graced Akatsuki Red Bean's lips, inciting fear in many faces. Yet, perhaps out of pride, none expressed the intention to withdraw. Gaara, with his gourd slung over his shoulder, wore a bloodthirsty grin. At last, it seemed he could commence the slaughter under legitimate pretense. Shino and Kankuro exchanged glances filled with trepidation. Shino, we must do our utmost to prevent this individual from causing too much chaos, especially as we are now allies of Konoha, Kankuro whispered. Akatsuki Red Bean retrieved several skewers of dumplings from her possession, devouring them with gusto. After a while, seeing that no one intended to withdraw, she instructed the proctors beside her to distribute the scrolls. As Lee approached Akatsuki Red Bean to receive a scroll of earth, he was halted by her voice. "Hey, stop right there. You must be Rock Lee. I never expected you to return. I have high hopes for you, the man who dares to challenge Konoha in the heavens." With a wink, Akatsuki Red Bean addressed Lee. "Thank you for your appreciation, Red Bean Sensei," Lee replied, awkwardly smiling, unsure of how to respond. He was astonished at how quickly news of his return had spread, even reaching Red Bean. It seemed that Hinata Hayashi and Saratobi Hiruzen must have also been informed. Yet, why had they not sent someone to apprehend him? Were they concerned about disrupting the Chunin exams? Suppressing his inner doubts, Lee rejoined Hinata and beckoned her team to enter the gates of Training Ground 44 together. "Hinata, here, take this Scroll of Earth. It complements your Scroll of Heaven perfectly." Shortly after entering the training ground, Lee extended his Scroll of Earth towards Hinata. Hinata hesitated, shaking her head. "Lee-kun, I cannot accept this. If you give it to us, you will need to seize 2 more scrolls from others, which is far too perilous." Just as Lee was about to dissuade her, Kiba rushed over, snatching the scroll from Lee's hands. "Hinata, why are you being so polite to your boyfriend? He is a master at showing off. His strength must be exceptional." Pointing at Orochimaru and Honglian beside Lee, Kiba continued, "And look at that tall lady with a long tongue, and that beautiful sister. The aura they emit is beyond our reach. If they wish to procure 2 scrolls, it will be a simple task for them. You need not worry about it." Lee kicked Kiba in the rear, exclaiming in anger, "What do you mean by master at showing off? It seems you are itching for a beating," rubbing his sore backside. Kiba grinned. "I was merely trying to compliment you, Lee. Why are you so worked up?" Dressed in a full trench coat, Shino cast a disdainful glance at Kiba. "You are utterly shameless. Engaging in such embarrassing antics. I regret teaming up with you." Feeling pleased after being complimented, Honglian turned to Hinata. "Hinata, Lee-kun frequently speaks of you. I never expected you to be so lovely in person. Rest assured, you may take this scroll, if we truly desire such items. There is no one in this training ground who can hinder us." Lee added, "Trust us, Hinata. With our strength, no one can pose a threat to us. You merely need to follow our lead." Seeing the sincerity in Lee's words, Hinata ceased her objections, expressing her gratitude to Lee and his companions before they continued onward. As Lee's group departed, an elderly man donned in a straw hat, emblazoned with a large kanji for fire, appeared at the perimeter of Training Ground 44. Following closely behind was the head of the Hyuga clan, Hinata's father, Hayashi Hyuga. Hayashi observed Lee's group as they ventured deeper into the training ground and turned to Saratobi Hiruzen. "Lord Third Hokage, Has Rock Lee truly returned? Hiruzen nodded, his expression contemplative. Indeed. Despite his use of transformation techniques, I can still sense that unmistakable aura of arrogance. I'm certain it is him. Furrowing his brow, Hiruzen continued, however. Among the two women accompanying Lee, one of them evokes a sense of familiarity, even resembling Orochimaru in some respects. Listening quietly while munching on dumplings. Akatsuki Red Bean halted her eating, disbelief flooding her gaze. Lord Third Hokage, what did you just say? Are you implying that the tall woman with Lee is Orochimaru? Hiruzen nodded, his hands clasped behind his back. Although he employed transformation techniques, I can still detect that sinister aura. I am certain it is him. Hayashi scratched his head, hesitating to voice his thoughts. Lord Third Hokage, may I ask, are you a dog? How can you discern so much? Hiruzen scoffed, casting a disapproving glance at Hayashi. What do you know? This is the intuition and observational skill I have honed over many years as Hokage. If I lacked such abilities, how could I have maintained my position for so long? Chapter 47. The bloodthirsty Gaara Mizuki Akane furrowed her brow. Her right hand pressed against the cursed seal on her shoulder. The thought that he would return again perplexed her. What could he possibly want? A glimmer of resentment flickered in her eyes. As the foremost disciple of Orochimaru, she had revered him since childhood, yet ultimately she found herself callously abandoned by him. This betrayal lingered in her heart, an unresolved matter that weighed heavily on her mind. Sarutobi Hiruzen turned to Akane, sensing her inner turmoil, and offered a gentle admonition, Akane. Years have passed, it is time to let go. Orochimaru has become a rogue ninja of Konoha, standing in direct opposition to us. He will only be our enemy from now on. Akane nodded in acknowledgement and replied, Lord Third Hokage, I understand my position. However, I cannot fathom why he would infiltrate the Chunin exam as a candidate. What could be his intention? Hinata Hazashi interjected suddenly, Lord Third Hokage, regardless of their motives. We should dispatch individuals to monitor them closely. It is essential to control the situation to prevent any irreparable incidents. Hiruzen nodded, his brow furrowed in concern. You are correct. But we must not disrupt the order of the examination. As he spoke, Hiruzen gestured for assistance, calling out. Summon more personnel to the central tower of the training grounds for heightened vigilance against any unforeseen events. Understood. Several masked Umbu members leaped down from the trees behind him, saluting Hiruzen before swiftly vanishing from sight. Within the confines of the 44th training ground, Lee and his 5 companions advanced leisurely, occasionally spotting hidden ninjas poised to strike, seemingly intent on seizing their scrolls. Yet, whether due to their overwhelming numbers or the formidable aura they exuded, no one dared to make a move. Lee and his companions had no desire to prey upon the weaker opponents. To them, those foes were no more significant than ants crossing their path. After continuing forward for some time, they encountered a striking red-haired boy carrying a gourd. This youth, though handsome, bore an unsettling lack of eyebrows and a cold, menacing expression that made one uneasy. This red-haired boy was none other than Gaara, flanked by Temari and Kankuro. They observed several incapacitated ninjas nearby, their expressions a mix of resignation and dismay. Hey, you lot, hand over your scrolls or face death. Gaara's bloodthirsty smile emerged as he addressed Lee and his group with chilling indifference. Temari and Kankuro, aware of Gaara's intent to continue his rampage, quickly intervened. Temari cautiously urged, Brother, please, we've already gathered enough scrolls. There is no need to harm the innocent. It serves no purpose. Gaara shot them a glare, his eyes of vivid crimson, and retorted, Silence. When did it become your place to lecture me? Speak again, and I shall eliminate you too. Temari promptly fell silent, intimidated into submission. Kankuro awkwardly chuckled, pulling Temari aside and saying, Temari, why fuss over it? Let him do as he wishes. We need not concern ourselves with the details. Seeing that Temari and Kankuro had ceased their objections, Gaara scoffed dismissively. Noticing Lee's group remained silent, he smirked wickedly and declared, I offered you a chance. Hand over your scrolls, and you would be spared. But since you chose silence, my decision has changed. You shall all perish. Hearing Gaara's brazen words, Lee couldn't help but smirk coldly. Not even the formidable Orochimaru could intimidate him. After all, even his father was currently a mere puppet of his, summoned through Edo Tensei. You believe you can bring about our demise? I doubt you possess such capability. Indeed, Orochimaru could no longer contain himself. He regarded Gaara disdainfully and remarked, Mr. Obito, who is this insolent child, so audacious in his demeanor? Lee responded with a grin, Orochimaru, you might not be aware, but this is the Jinchuriki of Sunagakure, known as Gaara. He is, at present, a bloodthirsty, cold-hearted assassin. Lee recollected how Gaara had once been a psychopathic killer, his existence defined solely by the desire to eliminate all strong individuals, seeking to validate his own worth. What? How could they possibly know Gaara's background? This is unbelievable! Temari and Kankuro exclaimed in unison, astonished that Gaara's identity as the Jinchuriki had been so easily disclosed. Who are you? How do you know about me? Gaara demanded, his haughty demeanor unwavering, regarding Lee with a commanding tone. I am someone who has survived in this world for many years, well acquainted with the circumstances of various villages. As for my identity, you lack the privilege to know, Lee replied, keen to maintain his masquerade as Uchiha Obito before Orochimaru. Hinata, standing beside Lee, gently tugged at his sleeve and whispered, Lee-kun, why do you say that? Aren't you only a year older than me? You're just 13. Lee nodded, leaning closer to whisper in Hinata's ear, indeed, but that is a secret. It must not be shared with anyone else. Upon hearing this, Hinata quickly covered her mouth, obediently falling silent. Lee-kun, cease your banter with this fool. Allow me to handle him. Orochimaru, unable to tolerate Gaara's arrogance, was the first to speak. Shadow Snake Hand. Orochimaru extended his left hand, transforming it into 4 serpents that elongated and lunged towards Gaara, their jaws wide open. Gaara merely snorted, not even lifting his eyelids. A thick barrier of sand erupted from the gourd on his back, enveloping him in a protective shield. With a thunderous crash, the 4 serpents collided against the sand, failing to penetrate Gaara's defense, and were swiftly repelled. Chapter 48. The serpent's formation. Orochimaru grinned devilishly as he gazed at the sand before Gaara, remarking, this fellow possesses quite an interesting defense. Lee nodded in agreement, addressing Orochimaru. Indeed, the sand is infused with chakra, requiring no manipulation from him, continuously offering protection. Turning to Hinata, Kiba, and Shino, Lee advised, you 3 should step aside. That individual has numerous wide-range offensive techniques, and I would not want you to be caught in the crossfire. The trio of Hinata nodded in unison, swiftly retreating, realizing that the battle unfolding before them was beyond their capabilities. Gaara, overhearing Lee's remarks, felt a growing unease. He could not fathom how this ninja from the Sound Village was so well informed about him. Temari and Kankuro shared a similar frown. Kankuro questioned Lee, how do you know so much about Gaara? Are you a spy from Sunagakure? It was no surprise Kankuro asked such a question. Gaara's affairs were considered closely guarded secrets, and only he and Temari were privy to such knowledge due to their lineage as the 4th Kazekage's children. Lee offered no answer, merely smiling at them. Gaara found Lee's demeanor exceedingly discomforting. Everyone he had encountered in the past either feared him or began to fear him after witnessing his power. Yet these 2 seemed utterly unfazed, provoking Gaara's sense of authority. Kankuro, stop wasting words with them. Allow me to eliminate them. Gaara bellowed, extending his right hand and executing his most skilled attack. Sand Binding Coffin. 2 mounds of sand erupted from beneath Lee and Orochimaru, enveloping them entirely. Gaara clenched his hand as if intending to crush them. Lee emitted a pained scream as the sand constricted around him. Moments later, silence fell, and it appeared Lee had ceased to breathe within the sand's grasp. At that moment, as Hinata anxiously wiped the sweat from her brow for Lee, a grin spread across Gaara's face. Suddenly, the ground trembled, and Lee burst forth, poking his head out of the earth, chuckling, did you think I was dead? Just teasing. In contrast, Orochimaru remained eerily silent, even after being ensnared by the sand. With a sudden cold snort, Orochimaru caused the sand to explode outward, scattering it around her as she emerged unscathed. Licking her lips with her long tongue, Orochimaru smiled at Lee, saying, Mr. Madara, you still enjoy jesting. This Jinchuriki from Sunagakure doesn't seem so formidable after all. Seeing his technique fail to affect them, Gaara's expression darkened further. You too perish. Sand Funeral. Gaara pressed his palms together and struck the ground, sending ripples radiating from his feet. The sand beneath him began to sink rapidly, spreading outwards to a staggering radius of 500 meters. By the heavens, this boy is serious. Orochimaru, I leave him to you. I shall retreat, Lee exclaimed, diving into the earth and vanishing. Before long, he appeared beside Hinata and the others. Kiba stared in disbelief at Gaara and Orochimaru, exclaiming, "What kind of freaks are these two? Their skills are far beyond what one would expect in the Chunin exams. I doubt even an ordinary Jonin could match them." Lee shook his head with a smile, but refrained from elaborating. Jonin, Orochimaru is a contender of the Kage level, and if Gaara unleashes Shikaka's power, he too reaches that tier. As Orochimaru was gradually pulled down by the sand, she exhibited no sign of panic. Instead, she gazed at Gaara with excitement, her tongue flicking against her lips. This Jinchuriki possesses considerable strength. I wonder if the tailed beast within him would resist if I took over his body. Lee, watching Orochimaru become serious, began to cheer her on. Orochimaru, go for it. Use that little tongue of yours to show him what you're made of. Orochimaru shot him a dark look and retorted, Mr. Madara, must you always make such jokes? After uttering this, seeing Orochimaru's head nearly submerged in sand, she ceased her complaints, her eyes gleaming with a cold light. She opened her mouth, releasing a large serpent that rapidly extended its body, entwining itself around a nearby tree, pulling her free from the sand. Gaara could hardly believe that these two had so easily thwarted his attack once more. Serpent's formation. Just as Gaara prepared to unleash another offensive maneuver, Orochimaru swiftly formed hand seals, unleashing a torrent of snakes from her mouth, writhing and hastily advancing towards Gaara. Ugh! This is utterly revolting. How can this individual possess such abhorrent techniques? I can hardly bear it. The two girls, Temari and Hinata, clutched their mouths, gagging. Lee frowned as well, pondering, how can he contain such a vast number of snakes within him? Kiba's eyes sparkled with excitement as he remarked, he is incredible. To wield such grotesque abilities, I wish to become his apprentice. Viper's arm explosion. In a flash, after initiating the serpent's formation, Orochimaru executed another offensive technique. With lightning speed, she formed hand seals, and from the ground before Gaara, white smoke erupted. As it dissipated, two enormous serpents, each measuring 5 to 6 meters in length, emerged, coiling and opening their massive jaws to bite down on Gaara. Gaara extended his hands, summoning a thick wall of sand to rise before him, while simultaneously unleashing chakra-infused sand from his gourd to enhance his defenses. Orochimaru smirked, her voice laced with taunting. Will your defense prove effective this time? Chapter 49. The Guardian of the Shikaku. As Orochimaru's voice fell, two colossal serpents, their jaws wide open, violently collided against the sand wall's defenses, failing to breach it. Yet, their relentless assault did not cease. Suddenly, the serpents began to swell rapidly, expanding to several times their size, and with a thunderous explosion, they detonated like time bombs, creating a massive breach in the sand wall. The explosion sent a spray of crimson mist everywhere, splattering Gaara, who stood behind the wall. Gaara, drenched in the serpent's blood, was enveloped in a cloud of white smoke, as if he were doused not in blood, but in sulfuric acid, eliciting agonized screams from him. At this sight, Rock Lee understood that the serpent's blood was likely laced with potent toxins. Otherwise, such corrosive effects would not be possible. However, he was also perplexed as to how Gaara's sand armor, which had always protected him, could be so easily eroded by the venomous blood of the serpents. After the serpents tore open the sand wall, a multitude of smaller snakes seized the opportunity to slither through the gap and into Gaara's sandy encirclement. These serpents swiftly ascended Gaara's body, enveloping him entirely and gnawing at him incessantly. Gaara's cries grew more agonized, more heart-wrenching than before, clearly indicating the severe harm these serpents inflicted upon him. Gaara, Temari, witnessing her brother's suffering, wore a face of deep concern. She removed the large fan from her back, eager to charge forward and halt Orochimaru from further harming her sibling. However, just as she took a couple of steps, Kankuro grasped her arm, shaking his head. Temari, you cannot go. We are not of the same caliber as that man. Rushing in would only lead to your demise. Temari, filled with desperation, looked at Gaara. Despite his usual dismissive attitude towards her and his tendency to bark orders, he was, after all, her brother. and she could not bear to witness him being harmed in such a manner. What shall we do then? Are we to simply allow him to kill Gaara? Kankuro held onto Temari's arm tightly, as if fearing that if he let go, she would rush in and meet her end. He shook his head, frowning. Have you forgotten? Gaara possesses that entity within him. It will not allow him to perish so easily. Aha. At long last, I can stretch my legs. Aha. Indeed. As Kankuro's words fell, a sharp roar echoed through the air, and a massive figure, towering several dozen meters high, suddenly materialized in the center of Training Ground 44, causing the surrounding trees to collapse under its weight. With its arrival, a fierce wind was stirred up, rustling the nearby trees. Smaller, younger trees could not withstand the gust, and were uprooted, carried away for a distance. Kankuro and Temari, being too close to Gaara, were blown back and tumbled to the ground, rising with traces of blood at the corners of their mouths, clearly suffering from internal injuries. On the other hand, Rock Lee and his companions remained unharmed. After Lee conjured a wooden barrier, he shielded Hinata, Kiba, and Shino, ensuring their safety. Once the tempest subsided, Lee lowered the wooden barrier, revealing a colossal tanuki before them. My heavens, what manner of beast is this? Kiba exclaimed, shielding his eyes and gazing up in astonishment. Lee, what is this creature? It's enormous. Hinata stammered, equally taken aback. Lee, observing their astonished expressions, felt no surprise. Anyone encountering such a massive entity for the first time would likely react similarly. This creature is the beast residing within that red-haired youth, known as Shikaku, the One-Tail. To his astonishment, Orochimaru had indeed forced Shikaku out from within Gaara. It seemed Shikaku sensed Gaara's peril and, in a desperate bid, shattered its seal to take control of Gaara's body. Orochimaru, exhibiting the prowess of a shadow-level ninja, perched atop a tree, arms crossed, gazing at Shikaku with a smile. As if the powerful wind generated by Shikaku's emergence posed no threat to her. So, you, neither man nor woman, harmed that little brat, thus granting me my freedom? Very well, I shall grant you 10 minutes to flee. I shall pursue you shortly thereafter. How does that sound? Shikaku, due to its immense size, spoke with a voice that resonated like thunder, as if someone were whispering in your ear while operating a subwoofer. Orochimaru chuckled softly, eyeing the massive figure before her. So, you are Shikaku, the One-Tail? This is my first encounter with you. Even when the Nine Tails appeared, it did not speak with such arrogance. Shikaku, enraged, stomped its foot, causing the ground to tremble. Its face twisted in fury as it retorted, How dare you? What do you mean by that? Are you implying that my power pales in comparison to the Nine Tails? Orochimaru, maintaining her playful demeanor, replied, I never said that. It is merely your interpretation. You wretched creature. Perish. With that, Shikaku slammed its belly, unleashing a massive wind-based projectile aimed at Orochimaru. Wind release, air bullet. Orochimaru furrowed her brow slightly upon seeing the formidable projectile hurtling toward her. Yet, instead of fleeing, she swiftly formed hand seals. Summoning technique, triple Rashomon. With a series of thunderous booms, 3 towering gates emerged before Orochimaru, each adorned with a fearsome visage, exuding an aura of menace, and emitting toxic fumes from beneath. Boom. Shikaku's air bullet crashed into the first gate, creating a large hole with a deafening roar. The shockwave continued to assault the second gate, which bent slightly but held firm. Chapter 50. Tailed Beast Bomb. Orochimaru gazed at Shikaku and smirked, playfully mocking, Your jutsu lacks power. It couldn't even breach my second layer of the summoning technique. Compared to the Nine Tails, you're utterly inferior. Orochimaru's taunt struck a nerve, for Shikaku despised being judged by the number of tails it possessed. It believed that its magnet release and sealing techniques were beyond the Nine Tails' capabilities. Thud, thud, thud. Enraged, Shikaku charged at Orochimaru, each step causing the ground to tremble beneath its massive form, intent on crushing the human who dared to belittle its strength. You human, you shall perish today. Fuming, Shikaku abandoned its signature jutsu, opting instead to unleash its colossal fists upon Orochimaru. The force of its blows whipped through the air with a deafening roar. Yet Orochimaru merely danced to the side, leaping atop nearby trees or perching on Shikaku's arm with ease. What infuriated Shikaku further was Orochimaru's unflappable smile. As if he were merely toying with it, You cowardly human, why do you scurry about like a flea? Face me head on if you dare. Shikaka bellowed in frustration, eyes blazing with rage. Meanwhile, in the center of the training ground, a colossal monster had emerged. At the perimeter of Training Ground 44, 3 Umbu ninjas swiftly approached Sarutobi Hiruzen, bowing respectfully to report the crisis. Sarutobi waved his hand dismissively. His gaze fixed on the enormous creature towering over even the ancient trees, his brow furrowed in concern. I can see it with my own eyes, he replied curtly. He then turned to the Umbu, issuing orders. This is Shikaku, the one-tail from Sunagakure. Find the Sunagakure team leader immediately and see if they have a plan to deal with this menace. What on earth were they thinking? Sending such a threat to Konoha for the Chunin exams? Sarutobi's frustration mounted, and he began to fume. He then glanced at Hyuga Hizashi beside him, urging, Hizashi, rally the elite from the Hyuga clan and inform the heads of the major clans to gather their strongest as well. This incident in the training ground is likely linked to Orochimaru and Rock Lee's group. Hizashi nodded respectfully. Yes, Lord Third Hokage, I will attend to it at once. Sarutobi continued issuing commands, striving to maintain order amidst the Chunin exams, while simultaneously seeking to understand Orochimaru's intentions. However, he never anticipated Orochimaru would provoke such chaos. Shikaku was not to be trifled with, and if it unleashed its full power, Konoha's safety could be jeopardized. In the center of Training Ground 44, Shikaku, after a relentless barrage of punches, had failed to land a single blow on Orochimaru, leaving it panting heavily and cursing the human for lacking the courage to confront it directly. Orochimaru, perched atop a tree, chuckled nonchalantly, though you are massive. Your attacking capabilities leave much to be desired. You cannot harm me in the slightest. Nearby, Rock Lee, observing the spectacle, raised his hands to form a megaphone and called out, Hey, Orochimaru, enough already. If you provoke him further, it could get out of hand. As if responding to Lee's words, Shikaku, feeling humiliated by the human's antics, opened its massive maw and roared, You despicable human. I shall let you experience the terror of a tailed beast wrath. With that, Shikaku leaped back several hundred meters, its head raised high, mouth agape towards the sky, expelling swirling black and red chakra that coalesced into a small sphere. As Shikaku infused more chakra into the orb, it grew larger and larger. Orochimaru's playful demeanor instantly shifted, his smile fading as he recognized the imminent danger. Is it attempting to use the tailed beast bomb? He recalled the devastation caused by the Nine Tails attack on Konoha, and the thought of such power unleashed again filled him with dread. Standing atop the tree, he watched as the sphere continued to expand, a sly grin creeping back onto his face. This is precisely the outcome I desired. My initial aim was to gauge the Uchiha heir's abilities, yet this unexpected turn of events is serendipitous. Unable to contain his excitement, Orochimaru erupted into laughter. Lee, what on earth is that colossal creature doing? It seems to be preparing some sort of ultimate jutsu. Hinata, standing beside Lee, felt no fear as she gazed upon the growing sphere of chakra. Strangely comforted by Lee's presence, she grasped his larger hand, seeking reassurance. But Lee, his focus unwavering, replied gravely, Hinata, now is not the time for explanations. If that monster successfully releases the tailed beast bomb, we could all be in grave danger. Lee quickly led Hinata to Honglian, urgently commanding, Honglian, use Super Beast imitation and take Hinata towards the central tower at your fastest speed. Run as far as you can. Chapter 51. The return of Granny Chio. Upon witnessing Xiao Li's earnest expression, Hong Lian felt a twinge of fear and inquired, Xiao Li-kun, what about you? Will you not join us? Hinata Hyuga clutched Xiao Li's hand tightly, her voice laced with worry. Yes. Xiao Li, given the danger, you must come with us. If you insist on staying behind, then I shall stay too. I cannot bear to lose you again. As she spoke, tears shimmered in Hinata's eyes, as if the mere thought of Xiao Li refusing to accompany them would bring her to tears. Xiao Li gently pried Hinata's hand away with his left hand, enveloping her in an embrace, and softly reassured her, Hinata, I must remain to see if I can stop Shikaku. If this chaos continues, Konoha may be obliterated. You must trust me, I will be fine. But that monster is so enormous, can you truly handle it? You mustn't deceive me. Hinata's voice trembled, clearly terrified at the prospect of losing again the boy she cherished day and night. Xiao Li steadied her shoulders, pushing her gently away from his embrace. lowering his head to plant a soft kiss on her forehead, and smiled, "Rest assured, your man is quite capable. I am not so easily defeated. Besides, I haven't even married you yet. How could I possibly leave this world?" Hinata's cheeks flushed at Xiao Li's teasing words. She playfully punched his chest and was about to say something when Xiao Li suddenly turned his gaze to Hong Lian, urgently calling out, "Hong Lian, quickly use the Super Beast imitation technique and take them away." Yet, Hong Lian seemed oblivious to Xiao Li's plea. Her gaze fixed on the tender interaction between Xiao Li and Hinata, her eyes filled with disappointment. As Shikaku's tailed beast bomb was on the verge of completion, Hong Lian remained frozen, lost in thought. Xiao Li raised his voice, "Hong Lian, what are you dawdling for? Hurry and utilize the Super Beast imitation technique to help them escape." Finally, Hong Lian snapped back to reality, looking apologetically at Xiao Li. "I'm sorry. I lost focus. I'll do it now." She swiftly drew a scroll from her bag, and with a few strokes, conjured a majestic black eagle, rapidly forming hand seals. With a puff of white smoke, a colossal ebony eagle materialized before them. Hong Lian leaped onto its back, beckoning Hinata. "Miss Hinata, quick, climb aboard." Hinata glanced up at Xiao Li, and seeing his encouraging expression, she hesitated no longer and leaped onto the eagle's back. With Hinata safely aboard Hong Lian's Super Beast imitation, Xiao Li felt a wave of relief wash over him. He too retrieved a scroll, summoning a peculiar bird, and charged towards Shikaku with astonishing speed, akin to that of a falcon in pursuit of prey. As Hinata settled on the eagle, Shino Aburame followed suit. Only Kiba Inuzuka lingered, gazing excitedly at Shikaku, exclaiming, "This creature is amazing. If only it could become our Inuzuka clan's summoning beast, I would be the happiest person alive. Hey, you there, the one playing with the dog. If you're not coming along, we're leaving without you." Hong Lian called out impatiently, then whistled sharply. The ink-made eagle let out a cry and soared into the sky. Kiba turned to see his companions abandoning him, hurriedly channeling chakra into his feet to leap atop a tree, then diving to grab the eagle's talons. Tears streaming down his face as he cried, Hey, how can you do this? It's utterly inhumane to leave such a youthful and handsome young man behind. I have rights too. I will file a complaint." Hong Lian, incensed by his words, formed the tiger's seal with her hands, controlling the eagle to fly rapidly while its claws flailed, nearly causing Kiba to lose his grip and fall. As Hong Lian whisked Hinata and the others away, another group of 5 or 6 individuals sprinted desperately towards Shikaku, mere hundreds of meters away. The elderly couple leading the charge suddenly halted, blocking the path of their companions. The old man, frail and wrinkled, wearing a conical hat inscribed with the character for fire, solemnly told the elderly woman beside him, "Chio, the tailed beast bomb is about to be completed. We may not be able to stop it." Granny Chio smacked her forehead in regret, exclaiming, "Alas, it's my fault for allowing that Gara to come here. I never anticipated such a calamity would ensue. Yuan Fei, I am truly sorry. While we may survive, the children from our village participating in the Chunin exams may have little hope of returning." Yuan Fei shook his head with a bitter smile. "This cannot rest solely on your shoulders. The beast rampage is likely orchestrated by Orochimaru. It is also my folly for not apprehending her sooner, allowing her to wreak havoc. Now, many lives may be lost in our village, and the enmity with neighboring villages will only deepen." As they conversed, the tailed beast bomb reached its completion, and Shikaku expelled a dense vapor, seemingly celebrating the birth of its devastating skill. While Shikaku gazed towards the spot where Orochimaru had stood, it noted her escape but made no move to pursue, confident that no matter how she fled, she could not evade the attack of its tailed beast bomb. "My tailed beast bomb is complete. You cannot escape my grasp, you androgynous wretch." Chapter 52. The Conquest of Shikaku. Shikaku lowered its head, aiming the colossal tailed beast bomb towards the direction where Orochimaru had fled, and exclaimed with excitement, "Tailed beast bomb, firing." Before it could complete the word firing, an oddly shaped bird swiftly descended from above Shikaku's head. Just as the bird was about to collide with Shikaku, it suddenly transformed into a puddle of ink, obscuring Shikaku's 2 eyes. At that very moment, Lee swiftly launched a punch towards Gaara's jaw. With a whoosh, the ink splattered across Shikaku's eyes, eliciting a strange cry from it. While Lee's punch landed squarely on Gaara's jaw, jolting the latter awake from his slumber, which had seen him surrender his will completely to Shikaku. A series of crisp cracking sounds echoed as Shikaku's massive form began to fracture, and with a resounding crash, its enormous body shattered completely, releasing a torrent of yellow sand that buried the ancient trees beneath. The tailed beast bomb, which Shikaku had painstakingly gathered, also dissipated along with its shattered form. Damn it, I just emerged and was not yet finished having fun, and you, Brad, have forced me back again. Next time we meet, I will surely crush you. Shikaku's unwilling voice resonated throughout the expanse, expressing its dissatisfaction at being sealed back into Gaara's body so swiftly. Lee chuckled nonchalantly and remarked to Gaara, who had collapsed onto the sand, Shikaku, I am always ready to engage, and next time we meet, I will ensure we have an exhilarating battle. Gaara surveyed his surroundings, observing the flattened trees, displaying no signs of shock. It was evident that Shikaku's dominance and subsequent outburst were not new occurrences. However, Gaara was profoundly astonished and terrified by Lee's effortless defeat of the creature he had summoned. Why can you defeat me? How do you know how to repel Shikaku? What manner of monster are you? Lee did not immediately respond to Gaara's inquiries. Instead, he approached him slowly, speaking gently. What's wrong? Is your greatest reliance defeated, leaving you feeling frightened? Did you not find pleasure in killing? Did you not revel in instilling fear in others? Such a persona should not display these sentiments. Despite Lee's relentless advance, fear was etched across Gaara's face. He weakly retreated, trembling as he implored, stay back. Do not come closer. Exhausted and gravely injured, Gaara could hardly escape, watching helplessly as Lee approached. His eyes filled with terror and incoherent ramblings. Lee suddenly halted, his voice low and steady. Gaara, are you now experiencing the fear that you have inflicted upon others when you took their lives? This sensation you feel now is akin to what those who fell beneath your grasp experienced. It is quite unpleasant, is it not? I understand you have endured much pain, losing your mother at a young age, being isolated as a weapon of war by the villagers, and later being targeted for assassination by your uncle on your father's orders. You began to wield the monster's power within you to attack others, deriving excitement from their fear, equating it with joy, correct? Initially, Gaara felt only fear towards this boy of similar age, but gradually, as he listened to Lee's narration, he became increasingly astonished. Why do you know so much about me? Who are you? Lee, with a dismissive snort, continued, you need not concern yourself with my identity. Simply recognize that all you have done is wrong. There is a saying in my former country, do not impose upon others what you would not wish to endure yourself. Yes, you have faced much injustice, and many of the actions of your village are inhumane. But have you ever considered that if you could cast aside your facade, trust in your comrades, and use your formidable strength to protect your village, would not the people there accept and cherish you? To receive, one must first give. If you desire kindness from others, you must first extend kindness to them. Only then will they accept you. Gaara pondered, barely grasping the concept, murmuring to himself, to receive, one must first give. Lee nodded, affirming, indeed, there is only one kind of person who will unconditionally treat you well, and that is your parents. I know your father has done things that hurt you, but his true intention was to protect you, albeit through misguided means. For further details, you may inquire with the higher-ups of your village. Gaara, are you all right? Just as Lee was imparting wisdom to Gaara, Temari and Kankuro rushed over. Kankuro positioned himself protectively in front of Lee, ready to confront him, while Temari knelt beside Gaara, gently wiping the blood from his forehead, anxiously asking, Gaara, how are you? Gaara looked up at the concerned Temari, then at Kankuro, who shielded him despite knowing he was outmatched. A smile crept across his face as he whispered, I believe unconditional care is not limited to parents, but also includes brothers and sisters. A sense of relief, previously unfelt, washed over Gaara as he smiled at Temari, saying, Temari, Kankuro, thank you both. Temari was taken aback by Gaara's smile, which, despite its awkwardness, brought her immense shock. It was the first time in over a decade that Gaara had smiled at her, and he had even expressed gratitude. Temari, struggling to process this reality, stammered, Gaara, what has happened to you? You're not ill, are you? Kankuro, equally astonished, turned to Temari, unable to believe his ears. Temari, did Gaara just say, thank you? Chapter 53. The boy who defeated the heavens returns. Handa, with a dazed expression, nodded and asked Gaara, "Did I hear you correctly? You just thanked us." Surprisingly, Gaara, instead of responding with anger to the skepticism from Handa and her companion, felt a faint blush rise on his pale face due to his injuries. "You too, why are you so verbose?" At that moment, Yuan Fei, Ryzen, and Granny Chiyo, noticing that Shikako had retreated, hurried towards them, followed closely by Hinata Hayashi and a group of elite Sand Village ninjas. "Gaara, what happened? Why did Shikako suddenly go berserk?" Granny Chiyo advanced swiftly, landing in front of Gaara and the others, her voice filled with concern. "Granny Chiyo, I was provoked by a ninja from the Sound Village, and my life was threatened, which caused the monster within me to emerge." Handa quickly interjected, fearing that Granny Chiyo might turn her ire towards Gaara. Although she was uncertain if Shikaku was indeed the monster within Gaara, the previous events suggested it was likely the case. "You must be Rock Lee. After all these years, this audacious boy who aims to conquer the heavens has grown to such an extent that he can intercept Shikaku's tailed beast bomb. You truly are remarkable," Yuan Fei Ryzen remarked, lighting his pipe and taking a deep puff while observing the transformed Lee. Having his identity revealed, Lee seemed unfazed. With a soft pop, a cloud of white smoke enveloped him as he dispelled his transformation jutsu, revealing his youthful vigor once more, clad in a green ninja outfit and black pants. However, the headband he had received from Irika had long been discarded. "Yes, I am Rock Lee. I once vowed to return, and I shall come back with unparalleled strength. While I may not yet be invincible, I have chosen to return." Lee smiled as he surveyed the crowd, finally resting his gaze on Hinata Hayashi and adding slowly, "I have missed my beloved Hinata Hyuga dearly, and I have not forgotten the slap you gave me, Lord Hayashi, that day. Shall we settle that score today, my dear father-in-law?" Being directly addressed, Hayashi's already unpleasant expression darkened further, his face as grim as a storm cloud. He scoffed, "Rock Lee, I never expected you to have the audacity to return. Since you have such a request, very well, let me show you the true strength of the Hyuga clan, the mightiest clan of Konohagakure." With that, Hayashi turned to Yuan Fei Ryzen, asking, "Lord Third Hokage, would it be acceptable for me to eliminate this rogue ninja from the Leaf Village here?" Yuan Fei Ryzen exchanged glances with Granny Chiyo, both recalling the incident from 7 years prior when this youth had caught them in a compromising situation. They both harbored a desire to ensure Lee would not speak further. Thus they voiced no objections. The third Hokage took a puff from his long pipe, feigning calmness, and said, "Of course. There is no need for hesitation with such a traitor. Eliminate him without mercy. If you cannot handle him, I shall intervene." Granny Chiyo nodded in agreement. Indeed, as Yuan Fei suggested, this insufferable brat should be disposed of immediately, without any consideration. Lee was certainly aware of the indiscretions of the third Hokage and Granny Chiyo from 7 years ago, and he guessed their thoughts. These two old codgers were eager to see him silenced to protect their secret. Were it not for his status as a junior, they would likely have already conspired to eliminate him. "Oh dear, Lord Third Hokage, Granny Chiyo, how could you be so ruthless? 7 years ago, I witnessed your romantic escapades outside Konoha. I saw your affectionate embraces and kisses. How can you wish for my demise so maliciously?" Lee lamented, clutching his head dramatically. The third Hokage, realizing Lee was about to expose their embarrassing past, failed to intervene in time. In fury, he hurled his pipe towards Lee, shouting angrily, "You little brat. What nonsense are you spouting? You dare tarnish our reputations? I will tear your mouth apart." Yuan Fei Ryzen prepared to rush at Lee but was stopped by Hayashi, who sternly declared, "Lord Third Hokage, there is no need for you to intervene with such a shameless brat. I will handle him myself, especially since he just insulted me." With that, Hayashi stepped forward, his eyes bulging with chakra as he activated his Byakugan, fixating intently on Lee. Hayashi knew that this young man, capable of easily repelling Shikaku, was no ordinary opponent. Deep down, he felt a twinge of regret for underestimating Lee. Perhaps this Rock Lee could indeed be a true dragon among men. However, it was too late for regrets. The enmity had been established, and the Hyuga clan would not easily back down. Hayashi assumed a combat stance and slowly spoke, "Rock Lee, let us see your abilities. Show me just how formidable you truly are." Lee chuckled lightly and replied, "As you wish, Allow me to demonstrate my would-release technique. It has never been tested against an enemy until now, so you shall be my first opponent. What? Would-release? That is the technique of the first Hokage. How could you possibly wield it? Yuan Fei rose and exclaimed incredulously at Li's declaration. Would-release, with giant's hand. Li ignored Yuan Fei's disbelief, swiftly forming the hand seals for his jutsu. Hayashi furrowed his brow as he observed Li's hand seals through his Byakugan, noticing chakra surging in the earth within a 5-meter radius around him. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, he immediately began forming his own hand seals. Crack! Countless roots erupted from the ground around Hayashi, rapidly coalescing into massive hands that clenched into fists, charging towards him with ferocity. Chapter 54. The Initial Trial of Would-Release and Bagua Palm. Return to Heaven. Hinata Hizashi had long been prepared. The hand seal for Return to Heaven had already been formed. With a swift step forward of his right leg, his body began to spin rapidly. Centered around Hizashi, a blue chakra semicircle measuring 6 meters in diameter spun violently, shattering all the enormous fists that were hurled towards him. The power of this technique was indeed worthy of the leader of the Hyuga clan. Yuan Fei, your Li village truly harbors exceptional talents, Chiyo remarked with a hint of admiration as she observed Hizashi's technique. Yuan Fei Hiruzen nodded thoughtfully and replied, that is certainly the case. Ever since the Uchiha clan encountered troubles, the Hyuga clan has become the strongest in our Li village. The power of the Byakugan is not to be underestimated. However, it is astonishing that Rock Lee has truly mastered Would-Release. Today, it seems he cannot perish so easily. He must be captured alive. As Hizashi executed Return to Heaven, Lee did not hesitate. He swiftly formed the next hand seal for Would-Release. Would-Release, with Dragon Technique. The trees that had been crushed by the one-tailed Shikaku now appeared to awaken, soaring into the air and transforming into over 20 wooden dragons, each measuring around 10 meters long, lunging toward Hizashi with their mouths wide open, ready to bite. Lee was well aware of the limitations of Return to Heaven. Although it provided absolute defense, it lasted only 2 seconds. He needed to time his attack precisely for when Return to Heaven concluded, catching Hizashi off guard. The wooden dragons roared with life, resembling true dragons descending from the heavens. As the 2 seconds of invincibility from Return to Heaven expired, the wooden dragons charged at Hizashi. Although the timing of the dragon's assault was impeccable, Hizashi's defensive radius extended 6 meters, meaning that even if he stopped the technique, he would still have a 6-meter reaction time. Despite the rapid dive of the wooden dragons, Hizashi's prowess was sufficient for him to respond effectively. As the remnants of Return to Heaven continued to whirl, Hizashi, with his Byakugan, spotted the approaching wooden dragons. He remained unfazed, slightly bending his knees and forming the Bagua seal. Just as the wooden dragons came within 50 centimeters of him, he moved with the speed of lightning. Bagua 128 palms. With a resounding impact, a Bagua symbol with a 5-meter diameter appeared beneath him. His figure transformed into a flurry of afterimages as his palms struck the wooden dragons with the ferocity of a gale. The wooden dragons, merely composed of wood, shattered into splinters upon being struck by Hizashi's chakra-infused palms, falling to the ground in disarray. Chiyo let out a disdainful huff and turned to Hiruzen, asking, "This boy named Rock Lee, his Would-Release attack seems rather unimpressive. I believe the two of us could handle him easily. Why are you so anxious?" Hiruzen shook his head, furrowing his brow as he replied, "No, you do not understand. The true terror of Would-Release extends far beyond this. Perhaps Rock Lee has only recently begun to master it. His technique is not yet perfected, and his chakra reserves may be insufficient. However, at his young age, he possesses such strength. If he were to mature, he could indeed become a figure we look up to." Yuan Fei Hiruzen, wise from experience, spoke with insight. Rock Lee's current limitations in chakra were apparent. If he were granted ample reserves, the 6-meter radius of Return to Heaven would be inconsequential. 2 seconds of invincibility would be meaningless against a large-scale Would-Release attack, capable of overwhelming Hizashi. Yet, these notions remained mere fantasies for Lee. As he was not of the Uzumaki clan, where would he obtain such vast chakra? If he did acquire such power, along with mastery of Would-Release, he might indeed become invincible. Returning to the battle at hand, Lee continued without further speculation. In a short time, All 20 wooden dragons were obliterated by Hizashi's 128 palms, collapsing to the ground. Hizashi, lowering his stance, scoffed disdainfully. What happened? You were boasting moments ago. Yet this is all you can muster? Such feeble attempts will never defeat me. Lee chuckled nonchalantly, responding, Do not be so hasty. I am merely warming up. The true contest is only just beginning. Hizashi and Appo's lips twitched in irritation. To consider such a fierce battle merely as warm-up was audacious. You, with your need to assert superiority in words, shall see how you fare when you inevitably lose. Without granting Lee another moment to speak, Hizashi launched his assault. Bagua Palm. From a distance, Hizashi unleashed two powerful strikes aimed directly at Lee's face. Lee stood firm, witnessing two massive white air palms coalesce 3 meters in front of him, hurtling toward him with alarming speed. What? This technique is so fast. Lee's expression turned to one of alarm as he exclaimed, swiftly forming the hand seal for wood release. Wood release, wood pillar wall. A semi-elliptical wooden wall rapidly arose beside Lee, forming a thick protective barrier to shield him. Hizashi's lips curled into a disdainful smirk as he taunted. You believe this flimsy barrier can withstand my Bagua Palm? How naive. With this strike, I shall take your life. With a thunderous explosion, just as Hizashi predicted, Lee's wood pillar wall failed to provide any semblance of defense. Upon impact, it shattered as easily as an egg against stone. As the wooden wall crumbled, Lee's figure was sent flying from the force of the two strikes, crashing to the ground several meters away, leaving his fate uncertain. Chiyo appeared to have anticipated this outcome, casting a knowing smile at Hiruzen and remarking, I told you, this boy is merely a paper tiger, all bark with no bite. Look at him now. If he survives, he will undoubtedly be left crippled. Chapter 55. The humiliation of Hinata Hizashi. It had been quite some time since the one-tail Shikaku was subdued, and now numerous individuals began to gather in this area. Among them were participants of the CH-9 exams, as well as many ninjas who had received orders from the third Hokage to stop Shikaku. Some had witnessed the entire battle between Rock Lee and Hinata Hizashi, while others had merely seen Lee being sent flying several meters away. In any case, the onlookers, akin to a crowd at a spectacle, chattered excitedly about the unfolding events. Yuan Fei Raizen furrowed his brow and reignited the pipe he had unknowingly retrieved. Could this young man truly possess such limited abilities? Hinata Hizashi wore a confident smile, believing that having been struck by his Bagua Palm, this match was essentially crack. Before Hizashi could finish his thought, countless roots erupted from the ground beneath him, binding him tightly. Despite not having released his Byakugan, he was caught off guard and ensnared. What is happening? Wasn't that boy injured by me? Hizashi, bound by the roots, found himself unable to move, yet he could not fathom that the wounded Lee could launch such a sudden assault. He turned to glance at Lee, who lay injured several meters away. Crack! Suddenly, Lee burst forth from the ground before Hizashi, calling out loudly, Hinata clan leader, you need not search for me. That is my wood clone. I am right here. With a swift motion, Lee dashed towards Hizashi and slapped him forcefully across the face. The impact was substantial. Had Hizashi not been restrained by the roots, he would have likely been sent flying several meters away. Nevertheless, Hizashi's head jerked violently to the side, his right cheek swelling immediately with 5 distinct fingerprints visible. Yu Hizashi was momentarily stunned by the slap, staring at Lee in disbelief, unable to articulate a response. Yuan Fei Raizen and Granny Chiyo, among others, were equally astonished, clearly unprepared for Lee's unexpected and decisive maneuver. Lee shook his stinging right hand and calmly addressed Hizashi. What is the matter, Hinata clan leader? I have told you before that one day I would repay that slap. Remember, when I was merely 6 years old, the force with which you struck me was not any less than this. As the leader of the Hyuga clan, Hizashi had never endured such humiliation, especially not before such a crowd. At that moment, he wished nothing more than to tear Lee apart to vent his fury. Grinding his teeth in anger, Hizashi roared. Rock Lee, you despicable wretch, relying on such underhanded tactics. If you have the courage, face me head on. I swear, even if it costs me my life, I shall never allow Hinata to marry you. Is it true? The leader of the Hyuga clan has been so easily defeated by a young man? What? That young man over there is Rock Lee? Really? The same Rock Lee who left an impression in the sky of Konoha 7 years ago? Wow. Sister, I never expected this so-called master to be quite handsome. I can't help but feel a little smitten. The crowd buzzed with excitement. And among the ninjas participating in the CH9 exams, there were even some fans of Lee, though he remained oblivious to their admiration. Lee patted Hizashi on the head with a smile, saying, "My dear Hinata clan leader, is your mind not quite right? You want me to confront you head-on and refrain from using cunning tactics? At your age, do you not understand that the essence of ninjutsu is deception?" Hizashi's face turned crimson with anger, utterly at a loss for words. He sensed the mocking glances of those around him. All too aware of his embarrassment at being so easily bested by a youth, Lee continued to pat Hizashi's head, stating, "Furthermore, your opinion on my marriage to Hinata holds no significance for me. As long as she wishes to be with me, that is all that matters. I never intended to seek your approval, for I know that regardless of my actions, a man of your esteemed lineage would never deign to look upon me favorably. Thus, I have no need to heed your counsel. Rock Lee, do you truly overestimate yourself? Do you think that, as a rogue ninja from Konoha, you can escape unscathed from our encirclement?" As Lee spoke, Yuanfei Raizen ambled towards him and Hizashi, pipe in mouth, while Granny Chiyo and a host of elite Umbu followed closely behind, weapons at the ready, poised to strike at a moment's notice. As if awaiting a command to charge and crush Lee. Observing this tense atmosphere, Lee remained unfazed, smiling as he remarked, "Old man, why the rush? 7 years ago, I managed to escape from many of you, and I can do so again. Are you truly so eager to eliminate me because you fear I might reveal the affair between you and Granny Chiyo?" Lee deliberately raised his voice for all to hear. The notion of an affair between Yuanfei Raizen and Granny Chiyo sent shockwaves through the crowd, igniting a flurry of speculation and chatter. Even the ninjas trailing behind Raizen cast curious glances at him and Chiyo, eager to glean any hints of truth from their demeanor. Yuanfei Raizen paused momentarily upon hearing Lee's proclamation, yet quickly resumed his slow advance, striving to appear unperturbed. "Lee, Rock Lee, do not think that by spreading such rumors, you can create an opportunity for escape. I assure you, today, you shall not leave here alive." Raizen attempted to maintain an air of calm, but his voice betrayed a slight tremor. Seeing that Raizen was not easily swayed, Lee hurriedly exchanged for a random teleportation scroll from the system, preparing for a potential escape, should the crowd converge upon him. He knew he would stand no chance against them. If one were to consider Lee's most significant achievement over the past 7 years, it would undoubtedly be his mastery of wood-release ninjutsu, alongside various skills for evasion and survival. Teacher Yuanfei, Mr. Ban, it seems you are having quite the enjoyable time. If so, might I join in the fun? Chapter 56. The Great Battle of Serpents and the Monkey Demon. As Lee was preparing to use the scroll to escape, Orochimaru suddenly appeared not far from him, a smile gracing his features as he gazed at Sarutobi Hiruzen in the distance. "Orochimaru, I thought you had left. What brings you back?" Lee turned, perplexed, to face Orochimaru. The latter flicked his tongue across his lips, a sly grin forming. "Mr. Danzo just informed me that my offensive troops are ready." "Oh, that is quite timely," Lee thought, startled by the mention of an offensive force. Orochimaru was indeed formidable. "So, you finally dare to show your face, huh? I thought you would remain in hiding. Speak. What is your purpose in returning to Konoha?" Sarutobi Hiruzen regarded the sound ninja before him, recognizing Orochimaru despite his transformation into a female form. Suddenly, a thunderous explosion erupted from the east side of Konoha, startling everyone and leaving them baffled. They turned to see what was happening. Another boom rang out from the south, followed by the north, and soon the air was filled with the cacophony of explosions, instilling panic in the crowd as they struggled to comprehend the chaos unfolding around them. An Umbu agent leaped forward, hastily approaching Hiruzen and kneeling before him. "Lord Third Hokage, it's bad. The communication team reports a colossal python has emerged from the east, south, and north of Konoha. It has breached the city walls and is charging in with numerous monsters. Summoning technique, boom." Just as the Umbu relayed the situation, Orochimaru formed the hand seals for the summoning technique. As smoke dissipated, an enormous black serpent materialized in the area, with Orochimaru perched atop its head. surveying Hiruzen and the others below with a sinister smile. A gentle breeze rustled, causing Orochimaru's hair to flutter elegantly, enhancing his already striking appearance. Exuding an air of disdainful superiority, Hiruzen, my intent is simple. I seek vengeance upon you and society. Are you prepared to endure the baptism of my retribution? The operation to destroy Konoha has officially begun, Orochimaru declared, pointing at Hiruzen and the others below, shouting, 10,000 serpents. Attack them. Orochimaru, you had better refrain from speaking to me in such an authoritative tone. How audacious of you to demand that I personally fetch your tribute, Hiruzen retorted, his voice laced with disdain. The massive serpent, despite its sarcastic remarks, did not slow its pace, lunging toward Hiruzen with its gaping maw. Perhaps obeying Orochimaru's command or drawn by the dense cluster of humans for a more delectable feast. Everyone, scatter. Hiruzen shouted, leaping aside to evade the imminent danger. Chiyo moved swiftly as well, positioning herself in front of Gaara, Temari, and Kankuro, shielding them. It appeared the old woman was genuinely concerned for her village's ninjas. However, the ninjas trailing Hiruzen were not so fortunate. Under the swift assault of the colossal serpent, only a handful managed to escape, while the remaining 30 or so were swallowed whole. The serpent savored its meal, laughter echoing, humans are truly delectable. Normally, I do not enjoy chewing my food, but these delightful humans compel me to savor every bite. Its eyes darted toward the frightened onlookers, seemingly selecting its next course. Orochimaru chuckled, fear not. Today I shall allow you to feast to your heart's content. The crowd finally reacted, gasping in terror and scattering, though a few brave souls remained rooted in place. Hiruzen scoffed, raising his gaze to Orochimaru. Orochimaru, do not overstep your bounds. I am aware that you harbor resentment for not being chosen as Hokage, as that honor was bestowed upon Minato Namikaze, but your inability to ascend to that position is entirely your own doing. I have long known of your reckless experiments with the lives of ninjas in Konoha. How could I ever entrust the Hokage title to someone with such a warped sense of ethics? As he spoke, Hiruzen rapidly formed the hand seals. Summoning technique, Monkey Demon. Boom. With a puff of white smoke, a towering black monkey appeared before Hiruzen. Monkey Demon, enlarge yourself and assist me in dealing with that vile serpent, Hiruzen commanded, gesturing toward the massive serpent beneath Orochimaru. The monkey nodded, thumping its chest confidently. Leave it to me, Hiruzen. After declaring so, it performed several hand seals, and its form began to expand dramatically until it reached a height of over 10 meters. Hiruzen, come aboard. Upon hearing the call, Hiruzen infused chakra into his feet, leaping several times to land atop the monkey demon's head. The monkey collided its fists, bared its fangs, and roared as it charged toward the enormous serpent. Boom. The ground trembled beneath the weight of the monkey demon's charge. How dare you, filthy monkey? Do you think you can stop me? I have feasted on humans aplenty. I wouldn't mind adding a monkey to my menu. The serpent, feeling its authority challenged, responded with evident ire, arching its head backward before launching itself at the monkey demon. The monkey demon reacted swiftly, halting its advance as the serpent approached, pivoting to brace itself and extending its arms to grasp the serpent's head. The serpent, however, remained unfazed, evading the monkey demon's grasp at the last moment, swiftly encircling its body, coiling tightly around it. As the serpent positioned its head above the monkey demon, it prepared to sink its fangs into the monkey's skull. You wretched monkey, I shall consume you. Yet, despite ensnaring the monkey demon, the serpent failed to constrict its arms, perhaps due to the monkey demon's earlier attack posture. Chapter 57. The Four Purple Flames Formation. You foul serpent, do you think I am so easily devoured? Despite being ensnared and unable to move, the monkey demon remained remarkably composed, just as the gaping maw of the myriad serpents approached within 2 or 3 meters. The monkey demon swiftly grasped the neck of the great serpent, halting its advance with an iron grip. Thus, the two remained locked in a stalemate, neither able to gain the upper hand. Orochimaru, the monkey demon reflected, it is entirely my fault for not guiding you better in your youth, leading you astray. Now, let us settle our long-standing grievances. Unbeknownst to him, Sarutobi Hiruzen had drawn forth his golden staff, his expression grave as he gazed upon Orochimaru above. With arms crossed, Orochimaru smirked mockingly. Sensei, what purpose does it serve to revisit these matters now? You accuse me of having flawed morals. Yet is it not your teachings that led to my downfall? Those clandestine meetings with Chiyo, did you truly believe no one was aware? I have known all too well for decades. Enraged by Orochimaru's taunts, Hiruzen leaped onto the serpent's head, bringing his staff down with formidable force. Orochimaru, quick to react, evaded the strike and leaped to the ground. As he fled, he turned back with a sly grin. Old man, hurry along. Our true battlefield awaits below. The watching Umbu ninjas, witnessing Hiruzen's advantage, began to cheer. Third Hokage, eliminate that invader from the hidden sound. They remarked, truly, the third Hokage is unparalleled. Forcing the foe into retreat. As Hiruzen pursued Orochimaru, he shouted, what do you intend to accomplish, Orochimaru? Upon landing, Orochimaru suddenly halted his escape. Seizing the moment, Hiruzen rapidly formed hand seals and launched an attack at Orochimaru above. Earth release, Earth flow river. Fire release, Fire dragon bullet. Hiruzen unleashed a combination of ninjutsu towards Orochimaru. The Earth flow river surged forth like a mighty wave, ensnaring Orochimaru and rendering him immobile. Despite his struggles, he found himself unable to break free. Immediately, a jet of fire erupted from Hiruzen's mouth, expanding into a ferocious fire dragon that barreled towards Orochimaru. The fire dragon collided with Orochimaru, who let out a chilling scream as he writhed amidst the flames. Orochimaru, spare me such trivialities. Hiruzen observed the figure thrashing in the inferno, his expression unperturbed. Indeed. Moments later, the ground quaked as a figure emerged from beneath, half buried but laughing maniacally. Sensei, your prowess remains unmatched. You saw through my ruse at once. Orochimaru suddenly called out to his left, Kimimaro, are you ready? A nearby Umbu ninja nodded and offered a brief salute. Lord Orochimaru, preparations are complete. We shall commence immediately. With a resounding boom, a dense fog enveloped the area, revealing Kimimaro, the leader of the Sound Five, who commanded, Tayuya, Jirobo, Yukon, now activate the formation. Yes. Ninjutsu, for Purple Flames formation. A vast array of purplish-red flames erupted, encircling both Orochimaru and Hiruzen. Surprisingly, before the formation could fully take shape, Chiyo had leaped to Hiruzen's side. Her expression filled with astonishment as she beheld the immense flames. Hiruzen, this formation is no trifling matter. If we do not find a way to dispel it, we may find ourselves trapped. Chiyo remained vigilant. Hiruzen sighed in resignation. Why did you rush in? They seek to confront me, not you. You are correct. This four purple flames formation is a profound technique of the Uzumaki clan, and any contact with those flames will lead to incineration. Orochimaru erupted in laughter, applauding mockingly as he addressed Hiruzen and Chiyo. This formation was intended as a parting gift for you, Sensei. Yet here you two old fools are, seeking to meet your end together. How touching. Allow me to fulfill that wish. Hiruzen scoffed, his voice firm. Orochimaru, though I have aged, defeating me will not be an easy task. With a swift motion, Hiruzen hurled a shuriken, rapidly forming more hand seals. The shuriken multiplied exponentially, soaring towards Orochimaru. Yet, with calm composure, Orochimaru summoned serpents that swirled around him, deflecting the shuriken effortlessly. Such an assault posed no real threat to Orochimaru. Seizing the opportunity, Chiyo produced 2 scrolls from her pouch, unfurling them with a flourish. With a puff of smoke, 2 humanoid puppets manifested beside her, standing guard. Sensei, I have prepared a grand gift for you this time. Orochimaru licked his lips, a sinister smile creeping across his face as he formed hand seals. Summoning technique, impure world reincarnation. The earth trembled as a dark coffin emerged from below, revealing the character inscribed upon its lid. With a creaking sound, the coffin burst forth, the lid opening to unveil its occupant. Hiruzen gasped in disbelief, unable to comprehend the unfolding events. Chapter 58, Unveiling Danzo's Secrets. Is this the first Hokage? How can this be? Orochimaru, how did you discover the remains of the first Hokage? Yuan Fei Risen could hardly believe the reality before him. Observing the expression on Yuan Fei Risen's face, Orochimaru smiled with satisfaction. Do not be hasty, Teacher Yuan Fei. This is merely the beginning. Indeed, matters were far from simple. As the first coffin was opened, the ground trembled once more, and another coffin emerged from beneath the earth. This time, it revealed the second Hokage, followed closely by a third coffin, unveiling the fourth Hokage. Upon witnessing the first Hokage resurrected through the impure world reincarnation, Yuan Fei Risen contemplated employing the dead demon-consuming seal. Yet, perhaps due to an instinctive desire to preserve his life or other considerations, he hesitated to act decisively. By the time Yuan Fei Risen regained his composure, even the lid of the fourth Hokage's coffin had been lifted. Now, the third Hokage and Chiyo faced four formidable beings of Kage level. The odds seemed dire. Meanwhile, Lee had been stealthily observing Orochimaru and his companions from a distance. Although chaos erupted outside, he remained unperturbed. On which side should he align himself in Orochimaru's vendetta against Konoha? After much contemplation over several days, Lee arrived at his resolution to adopt a stance of neutrality. While some individuals in Konoha had entanglements with him, they constituted merely a fraction. The majority were virtuous, such as Kakashi, Might Guy, and Naruto, the original 12 heroes. Could Lee truly extinguish his humanity and join forces with Orochimaru to annihilate them? Furthermore, there was Hinata's father, Hayashi Hyuga, whom Lee had subdued and who now berated him from the sidelines. Could he really allow a past grievance to justify taking a life? That was patently impossible. Regardless of the depth of their enmity, Lee could not act against Hayashi, for he was Hinata's father. If Lee were to kill Hayashi, how could he ever interact with Hinata thereafter? Thus, Lee ultimately resolved to let the narrative unfold as it would, remaining a mere spectator. The third Hokage's demise during the Chunin exams was inevitable. It was his destined end, albeit unexpectedly accompanied by Chiyo. Additionally, the army of Zetsu clones, led by Kabuto, was assaulting Konoha. Lee had previously encountered those Zetsu clones, finding them utterly depraved, even more so than Guren, who was not easily dealt with. The clones showed no distinction between ordinary citizens and shinobi. Any human they encountered was subject to slaughter for amusement. Logically, Lee should intervene to halt their advance. Yet who comprised Konoha's defenses against the Zetsu clones? They were the elite shinobi forces of Konoha, not to be underestimated. Lee surmised that while the price of victory against the clones would be steep, it would ultimately be achieved. Moreover, the immediate priority was to savor the unfolding spectacle. Lee could not afford to miss such a rare opportunity. Lee Rock, the rogue ninja of Konoha, you seem quite engrossed here. A heavy male voice interrupted as Lee prepared to enjoy his watermelon. Setting down the fruit, Lee turned to discover Danzo Shimura, wrapped in bandages, accompanied by two young individuals, one with flowing brown hair and a striking visage, bearing a short blade on his back, and the other with short black hair and a masked face, both clad in identical attire. Recognizing them instantly, Lee recalled their affiliations, one from the Yamenka clan, skilled in mind techniques, and the other from the Aburame clan, adept with microscopic insects, though their names eluded him. Danzo, what brings you here? Lee inquired slowly, regarding the trio from a distance. Danzo fixed an unwavering gaze upon Lee, his expression devoid of emotion. To find you, the rogue ninja, for the sole purpose of eliminating you. Take Kurenai and F, eliminate him. I shall rescue Hayashi, Danzo commanded his subordinates, leaning heavily on his cane as he ambled towards Hayashi, seemingly dismissive of Lee. Yes, Lord Danzo. Kurenai and F replied in unison, swiftly moving to confront Lee, weapons drawn. Eyes searching for weaknesses. Lee regarded his adversaries with a wry smile. Danzo, what prompted you to seek me out? Do you truly believe that no one would notice the Sharingan concealed beneath those bandages? Danzo's steps faltered, and he turned, his expression stiffening. What did you say? How could you possibly know this? Lee offered no reply, merely returning Danzo's gaze with a defiant expression. You conspired to annihilate the entire Uchiha clan, subsequently silencing all who were aware of your treachery. The higher-ups in Konoha are fully aware and tacitly approve. As Danzo's countenance darkened, Lee continued with glee. But there is something they remain ignorant of. Your premeditated scheme, your covert dealings with Orochimaru to procure and perfect the first Hokage's cells. Only through the formidable vitality of those cells could you, devoid of Uchiha blood, wield the Sharingan, possessing an entire arm's worth of it. Oh, Danzo, you are truly treacherous. In this regard, even Orochimaru pales in comparison. Lee's words struck a chord deep within Danzo. who could hardly fathom that the secrets he had meticulously guarded for years could be so easily divulged by a mere child. Yet, Danzo swiftly regained his composure, commanding Kurenai. Begin formation. I will handle this boy. Understood, Lord Danzo. They affirmed in unison before leaping away, producing enormous scrolls that they unfurled onto the ground. Chapter 59. The strength of Little Lee in the mountains. Shan Zhongfeng and Aoni Chigan surrounded Little Lee from the front and back. The two moved swiftly, casting enormous scrolls adorned with intricate symbols at various locations. With remarkable speed, they formed hand seals. The 6 scrolls immediately glowed a brilliant red, accompanied by a thunderous boom. The 6-pointed star formation. Shan Zhongfeng and Aoni Chigan shouted in unison. The 6 scrolls emitted 6 beams of red light in an instant, merging together and shooting skyward. Not far away, the 5 members of Een maintained a formation reminiscent of the 4 purple flames formation, yet the 6-pointed star formation was a vast hexagon. Its hue a vivid crimson, rendering it impossible for the naked eye to penetrate. In simpler terms, those within the formation could not perceive the outside world, nor could outsiders discern the events transpiring within. Tuanzong had already entered the formation before it fully materialized, leisurely advancing towards Little Lee with his cane. Lee Locke. I am quite curious as to how you came by this knowledge. Logically, even as a spy for Orochimaru, you should not possess such information. For even Orochimaru cannot articulate what you just stated. Tuanzong cast aside his cane, displaying no signs of physical infirmity as he fixed his gaze firmly on Little Lee. Slowly, he raised his right hand while his left began to unravel the bandages encircling his right. It matters not how you acquired this knowledge, for soon you shall be a corpse. Upon witnessing the unfolding situation, Little Lee comprehended that Tuanzong, aware of his secrets, had summoned this formation to silence him. Would release, would dragon technique. Little Lee formed a hand seal for would release, and several wooden dragons erupted from the ground before him, clawing and gnashing as they charged toward the crimson barrier of the formation. With a splatter, it sounded as though something had plunged into boiling water, followed by a series of hissing noises. The wooden dragons collided with the red barrier of the 6-pointed star formation, not even creating a ripple, as they were instantly reduced to ashes. My goodness, must you be so formidable? Little Lee exclaimed in astonishment. At that moment, the thought of fleeing crossed Little Lee's mind. Tuanzong was a truly abnormal individual, possessing numerous Sharingan, each capable of utilizing Izanagi, effectively granting him multiple lives. Moreover, Tuanzong's right eye belonged to Uchiha Shursui, renowned for the strongest genjutsu among the kaleidoscopic Sharingan Kodo Amatsukami. What was Little Lee and Appo's as current strength, you ask? Post, Lee Lock Ninjutsu, 9, Physical, 7, Genjutsu, 1, Leisure, 5, Power, 7, Speed, 8, Precision, 7, Seals, 6 Ninjutsu abilities, would Body Technique, Edo Tensei, Super Beast Imitation, would release series of techniques. There were too many ninjutsu to enumerate, so only the primary series were listed. After 7 uninterrupted years of prize exchanges, Little Lee had essentially acquired mastery over these key series of ninjutsu, though proficiency was another matter. Water release series of ninjutsu, Earth release series of ninjutsu, Taijutsu, intermediate taijutsu ninjutsu attributes, Earth, Water. Would exchange points, 2,000 overall evaluation, Elite Jonin. After glancing at his attribute panel, Little Lee sighed in resignation. He indeed possessed a plethora of ninjutsu, comprehensive in water, earth, and wood styles. However, the latter two merely represented more commonplace techniques, unlike those of the earth-based masters surrounding the Tsuchikage, which were of an entirely different caliber. Furthermore, the wood release techniques were constrained by his chakra capacity, limiting their optimal performance. In summation, Little Lee's overall strength was comparable to that of Yamato in his later stages, perhaps slightly superior, with more means for self-preservation. While these thoughts raced through his mind, Little Lee observed Tuanzong finally unwrapping the bandages from his palms, revealing 2 Sharingan. With a disdainful smile, Little Lee taunted Tuanzong, "You boast too much. If I, Lee Locke, wish to depart, no one in this world could stop me." Tuanzong shook his head slightly, his expression unchanged. "Young man, do not indulge in such bravado. This 6-pointed star formation also originates from the Uzumaki clan. Compared to the 4 purple flames formation, it is equally potent. Should you wish to escape, I encourage you to attempt it now. Little Lee, however, remained unfazed. He retrieved a pre-prepared teleportation scroll from his system backpack, thinking, so what if this formation originates from the Uzumaki clan? Can it truly prevent my system from utilizing the teleportation scroll? System, activate the random teleportation scroll immediately. Little Lee raised the scroll above his head, channeling a sliver of chakra into it. A brilliant light erupted, and he vanished in an instant. Little Lee closed his eyes, awaiting the next scene to unfold before him. Taking a deep breath, he noted with surprise that this time he was not suspended in midair, but rather standing firmly on the ground, evidently. The system had not betrayed him this time. What are you doing? With your eyes closed, you look as if you were about to soil yourself from fright. Tuan Zhang's voice unexpectedly reached Little Lee's ears just as he prepared to open his eyes and discover where the random teleportation scroll had brought him. What the heck? Why am I still here? What is happening? Little Lee rubbed his eyes vigorously, struggling to believe what he was witnessing. System, what is going on? Why am I still in place after using the random teleportation scroll? Little Lee internally berated the system for its negligence, questioning how it could take his item without delivering results. Ding. The host is currently within the confines of the six-pointed star formation. Due to its overwhelming power, the system is unable to facilitate the host's teleportation to another location. Little Lee was left speechless. Astonished, is it truly the case that I cannot use the random teleportation scroll within the formation? But I clearly activated the scroll successfully a moment ago. How can this be so unreliable? The system, however, paid no heed to Little Lee's protests, merely stating that the random teleportation scroll would soon be returned to him, offering no further explanation. Well then, it seems that escape is a futile endeavor. I must cast aside all distractions and devise a strategy to confront this old foe. Tuanzang. Chapter 60, The Battle Against Danzo. What happened? You seem eager to flee, yet your efforts have proven futile. Danzo's previously expressionless visage transformed into one of mockery. Lee shook his head slightly, his demeanor shifting to one of earnest resolve. Shinichi-ha, I have merely changed my mind. I no longer wish to escape. I seek vengeance for those Uchiha whose eyes you have so cruelly taken. Today, I shall eradicate the scourge you represent. In his heart, Lee fervently declared, You are correct. I initially intended to flee, but my ticket has inexplicably become void. With no means to escape, I must remain and continue this charade. Let us see if you possess the ability, or if you merely speak empty words. Danzo roared, swiftly forming a series of hand seals. Wind release, vacuum sphere. Danzo inhaled deeply, his chest expanding, and then unleashed a torrent of air particles from his mouth, hurtling towards Lee like a barrage of bullets. Known as the mightiest of all elemental techniques, wind release can tear through anything when wielded with skill. Thus Lee dared not underestimate it. He deftly dodged to the right, narrowly evading Danzo's attack, but a sharp wind blade grazed his cheek, leaving a painful cut. Regaining his composure, Lee felt the sting and discovered blood on his fingers. Is this all you can muster? It seems that Hinata Hizashi has indeed fallen behind, to be so easily bested by you. Danzo, though taunting, continued to execute hand seals for his next assault. Wind release, vacuum wave. Taking a deep breath, Danzo expelled a half-meter-long wind blade towards Lee. Having been caught off guard previously, Lee was now prepared to counter. Swiftly, he formed hand seals, completing a technique in mere moments. Earth release, triple earth wall. With a thunderous roar, a massive earthen wall, 2 meters wide and 4 meters high, erupted before him. The wind blade struck with a resounding crack, cleaving through the outer wall, which collapsed to the ground, sending dust billowing into the air. Danzo remained unfazed, continuing to weave his ninjutsu seals. Wind release, vacuum continuous wave. 4 half-meter-long wind blades surged forth from Danzo's mouth, aimed directly at the remnants of Lee's earthen barrier. The remaining walls shattered under the onslaught, debris scattering everywhere. Yet, to Danzo's astonishment, Lee's figure was nowhere to be found behind the wall. Searching the surroundings, Danzo murmured, Where did he go? Has he successfully escaped? He then resolutely shook his head. No, he must be underground. As if in response to Danzo's realization, the ground erupted with a deafening explosion, and colossal wooden hands emerged from below, slamming towards him from all directions. Would release, Buddha's palm. Li suddenly sprang forth from the ground directly in front of Danzo, shouting triumphantly. Danzo gasped. What? It seems I have no choice but to employ that technique. With a resounding crash, the giant wooden hands descended upon Danzo, and moments later, the assault ceased, leaving him flattened within the grasp of the palms. Yet, in the blink of an eye, his form vanished beneath the carnage. I must admit, you do possess some skill. It is no wonder Hisashi fell for your trickery. Danzo's voice echoed suddenly from behind Li. Startled, Li turned to see Danzo wielding a katana, thrusting it menacingly towards his back. With no time to evade, Li activated his invincible technique, body enhancement technique. Instantly, his form transformed into a grayish-black hue, resembling a small bronze statue. Danzo's blade struck Li's back with a sharp clang, even producing sparks upon impact, though Li remained unharmed. The force of Danzo's surprise attack sent him crashing 5 to 6 meters away, landing face down on the ground. Ugh, you old scoundrel, resorting to such underhanded tactics. Li spat out the dirt from his mouth, condemning Danzo's treachery, conveniently overlooking his own prior sneak attack. Danzo raised his right hand, observing the gradually closing Sharingan on his palm, muttering to himself, to lose a Sharingan so swiftly, it seems I must now take this seriously. Ignoring Li's incessant complaints, Danzo swiftly formed a series of hand seals. Summoning technique. With a thunderous bang, a massive red elephant materialized before him amid a cloud of smoke. The elephant trumpeted, seemingly displeased at being summoned so abruptly. Dream Eater, deal with that fellow before you, and I shall reward you with double the tribute you seek. Danzo patted the elephant's head, shouting in its ear. Good grief, is this really happening? Li exclaimed in disbelief. Li recalled the elephant's formidable abilities. It was known that Danzo's Dream Eater ranked third amongst summoning beasts in the Naruto universe. The first was the Outer Path, the demonic statue of the Outer Path, a colossal entity capable of unleashing 9 chakra-formed dragons from its maw, capable of annihilating even-tailed beasts. However, sustaining its existence required a continuous sacrifice of the summoner's own life force. The second was Hanzo's salamander, containing deadly toxins that could paralyze even its master. Thus, engaging such a creature necessitated protective gear against poison. Chapter 61. The collaboration of the Dream-Eating Beast and Danzo. In third place stands Danzo's summoning beast, the Dream-Eating Beast. This legendary creature possesses the extraordinary ability to open its maw wide and utilize a powerful wind technique to draw in and devour objects before it, including dreams. Danzo once summoned it during his battle with Sasuke. Using the Dream-Eating Beast's wind technique in conjunction with his own wind release, vacuum serial waves to breach Sasuke's Susanoo from behind. However, Sasuke countered with a fireball technique. Though its combat prowess remains untested, the synergy observed in this instance is undeniably impressive. Devour that brat, Danzo commanded. With a howl, the Dream-Eating Beast lifted its snout and inhaled sharply in the direction of Li. The surrounding debris and rubble were drawn into its gaping maw. Li felt an overwhelming force tugging at his body, rendering him unable to maintain his footing or exert any strength. Would release, would pillar wall. Li desperately resisted the pull, swiftly forming hand seals. Roots beneath him responded to his will, rising from the ground to form a semicircular protective barrier around him, granting him a moment to breathe. Observing Li's successful use of the wood pillar wall to counter the Dream-Eating Beast's suction, Danzo scoffed coldly. Your wood release is commendable, but alas, it is insufficient. Wind release, vacuum great sphere. Danzo swiftly formed hand seals, inhaling deeply until his chest swelled, then exhaling a stream of white mist that expanded into a 1-meter-long arc of wind blade, which sliced towards the wood pillar wall protectingly. Crack! The semicircular wood pillar wall was cleaved in two, instantly revealing Li's position. The assault did not relent. The wind blade continued its advance toward Li. As the arc of wind blade approached, panic flickered in Li's eyes. Exposed once more to the Dream-Eating Beast's pull, he felt himself being drawn forward. In a moment of desperation, he retrieved 2 kunai from his pouch and held one defensively before him. Danzo laughed derisively. Do you truly believe such a feeble defense can withstand the combined might of the Dream-Eating Beast and myself? What a foolish dream. With a sickening sound, the wind blade sliced through Li, cleaving him in half along with the kunai he wielded. A smirk graced Danzo's lips as he reveled in the anticipated outcome. Even wielding the first Hokages would release. Your strength is lacking. Danzo, do not speak too soon. Beware the consequences of your arrogance. Would release. Great tree spear. Lee suddenly appeared behind Danzo, speckled with dirt, suggesting he had just emerged from underground. In a flash, he formed hand seals, causing numerous root spikes to erupt from beneath Danzo's feet, aiming directly for him. Danzo, sensing the impending danger, leaped to the side just as the spikes surged upward again, threatening to impale him. Suspended in midair without any leverage, Danzo's eyes widened in terror as he shouted towards the dream-eating beast. Dream-eating beast, help me. The creature responded to its master's call with a mighty roar, inhaling forcefully and halting Danzo's descent, drawing him toward its side. Lee, stunned by the ease with which his assured ambush was thwarted by the duo's coordination, had expected to force Danzo into a corner. Fury simmered within him as he stepped to the side, crouching low and forming the tiger seal, unleashing a powerful shout. Ha! Danzo, now 4 to 5 meters away from the root spikes, was still reeling from the sudden shift when the ground erupted once more with countless root spikes, stretching upwards over 10 meters and aiming for the airborne Danzo. Dream-eating beast, Danzo shouted in a cold sweat, urging the beast to assist him once again. The creature inhaled deeply, pulling Danzo toward it and away from the impending danger. Dayu, Lee bellowed again. The root spikes relentlessly pursued Danzo, thrusting upwards with ferocity. Alas, the dream-eating beast's pulling force was formidable, pulling Danzo back just before the spikes could pierce him. 3 seconds later, Danzo found himself atop the dream-eating beast, while the root spikes continued their assault, extending beneath the creature and still aimed at Danzo. Clang! Clang! The spike struck the dream-eating beast's belly, yet failed to inflict any substantial harm. Though the beast's size rivaled that of an adult elephant, its body was remarkably resilient. Such attacks cannot breach the dream-eating beast's defenses. With our collaboration, defeating you should pose no challenge. Danzo's attire was disheveled from his earlier escape, yet his commanding presence remained undiminished. Just as he prepared to taunt Lee further, the root spikes, having encircled the massive form of the dream-eating beast, surged upward and lunged toward Danzo's vulnerable back. Caught off guard by his momentary lapse in vigilance, Danzo suffered a critical blow as multiple root spikes pierced through his back, blood trickling from the corners of his mouth. Chapter 62. The fourth wind shadow. With a sudden closing of his eyes and a powerful thrust of his legs, Danzo's body succumbed to fatigue, and he instantly fell unconscious. A mere second later, his figure, pierced by the sharp roots, vanished without a trace, only to reappear unscathed at the left side of the Dream Eater. As though the preceding events were not but a fleeting dream. Yet, within the depths of Lee's heart, there resided an unwavering certainty. All that transpired was indeed real, and the slowly closing Sharingan on Danzo's right arm stood as irrefutable evidence of this reality. With a resounding roar, the Dream Eater nudged Danzo with its trunk, seemingly filled with guilt for failing to protect its master in a timely manner. Danzo gently patted the Dream Eater's trunk and spoke softly, "Do not worry, Dream Eater. I am unharmed, and this is not your fault." Turning his gaze towards Lee, Danzo's expression grew grave. "Rock Lee, I cannot deny your prowess. You possess the potential to stand alongside me. Should you choose, you can join my route, becoming my second in command. Rest assured, once I seize control of Konoha, I will lead our forces to gradually encroach upon the neighboring nations. Should you follow me, you may find yourself in a position of power, second only to me." "Stop. Stop, stop." Interrupting Danzo's incessant persuasion, Lee's impatience broke through. "Danzo, spare me your empty words. I have no desire to be your subordinate. If you wish to take the role of a second in command, I might consider it, but why should I serve you? Orochimaru treated me with utmost respect during our time together. Who do you think you are, demanding such a position? You act as if you hold the Emperor's mandate. Do you honestly believe that with a handful of Sharingan you can unify the 5 great nations and conquer the world?" Lee's vehement tirade rendered Danzo's face crimson with fury, his mouth twitching as if he were on the verge of retorting, but momentarily at a loss for words. I curse your entire family. You insolent brat, prepare to meet your demise. Dream Eater, let us vanquish him together." With a mighty roar, the Dream Eater lifted its trunk and began to inhale deeply. Alarm surged through Lee. He had previously suffered greatly from this very technique, and now Danzo intended to employ it against him once more. In the fleeting moment Lee pondered his countermeasure, the overwhelming force of suction arrived, drawing swirling sands and debris towards the Dream Eater's maw. Lee's body was similarly ensnared, pulled swiftly toward the creature, while Danzo began to form hand signs for a lethal strike. Summoning technique, Edo Tensei. In a moment of desperation, Lee recalled the long-neglected Edo Tensei technique, harboring within it a formidable shadow-level warrior capable of wide-ranging offense and defense. After being pulled a short distance, he hastily formed the necessary seals. With a thunderous rumble, a dark coffin erupted from the earth, creaking as its lid fell away, only to be swiftly drawn towards the Dream Eater's powerful suction. Emerging from within was a middle-aged man with crimson hair, his eyes devoid of any human emotion as they fixate on the unfolding scene. This man was none other than the fourth wind shadow, Rasha, whom Lee had stealthily slain long ago. In a flash, Rasha leaped from the black coffin, swiftly forming a series of hand seals. Magnet release, sand gold wall. With a resonant hum, a 10-meter-long, 5-meter-high wall of sand gold surged upward, effectively blocking the Dream Eater's sucking force from reaching Lee. This wall proved extraordinarily resilient. No matter how fiercely the Dream Eater exerted its power, it remained steadfast and unmoved. It appeared that the Dream Eater had encountered its match. Taken aback by the sand gold wall, Danzo's eyes betrayed a hint of astonishment. The weight of the sand combined with the adhesive properties of the magnet release allowed the particles to bind together so firmly that even the Dream Eater's immense suction was rendered ineffective. While grappling with his shock, Danzo swiftly analyzed the situation, recognizing the precariousness of his position. Magnet release, sand gold burial. Unbeknownst to Danzo, Rasha had maneuvered to a position 5 meters to his right, suddenly kneeling and striking the ground with force, initiating his powerful attack, sand gold burial. From the point where Rasha's palms met the earth, concentric ripples expanded outward, surging toward the Dream Eater and Danzo. In an instant, the ground beneath them turned soft, ensnaring their feet in sand gold, rendering them immobile and unable to escape as they were inexorably pulled downward. Damn it! Is this thing truly so troublesome? Danzo ground his teeth, struggling to free himself from the sand gold, yet his efforts only hastened his descent. Was he to resort to that technique once more so soon? The Dream Eater, witnessing its limbs fully ensnared by the sand gold, let out a mournful roar as it made a critical decision. With its long trunk, it grasped Danzo's body and yanked him forcefully, hurling him to safety. However, this exertion hastened the Dream Eater's own entrapment, and in a heartbeat, it was completely enveloped, save for its trunk. Sand gold burial. Rasha pressed his palms to the ground and shouted again, commanding the sand gold that ensnared the Dream Eater to accelerate, crushing down upon the creature's form. With a sickening crack, the sound of splintering bones echoed as the sand gold enveloped the Dream Eater, spilling forth a torrent of blood. Chapter 63. The exchange for the kaleidoscope Sharingan. A copious flow of blood surged forth, soaking a considerable expanse of the ground, as the Dream Eater was mercilessly crushed into a grotesque pulp. The age-old adage of one thing overcomes another held true, as the creature capable of devouring all. The Dream Eater was effortlessly slain by the fourth Kazekage, Raza. Safely grounded, Danzo observed the scene with an indifferent gaze, as if the demise of the Dream Eater, which had desperately fought to save his life moments ago, bore no significance to him. As for the fourth Kazekage, Raza, he intended to employ that technique to resolve the situation. Danzo's right hand began to fidget at his chest, and as the white bandages were unraveled, a Sharingan, shaped like a fan, was revealed. What? There was another Sharingan hidden there? And judging by the fan-shaped pattern of the pupil, it was evidently a kaleidoscope Sharingan. Shaoli's mouth fell agape in astonishment as he beheld the kaleidoscope Sharingan on Danzo's chest, yet what followed left him even more astounded. After unveiling the Sharingan on his chest, Danzo proceeded to unfasten the bandage over his right eye, revealing an eye shaped like a shuriken. Shaoli recognized this eye distinctly. It belonged to Uchiha Shisui, possessing the most formidable genjutsu Kodo Amatsukami. Danzo's actions did not cease there. After revealing Shisui's kaleidoscope Sharingan, he thrust his right index and middle fingers into his eye socket, brutally excavating his right eye. The sheer brutality of this act made Shaoli wince in pain, prompting him to exclaim loudly, "Hey, Danzo, Even if you can't defeat me, must you resort to such extreme measures? Even so, I will not spare you. Blood streamed from the corners of Danzo's eyes, distorting his facial features in agony. Yet, he paid no heed to Xiao Li's taunts and retrieved a transparent box from his person. Inside the box was a clear liquid. Danzo placed the extracted Sharingan into it and shoved it into his robe. Subsequently, he produced another transparent box, opened it, and extracted a Sharingan, pressing it against his right eye. After a few moments of manipulation, he opened his eye, gazing upon Danzo. Xiao Li was astonished to find that the Sharingan in his right eye mirrored the one on his chest, both adorned with the same fan-like pattern. This was evidently a Sharingan extracted from a member of the Uchiha clan after awakening the kaleidoscope. However, what shocked Xiao Li even more was the sheer brutality of Danzo's eye transplantation method. He had simply used his fingers to pry it out and then shoved it back in place, completely defying scientific logic. He recalled how Uchiha Sasuke had endured a month of blindness after transplanting Uchiha Itachi's kaleidoscope Sharingan. Goodness, how can you be so barbaric? Do you think yourself a Superman, switching organs at will? Xiao Li could hardly articulate his astonishment, merely managing an exclamation of disbelief. Danzo's right eye rotated incessantly, as if acclimating to the newly implanted organ. He spoke, unhurriedly, what is there to be surprised about? With the cellular regeneration abilities of the first Hokage, you could achieve the same. Do not underestimate the regenerative power of the first Hokage's cells. Xiao Li scratched the back of his head, perplexed. Really? I could too. Danzo, why not lend me that eye you just concealed for a try? Xiao Li grinned foolishly, attempting to curry favor with Danzo. Danzo snorted dismissively. Do you think I would so easily part with Shirsui's eye? Come forth, Susanoo. In an instant, a towering green giant, 10 meters tall, emerged where Danzo had stood. Clad in armor, the giant wielded a trident in its left hand and a massive sword in its right, exuding an overwhelming presence, as if a mere swing could cleave mountains asunder. Danzo stood atop the giant's head, gritting his teeth and intently observing Xiao Li and the fourth Kazekage Raza below, as if gathering all his focus to control the colossal creature. Whoa, are you kidding me? You can do this too? What's the point of even trying? I might as well log out. Xiao Li muttered in disbelief, gazing up at the gigantic figure, never having anticipated that Danzo could summon Susanoo. Despite his incredulity, Xiao Li's hands remained swift, forming hand seals for wood release and directing Raza to launch an assault. After all, no one could face death with composure. And even if he knew he was outmatched, he would still make an effort. What if victory was within reach? Would release, would golem technique. Countless vines erupted from the earth, intertwining rapidly to form a towering wooden figure nearly 10 meters tall, atop which coiled a wooden dragon, with Xiao Li perched upon the golem's head. Xiao Li's complexion paled. Summoning such a massive golem had nearly drained his chakra reserves. He understood that with a meager amount of chakra remaining, he could not sustain it for long before succumbing to exhaustion. However, if he could direct the wooden dragon to latch onto the enemy, it could absorb their chakra, transforming it into his own. Stealing a glance at Raza, who was poised to attack, Xiao Li recognized that while he had commanded Raza to engage freely, he was acutely aware that Raza's jutsu were more defensive in nature, likely ineffective against the colossal and agile Susanoo. Magnet release, gold sand grave. As if to affirm Xiao Li's thoughts, Raza unleashed a gold sand grave beneath the green-armored giant. Yet, the giant merely scoffed, stomping its foot dismissively and easily escaping the technique's grasp. It then raised its sword and swung it down towards Raza. Boom! The swift descent of the sword cleaved Raza in two, leaving a deep chasm in the ground. Chapter 64. Susanoo the Fourth Kazekage, Rasha, disintegrated into countless fragments of paper that danced in the air. In a brief moment, those fragments reassembled, and a pristine Rasha stood once more upon the ground, his gaze devoid of emotion as he regarded the towering figure clad in green armor before him. In his heart, a singular thought emerged. He would stop at nothing to annihilate this colossal giant. Danzo furrowed his brows slightly and murmured, I must admit, I have grown somewhat careless. I have studied the reanimation jutsu and am aware that it can only be undone by slaying the caster or sealing the target. Yet, I seem to have overlooked that detail. Danzo, how can you wield Susanoo? You are not even a member of the Uchiha clan, Li shouted from atop the wooden figure, confronting Shimura Danzo with fervor. Danzo lifted his gaze to meet Lee's, noting the young man's pale complexion. He understood that this individual, named Rock Lee, was merely putting on a brave front. He was no true match for him. Danzo spoke slowly. You are aware that this is Susanoo, which suggests you possess considerable knowledge of secrets. However, it matters little, as soon you will accompany those secrets to the afterlife. After mocking Lee, Danzo continued. Susanoo is the Uchiha clan's ultimate offensive and defensive technique. I once witnessed Uchiha Shursui wield this power, and I was left in awe. Its might rivals that of the tailed beasts, and in some cases, it surpasses them. After Shursui sacrificed his right eye to me, I attempted to harness Susanoo multiple times. But aside from basic Genjutsu and the formidable Kodo Amatsukami, I could not invoke any other abilities. I endeavored by all means, yet I could not grasp this power. Eventually, after Uchiha Itachi executed the plan devised by Konoha's higher-ups and eradicated all members of the Uchiha clan, I obtained this pair of Sharingan from Uchiha Fugaku. Danzo continued. Uchiha Fugaku, Itachi's father, was aware of Konoha's plans and resigned to his fate. He preemptively eliminated his wife. And it was before his death that he activated his Manjiki Sharingan. I once believed that the essential requirement to activate Susanoo was to possess and utilize a pair of identical Manjiki Sharingan. Thus, I dispatched agents to seek out Uchiha Shursui's whereabouts, hoping to recover his other eye. After much searching, my men finally returned with Shursui's remains, but alas, his left eye had been removed. I was filled with profound hatred at that moment. It was only upon seeing Uchiha Fugaku's Manjiki Sharingan that I regained hope of wielding Susanoo. However, after transplanting these eyes, augmented by the cells of the first Hokage, I discovered I was still unable to summon Susanoo. In the following years, I trained countless scientific researchers, and after years of study, they uncovered a crucial requirement for utilizing Susanoo. One must possess the bloodline power of the Uchiha clan. Only by having this bloodline and achieving a sufficient level of power in the Manjiki Sharingan can one invoke Susanoo. As Danzo spoke, Lee seized the moment to summon the fourth Kazekage, Rasha, once more. Observing the enormous sealing symbol inscribed on the cross held in the Green Giant's left hand, Lee realized that the previous error lay not in the weapon itself, but in its misuse. Had the cross been employed to cleave Rasha in twain instead of the slashing blade, Rasha would have been entirely sealed, rendering Lee unable to summon him again through the reanimation jutsu. After Danzo's exposition, Lee finally grasped the truth of the matter, yet he vehemently opposed Danzo's actions, exclaiming, Danzo, your words may sound appealing, but Uchiha Shursui entrusted his eyes to you? I suspect you resorted to deceit and forced to see Shursui's eyes for yourself. Danzo remained unfazed by Lee's accusations. In his mind, the safety of Konoha outweighed all else. The existence of the Uchiha clan posed a threat to Konoha's security. Their annihilation was inconsequential. Furthermore, the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan was a resource for Konoha, and using it for his own purposes bore no moral burden for Danzo. Coldly, Danzo replied, You, a mere child and traitor of Konoha, lack the standing to accuse me. Prepare to meet your end. The Green Giant's visage contorted with rage as it advanced, raising its slashing blade high to strike down upon the wooden figure. Lee summoned every ounce of strength as he commanded the wooden figure to intercept the attack, aiming a punch at the Green Giant's wrist in a desperate attempt to deflect the glimmering blade. Yet, due to his depleted chakra, his movements were sluggish, and the counterattack was agonizingly slow. The giant's blade struck the wooden figure's hand with a resounding crunch. With a deafening thud, the wooden figure's entire right arm was severed, crashing to the ground and stirring a cloud of dust. Lee's complexion turned ashen as despair gripped his heart. He gazed up at the crimson hexagonal formation, feeling as though his life was slipping away. Could it be that he would perish here today? Wooden figure, attack! Lee suddenly roared, his face flushed with exertion as he once more commanded the wooden figure to charge forward. With its remaining left hand, it threw a punch towards the Green Giant's cheek. The wooden dragon coiled around the wooden figure's shoulders lurked, seeking an opportunity to evade the giant's gaze and entwine itself around the green behemoth. If successful, it could siphon the giant's chakra, enhancing their odds of survival. As the wooden figure's massive fist descended towards the Green Giant's face, it abruptly halted mere meters away. The cross held tightly in the giant's left hand had pierced through the wooden figure's arm, preventing any further advance of the impending strike. Chapter 65. A disastrous retreat. Little Lee gazed at the wooden puppet, its arm pierced by a crossbow bolt, an overwhelming sense of unwillingness surging within him. With a focused thought, he commanded the wooden dragon to once again coil around the thigh of the giant clad in green armor. However, it seemed that Danzo had anticipated this move. Controlling his Susanoo, he swung his sword ferociously at the wooden dragon's head. As one who possessed the cells of the first Hokage, he was acutely aware of Little Lee's intentions. Did he think to drain my chakra through the wooden dragon's entanglement to prolong the encounter? I shall not grant you such an opportunity. In a desperate bid to evade the deadly strike aimed at its head, the wooden dragon had no choice but to retract its form. Yet, with Danzo having discerned the plan and the optimal moment for attack lost, it was evident that the effort had become futile. Furthermore, after such a struggle, Little Lee's chakra was already exhausted. The wooden puppet beneath him swayed precariously, sustained only by his dwindling life force. It appears that although you have acquired the wood release of the first Hokage, your chakra supply is woefully inadequate. Young man, I too can wield wood release. But I am acutely aware of its greatest drawback, the exorbitant chakra consumption. A moment's carelessness could render one unable to control their own body, transforming them into mere nourishment for a great tree. Danzo observed the panting Little Lee, seemingly in no rush to end his life. Instead, he resembled a cat toying with a caught mouse, eager to savor the moment before the kill. Crystal release, crystal dragon crash. With a thunderous roar, a magnificent pink crystal dragon suddenly materialized behind Oil Girl Toryun and Yamashiro Aki, charging towards the two with formidable force. Caught off guard and having received sudden orders to activate the six-pointed star formation using a scroll, they possessed no means of protection. As the pink crystal dragon barreled towards them, they were left with no choice but to abandon the formation and evade to the side. With a soft hum, the crimson hexagonal wall of flame vanished, revealing the two colossal figures within. The six-pointed star formation, which Little Lee had struggled to maintain, was effortlessly dismantled by Honglian from the outside. Realizing the tide of battle had shifted, Danzo prepared to eliminate Little Lee, determined that the secrets he possessed would remain buried forever. With a slight concentration, he commanded the green-armored giant to raise the sword in its right hand and strike down upon Little Lee with lethal intent. Little Lee, already drained of chakra, could no longer sustain the wooden puppet, which collapsed into a heap of timber. With a crash, he fell to the ground, losing his footing as the giant's blade continued its relentless descent, intent on cleaving him in twain. Little Lee, be careful. Seeing Little Lee in peril, Honglian conjured another pink crystal dragon. She leaped onto the dragon's head, charging towards the giant's gleaming green blade. With a resounding clash, just 2 meters from Little Lee, the dragon's head collided forcefully with the sword's edge. Little Lee was saved from being bisected, but the dragon's head was severed, accompanied by a sound of explosion. And a faint groan escaped Honglian's lips. With a thud, Little Lee fell to the ground, but thanks to the soft earth manipulated by Rasha's magnetic release, he sustained no severe injuries despite his fall from a height of over 10 meters, save for a sharp pain in his left knee. Turning to inspect his injury, he saw that his left leg was unnaturally bent below the knee, clearly fractured. With a crash, Honglian also landed nearby, rolling several times before coming to rest not far from Little Lee. Struggling to rise, he rushed to her side, but upon seeing her condition, a deafening roar of anguish and fury surged within him. Honglian, ignoring the pain radiating from his left leg, he crawled desperately towards her. Little Lee beheld Honglian, bloodied and lying on the ground, her abdomen seemingly torn open and blood gushing from her mouth. He reached her side and cradled her head in his arms, tears cascading down his cheeks as he witnessed her body convulsing. With trembling hands, he cupped her face, his voice a hoarse whisper. Honglian, why? Why were you so foolish? Why did you take that blow for me? Why? Why? Little Lee's raspy cries echoed his despair, for he understood that with such grievous wounds, even a divine being could not save her. With great effort, Honglian opened her bloodied eyes, her trembling right hand lifting to touch Little Lee's face, wiping away his tears. Lee Kuan, do not be sad. If I can help you, I would do anything, even if it means dying, I would be content. After delivering his strike, Danzo had already retracted his Susanoo form, aware that without the protection of the six-pointed star formation, maintaining it would expose his secrets to many. Now, As he approached Little, dissipating with each step, he remarked, "What a touching scene, yet regrettably, you shall only find solace in hell as doomed lovers." Upon hearing Danzo's loathsome taunts, Little felt an overwhelming urge to rush at him and tear him to shreds to quell his rage. Yet, he forcibly suppressed his fury, striving to regain composure. For he knew he was powerless in that moment. Slowly, he raised his head, his gaze icy as he fixed it upon Danzo. "Danzo, I must admit, with the power you have usurped from the Uchiha clan, you are indeed formidable. However, should I ever lay eyes upon you again, I will ensure you are reduced to mere fragments." Chapter 66. The Death of Honglian. I, Li Locke, declare, what I say, I shall accomplish. The last words were nearly ground out between clenched teeth, for my animosity towards Danzo had reached its zenith. No more superfluous chatter escaped my lips as I retrieved a randomly generated teleportation scroll from my system's inventory, infusing the last remnants of chakra within it. In an instant, the scroll shimmered with radiant light, and I tightly embraced Honglian's lifeless form, vanishing from our previous location. Danzo gazed upon the blood-soaked ground, a glimmer of avarice flickering in his eyes. So, the boy can employ the body flicker technique? It seems he possesses a wealth of valuable assets. Although Danzo could not fathom why he had not utilized the technique sooner to escape, such considerations were now rendered moot. Danzo gestured to a figure nearby, inquiring, "Toguro, have you marked that boy?" Toguro swiftly approached, kneeling respectfully before Danzo. "Lord Danzo, my female micro-nanobots have successfully parasitized Li Locke, although the tracking process is somewhat sluggish. Once he settles at a location, I will be able to pinpoint his whereabouts with precision." Danzo nodded approvingly. "Well done." Meanwhile, I cradled Honglian's body, and in the blink of an eye, we materialized upon a rocky platform. Not far off, a waterfall cascaded down, its thundering waters mingling with the faint sounds of laughter from women frolicking within. This was the very valley where I had first used the teleportation scroll, not far from the Leaf Village. Yet, I was devoid of any thoughts of beauty. As I gazed down at Honglian, who was still coughing up blood, on the brink of death, tears streamed down my face. Right. The system. We still have the system, Honglian. You must be all right. I will ensure your safety. Desperation clawed at me as I implored the system in my mind for any means to revive her. However, the system's cold response echoed back. Life and death are fated. There exists no elixir of resurrection, nor any method to draw the dying back from the brink of oblivion. Kneeling on the ground, I cradled Honglian's head, my voice thick with emotion. "Honglian, why would you go this far for me? I am not worthy of such devotion." Seeing me free from immediate peril seemed to ease her distress. Even her convulsions ceased. With great effort, Honglian mustered a faint smile, gazing deeply into my eyes. "Li Kuan, worthiness is irrelevant. Only willingness matters. For you, I would do anything. You taught me to live for myself, to possess my own thoughts, rather than merely be a puppet of Orochimaru. I still remember your words. Only with you did I feel like an ordinary girl, unburdened. These past 7 years have been the happiest of my life. Together, we undertook missions to rid the world of evil, reveled in beautiful landscapes, and shared laughter and joy." Her voice grew increasingly feeble, and she fought to keep her tone steady. "Li Kuan, there is something I have longed to tell you, but I lack the courage. I feared that if I did not speak now, I would never have the chance again." As Honglian spoke, my tears flowed freely, and I held her tightly, urging her to continue. "Speak, I am listening." Her voice barely reached me, a fragile whisper. If I had not held her close, I would not have discerned her words. "Li Kuan, I have always cherished you, not as an older sister loves a younger brother, but as a woman loves a man. However, I know your heart belongs to another, to Hinata. Rest assured, Hinata has been safely delivered too." At this moment, her voice abruptly ceased, her arms slackening around my neck, and she fell limp, devoid of life. "Ah!" I cried out, my voice reverberating through the heavens, silencing the women at play below in the valley, who stood frozen, sensing the profound sorrow entwined in my shout. In the days past, our constant companionship had dulled my awareness, but now, as Honglian lay lifeless in my embrace, I felt an agonizing pain in my heart. I realized that this beautiful older sister had carved out a significant place within me, a space far more vital than my childhood affection for Hinata. The 7 years we spent together were not mere moments. I was bewildered by the tumult in my heart. Was it love or familial affection? perhaps both intertwined. Yet this overwhelming sensation left me in disarray. I clutched Honglian tightly, unwilling to relinquish her, fearing that if I did, she would slip away forever. Although that was already the cruel reality I faced. On the stone platform beside the waterfall, a youth sat, cradling the bloodied form of a girl, frozen in place, motionless. The sun arced across the sky, from day to night, and from night to dawn, yet he remained still. As dawn broke and the birds in the forest began to chirp, I finally rasped, "Honglian, rest assured, I will find a way to bring you back. I swear it. And that old dog Danzo will suffer for this. I, Li Locke, always fulfill my promises." I stirred my arm slightly, feeling the numbness from remaining still for so long. And after a time, I regained control over my body. Chapter 67. The little girl Little Li gently released Honglian, allowing her to rest on the ground. One of her legs had suffered a severe fracture, twisted grotesquely. Little Li grasped his dislocated kneecap with both hands and forcefully twisted it back into place. The sound of cracking bones echoing painfully. Cold sweat beaded on his forehead, and his lips turned pale. Yet this physical agony paled in comparison to the heartache of losing Honglian. Struggling, he crawled to the side, picking up a branch from the ground to create a rudimentary splint for his injured leg. Then, in his mind, he queried the system, "Is there a method to preserve Honglian's body? I want her to remain uncorrupted." After a moment's delay, the system responded, as if sifting through possible answers. "Ding. A crystal coffin has been located. This coffin, crafted from 1,000 faces of cold ice, will preserve the body indefinitely. Required points for exchange, 1,500. Without hesitation, Little Li chose to redeem it, reflecting on his current abilities. He realized that a significant portion was earned through the trials they faced together, yet Honglian had gained nothing but this cold coffin in the end. Tears streamed down Little Li's face once more as he struggled to stand, lifting the lid of the crystal coffin and setting it aside. He then limped towards the nearby pool. Despite having gone without food or water for a day and night, his body had regained some strength and chakra. He filled a container with water, first cleansing Honglian's face, then removing her bloodstained and muddy clothing, washing away the grime, and tending to the ghastly wound on her abdomen. From the system's miscellaneous shop, he exchanged for a white princess gown and gently dressed Honglian in it. Holding her tenderly, he placed her in the crystal coffin. There she lay, so beautiful and serene. Gazing at her tranquil face, Little Li momentarily imagined that she was merely asleep, that she had not truly departed. Alas! The illusion remained just that, an illusion. No matter how fervently he wished, Honglian could not awaken. "Honglian, do not worry. I shall find a way to resurrect you, to see you vibrant and alive before me once more." Little Li turned to retrieve the lid of the coffin, carefully sealing it. "System, store it away." He commanded in his mind, and the system complied, enveloping the coffin in a dazzling light before it vanished. Upon checking his system backpack, he discovered a miniature crystal coffin resting quietly inside. With everything completed, Little Li finally felt a sense of relief. However, he soon noticed a swarm of dark figures rushing toward him. These individuals, he surmised, were undoubtedly the subordinates dispatched by Shimura Danzo to hunt him down. The sheer number startled him. There were at least 20 approaching. How had Danzo's men discovered him here? Was it a massive search operation? Deciding it was best to flee, Little Li wasted no time and exchanged for a random teleportation scroll from the system, swiftly making his escape. Holding the scroll, he infused it with chakra, and in a flash of light, he found himself standing on a lush green meadow. The 20-person team, led by Oil Girl, had arrived at the entrance of the small valley. Seeing Little Li, battered and barely conscious on the stone platform, they were filled with hope, believing they were on the verge of capturing him for Danzo's reward. Yet, before they could approach, a flash of yellow light signaled Little Li's sudden disappearance. Frustrated, Oil Girl slammed her palm against a nearby boulder, gritting her teeth. "Damn it, he escaped again. But do not worry, I have marked him. We can track him down once more." Little Li had not eaten for a long time, and, overwhelmed by grief from Honglian's death, had gone 2 days without sleep. His already battered body was nearing its limits, yet he summoned his remaining strength to survey his surroundings. Before him stood a dilapidated courtyard, featuring several crumbling rooms, one of which had partially collapsed due to neglect. However, the cleared weeds around the courtyard suggested that someone still resided there, likely local farmers. "I'm so tired and hungry," he murmured, continuing to inspect the area. His left leg, hastily bandaged, throbbed painfully, yet he pressed on, fearing that if he succumbed to exhaustion and fell asleep, he would be caught by Danzo's pursuing soldiers. Little Lee could not ascertain how far the random teleportation scroll would take him, but he was certain it would not transport him too far from his original location, likely within a few kilometers. The maximum distance could be between 300 to 500 meters, which meant he could potentially end up in someone's bedroom, inadvertently interrupting an intimate moment. After confirming that the area was devoid of threats, Little Lee finally relaxed his tense nerves. However, before he realized it, darkness enveloped him, and he collapsed onto the grass. Moments later, a small head peeked out from the doorway of the dilapidated courtyard. After scrutinizing Little Lee's unconscious form for several minutes, a young girl, around 11 or 12 years old, stepped out. She was petite, with a head of red hair tied in a simple ponytail, dressed in a somewhat tattered lace dress that was evidently oversized, suggesting it belonged to an adult. Chapter 68. Little Lee is rescued. Upon closer inspection, the little girl appeared to be a budding beauty, her delicate features framed by large, expressive eyes. However, her overall appearance was that of a malnourished child. She cautiously approached Little Lee, crouching down to gently nudge his shoulder, yet received no response. "Hey, are you all right? Could it be that you're dead?" The thought sent a wave of dread over her, prompting her to cover her mouth with her hand. Tentatively, she reached toward Little Lee's nose, and only after confirming that he was still breathing did she breathe a sigh of relief. With a trembling hand, she patted her chest, still shaken, and murmured, "Thank goodness you're not dead. I wouldn't know what to do otherwise. How could you have sustained such severe injuries?" "Never mind. My mother once told me that saving a life is more meritorious than building a 7-story pagoda. So today, I shall save you." The little girl attempted to lift the unconscious Little Lee to carry him back to her home, but after much struggle, she realized she lacked the strength. Not only was Little Lee's body heavy due to years of rigorous training, but even a normal person's weight was too much for her frail frame. In her desperation, she tried various methods until finally discovering that she could support Little Lee under his arms and drag him slowly back. "Oh my goodness! What on earth did you eat to grow so heavy?" With immense effort, she managed to haul Little Lee onto her bed after half an hour of labor. Breathless and exhausted, she slumped onto the floor for a moment before exiting the room. She returned with a basin of clean water, using a towel to wipe the grime from Little Lee's face. Sitting beside him, she gazed at his youthful visage, momentarily entranced. "I didn't expect you to be quite so handsome. But what does looks matter? My mother married my father solely for his looks, yet after marrying him, she found he was merely a gambler. When he lost, he would drown his sorrows in alcohol and take out his frustrations on her. The most despicable part was that he even used her as a wager." As the little girl spoke, tears welled in her eyes, and she leaned over the bed, sobbing softly. Hong Lian, I'm sorry, it's all my fault, I'm sorry." Suddenly, Little Lee seemed to awaken from a nightmare, gripping the little girl's hand tightly against his chest. "What are you doing? Are you being inappropriate? Don't do that." Startled by his actions, the girl tried to pull her hand away, but despite her struggles, Little Lee held on firmly, unwilling to let go. "Hong Lian, please don't leave, don't abandon me." Little Lee remained with his eyes closed, repeatedly calling out Hong Lian's name, tears beginning to gather at the corners of his eyes. Realizing that he was still unconscious, the little girl gently patted the back of his hand, whispering soothingly, "Don't worry, I promise I won't leave. I'm not going anywhere." As she spoke, she slowly withdrew her hand. "Is Hong Lian your beloved? Something must have happened between you two." She studied Little Lee's face, sensing that the man lying in her bed possessed a story of his own. "Please get better soon. I want to hear your story." The little girl stood and began to head outside. While tending to Little Lee earlier, she had noted that, while his injuries appeared severe, most were superficial, with the most serious being a fracture in his left foot. She planned to forage for herbs to treat his wounds. Meanwhile, Little Lee lay in bed, his sleep far from peaceful, tormented by nightmares. He would occasionally shout in his sleep or sob quietly. It was understandable. A man from the city, unexpectedly thrust into the perilous world of ninjas, would undoubtedly feel psychological pressure. For 7 long years, he had lived in constant fear of being hunted or discovered by the likes of Orochimaru, only to realize that this world, unlike the cheerful narrative of the original story, was a harsh one where power reigned supreme. After approximately an hour, the little girl returned, a basket slung over her right arm, having gathered herbs from the nearby forest. She entered the yard and pushed open the creaking door, making her way to the room where little Lee lay. He was now much quieter, lying still and no longer murmuring in his sleep. It is said that dreams are an expression of the subconscious, a means for individuals to release the pent-up emotions accumulated during their waking hours. Little Lee was no exception. His suppressed feelings had built up over 7 long years until the abrupt departure of Hong Lian triggered an emotional outpouring. The little girl gently began to remove little Lee's tattered clothing, preparing to apply the herbs she had collected. To her surprise, she found him to possess a commendable physique. Staring at his well-defined muscles, she couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, you're surprisingly solid." This was her first encounter with a male body, and being at a curious age, she inspected him with innocent intrigue. After a moment, she set to work applying the herbs to his wounds. She washed the herbs she had gathered in clean water, then chewed them before spitting the remnants into her palm and carefully applying the mixture to little Lee's injuries. "Lucky for you. I remember some folk remedies my mother taught me. Otherwise, with all these injuries, you'd be waiting ages for them to heal on their own." Chapter 69. Danger approaches unbeknownst to the little girl. Xiaoli bore the cells of the first Hokage, Hashirama. The regenerative capabilities of the god of ninjas, Hashirama's cells, are nothing short of extraordinary. Just observing Danzo's ability to remove an eye and immediately replace it with another to continue using it showcases the sheer abnormality of such powers. Although the Hashirama cells within Xiaoli were not entirely pure, having been directly exchanged within the system, they still afforded him a commendable degree of regenerative and recovery abilities. During the brief hour of slumber, Xiaoli's wounds had significantly healed, including a substantial recovery of the shattered kneecap in his left foot. Meanwhile, the tracking squad led by Oil Girl Torian found themselves deep within a forest several kilometers from Konoha, pausing as if awaiting something. "Torian, have you located Lee Rock and Appo's trail?" Kazama, a member of the group, turned to inquire. Torian raised his right hand, gazing at the back of it, but there was nothing visible. "Kazama, do not be impatient. While my micro-nano insects can be used for tracking, it is not their forte. The male insects rely on the scent of the females to discern direction. Yet Lee Rock has consistently employed body flicker technique, leaving no scent along the way. Therefore, our only recourse is to search multiple locations and see if the males can detect the female's fragrance." The expressions of the 20-odd members of the tracking squad reflected a hint of helplessness, and some began to murmur quietly. "Do you think Torian's insects can really do the job? It's taking far too long to find a single person. I believe he is merely trying to impress Lord Danzo by boasting," they whispered. Kazama, being a member of the elite Yamashiro clan, excelled in reconnaissance and perception. He overheard their murmurs and turned to scold them. "You fools, if you do not understand, refrain from speaking recklessly. Are you not aware of Torian's capabilities? Does he truly need to see such credit?" The squad members lowered their heads, silenced by the reprimand. Torian and Kazama were both favored by Danzo. Offending them would lead to dire consequences. In a dilapidated courtyard, Xiaoli lay on a bed, abruptly awakened by the enticing aroma of roasted sweet potatoes. Upon opening his eyes to the unfamiliar surroundings, confusion washed over him. He struggled to sit up but winced in pain as his fractured left foot protested, causing him to cry out, "What's wrong? Are you awake?" The little girl, who had been munching on roasted sweet potatoes beside him, rushed to his bedside. Concern etched on her face. Xiaoli turned to regard the girl, noticing his bare upper body, which made his cheeks flush with embarrassment. He hastily covered his chest with his hands and stammered, "Who are you? How did I end up here?" Seeing his comical reaction, the girl burst into laughter. "Why are you covering yourself? You're not a woman, so what is there to hide? Are you afraid I might do something to you?" Assessing his surroundings, Xiaoli noted the absence of any ninja presence and recognized that the seemingly frail girl was merely an ordinary child. He then relaxed, scratching his head awkwardly and smiling sheepishly. "I suppose you must have rescued me." "Thank you." The girl nodded, adding, "It appears you're not entirely foolish. You realize I saved you. My mother once told me that saving a life is more meritorious than building a 7-story pagoda. That's why I took the risk to save you, even though I didn't know if you were a good person or a bad one. Xiaoli glanced around the modest dwelling and observed the girl's malnourished appearance, understanding that her life was likely quite difficult. He looked at her and gently asked, "How can you be so sure I'm a good person and not a rogue who preys on women?" Initially munching on her sweet potato, the girl froze at his question, her eyes widening in fear. You're not really, huh? I'm just kidding. You're too easy to scare," Xiaoli chuckled, finding amusement in her startled expression. Realizing she had been toyed with, the girl shot him an irritated glare, biting into her sweet potato with vigor, as if she were taking her frustrations out on it. "Hey, I was just joking. Don't be angry. Where are your family members?" Xiaoli asked. Noticing her pouty demeanor, still somewhat miffed, the girl murmured, and when he inquired about her family, a flicker of sadness crossed her face. "There is no one left at home. It's just me." Taken aback, Xiaoli exclaimed, "What? You're so young and you're all alone? How do you manage to survive? Why do you care so much? What does it have to do with you?" She interrupted loudly, cutting him off. Then she crouched down, hugging her knees, and began to cry softly. All right, I won't ask anymore. It's my fault. I'm sorry. Please don't cry," Xiaoli said, feeling at a loss, unsure of how to comfort her. He hadn't intended to upset her. He merely asked a casual question. The girl ignored him, continuing to sob quietly, pouring out her sorrow as if she were trying to release all her pain and grievances. Xiaoli sat helplessly on the bed, unsure of how to console her, fearing that any further words might only aggravate the situation. After a considerable time had passed, the girl seemed to regain her composure. She stood up slowly and sat on a nearby stool. "I'm sorry. I didn't mean to lash out at you. I've been living alone for so long, and it's been incredibly lonely. I miss my mother so much." Chapter 70. Yukino's past. With tear-stained cheeks, the little girl recounted her story to Xiaoli. It was then that he learned her name was Yukino. Her father, a gambling addict, had squandered every valuable possession in their home, even wagering Yukino's mother as a bet, who was subsequently lost to another man. Even more despicable was his intent to sell Yukino to a brothel, seeking to recoup his losses with the proceeds. At the tender age of 10, Yukino was horrified to hear her father articulate such a fate for her. She had once overheard her mother speak of the sordid realities of brothels and fully understood the grim fate awaiting women sold into such places. Consumed by rage towards her father, Yukino could not fathom how a once happy family had devolved into such despair, and how he could even contemplate selling his own daughter. Naturally, she resisted vehemently, pleading with him to abandon his vile plan. Yet her father, impervious to her entreaties, insisted he would sell her to obtain money, promising to redeem her after winning back his losses. He even resorted to threats, claiming he would ruin her innocence if she failed to comply. What manner of father could utter such words and commit such heinous acts? Despite her young age, Yukino was not naive. She recognized the impossibility of her father's promises. That evening, she resolved to prepare a final meal for him, ostensibly to express gratitude for his years of care, while secretly intending to poison him. However, the thought of harming her own father weighed heavily on her heart. Instead, she decided to feign compliance, hoping to sway him from his dreadful intent. When her father learned of her willingness to be sold, he was elated, eager to accept any conditions that would yield money for gambling, especially now that his own daughter wished to cook for him. His reaction was a mockery of paternal affection, claiming he too was reluctant, lamenting that no father would wish to push his daughter into the abyss. Yukino's heart sank further. She recognized his unwavering resolve to proceed with his plan. Indifferent to her fate, in desperation, she laced his meal with rat poison. As she watched her father consume the food she had prepared, only to collapse lifeless before her, a bittersweet sense of relief mingled with sorrow enveloped her. Afterward, she contemplated ending her own life, wishing to escape the torment of her existence. Yet her mother's words echoed in her mind, urging her to persevere, no matter the circumstances. As she spoke, tears flowed anew. Xiaoli, witnessing the plight of this unfortunate girl, felt his own eyes welling with sympathy. He slowly approached her, leaning down to embrace her gently, offering quiet words of comfort. Let it all out. Cry as much as you need. Rest assured, this too shall pass, and brighter days will come. Overcome by emotion, Yukino clung to Xiaoli, her cries echoing with heart-wrenching despair. After a time, he softly patted her shoulder, teasing gently. Hey, Yukino, it's all right to cry. But could you refrain from smearing your tears and nose on me? Yukino, momentarily distracted by his playful banter, blushed and playfully pushed him away, half laughing and half sobbing. I'll rub it on you. That means I think highly of you. In the midst of their exchange, Xiaoli's stomach growled, betraying his hunger after days without food. Embarrassed, he scratched his head and sheepishly asked, Is there anything to eat? I haven't had a meal in 2 or 3 days. Noticing his evident hunger, Yukino pointed to a nearby table and replied, Yes, I have a bowl of porridge left. I didn't expect you to wake up so soon. So I didn't prepare anything for you. Thank you so much. I won't be polite about it, Xiaoli exclaimed, dragging his injured leg to the table and quickly finishing off the small bowl of porridge. He licked the remnants from his lips and remarked with genuine delight, Yukino, this porridge is delicious. If only I could have 10 or 8 more bowls. Rolling her eyes, Yukino retorted, You think food is so easy to come by? A sweet potato and a bowl of porridge is all I have for the day. You can't expect more. Fine, since you're injured. I'll roast you a couple of sweet potatoes. Xiaoli scratched the back of his head, grinning sheepishly. I'm sorry to trouble you. Once I recover, anything you desire. Whether it's money or something else, just ask, and I'll provide it. Yukino scrutinized him, noting that he was clad in tattered clothing with no apparent means of wealth, and replied, With your appearance, you're hardly in a position to boast. You're no better off than I am. With that, she turned to leave. Xiaoli chuckled, unfazed by her misunderstanding of his circumstances. On the contrary, he felt a sense of joy. For if someone is aware of your wealth or influence and chooses to help you in your time of need, their motives may be suspect. But if, in your most destitute state, someone still offers their assistance, that person is worthy of true friendship, deserving to be cherished as a lifelong confidant. Chapter 71. Roasted sweet potatoes. The young girl saved Xiaoli purely out of the kindness in her heart. She sought no benefit from him. This year, Yukino is 12 years old, which means that after the tragic necessity of taking her own father's life, she has lived alone for 2 years, entirely reliant on herself for sustenance. For a mere 10-year-old girl, the challenges she faces are monumental. Most would be driven mad by such suffering and the pressures of survival. Yet Yukino has persevered with remarkable strength. As Xiaoli watched Yukino's frail figure leave, he returned to his bed and sat down slowly, resolving in his heart to assist her, no matter what conditions she might propose. The sight of her solitary, slender silhouette felt like a reflection of his own struggles. Meanwhile, a team searching for Xiaoli in the forest had not paused to take note of their surroundings. Their occasional breaks were merely moments for the oil woman, Tsugen, to allow the nanomachines to detect scents. After hours of relentless travel, fatigue had begun to set in among the group, and whispers of discontent emerged. Everyone, stop. The nanomachines reacted, detecting the scent of a female insect nearby. Liloaka must be close. Tsugen signaled for the group to halt, raising her right hand in front of her, observing the tiny nanomachines visible only to her. Tsugen, have you finally found him? That is splendid. Feng, who had been patiently following Tsugen, expressed his delight upon hearing the news. Yes, Feng, it has been quite a journey, and we owe our success to our collective efforts. Tsugen responded, turning to meet Feng's gaze. Their eyes locked in a moment of shared joy until the intensity of their connection became apparent to their companions, prompting them to avert their eyes, yet still feeling the lingering excitement. Leaning closer to Feng, Tsugen whispered, Little Feng, come to my room tonight. Feng playfully punched Tsugen's chest, blushing as he retorted, You rascal, that's so annoying. With Feng's tacit agreement, Tsugen turned away and followed the scent of the female nanomachines. The others followed suit, knowing that Liloaka was not far away. Feng trailed behind Tsugen. Left behind, a dozen members of their group exchanged bewildered glances, astonished by the earlier display of affection between the two. What is going on? Are they forgetting we exist? One muttered. Indeed, 2 men openly displaying such affection in front of us is quite inappropriate. Another added. Did you all just realize? They've been involved for months. Even in the communal bath, chimed in a voice from the group. Just then, a portly man with a mustache began to weep. Why are you crying? The others inquired. It's infuriating. I've secretly admired Feng for ages, and now that Beast Tsugen has stolen my chance, he lamented. The group collectively rolled their eyes at him, expressing their disdain. Enough with your whining. Are we going to dawdle forever? Don't you want to complete the mission? At this moment, Phone returned, noticing the team had lagged behind. Yes, Captain Phone. They responded in unison, hurrying after Tsugen. Little Swallow, dressed in flowered attire, comes here every spring. Yukino hummed cheerfully while roasting sweet potatoes in her dilapidated kitchen. Her family was impoverished, living in a remote area far from neighbors. It had been a long time since anyone visited Yukino's home. Today, having rescued an injured boy, she felt a surge of joy at having someone to talk to. Carrying the roasted sweet potatoes, she intended to bring them to Shaoli, but upon stepping outside the kitchens, she spotted a group of ominous figures clad in black approaching her low fence. Fear gripped her, rendering her motionless. However, upon closer inspection, she noticed they wore the headbands of the Hidden Leaf Village, which eased her anxiety. In no time, they arrived at her gate, the already shaky door being kicked down by a burly man with a resounding crash. A masked middle-aged man stepped inside, his short hair framing a gentle smile as he spoke to Yukino. Little sister, has a stranger come by recently? If so, you can tell your brother, and I'll reward you. With that, he waved a stack of cash before her. Yukino quickly deduced that the stranger they sought was the boy she had rescued. Resolutely, she shook her head and replied, "No, dear ninja, no one has visited. You must have come to the wrong place." The middle-aged man frowned in confusion. "No? That's impossible. My nanomachine shouldn't be mistaken." At that moment, the mustached man approached Phone, asserting, "Captain Tsugen, your nanomachines are infallible. Clearly, this girl is lying. We should search the premises, and I'll take her aside for further questioning." Just then, a lean man chimed in. "What is this? You were just interested in men, and now you're keen on this girl? I think such questioning should be left to me." The portly man shot a glare at the lean one, replying, "What of it? Can't I have interest in both?" Chapter 72. The Giant Wooden Buddha's Hand Initially. Yukino did not comprehend the implications of the chubby man's suggestion to take her aside for a private inquiry. It was only upon overhearing the conversation between the robust man and his slender companion that she realized they intended to perpetrate such vile acts upon her. Step by step, she retreated, her eyes wide with terror as she exclaimed, You are ninjas from Konoha. How can you even contemplate such deeds?" The stout man wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth, his gaze lecherous as he replied, "Hee, little sister, don't be so naive. Ninjas are human too. We have our physiological needs. Rest assured, if you serve me well, then..." Suddenly, before he could finish his sentence, he was sent flying through the air by a swift slap, landing several meters away and groaning in pain. "Who dares?" Yamanaka Ino swiftly performed multiple backflips, distancing himself from the chaotic scene. The astonishing speed with which the assailant had struck the chubby man was simply unfathomable. Rock Lee landed gracefully in front of Yukino, gently patting her shoulder as he inquired, "Yukino, are you all right? Did you get frightened?" Yukino shook her head, her expression one of disbelief as she gazed at Lee. She never would have imagined that the boy she had rescued possessed such formidable skills, effortlessly sending a man flying in the blink of an eye while everyone else remained oblivious. Seeing that Yukino was unharmed, Rock Lee slowly turned to face Yamanaka Ino. "It was I who struck him, and what of it? Is there a problem?" Previously, Lee had regarded Danzo as merely conservative, not malicious. However, recent events had led him to realize how profoundly mistaken he had been. Danzo was nothing short of a beast, a disgrace. Only a master of such disgrace could cultivate sycophants like you. Lee's scathing words left Yamanaka Ino's face alternating between shades of blue and red. He found himself at a loss for a retort, as Lee's accusations were indeed accurate. The stout man had intended to commit heinous acts, and yet Ino had failed to intervene in time. This left him speechless. Konoha's ninjas should not engage in such disgraceful behavior. However, the other members of the Umbu had no such moral qualms. Their sole focus was to capture Rock Lee, eager to present their success to Lord Danzo for accolades and rewards. "You young man, the so-called master of Konoha, your grandiose proclamations are quite amusing, but they mean little to us. I do not believe that, having been beaten to a pulp by Danzo, you can escape from our grasp again. Brothers, let us charge." The slender man stepped forward again, having insulted Lee before rallying the other root members to prepare for an all-out assault to subdue him. "Capture Rock Lee. Danzo has promised that whoever can successfully apprehend him will have their tongue's curse lifted and will receive an S-rank ninjutsu as a reward. Let us charge. With the promise of great rewards, 20 Root members surged into the courtyard, surrounding Lee in a fan-like formation. Yukino, to prevent any harm from the impending battle. I will utilize ninjutsu to encase you. Do not be afraid, Lee assured her, his demeanor calm as he faced the approaching ninjas. Yukino, observing Lee's unwavering confidence as if he disregarded their attackers entirely, felt her anxiety dissipate. All right, just be careful. Would release, would prison technique. With a series of hand seals, Rock Lee summoned thick wooden pillars that erupted from the ground, swiftly forming a rectangular cage around Yukino, safeguarding her within. Water release, water bullets. Earth release, rock pillar prison. Wind release, beast wave palm. Fire release, fire dragon technique. Boom. A cacophony of ninjutsu erupted towards Rock Lee, engulfing the courtyard in dust and chaos. The sounds of explosions echoed, and the already fragile fence crumbled, collapsing inwards as debris scattered in all directions. That fool is facing death yet still has time to concern himself with others. Humph. The slender ninja, perhaps too eager for merit, charged into the dust cloud despite the obscured visibility caused by the unleashed techniques. A scream pierced the air, and then silence fell. The remaining members exchanged glances, sensing that something was amiss. For a moment, they hesitated, unsure of what to do, exchanging looks of uncertainty. Everyone, do not panic. We outnumber him significantly. Let us wait a moment for the dust to settle, then we shall charge in together to capture Rock Lee. Yamanaka Ino, regaining his composure, took charge once more. After several seconds, the dust began to clear, revealing the courtyard's center where a square wooden cabinet stood resolutely. Its surface riddled with shurikens and kunai, already beginning to warp. The ground around the cabinet was marred by deep craters from the various ninjutsu attacks, wisps of smoke still rising from the pockmarked earth. Yet, there was no sign of Rock Lee, only the lifeless body of the slender ninja lay beside the cabinet. Eyes wide in terror from the shock experienced before death. What happened? Where is Rock Lee? Where did he go? He must have hidden inside that cabinet. Let us work together to open it. The Root members clamored, each voicing their opinions, creating a chaotic scene. I am right here. Want to capture me? I fear you lack the strength to do so. Would release, giant wooden Buddha's hand. The Root members suddenly felt the ground beneath them, which had been illuminated by sunlight. Darkened ominously. They looked up in alarm to see an enormous hand descending upon them with overwhelming force. There was no time for a response. Some of the quicker members attempted to evade, but the colossal hand fell at an astonishing speed, reaching the ground in the blink of an eye. Chapter 73, a single strike to vanquish. A resounding roar reverberated through the air as a colossal yellow wooden hand emerged from the ground, sinking 3 to 4 meters deep into the earth. The surrounding terrain was marred with numerous fissures, resembling a spider's web sprawling around the hand. A testament to the immense power of this strike. This move represented my most formidable offensive capability, and deploying it for the first time allowed you to experience its might, a stroke of fortune for you indeed. Little Lee sprang down to the ground, gazing at the motionless Root ninjas, who had been thrust underground by the giant wooden hand, and murmured softly. He returned to the square wooden cabinet, performing several hand seals with a flourish. Release. With a crack, the cabinet creaked open, and the trees once again sank into the earth, nourishing the land. My goodness! How dazzling! Yukino exclaimed, temporarily blinded after emerging from a prolonged period in a dark, enclosed space in such brilliant light. Yukino, are you all right? You Haven and Appos, T suffocated in there. Have you? Little Lee inquired with a smile, concerned for her well-being. Gradually, Yukino lowered her hands from her eyes, adjusting to the brightness around her. However, upon surveying her surroundings, she suddenly burst into tears. Wah! My home, what has happened to it? Where will I live now? Wiping her tears, she spun around in despair, witnessing her house reduced to ruins within mere moments, leaving her utterly bewildered. Oh dear. Please, Don and Appos, T cry. I cannot bear to see a woman weep. Little Lee exclaimed, perspiration beading on his forehead. He had intended to showcase his extraordinary prowess to satisfy his own vanity, but instead, This young girl seemed oblivious to the fate of the troublemakers, consumed only by her loss. My life has already been so difficult, alone and without support. I truly am pitiful. Now my house is gone. Perhaps I should just end it all. Yukino lamented, ignoring little Lee's attempts to console her. Her tears flowing freely as she wallowed in her sorrow. Come now, it's just a house. You can have as many as you wish in the future. I will buy you more. You feel alone, right? Then just stick with me. Little Lee, at his wit's end, agreed to her desperate pleas. Yet, as soon as he uttered those words, Yukino transformed completely, rushing over to grasp little Lee's arm with a smile, her eyes sparkling as she asked, Really? You weren't lying just now, were you? Can I truly stay with you? Will you teach me those incredible ninjutsu techniques? Little Lee was taken aback, astonished by the speed of her transformation. It dawned on him that her display of vulnerability was merely a ruse to secure his promise to keep her by his side. You little rascal, are you trying to be mischievous, like a character from a children's tale? Where do you come up with all these questions? He remarked, lightly tapping her on the head, bemused. Hey, you can't backtrack now. You promised to take me with you. Yukino pouted, switching tactics to a more playful demeanor. All right. I'll take you with me. I never said I wouldn't. I'll teach you ninjutsu as well. Is that sufficient? Little Lee, exasperated, withdrew his hand from her grasp, feeling a soft sensation brush against his arm that sent a shiver through him. As he glanced at Yukino, he noticed her developing form, indicative of her recent entry into adolescence. Having lost her parents at a young age, she lacked understanding of matters between genders, leading her to view Little Lee as an older brother, thus her affectionate gestures. What are you thinking, Lee Locke? She is just a child. He chastised himself for his inappropriate thoughts, slapping his own face in embarrassment. Why are you hitting yourself? Yukino asked, observing his peculiar behavior with curiosity. Little Lee shook his head, forcing a smile. It's nothing, just a mosquito on my face. Yukino narrowed her eyes, unconvinced, then inquired, by the way, what happened to those people who were bothering you? Why aren't they here anymore? Little Lee pointed to a large handprint crater nearby, chuckling as he replied, They're all in that pit. I dealt with them in one move. Yukino's eyes widened in astonishment as she swallowed hard. One move? Really? There were about 20 of them, and you defeated them all with just a single strike? Little Lee crossed his arms, nodding smugly. Of course. Do you not know who I am? I am Lee Locke, destined to stand at the pinnacle of the ninja world. Oh dear. Help me. I moved too much and hurt my leg again. He grimaced, clutching his already injured left leg, seeing him shift from bravado to this state of disarray. Yukino couldn't help but smirk. Perhaps you should refrain from boasting so much. It seems you faced the consequences already. Meanwhile, several kilometers away in a dense forest, atop a towering tree, a large, earth-toned cocoon clung to the trunk, camouflaged to blend seamlessly with the bark. Suddenly, a crack appeared on the cocoon's surface, swiftly followed by a multitude of fissures resembling a spider's web. A hand emerged from within, and with a sharp crack, a masked man clawed his way out of the cocoon. Damn it! I didn't expect Lee Locke to recover his strength so quickly. Fortunately, I prepared this cocoon substitution technique. Otherwise, I would have perished alongside them. The masked man slammed his fist against the nearby tree in frustration. Wind, rest assured. I will avenge you. Casting a glance in the direction of Little Lee, the masked man turned away, sprinting towards the village of Konoha. He understood well that Lee Locke was not to be trifled with and needed to report back to Danzo before plotting his next move. Chapter 74. To the end, Shaoli and Yukino arrived beside the wooden giant Buddha's hand. Shaoli formed a tiger seal, causing the enormous hand to swiftly contract until it vanished in the blink of an eye. What kind of ninjutsu is this? It's truly remarkable. Look at those people. They have all been flattened, Yukino remarked, feeling a twinge of discomfort at the bloody scene before her, though she masked her unease, not wanting Shaoli to perceive her as weak. Shaoli nodded and replied slowly, This is my most powerful attack at the moment. Of course, it is formidable. As he surveyed the lifeless bodies of the root ninjas, his gaze fell upon a peculiar, densely packed shape resembling a black insect among the flattened remnants. He furrowed his brow slightly. Did they use a bug substitution technique to escape? It seems that fellow named Yamanaka Torian possesses some skill. With a faint smile, Shaoli dismissed the notion of Torian's escape, convinced that this individual posed no threat to him. However, not long after, Xiaoli would pay dearly for this misjudgment. Hey, what are you daydreaming about? Where shall we go next? Yukino asked, waving her small hand in front of Xiaoli's face, clearly displeased with his distraction. What do you mean, hey? Don't you know to show respect to your elders? If you wish to learn ninjutsu from me, you should call me master, Xiaoli retorted, brushing Yukino's hand aside and giving her a stern look. Yukino pouted, shaking her head. No way. You look at most a year or two older than me. How could I call you master? That's absolutely out of the question. Besides, I don't want to be your disciple. I want to be your... She trailed off, her cheeks suddenly flushing as if she had recalled something, lowering her head shyly. What do you want to be? Just my buddy? That won't do. I might allow you to be my little sister instead. From now on, you can call me Xiaoli Gu, he said, patting her on the head, bemused. Who wants to be your buddy? I meant, never mind. I'll just call you Xiaoli Gu from now on, Yukino said, appearing hesitant. Though Xiaoli noticed her undisguised youthful demeanor, indicating her interest in him. Yet, he could not accept her feelings. The first reason being Yukino's long solitude had left her yearning for companionship. Thus, she mistook her affection for something deeper. The second reason was Xiaoli's mind was in turmoil, still reeling from the recent loss of Hong Lian and uncertainty about Hinata's fate. He could not accommodate anyone else in his heart at this moment. He pondered the situation in Konoha, wondering how things were faring after Orochimaru's attack. Hong Lian mentioned she had taken Hinata to safety. She should be all right? Xiaoli murmured, gazing towards the direction of Konoha. Hey, Xiaoli Gu. What are you daydreaming about again? You're even talking to yourself. Yukino tugged at his arm, feeling somewhat neglected by his silence. Shaking his head, Xiaoli smiled at her. It's nothing. Is there an inn near your home? We should find a place to stay. Yukino's face flushed crimson as she punched him playfully on the chest. What are you saying? I'm not ready to do that with you. How could I go to an inn with you? Xiaoli tapped her gently on the head, exasperated. What are you talking about? I meant we need to find a place to stay. My leg injury needs attention. Your house is gone, and we certainly can't sleep outside. Realizing her misunderstanding, Yukino replied, Oh, I see now. But there's no inn nearby. We would have to go several kilometers to reach the town of Risha. Xiaoli nodded, allowing Yukino to support him as they began their journey towards Risha. Though the few kilometers were not far, for Xiaoli, who was injured, it felt like an eternity. After a long while, they finally encountered a farmer driving a cart, which allowed them to hitch a ride to Risha. Upon arriving, Xiaoli was astonished to discover that this was the very town where Jiraiya had brought Naruto for training. It was bustling with activity, with vendors selling cotton candy, candied hawthorns, jewelry, cosmetics, and sliced cakes, truly a vibrant scene. After disembarking, they paid the cart driver and Yukino helped Xiaoli search for a place to stay. After some inquiries and a 10-minute walk, they found a tavern, which was more of a pub. As indicated by the large character for wine emblazoned on a red cloth hanging at the entrance. However, it also offered lodging, albeit at a higher price than typical inns. But how expensive could it be? After 7 years of arduous missions, Xiaoli had collected plenty of funds from defeated ninjas, though he had not needed to use them until now. Hey, where did this beggar come from? Is this a place you can just waltz into? Hurry up and leave. As they entered, a sharp voice scolded them. A man, dressed as a waiter, approached, pinching his nose in disdain, signaling for them to depart. Xiaoli glanced at his tattered clothing and then at Yukino, whose gaunt appearance and faded dress, combined with the straw clinging to them from the cart ride, made it clear why they were being dismissed. His expression darkened as he slowly replied, What a narrow-minded person you are. Who are you calling a beggar? The waiter, angered by Xiaoli's retort, glared back. I'm talking about you. Who do you think you are to insult me? Chapter 75. In gazing at the menacing demeanor of the innkeeper, Xiaoli did not even furrow his brow, responding coolly, Whoever engages with me shall receive my ire. The innkeeper's face turned crimson with rage as he rolled up his sleeves, preparing to strike. You little wretch, it seems you seek a death wish. To beg at our establishment is one thing, but to dare insult. Before he could finish his tirade, Xiaoli, with the swiftness of lightning, delivered a resounding slap that sent the innkeeper flying several meters, crashing into a table and shattering it to pieces. The patrons, who had been dining, were startled and hastily fled the scene. My word, did you witness how far he was sent flying? How did that youth strike? I barely caught it. It seemed he merely waved his hand, and the innkeeper was sent reeling. The once lively tavern fell silent as the patrons paused their meals, turning their attention to Xiao Li, murmuring in astonishment. At that moment, a portly, balding middle-aged man approached briskly, his face adorned with a broad grin. He bowed deeply, addressing Xiao Li. It is a great honor to welcome you, esteemed ninja. I sincerely apologize if my staff has offended you in any way. Recognizing the innkeeper's amiable overture, Xiao Li chose not to prolong the conflict. He casually retrieved a stack of bills from his System S backpack and tossed them into the innkeeper's embrace, speaking slowly. Please prepare 2 private rooms for me. I may be staying for a while. Also, have a fine selection of food and drinks sent to my rooms. The innkeeper, overjoyed by Xiao Li's generous display, beamed with delight, his eyes squinting with glee. Ninja-sama, please follow me upstairs. Rest assured, everything will meet your satisfaction. The innkeeper respectfully led Xiao Li and Yukino up to the 2nd floor, where the decor transformed into a more refined style. The corridor was lined with rooms, each adorned with numbered plaques, and vases of fresh flowers graced the walls. The ambience resembled that of a luxurious hotel. Arriving at the end of the corridor, the innkeeper produced a key and unlocked the door. Ninja-sama, this suite features 2 rooms. You may choose to stay in one or both. With a sly wink, the innkeeper conveyed a subtle implication. Xiao Li understood the insinuation but offered no explanation, simply nodding in acknowledgement before dismissing him. Wow, this room is unbelievably opulent. I never imagined I could stay in such a place. Upon entering, Yukino, who had been silently supporting Xiao Li, suddenly exclaimed in excitement. Calm down, little one. Help me sit down, Xiao Li replied with a hint of exasperation. Seated on the plush sofa and surveying the well-appointed room, Xiao Li felt a wave of comfort. For Yukino, a girl from humble beginnings, the lavishness was overwhelming, explaining her exuberance. Knock, knock, knock. Moments later, several servers entered, carrying a feast of food and drink, which they set upon the dining table. After Xiao Li gestured for them to leave, they exited the room. So much delicious food. I've never eaten like this before. And I can't even recall the last time I had meat. Yukino exclaimed, devouring the meal with gusto, her mouth full. Xiao Li, equally unreserved, also indulged. Having not eaten in days, grasping a braised pork knuckle in one hand and a chicken leg in the other. Enjoy yourself. If it's not enough, just call for more. After half an hour, the table was cleared of food, yet they had barely touched the drinks. Xiao Li, wary of overindulgence, had only sipped a few times, while Yukino had no taste for alcohol. Oh, the satisfaction of being full is exquisite. Yukino sighed contentedly, rubbing her rounded belly. After you've eaten, why not take a bath and rest? Tomorrow, I'll take you shopping for suitable clothes. That outfit of yours resembles that of a small pregnant woman. Xiao Li gestured towards the direction of the bathroom, encouraging Yukino to rest. Yukino nodded, flashing a sweet smile at Xiao Li before rising to head to the bath. In that moment, she was filled with joy, having previously lived in a dilapidated house on the outskirts, devoid of hope. She never imagined that she would now reside in such luxury, feasting on lavish meals, and learning the ways of a ninja under Xiao Li's guidance. This life was beyond her wildest dreams. Watching Yukino depart, Xiao Li reclined on the sofa, allowing sleep to claim him, despite his injuries. He knew that with the remarkable regenerative capabilities of the Hashirama cells, by morning, he would likely feel significantly better, making movement much easier. Chapter 76, Shopping the following morning. Xiao Li sat up from the sofa and stretched lazily. Ah, how wonderfully refreshing sleep can be. At this moment, his injuries had completely healed, with the exception of a slight tingling sensation in the kneecap of his left leg. It seemed that the pirated Hashirama cells from the system were quite effective. After a night's rest, even the previously shattered left leg was nearly mended. At that moment, the door to the inner guest room creaked open, and Yukino emerged, her eyes still heavy with sleep. From a distance, Xiao Li noticed the remnants of slumber at the corners of her eyes and her tousled red hair. If Yukino were to be thrown onto the street in this state, she might well be mistaken for a madwoman. Good morning, Xiao Li. Yukino greeted him lazily as she plopped down beside the sofa, leaning back to catch a few more moments of sleep. Observing her, Xiao Li shook his head in mild exasperation, heading towards the washroom while saying, Yukino, it's time to wake up. Quickly wash up and fix your hair. Otherwise, when I take you out later, people will think you're a lunatic." He vaguely heard her murmur an acknowledgement, but paid it little mind as he stepped into the washroom. After enjoying a refreshing shower and completing his morning routine, he retrieved a set of clothes from his system backpack. With a towel in hand, Shally emerged from the bathroom, only to find Yukino sprawled out on the sofa. Sound asleep again. He couldn't help but feel speechless. How could she be so indulgent in sleep? She had barely just come out of her room. "Hey, Yukino, wake up. Hurry and wash up. We'll have breakfast and then go shopping." Shally gently pushed her shoulder as he arranged her clothes. Perhaps because shopping inherently captivates women, the mention of it stirred Yukino awake. Her eyes fluttered open, and she sat up with renewed energy. "All right, I'll be quick. Just wait for me." Shally nodded silently, taking a seat on the sofa to patiently await her emergence. After around 10 minutes, Yukino finally finished her grooming. Clad in a set of men's clothing that Shally had prepared for her, she wore a white t-shirt paired with casual pants. Her naturally vibrant red hair tied up in a simple ponytail, giving her a somewhat neighborly feel, albeit appearing slightly fragile. Though she felt a bit awkward in the men's attire, Yukino shyly approached the sofa, reaching out to assist Shally. However, he stood up before she could, smiling as he said, "No need for assistance. I'm fully recovered now." Yukino gazed at him in astonishment, her mouth agape. "Really? My goodness. Just yesterday your leg was so severely injured, and now you've healed so quickly. Are ninjas' bodies fundamentally different?" Shally playfully tapped her on the head, chuckling. "There's nothing to be surprised about. I possess many abilities. You'll understand in time. Let us go." Taking her by the arm, he guided her downstairs. Upon reaching the ground floor, the plump shopkeeper rushed over, his demeanor exceedingly cordial, inquiring whether the ninja had slept well the previous night and if he was satisfied with his stay. Shally merely nodded, casually responding while glancing around the tavern. Given the early hour, there were few patrons present, and he soon led Yukino outside. They grabbed a quick breakfast from a roadside stall and inquired about the direction to the shopping street before heading that way. Shally had no intention of lingering. He did not plan to stay in this place for long. The reason for choosing to lodge at the tavern was to remain amidst the bustling crowd, ensuring he would receive news from Konoha promptly. While he could have easily exchanged points in the system's miscellaneous shop for Yukino's clothing, he chose to take her out shopping instead. The primary motivation was to expose this sheltered girl to the wider world and provide her with a small trial. Since entering the town yesterday, Shally had noticed Yukino's timid nature. She appeared fearful in the presence of unfamiliar faces, her demeanor quite timid. Perhaps years of solitude had fostered a reclusive personality that made her uncomfortable around strangers, or perhaps it was rooted in a lack of self-confidence. Regardless, Shally was determined to help her adapt to her surroundings and overcome such weaknesses, for her future alongside him was destined to be fraught with danger. And such fragility could lead to dire consequences. Given the morning hour, many of the street vendors had yet to set up their stalls, allowing Shally and Yukino to stroll leisurely. After about 10 minutes, they arrived at the shopping street, where many shops remained closed, while a few eager ones had already opened for business. Shally guided Yukino into a women's clothing store. As they ascended the steps, a middle-aged woman with curly hair greeted them with a beaming smile. "Oh, young man, are you here to help your girlfriend shop for clothes? Come in and take a look. We have all the latest styles." Upon hearing the woman's characterization of their relationship, Yukino's cheeks flushed a bright shade of red, making her look exceedingly cute. Yet Shally paid little heed to this, casually nodding as he urged Yukino, "Go on in and see what you like. Feel free to choose whatever you fancy." With those words, Yukino's eyes sparkled with excitement as she gazed at the array of beautiful garments, momentarily entranced. Every woman possesses an innate desire for beauty, and Yukino was no different, yearning to adorn herself in attractive attire to enhance her appearance. Encouraged by Shally's supportive gaze, Yukino stepped into the store, beginning her selection process. The shop owner followed her inside, enthusiastically describing the styles and fabrics while maintaining a cheerful conversation. "Dear, your young boyfriend is truly wonderful. He treats you so well." Yukino, her face aflame, replied, "It's not like that, ma am. He is not my boyfriend, not yet." Chapter 77. inquiring for information under the introduction of the proprietress. Yukino selected several outfits to try on, subsequently packing them into shopping bags. Little Lee assisted in carrying the bags, and they wandered through a few more shops, acquiring some personal items and daily necessities for women. Time passed swiftly, and soon the sun hung high in the sky, marking the arrival of lunchtime. Little Lee placed all the items he had purchased into his system backpack, leaving only Yukino's daily clothing and personal items, which she stowed in a newly acquired women's backpack, carrying it herself. The two then prepared to return to the inn where they had been staying. However, as they approached the inn, they were greeted by the lively sounds emanating from within. Boisterous laughter and raucous drinking echoed, accompanied by the camaraderie of a few groups exchanging tales. Little Lee thought it fortuitous and led Yukino inside, finding a suitable spot to sit down, hoping to glean detailed information about the Hidden Leaf Village. A server approached their table with the menu, intending to inquire about their food and drink preferences, but Little Lee handed the menu directly to Yukino. "Yukino, you order. Choose whatever you desire. Pick the most expensive items," he said. All right then," Yukino replied, removing her backpack and placing it on the adjacent seat as she began to peruse the menu. Meanwhile, Little Lee leaned closer to a nearby table occupied by 4 or 5 burly men, eavesdropping on their conversation. Those frequenting such establishments often gathered to boast and pass the time, thus their voices were loud. A rotund man lifted his bowl of liquor and, in a conspiratorial tone, announced to his companions, "Hey, I've got some explosive news fresh off the press. It seems that the Hidden Leaf Village, not far from here, has been attacked." "What?" "The Hidden Leaf Village is home to all the ninjas of our fire country. Who possesses the audacity to pull that off?" "Don't spout nonsense," another retorted. "Indeed. This glutton has a tendency to exaggerate after a few drinks. The affairs of the Hidden Leaf Village are not to be trifled with. Mind that you don't get caught up in your own lies," warned a third. Upon seeing his companion's skeptical expressions, the rotund man became flustered, slamming his bowl down onto the table, spilling the remaining liquor. "Why don't you believe me? I may have a habit of embellishing stories, but this time I'm telling the truth. It was my cousin, who serves in the Hidden Leaf Village, who told me directly." All right, then enlighten us. What exactly did your cousin say?" One of the men pressed, knowing that the rotund fellow had a cousin in the village's security detail, albeit still half-believing. Seeing that his friends were now somewhat convinced, the rotund man regained his enthusiasm to continue. "Let me tell you. Nearly a third of the Hidden Leaf Village has been utterly devastated. Countless homes have been crushed by gigantic serpents, and many monsters have stormed into the village, mercilessly slaughtering its inhabitants and ninjas. The hospitals in the village are filled to capacity with the injured. Even the hallways are overflowing with casualties." The others were left utterly astonished by the rotund man's revelations, halting their previous activities of drinking and feasting. When asked, "Is this true? Did the other 5 great nations send forces to attack the Hidden Leaf Village? How could it escalate to such a degree?" Unhurriedly, the rotund man poured himself another bowl of liquor, taking a sip before reaching for some meat with his chopsticks. The man seated next to him grasped his arm, somewhat irritated. "Hey, hurry up and explain. What exactly happened? Don't keep us in suspense." Observing the curious expressions on his friends' faces, the rotund man nodded in satisfaction, cleared his throat, and continued. "Do you know Orochimaru? He is the one who attacked the Hidden Leaf Village, and both the third Hokage and Chiyo of Sunagakure fell at his hands." "Orochimaru? One of the legendary Sannin? How could we not know of him? Did he not defect from the Hidden Leaf Village years ago? What prompted him to return and assault it, especially to slay his own master?" The rotund man nodded knowingly. You wouldn't guess. It all started when the third Hokage took Orochimaru's wife from him. Upon hearing the unfolding tale, Little Lee felt a sense of disbelief, suspecting that the rotund man was merely trying to boast and fabricate tales to impress his friends. Having lost interest in the outlandish claims, Little Lee turned his attention to the sumptuous feast before him and began to eat heartily. Eventually, when both Little Lee and Yukino could eat no more, they signaled the server to settle the bill. Little Lee then led Yukino outside. "Brother Lee, aren't we going back upstairs? Where are we headed?" Yukino inquired, her petite steps following closely behind. "Not returning. Our purpose here has been fulfilled. There is no significance in going back. Little Lee replied as they walked. Yukino quickened her pace, grasping Little Lee's arm, a hint of concern in her voice. What purpose? I'm unaware of it. Besides, you paid the innkeeper quite a sum for just one night. It seems rather wasteful. Should we not ask for a refund? Little Lee shook his head with a sigh. Smiling at Yukino, I didn't expect you to be such a little miser. The money is inconsequential to me. I have plenty. Moreover, we need to gather some supplies and find a secluded place. I will begin your special training, enabling you to protect yourself in the shortest time possible, as you may face danger at any moment while accompanying me. Yukino flashed a sweet smile at Little Lee, stating, I'm not afraid of danger. As long as you are by my side, I fear nothing. I know you will protect me. Suddenly, Little Lee grew serious, looking intently at Yukino. Yukino, you must not think like that. I cannot always be by your side, and I lack the strength to protect even those closest to me. Chapter 78. Racing back to the land of rice once again, Xiaoli was reminded of Hong Lian, who had sacrificed her life to save him. And he felt a profound ache in his heart. He did not wish for the innocent girl beside him to suffer a similar fate, to perish before his very eyes. Yukino, observing Xiaoli's earnest expression, nodded gravely. Yes, Brother Xiaoli, rest assured, I will diligently learn everything you teach me and will not let you down. Gazing at the naive and cheerful Yukino, Xiaoli nodded in appreciation, choosing not to elaborate further. He retrieved the ninja world map from his system backpack and set forth towards the land of rice. This land happened to be the stronghold of Orochimaru. Although Orochimaru had many lairs, the underground base in the land of rice was his primary headquarters, as evidenced by the fact that he had imprisoned heavy criminals like Zhang Wu and Xue Yu there. Thus, it was inevitable that Orochimaru would return to this location after executing his plan to devastate Konoha. Xiaoli's current strength was still insufficient. He needed to keep a close watch on the formidable Orochimaru to ensure the safety of both himself and Yukino. As for why he did not return to Konoha after his injuries healed to assess the situation there and possibly bring Hinata Hyuga along, the answer was simple. Konoha was not as straightforward as it appeared. The fact that Orochimaru led an army of thousands of Zhong Wu clones to attack Konoha, yet managed to inflict only a third of the losses, testified to the village's immense power. Moreover, this loss was incurred while Konoha was caught off guard. If Xiaoli rashly returned, he risked meeting an untimely demise. Regardless of the circumstances, the people of Konoha had completely regarded him as an ally of Orochimaru. He had become their adversary, despite never having harmed their interests. Additionally, Danzo was not as feeble as portrayed in the original narrative, possessing several Sharingan yet remaining weak. At this juncture, Danzo wielded considerable power, and as Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto matured, Danzo's strength might escalate further. Furthermore, the other senior figures in Konoha were not to be underestimated. All he could do was take one step at a time. Xiaoli and Yukino boarded the Super Beast imitation painting and soared towards the land of rice. Previously, they had visited a small town. Uncertain of Konoha's true situation and fearing that flying on the Super Beast would make them conspicuous targets for enemy attacks. After all, Xiaoli's enormous bird was not exactly subtle. However, such concerns had now dissipated. It was Yukino's first experience flying through the sky. And as she gazed down at the land below, the houses appeared minuscule, the roads transformed into slender ribbons, and humanity seemed like tiny ants. Her excitement was palpable. She cupped her hands around her mouth and shouted into the sky, "Oh, the feeling of soaring freely is simply exhilarating. Is this the power of a ninja? I want to be just as formidable in the future." Xiaoli took out the surplus Super Beast imitation painting scroll he had obtained from a previous lottery and handed it to Yukino. "Little girl, take this and keep it safe. Once I teach you how to gather chakra, you will only need to infuse a small amount of your chakra into this scroll, and you will be able to fly just like me." Wow. Before Xiaoli could finish his sentence, Yukino, intrigued, examined the scroll closely. Suddenly, a burst of light emanated from the scroll and shot into her forehead. She promptly closed her eyes, her brow furrowing as if she were sensing something. Wait, self-taught? A prodigy? Xiaoli was utterly astonished by the scene before him. He recognized the light that had entered Yukino's forehead. Every time he utilized a ninjutsu scroll from the system, a similar beam would penetrate his brow. But Yukino was no ordinary person. and he had yet to teach her how to gather or use chakra. How could she so effortlessly grasp the scroll's power after only a few casual hits? It was simply astounding. After a moment, Yukino opened her eyes, a smile gracing her face. Brother Shaoli, I already know how to use the Super Beast imitation. It's truly incredible. The information just appeared in my mind as if it had always been there. Yukino, how did you? Shaoli's question remained unfinished as Yukino excitedly grabbed his arm, urging, Brother Shaoli, please give me the paper, ink, and brush you just used. I want to try this ninjutsu right now. Seeing her eagerness, Shaoli couldn't help but shake his head in resignation. However, he understood her excitement. If an ordinary person suddenly acquired superpowers, their thrill would likely be even more intense, perhaps even rendering them sleepless. Shaoli produced a set of paper, ink, and brush, handing them to Yukino. You can keep this for your future use. Yukino nodded with a grin, eagerly experimenting with her newfound abilities. Despite her family's modest circumstances preventing her from learning to draw, her creations were surprisingly impressive, leaving Shaoli, who had practiced for over 7 years yet still struggled, feeling somewhat inadequate. Before long, Yukino had completed a drawing of a winged wolf. As she finished her Super Beast imitation hand sign, the wolf leaped from the scroll. Soaring alongside the great bird, its fangs bared in a fearsome roar, exuding an impressive aura. Brother Shaoli, how does my flying wolf look? Isn't it magnificent? Yukino pointed at the wolf gliding beside them, her face beaming with pride. Reminiscent of a student who had just aced an exam and was seeking a reward from their parents. Cough. Yes, its presence is commendable, but compared to my majestic bird, it falls slightly short. Shaoli coughed lightly, gesturing towards the great bird they were riding. Pfft. Yukino burst into laughter at Shaoli's words, covering her mouth as she chuckled. Just what is so great about your bird that resembles both a duck and a hen? Brother Shaoli? I think you're just trying to be funny. Chapter 79. Arrival. Upon hearing this, Shaoli felt a twinge of embarrassment, yet he forced himself to maintain composure and replied, Ah, you simply do not understand. In the world I once inhabited, such a bird would be considered a phoenix. Do you know what a phoenix is? It is the king of all birds. Yukino remained skeptical, her expression one of doubt as she inquired, Is that true? Does a phoenix really look like that? Enough of your questions. Let me ask you, how did you use that scroll just now? I have yet to teach you how to gather chakra, let alone how to utilize it, Shaoli said, hastily diverting the conversation to his own confusion. Yukino shook her head, a look of bewilderment crossing her face as she admitted, I do not know either. You mentioned infusing chakra into the scroll, but I am not familiar with what chakra is. However, an idea formed in my mind to see if I could channel the energy within my body into it. I simply tried, and the scroll was used. Shaoli broke into a sweat, incredulous at her nonchalant attitude towards such a serious matter. After all, ordinary individuals often struggle to even gather and cultivate chakra, let alone utilize it. Yet here was Yukino, effortlessly using it on a whim. As he gazed at Yukino's striking red hair, a bold hypothesis began to take shape in his mind. Red hair was a hallmark of the Uzumaki clan. Could it be that Yukino bore the blood of the Uzumaki within her? Yukino, may I inquire about the names of your parents? Shaoli asked, seeking to validate his theory. Though the mention of her parents brought forth painful memories, Yukino bore no ill will and promptly responded, My father is named Muchuanshu, and my mother is Uzumaki Hueishin. Why do you ask? Uzumaki Hueishin. Shaoli mused, realizing she indeed hailed from the Uzumaki clan. However, it was perplexing that someone from such a prestigious lineage could end up in a common household, devoid of any ninjutsu skills. After contemplating for a while, Shaoli surmised that perhaps, following the massacre of the Uzumaki clan, the surviving members had been scattered far and wide, with some, still young at the time, adopted by others, unaware of their latent powers. Once Yukino mentioned her parents, her earlier excitement swiftly faded, and she looked at Shaoli with a melancholic gaze, softly stating, Shaoli, you must help me. I want to learn as much as possible from you quickly, for I wish to find my mother soon. I do not want her to suffer any longer. As long as you assist me, I am willing to do anything. Yukino's final words reminded Shaoli of Honglian, who once expressed a similar sentiment, saying she would do anything for him. A heavy weight settled upon Shaoli's heart as he shook his head, dispelling those troubling thoughts. He smiled at Yukino and reassured her, Do not worry, I will help you. Moreover, I do not seek any repayment. From the moment you saved me, you have been a companion in my heart, like a sister to me. Yukino pouted, mumbling softly, How annoying. Who wants to be your sister? Xiao Li, however, did not catch her words as he steered the great bird onward, continuing their swift journey towards the land of rice. 2 days swiftly passed. Having rested well at the tavern beforehand, Xiao Li had tirelessly guided the great bird without pause, day and night, never stopping to rest. Yukino, a sleepyhead, often dozed off upon the bird's back, yet her sleep was far from restful. It was not due to the vibrations of their flight, but rather the sheer speed at which they traveled, with the rushing winds constantly whipping past her ears. Additionally, the fluctuating temperatures throughout their journey made it nearly impossible for her to find comfort. Xiao Li, when will we arrive? Yukino yawned, her eyes heavy with sleep as she asked. Xiao Li pointed towards a distant mountain peak and replied, We are almost there. Our destination lies ahead. Really? That's wonderful. It has been 2 whole days, and I have been cooped up on this bird's back. I can hardly bear it. Before long, an unusual black bird descended upon the mountain's peak. Xiao Li gazed at the familiar surroundings, a place he had lingered in the world of Naruto for the longest time. A sense of home washed over him, as if this place were truly meant for him. Yet, the companions who once shared his days here were no longer present. Yukino. This is a place I have spent much time in. Welcome. We will stay here for an extended period. Xiao Li briefly introduced the area to Yukino, outlining his intentions. I need to help you strengthen your abilities as soon as possible, and I must do the same for myself, for we cannot predict when danger may arise, he added. The climate in the land of Rice's Sound Village differed greatly from that of the Leaf Village, where it was spring all year round. Here, the weather fluctuated between cold and warm, and as autumn breezes swept across the mountaintop, a refreshing chill enveloped them. Yukino closed her eyes, smiling as she savored the cool autumn wind brushing against her cheeks. Xiao Li, do not worry. I will train diligently and will not disappoint you. Xiao Li retrieved a chakra attribute test sheet from the system store and handed it to Yukino. Take this. It is a sheet that can detect your chakra attributes. Yukino accepted the small white sheet, slightly larger than her palm, looking perplexed as she asked, Chakra attributes? What is that? I do not quite understand. Xiao Li sighed, lightly tapping his forehead in exasperation. My fault. There is much you still do not know. I should have explained things more clearly. Now, let me think about where to begin. You used the Super Beast imitation scroll yesterday, so you should have some understanding of chakra. Chakra is the energy you referred to when using that scroll. Generally, people must cultivate chakra from a young age, but you of the Uzumaki clan are different. You possess a unique advantage, as you were born with a vast amount of chakra. Chapter 80. Dual Attributes in Her Heart. Yukino understood that the Uzumaki clan spoken of by Lee was indeed her mother's lineage. A subtle smile graced her lips as she learned that she was naturally endowed with an immense reservoir of chakra, which clearly excited her. However, she refrained from interrupting Lee and listened attentively. Lee continued, As for why your Uzumaki clan possesses such advantages, I shall refrain from elaborating for now. In due time, you will come to know. For the moment, try to sense a blue energy located just below your abdomen in your dantian. That is chakra, one of the essential prerequisites for utilizing and executing all ninjutsu. There are 5 main categories of chakra attributes: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. The type of chakra you possess determines the ninjutsu you can cultivate. Generally, a genin will possess only 1 ninjutsu attribute, while a chunin or jounin may have 2 or more attributes, though this is not an absolute rule. True to her high aptitude, Yukino grasped Lee's explanations with remarkable clarity after just 1 iteration. Holding the chakra test paper, she inquired, brotherly, I believe I understand what you've mentioned. Should I infuse this chakra test paper with a bit of chakra, much like using a ninjutsu scroll? Lee nodded in affirmation, praising her. Indeed, you are remarkably astute. You grasp concepts with ease. Delighted by Lee's commendation, Yukino smiled and placed the chakra test paper in her palms, bringing her hands together in prayer, and infused it with a small amount of chakra. A faint sound emerged as she opened her palms to examine the test paper. To her astonishment, the left side of the chakra test paper had crumpled while the right side was thoroughly soaked. Lee, observing the result, expressed his surprise. Well done, young lady. To begin with two attributes, lightning and water, truly exemplifies your extraordinary talent. Upon hearing Lee's response, Yukino covered her mouth in disbelief. Really? Am I truly that remarkable? That is wonderful. Do not rejoice too soon, Lee cautioned her. That you possess two ninjutsu attributes and a higher starting point than most, diligent effort is still required. This world is not devoid of geniuses. However, without the willingness to strive, even a genius may not achieve great heights. As Yukino beamed with excitement, Lee aptly doused her enthusiasm with a dose of reality. One must never be arrogant, regardless of their accomplishments or advantages. Pride breeds complacency and ultimately leads to being left behind. In the land of fire, dark clouds loomed over Konoha village as thunder rumbled above, heralding a torrential downpour. In the western cemetery of Konoha, numerous gravestones stood tall. Those interred here were the ancestors and martyrs who had fought and sacrificed for the village. Recently, a new gravestone had been added, and not far from it, a line of mourners clad in black attire, each adorned with Konoha's ninja headbands, stood in sorrowful procession, offering flowers to the deceased. Some among them were unable to contain their grief, occasionally covering their faces with their hands as they wept. If Lee were present, he would have recognized many familiar faces: Hinata Hyuga, Sasuke Uchiha, Sakura Haruno, Naruto Uzumaki, Kiba Inuzuka, Konohamaru, Kakashi, Gai Isuma, and many more. Almost all the significant figures from the original story were present, alongside numerous others he could not name. What was even more surprising was that Jiraiya was among this gathering, having returned without anyone noticing. Undoubtedly, these individuals were attending the funeral of the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Regardless of Hiruzen and Appo's personal life, he was regarded by the ninjas of Konoha as a competent Hokage, one who was respected and beloved. Now, with his sudden departure, the atmosphere was heavy with grief. As the memorial service continued, the sound of a cane striking the ground pierced the air. Zetsu Shimura, leaning on his cane, approached the gathering with deliberate slowness. Ignoring the surprised gazes of the crowd, he accepted a bouquet of flowers from an aide and made his way to Hiruzen's gravestone, where he laid the flowers down. He then bowed 3 times, closing his eyes and silently mouthing words, seemingly bidding a final farewell to his old comrade. After approximately 5 minutes, Shimura slowly turned to face the assembly, his gaze sweeping over the mourners before he spoke with deliberate calmness. Hiruzen is dead. The circumstances surrounding his death are known to all. Orochimaru and Rock Lee cultivated a group of monstrosities who infiltrated our village during the Chunin exams and launched a surprise attack. Hiruzen fell at the hands of Orochimaru. I rushed to assist him, but nearly fell victim to Rock Lee myself. Upon hearing Lee's name, Hinata Hyuga could no longer contain herself, exclaiming, "That's impossible. Brother Lee would never harm Konoha. I know his character well. Do not slander him." Shimura shot her an irritable glance. "Little girl from the Hyuga clan, it would be wise for you to remain silent while I speak." Lee and Orochimaru disguised themselves as Sound Village ninjas and infiltrated Konoha, a fact witnessed by many. "Do you wish to betray Konoha and align with that rogue ninja?" Hinata opened her mouth to retort, but she was swiftly restrained by her elder brother, Hayashi Hyuga, who smiled apologetically. "Mr. Shimura, I humbly apologize. My sister was momentarily confused and spoke out of turn. It is entirely my fault for not guiding her properly. Please do not take offense." Shimura regarded Hayashi with a scrutinizing gaze before nodding with a faint smile. He was inclined to grant Hayashi this courtesy, as he had long harbored intentions of drawing the Hyuga clan into his faction. "Rest assured, I am not petty. You need not worry." Chapter 81. The unrest in Sunagakure. It seemed that Shimura Danzo had anticipated Jiraiya's response, for he was well aware of Jiraiya's character. This understanding emboldened him to brazenly attend the funeral of Yuan Fei and announce his ascension to the position of Hokage. After a brief pause, Danzo continued, "Though I share your sorrow, the undeniable truth remains that Yuan Fei has indeed passed away. As the saying goes, a nation cannot be without a ruler for a day, nor can a household be without a master. Our land of fire, a coveted prize, has long been eyed hungrily by other great nations. They would seize any opportunity to take a bite from us. After discussions with the elders of Konohagakure, it has been decided that I, Shimura Danzo, shall temporarily assume the mantle of Hokage. Henceforth, I will be known as the fifth Hokage of the Land of Fire. Before Danzo could finish his proclamation, Jiraiya suddenly emerged from the crowd, his expression dark. Mr. Danzo, Yuan Fei has just departed this world. His body is still warm. Even if you are eager to claim the position of fifth Hokage, must you announce it at this moment? This is a funeral for Yuan Fei. Do you not find your actions inappropriate? The faces of the gathered crowd mirrored Jiraiya's discontent, for Danzo's actions were a blatant display of his ambition for the Hokage title. Danzo, however, did not reveal any displeasure. He understood that Jiraiya was his equal in strength, and engaging in conflict with him would yield no advantage. As the tension hung in the air, a group of figures swiftly navigated through the buildings. The forehead protectors they bore were not those of Konohagakure, but rather those of Sunagakure. In a short while, the Sunagakure delegation had landed beside the crowded cemetery. At the forefront stood a Sunagakure ninja, his head wrapped in a cloth that concealed one eye. He appeared to be in his 30s, and his demeanor suggested he was not in a favorable mood. I wondered why there were so few ninjas from Konohagakure. It appears they are all gathered here. Hey, what is the meaning of this? Why has our Chiyoba died in your territory? You must provide a reasonable explanation today. Danzo approached the leader of the Sunagakure ninjas, leaning on his cane, and forced a smile. You must be the esteemed Maki of Sunagakure. I am Shimura Danzo, the newly appointed 5th Hokage of Konohagakure. Please, feel free to address your concerns with me. Danzo's attempt at cordiality fell flat as Maki remained unyielding. I don't care if you are the 5th or 6th Hokage. What matters is that I have already stated the issue. Do you not think you owe us an explanation? Our 4th Kazekage died at your hands. And now Chiyoba has met the same fate here. Humph. Maki's obstinate stance darkened Danzo's expression, yet he recognized that despite his behind-the-scenes management of numerous issues in Konohagakure, few ninjas truly recognized or obeyed him. Thus, it was imperative for Danzo to resolve this predicament smoothly, for it would serve as the first test of his authority as Hokage. Danzo mustered a semblance of a smile, surveying the elite ninjas from Sunagakure led by Maki before speaking softly. Mr. Maki, please do not be hasty. We share your grief regarding Chiyoba's passing. Our 3rd Hokage also fell victim to this incident. You are correct. The deaths of your 4th Kazekage and Chiyoba are indeed linked to us. It was a rogue ninja from Konohagakure who committed these acts. Therefore, we shall also provide you with an explanation. The accompanying ninjas from Sunagakure, all of elite caliber, looked skeptical at Danzo and Appo's assurances, recognizing them for mere empty promises. It's easy to say that, but if the matter is so easily resolved, why haven't you captured them? Why allow them to perpetrate such attacks on Konohagakure? One questioned. Indeed, anyone can make grand claims. I've heard that the rogue ninja Orochimaru possesses extraordinary power. Do you think he is someone you can simply capture? Another chimed in. And that Lee Rock was just a child 7 years ago, yet he managed to slay our 4th Kazekage. Who knows how formidable he has become now? Danzo raised his hands to quell the rising voices. Friends from Sunagakure, please remain calm as I elucidate the situation. Although both Orochimaru and Lee Rock are formidable, Orochimaru was gravely injured during his confrontation with the 3rd Hokage. According to reports from my subordinates, Orochimaru's hands are completely sealed, rendering him unable to use ninjutsu. As for Lee Rock, while he possesses exceptional evasion skills, his other abilities are lacking. Furthermore, Konohagakure boasts many powerful individuals, such as Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin, whose reputation I trust you are familiar with. With the elite ninjas of Sunagakure alongside us, I believe we can swiftly subdue them. Jiraiya, initially positioned towards the center, was now acknowledged by Danzo, prompting the crowd to part for him. He stepped forward, treading carefully through the puddles of rain. Jiraiya surveyed the Sunagakure ninjas, and then turned his gaze to Danzo, fully aware that their arrival was motivated by a desire for justice regarding Chiyoba's untimely demise. Once comrades with Orochimaru, Jiraiya now felt the deep rift created by Orochimaru's defection. The realization that Orochimaru had returned to slay his former mentor was an unbearable truth for Jiraiya. In his heart, he knew that while the 3rd Hokage had his shortcomings, often employing a policy of appeasement that bordered on indecisiveness, he had nonetheless been a figure of stability. Chapter 82, The Whereabouts of Rock Lee for the People of the Hidden Leaf Village. The 3rd Hokage was regarded as a commendable leader, and for Jiraiya himself, The third was likewise a revered minor. The actions of Orochimaru were unforgivable in Jiraiya's eyes. Danzo, your schemes are well known to me. Yet I do not wish to quarrel over them. Although I disagree with many of your methods, with Yuanfei deceased, who becomes Hokage is of little consequence to me. Thus I shall not interfere. Jiraiya's words indirectly acknowledged Danzo's position as Hokage, at least from Danzo's perspective. Danzo smiled and reassured Jiraiya. I understand the profound bond you shared with Yuanfei. However, I can assist you in swiftly locating Orochimaru, allowing you to avenge Yuanfei. Would you be willing to join me? Jiraiya gazed at Danzo with uncertainty, unsure whether Danzo spoke to placate the Sand Shinobi present or if he truly possessed knowledge of Orochimaru's whereabouts. During his years away, Jiraiya sought the Child of Destiny and tirelessly searched for Orochimaru, hoping he would return to face Yuanfei and atone for his past misdeeds and ultimately return to the Hidden Leaf Village. In Jiraiya's heart, he had never relinquished the bond he shared with Orochimaru until he received the news of Orochimaru's heinous act of murdering his mentor, Yuanfei. It was then Jiraiya understood that some individuals, once changed, could never return to their former selves. Jiraiya slowly inquired, Danzo, what do you mean? Orochimaru has always been elusive. Danzo did not directly respond to Jiraiya's question, but beckoned to a member of the Root organization beside him. Summon Oil Girl Kigen. Yes, Lord Danzo, the Root member replied, vanishing swiftly. After a brief interval, two figures hastened toward the graveyard, kneeling before Danzo upon arrival. Lord Danzo, what is your command? Oil Girl Kigen respectfully inquired. While the other remained silent, awaiting orders, Danzo eyed them with mild displeasure. Kigen and the other ninja looked up at him, seemingly unaware of their transgression. After a moment of contemplation, they realized their oversight and simultaneously addressed him, Fifth Hokage, how may we serve you? Satisfied, Danzo nodded and spoke, you may rise. Kigen, tell me, when can we ascertain the whereabouts of Rock Lee? In response to the Fifth Hokage, I cannot yet confirm Rock Lee's precise location. However, I have discovered his general direction. He has been heading north, toward the land of rice. Kigen seemed to grasp that Danzo summoned him to demonstrate his capability to locate Rock Lee, thus deliberately raising his voice. Danzo nodded in approval. Well done, Kigen. Yet, you must pinpoint Rock Lee's exact position. How long will that take? Fifth Hokage, Kigen replied, the land of rice is quite distant from our Hidden Leaf Village. It will take at least a week to reach there, and an additional 2 to 3 days to locate their hideout. Therefore, the fastest estimate would be 10 days. Kigen remained humble in his demeanor. Danzo nodded. Very well, I will grant you 10 days. Depart immediately and strive to complete this task as swiftly as possible. Yes, Fifth Hokage. Kigen bowed and, with a puff of white smoke, vanished from sight. Cough, cough. Danzo cleared his throat and raised his voice so all present could hear him clearly. Everyone, you have witnessed the recent events. My subordinate has marked Rock Lee. Yet he remains cunningly elusive. We can now confirm that both he and Orochimaru are in the land of rice, where Orochimaru has been rendered incapacitated. Rock Lee was severely injured by me a few days ago. If we seek vengeance for our fallen third Hokage, for the countless innocent villagers and shinobi who perished, and for Granny Chiyo and the fourth Kazekage, we must wait. Wait for my subordinate to return with accurate information, and then we shall encircle Rock Lee and Orochimaru. Ensuring their escape is impossible. Danzo truly understood the sentiments of the crowd. His words resonated with their desires. Their homeland had been ravaged, a third destroyed. Countless shinobi slain in the line of duty, and many civilians mercilessly massacred, all at the hands of Orochimaru. Thus, not only did the Sand Village harbor animosity towards Rock Lee and Orochimaru, but the Hidden Leaf villagers did as well, despite a few holding differing opinions. Maki of the Sand Village stood forth, surveying the ninjas of the Hidden Leaf before addressing Danzo. We shall place our trust in you this time. Should there be any further missteps, do not blame us for our lack of courtesy. Danzo maintained a courteous demeanor as he responded to Maki. Rest assured, Mr. Maki. The Sand Village shall temporarily reside in our Hidden Leaf Village. I will arrange accommodations shortly. Additionally, your compatriots Gaara and a few others are safe with us. I will take you to see them presently. Upon hearing Gaara's name, Maki's previously stern expression softened. What? Those children are alive? That is wonderful news. Lord Danzo, I must see them at once. Please have someone escort me. Danzo nodded, signaling a subordinate to lead Maki away. After they departed, he whispered to another root member before leaning on his cane and leaving the area. Chapter 83 Practice in the Village of Sound. Atop a towering mountain peak stood a young girl with crimson hair, around 10 years of age. Her delicate brows were slightly furrowed as she continuously shifted her hands into various positions. Suddenly, she brought her hands together in prayer, her red lips parting as she exclaimed, "Lightning release, lightning wave." Instantly, her right palm faced outward, and a brilliant orb of lightning coalesced in her palm, emitting a sharp, crackling sound. The lightning then surged forth, extending into a serpent-like bolt the thickness of her wrist, striking a nearby large tree with tremendous force. With a resounding crack, the tree, as thick as a thigh, was severed in two by the lightning serpent, smoke rising from the point of impact. How about that, Xiaoli? Is my lightning wave impressive? The girl clapped her hands and turned to Xiaoli, who stood behind her. Xiaoli nodded, a smile gracing his face. It's decent, I suppose. It's passable for now. We can set this ninjutsu aside and move on to the next. Upon hearing this, the girl pouted in discontent, protesting. What? More practice? Ever since we returned the day before yesterday, we've been training for 2 or 3 consecutive days. Can't we take a short break? Xiaoli, however, remained unfazed by her pleas, adopting a serious expression as he replied, Yukino, do you remember what you promised me? My strictness is solely for your benefit. We might encounter danger at any moment. With each increment of your strength, you gain an additional measure of protection. Yukino lowered her head, sticking out her tongue and murmuring softly, here we go again, those same words. I've lost count of how many times I've heard them these past few days. Can't you come up with something new? Xiaoli ignored Yukino's reluctance and continued, you possess dual attributes, lightning and water, creating a perfect synergy that can catch opponents off guard. You have already mastered some lightning techniques. Now, we shall begin exploring your water techniques. Upon returning to the peak, Xiaoli promptly organized a rigorous training regimen for Yukino, utilizing every moment except for meals and sleep, all to expedite her growth and strength. For Yukino, who was accustomed to a leisurely lifestyle, this sudden shift was undeniably challenging. Nevertheless, Xiaoli was confident that, with time, she would adapt. The ninjutsu Yukino practiced was derived from Xiaoli's previous lottery draws, where he had amassed a collection of techniques, many of which were of no use to him and had been carelessly stowed away in his system's backpack. Unexpectedly, they now served a purpose for Yukino. Mr. Shi, you have returned early? A voice suddenly called out from a distance. Xiaoli turned to see Kabuto. Yukino, continue your training. I need to catch up with an old friend, he instructed before walking toward Kabuto. Kabuto, it has been quite some time. You must have been quite busy lately, Xiaoli remarked with a smile. It had been a considerable while since he last saw Kabuto, particularly before the assault on Konoha. As a key figure under Orochimaru, managing the over 1,000 clones during the attack on Konoha was no small feat, although he had assistance from the Sound Five. It was evident that Kabuto had his share of difficulties. Adjusting his glasses, Kabuto revealed a faint smile and replied, Indeed. The cost of sending those monsters to Konoha was quite high for me. Xiaoli recognized the strain in Kabuto's tone, indicating that the price he referred to was far from trivial. Your plan was quite successful. The third Hokage has fallen, and Konoha will likely take a long time to recover from this heavy blow. Kabuto nodded slowly and added, No. The attack on Konoha did not unfold as Orochimaru-sama had anticipated. We initially intended to annihilate Konoha with those Sage Body clones, but we were taken aback by the depth of Konoha's hidden strength. Even Orochimaru-sama's hands have been incapacitated. Xiaoli had long suspected this, as it aligned closely with the original plot. Although Orochimaru brought the first, second, and fourth Hokages to confront Hiruzen Sarutobi, he did not foresee that Chiyo would join the fray, evening the odds against Orochimaru's initial advantage. However, Xiaoli refrained from elaborating further and feigned surprise, asking, What? Orochimaru's hands have been incapacitated? How did that happen? I was just watching from the sidelines, and I saw him summon the Hokages with the impure world reincarnation. Kabuto seemed to have anticipated Xiaoli's question, responding, I'm not entirely sure of the specifics, as I was not on that battlefield. I was controlling the summoning snakes and the sage body clones. I only heard Orochimaru-sama mention that after a fierce struggle, the third Hokage used a forbidden technique of the Uzumaki clan, attempting to seal the souls of the Hokages along with Orochimaru-sama's. In the end, Orochimaru-sama managed to eliminate the two old men, but his hands were sealed by the third Hokage. The unfolding events indeed mirrored the original storyline, prompting Shao Li to express his regret. Alas, I was ensnared by that old man Danzo and couldn't break free. Otherwise, I would have ensured that such a fate did not befall Orochimaru. Kabuto adjusted his glasses again, nodding in agreement. Yes, I heard Orochimaru-sama mention that Danzo's forces had employed a formation that isolated him and Madara from the outside. But could Danzo's strength truly surpass that of Madara? Shao Li detected the questioning tone in Kabuto's last remark, as if he were interrogating himself for not resolving Danzo swiftly to assist them in their continued assault on Konoha. Chapter 84. The Secrets of Trade in his heart. Shao Li silently criticized, thinking to himself, how could that twisted Danzo not try it out himself? I wish to resolve this matter swiftly, but alas, my strength does not permit it. However, Shao Li did not express such sentiments outwardly. Instead, he replied with a calm demeanor, I presume Danzo has had extensive dealings with you all, hasn't he? That scoundrel. He has appropriated all the Uchiha clan's Sharingan and installed them within himself. Are you all aware of this? Furthermore, he possesses the Manjiki Sharingan and can utilize Susanoo, the Uchiha clan's most formidable technique. The mere mention of Danzo stirred a tempest of emotions within Shao Li, his subsequent inquiries tinged with barely concealed anger. Yakushi Kabuto perceived Shao Li's fury and, with a hint of apology, said, I apologize, Mr. Madara. I am not particularly informed about Danzo's affairs. You may wish to consult Lord Orochimaru directly. Moreover, my purpose in coming to see you is to escort you to meet Lord Orochimaru and assess the condition of his hands. After a brief moment of contemplation, Shao Li nodded in agreement to Kabuto's request. Throughout his years in the Hokage world, he had made numerous enemies, and only Orochimaru could serve as a sanctuary. If he could assist Orochimaru, it might earn him a favor in return. Shao Li turned to Yakaina, who was diligently practicing ninjutsu, and said, Yakaina, please continue your practice here. I need to accompany him for a moment, but I shall return shortly. Yakaina nodded obediently, glanced at Yakushi Kabuto, exchanged a brief greeting, and then said to Shao Li, Brother Shao Li, go ahead. I will wait for your return. By the way, take this. If you encounter any danger while I am not around, use it without hesitation. Just as Shao Li had taken a few steps out, he turned back, handing a random teleportation scroll to Yakaina and admonishing her. Understood, Brother Shao Li, Yakaina replied, inspecting the scroll with curious eyes. Shao Li paid her no further heed and descended the cliff alongside Yakushi Kabuto, arriving at the familiar yet foreign dark corridor. It was familiar because when he first arrived, the eerie passage had terrified him, leaving a vivid impression. It was foreign because, despite having been in this place for many years, he had only ventured inside a handful of times. The reason was simple. For all these years, Shao Li had masqueraded as Uchiha Madara before Orochimaru, fearing that too many words might reveal his true identity, and he particularly disliked the damp, dark confines of the cave. Following Yakushi Kabuto, he traversed the shadowy corridor until they soon encountered a stone door. After some searching along the wall, Kabuto seemed to locate the mechanism to open the door. With a resounding rumble, the stone door slowly swung open, revealing a spacious hall adorned with a wide crimson carpet that stretched across the center. At the rear of the hall, a modest stone staircase led up to a large chair, where Orochimaru sat, his disheveled hair hanging down as he bowed his head, motionless. Mr. Madara, this way, please. Yakushi Kabuto stepped into the hall first, gesturing for Shao Li to enter. Shao Li said nothing, merely nodding as he boldly stepped inside. Confident that Orochimaru would not resort to such childish tactics as last time, merely to test his strength, he approached Orochimaru, who, upon noticing his presence, raised his head with a trembling voice. I apologize for the lack of formal welcome. Orochimaru's voice quivered, as if he was enduring great pain. He lifted his pale face, forcing a pained smile as he addressed Shao Li. Shao Li gasped at Orochimaru's appearance. He had lost all his former grandeur. Both hands, resting on the armrests, were tightly wrapped in gauze, with blood seeping through, indicating severe injuries. A hint of compassion flickered across Xiao Li's face. Orochimaru, what has happened to you? Suddenly, Orochimaru erupted into a wild laugh. After a while, he replied, it was that old fool, the third Hokage. He sealed my hands using the Reaper Death Seal. But he paid the ultimate price with his life. This was information Xiao Li had already surmised. His inquiry was a manifestation of concern for his old friend. By the way, Lord Orochimaru, Mr. Madara mentioned earlier that Danzo has acquired the abilities of the Uchiha clan and has seized over a dozen Sharingan, installing them within himself. I wonder if you are aware of this? Xiao Li had intended to pose this question himself, but Yakushi Kabuto's timely mention suited his purpose perfectly. Orochimaru frowned, his expression darkening. Danzo possesses the Sharingan? How despicable! That old man is secretly engaging in such treachery. The Sharingan is something I have long coveted. Noticing the keen gaze of Xiao Li and Yakushi Kabuto upon him, he continued, I was unaware of Danzo's possession of the Sharingan. Initially, I had some dealings with him. However, our agreement was straightforward. I provided him with cells from the first Hokage, Hashirama, in exchange for forbidden jutsu scrolls from Konoha, medical research data, and a portion of cellular material from the first, second, and fourth Hokages. Orochimaru's response was forthright, devoid of any indication of deceit, at least from Xiao Li's perspective. There were no discrepancies in his words. Chapter 85. The Mask of Death. Little Li nodded, and then spoke. Orochimaru, Danzo's current strength is utterly unfathomable. He possesses the Manjiki Sharingan of Uchiha Shisui and the Kodo Amatsukami technique. I believe you must have heard of it. Moreover, he can wield the ultimate offensive and defensive technique of the Uchiha clan, Susanoo. There is no need for me to elaborate further on how formidable he has become. My own strength has not yet fully recovered, and at that time, I barely managed to escape with all my might, which ultimately cost Hongli her life. Orochimaru furrowed his brow, his already pale complexion becoming even more ghastly. Damn it, that old fool Danzo has been secretly orchestrating so many schemes. I initially thought that eliminating the third Hokage would lead to the collapse of Konoha, but who would have thought that Danzo would emerge now? Upon hearing this, Little Li could only shake his head helplessly. Did you truly believe that Konoha would crumble with the death of the third Hokage? Konoha still has Jiraiya, the Elder Council member Mido Kazan, and even Tsunade, who has yet to return from her gambling escapades. Each of them possesses formidable strength. Although the Elder Council tends to be low-key and avoids the limelight, when the survival of Konoha is at stake, they will undoubtedly step forward. Little Li continued, Orochimaru, there is another message I must convey. I am uncertain what Danzo and Appos, as people have done to me, but it seems they can always locate my whereabouts. I have used the body flicker technique to hide on 2 occasions, yet they still found me. Therefore, our current location may have already been compromised, and you must prepare for battle in advance. Additionally, I would like your assistance in finding a way to break this predicament. As soon as Little Li spoke these words, not only did Orochimaru's expression darken, but even Kabuto could not contain himself, exclaiming, Mr. Madara, what do you mean? Are you trying to drag us into this mess? If even you cannot ascertain what mark Danzo has placed upon you, how could we possibly find it? Orochimaru-sama is gravely injured should a confrontation arise. He may not even be able to perform ninjutsu. What are your true intentions? Enough, Kabuto. Cease your words and listen to Mr. Madara and Appos' plan. He has disclosed this information for a reason and must possess some strategy, Orochimaru interjected, cutting off Kabuto. Little Li nodded and spoke slowly. Indeed. It was my misstep to involve you in this situation. My current lack of growth and strength necessitates your assistance. Orochimaru, I can see the agony that grips your hands. Despite your efforts to suppress it, you are clearly suffering and you cannot heal your hands. I believe your foremost desire is to find the most skilled medical ninja in the ninja world, Tsunade Senju, to cure your hands. However, I must assure you that no one can heal them. If you doubt this, feel free to test it. Upon hearing this, Orochimaru's face turned ashen, and he muttered in disbelief, What? Tsunade cannot heal them? Does that mean my life is effectively ruined? Damn it, that old man of the third Hokage. Orochimaru-sama, please do not despair. Be mindful of your health. Kabuto stepped forward, attempting to support Orochimaru, yet hesitating to draw too close, fearing a sudden outburst of anger. Orochimaru, do not react this way. Anger will not resolve the issue. Little Lee's voice was calm, but it had a soothing effect on Orochimaru. Taking a few deep breaths, Orochimaru lifted his head to gaze at Little Lee and asked, Mr. Madara, from your words, it seems you have a solution for treating my hands, correct? Little Lee nodded. Praising, as expected of Orochimaru, you are quite perceptive. I do know a method to remedy your hands, though it is somewhat complicated. Firstly, the soul of your hands is sealed by the Reaper Death Seal, a technique whose sole receiver is the Shinigami. This means that the souls of your hands are currently residing in the belly of the Shinigami, and only by extracting them from the Shinigami's belly can your hands be restored. Kabuto, who had been standing aside, suddenly interjected, but the Shinigami is a deity who governs life and death. How could we possibly command it to willingly return the souls of Orochimaru-sama's hands? Little Lee shook his head and replied, Kabuto, your assertion is not entirely accurate. The Shinigami summoned by the Reaper Death Seal is not the true Shinigami. It may merely be a fragment of the Shinigami's consciousness. Furthermore, to persuade the Shinigami to return Orochimaru's hand souls, we require something very important. What is that? Both Kabuto and Orochimaru asked in unison, with Orochimaru particularly eager, standing up in anticipation of the chance to alleviate his suffering. Little Lee glanced at the two of them and slowly articulated, what we need is the mask of the Shinigami. I believe Orochimaru is somewhat familiar with this item. Orochimaru nodded, furrowing his brow. The mask of the Shinigami? I have seen it in Mito's shrine before. It should still be there. However, given our current circumstances, can we still make it back to Konoha to retrieve the mask? Little Lee did not respond to Orochimaru's query, but instead smiled mysteriously, producing a mask resembling a theatrical face from behind him. Earlier, atop the cliff, Kabuto had already informed Little Lee of his request to examine Orochimaru's hand injuries. Thus, Little Lee had exchanged for this mask of the Shinigami from the system's miscellaneous goods shop. Although the items from the system were replicas, they were nonetheless functional. Mr. Madara, when did you retrieve the mask of the Shinigami? I am deeply grateful. Seeing the mask in Little Lee's hands, Orochimaru was so moved that he slightly trembled, looking at Little Lee with immense gratitude. Little Lee handed the mask of the Shinigami to Kabuto and then spoke slowly. We have been neighbors for so many years. We are all akin to family, so there is no need for such formality. Chapter 86. The Soul of Two Hands. However, Orochimaru, I still need to ask you a question. I recall that your reincarnation technique is employed once every 3 years. When did you last reincarnate? Utilizing the Shinigami mask to retrieve the souls of your hands will require your current body to pay the ultimate price of life. In other words, you must surrender the soul of this body to the Shinigami in exchange for the return of your hand souls. Observing Orochimaru's fervent demeanor, Rock Lee seized the moment to douse him with a splash of cold water, cautioning him not to harbor overly high expectations, lest he be left disappointed if he cannot reclaim the souls of his hands and subsequently direct his frustration towards himself. Yao Shidu and Orochimaru exchanged glances, and it was Yao Shidu who finally spoke. Mr. Madara, to be frank, Orochimaru-sama has switched bodies 3 years ago. Originally, upon returning from his recent injuries, Orochimaru intended to prepare a new vessel immediately to experiment whether his hands could be restored. However, I managed to find you before he could act. Yoshida's words astonished Rock Lee, who gasped, Fortunately, you did not perform the reincarnation ritual prematurely. Otherwise, you would surely regret it, for reincarnation holds no significance. Even with a new body, Orochimaru's hands would remain useless. Yao Shidu nodded slowly, continuing, We had anticipated this outcome, as Orochimaru-sama seeks a body, not a soul. The reasons for this course of action are twofold. First, Orochimaru-sama's current body has reached its limit. Second, it is a desperate gamble. To be honest, the condition of Orochimaru-sama's hands has left us in a state of great distress. Orochimaru raised his still bleeding hand and gestured for Yao Shidu to cease his elaboration. Enough, Shidu. Let Mr. Madara outline the detailed treatment plan. Seeing Orochimaru's excitement, Rock Lee decided to stop holding back. Orochimaru, the plan is quite straightforward. The cost of the Shiki F gene technique is that the caster's own soul must be offered to the Shinigami. After you perform the Shiki F gene, the Shinigami will inhabit your body, allowing you to cut open your abdomen with a blade and offer a new soul to the Shinigami in exchange for the restoration of your hands. In other words, you must first prepare a vessel suitable for reincarnation and then acquire a soul to offer to the Shinigami. Yoshida turned to Orochimaru, inquiring, Orochimaru-sama. There are currently 3 suitable candidates for the reincarnation vessel: Kimimaro, Yugo, and Suigetsu. Who do you believe is the most appropriate? Orochimaru furrowed his brow, remaining silent, evidently pondering who would be the most suitable choice. Kimimaro, not having fought the 4th Kazekage, is still in good health, making him a viable option for Orochimaru. Yugo and Suigetsu are also commendable candidates. Yugo possesses formidable sage chakra, and Suigetsu's water techniques are equally enigmatic. After a prolonged silence, Orochimaru finally spoke. Shido, bring Yugo here. Orochimaru and Appo's choice aligned perfectly with Rock Lee and Appo's expectations. Yugo and Appo's body can automatically absorb natural energy and freely utilize sage techniques, a remarkable capability. However, Yugo struggles to control the overwhelming natural energy, potentially losing his sanity. It remains to be seen how Orochimaru will manage this issue. While Kimimaro is a survivor of the Kagaya clan, the lineage's abilities have diminished over generations. Although Kimimaro possesses formidable bloodline limits due to the Shikatsumiyaku, his ailing body cannot fully exhibit its capabilities. Conversely, Suigetsu wields the ability to liquefy any part of his body through water release techniques. But he is only vulnerable to lightning release. As Rock Lee contemplated, Yoshida had already exited the hall, returning with 2 dazed individuals. One was Yugo, muttering incessantly, while the other, having been subjected to Yugo's sage technique curse mark, had lost his senses. Orochimaru-sama, the individuals have been brought. Shall we commence now? Yao Shidu inquired after setting the 2 down. Orochimaru glanced at Rock Lee, seemingly seeking his approval. After receiving a nod of affirmation, he stepped down from the platform to the center of the hall. Orochimaru had previously acquired the Forbidden Scroll from Konoha through Shimura Danzo. Yet it lacked the Shiki F gene technique. Otherwise, he would not have fallen prey to the 3rd Hokage stratagem so easily. However, Rock Lee, having thoroughly studied Naruto, was well versed in the method of performing the Shiki F gene. Thus, he generously divulged the entire procedure to Orochimaru. Si, Hai, Wei, Mao Su, Zi, Yu, Wu, Si. Ninja technique, Shiki F gene. Orochimaru trembled as he raised his bloodied hands, swiftly forming the hand seals for the Shiki F gene. In an instant, a colossal spectral figure of the Shinigami manifested behind him, its visage grotesque, clutching a long dagger with drool oozing from its mouth. Upon completing the hand seals, Orochimaru's body was effectively lifeless. Without a moment's hesitation, he drew a dagger and plunged it into his abdomen with force. A sickening sound echoed as the blade pierced flesh, creating a gaping wound from which blood gushed forth, causing Orochimaru to break into a cold sweat from the pain. However, fully aware of the limited time he had, he wasted no time and began reciting the incantation. Shortly thereafter, a pair of translucent hands emerged from Orochimaru's abdomen, floating back to his own hands. Thus, Orochimaru reclaimed his hands, but the ordeal was far from over. The transaction with the Shinigami entailed a soul exchange, meaning that while Orochimaru had regained the souls of his hands, the Shinigami would inevitably demand the soul it required in return. Suddenly, the Shinigami's spectral figure raised its right hand, gripping the dagger in its mouth, and swung it toward Orochimaru's soul. Orochimaru, now is the time. Hurry. The Shinigami strike caused Rock Lee's heart to skip a beat. If Orochimaru were to be struck by this blow, he would cease to exist, leaving only Rock Lee to face the onslaught of chaos and danger ahead, devoid of his protective shield. Chapter 87. The push-up prodigy Orochimaru's movements were swift. Even before Lee spoke, his soul had transformed into a white serpent, seamlessly slithering into the mouth of the unfortunate Reijin. Meanwhile, Kabuto waited patiently, offering no reminders. The moment Orochimaru's spirit departed from his body, he had already thrust Raigen's failed clone towards the scythe of the Grim Reaper. With a resounding clang, the Grim Reaper's dagger struck the clone's form, yet astonishingly, no wounds marred its body. Instead, A translucent white soul clung to the blade, which the Grim Reaper seized and devoured with ravenous bites. Moments later, as the Grim Reaper's throat convulsed in swallowing motion, the clone's soul was consumed entirely. Devoid of its soul, Orochimaru's body collapsed to the ground with a thud, the shadow of the Grim Reaper fading into nothingness. Raijin remained sprawled on the ground, his eyes shut tight and utterly still. Orochimaru-sama. Kabuto's face displayed a flicker of concern as he approached Raigen's body, gently nudging it. "I'm fine," Orochimaru replied, a glimmer of understanding illuminating his expression. "Now I comprehend why Raijin lost control over natural energy. This sensation of power surging through my body is utterly exhilarating." After uttering these words, Orochimaru grinned mischievously and planted his hands on the ground, commencing a series of push-ups. 1, 2, 3, 4, 99, 100. This peculiar behavior left both Lee and Kabuto in sheer bewilderment. Lee couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth, turning to Kabuto to ask, "Is doing push-ups Orochimaru-sama's way of celebrating when he's happy?" Kabuto, equally at a loss, replied somewhat dejectedly, I don't quite understand either. Orochimaru-sama usually behaves quite normally. 299, 300, 301. Orochimaru continued his relentless exercise, lifting his head to scold them with an embarrassed expression. "You too. Stop laughing at me. The reason I'm doing this is that this body is continuously absorbing natural energy, seemingly inexhaustible, compelling me to exert it. Otherwise, I fear I might lose control like Raijin." Unable to contain himself, Lee burst into laughter, clutching his stomach as he exclaimed, "Orochimaru, this isn't so bad. You could use this to strengthen your physique. Perhaps you'll even transition from a sorcerer to a battle mage." Kabuto, stifling his laughter with a hand over his mouth, maintained his respect for Orochimaru, refraining from vocalizing his amusement. With a forced demeanor, he slowly interjected, "Orochimaru-sama, your actions may stem from the innate instincts of Raigen's body. You have just taken control of this form, and it seems you haven't fully asserted your dominance. Have you forgotten our previous research on Raigen's cursed seal? Those with weaker willpower struggle to control it, often falling prey to its manipulation, much like those failed clones. How could someone as formidable as you struggle with Raigen's body? Is that so? It originates from Raigen's body's instincts? That explains the oddity," Orochimaru mused, ceasing his push-ups and rising with an embarrassed shake of his head. Lee moved to sit beside a chair, chuckling as he said, "Kabuto, you are mistaken. Orochimaru wasn't acting on Raigen's instincts. He was merely testing the functionality of his new hands. Am I right, Orochimaru?" Yes, that and Appos. That's exactly it." "Kabuto, please don and Appos. T misinterpret," Orochimaru affirmed, grateful for Lee and Appos' timely intervention. Kabuto sighed, realizing that merely stating the truth had led him to misstep. Clearly, he needed to refine his skills and diplomacy. Clearing his throat, Orochimaru continued, "Now, let us deliberate on the matter of how Danzo has been tracking Madara. What are his intentions?" Lee nodded, feeling a discomforting prickle in his heart regarding the situation. Being perpetually under scrutiny, the knowledge that their adversary could pinpoint their location was profoundly unsettling. When Lee was first discovered by the oil woman Kin, he was taken aback by the improbability of being found in such a secluded place. Initially, he attributed it to Danzo dispatching a significant force to search for him. However, after the second encounter in Yukino's home, merely half a day later, it was too coincidental to be mere chance. Thus, Lee concluded that Kin must have marked him in some manner, a mark he could not discern. Awaiting Lee's response, Orochimaru and Kabuto listened intently. After a moment of contemplation, Lee spoke, "I am 80% certain that a member of the Oil Clan has placed a mark upon me, and Danzo's group could be on their way to eliminate us. I propose we abandon this base and set a trap here. When Danzo and his cohorts arrive, we can catch them off guard." Lee paused before adding, "Of course, it's imperative to relocate all vital assets and personnel from this base to avoid unnecessary losses. Moreover, we must meticulously plan our escape route, ensuring we can withdraw if they prove too formidable. I will do everything in my power to handle that Oil Clan member, ensuring they will no longer be able to track my whereabouts." Upon hearing Lee's strategy, both Orochimaru and Kabuto expressed their agreement. Orochimaru remarked, "Your plan is commendable. I too Wish to test the capabilities of this new body against that old coot, Danzo. Turning to Kabuto, he instructed, Kabuto, proceed according to Madar's wishes. The sooner, the better. Chapter 88. Yukino's first mission. Pharmacist Do nodded in acknowledgement. Yes, Lord Orochimaru. He then turned to leave the hall, attending to the evacuation matters. Meanwhile, Shaoli remained behind, retrieving a map from his pocket to continue discussing the ambush plans with Orochimaru. The duo exchanged ideas, laughter occasionally escaping their lips, as they envisioned the triumphant moments of overcoming Shimura Danzo and his associates. Shaoli spent a considerable part of the day at Orochimaru's base, departing only in the afternoon. He wondered if the young girl had grown impatient. I hope she hasn't been waiting too long, he mumbled, channeling chakra beneath his feet to scale the steep cliff. In no time, he stood firmly at the mountain's summit. Upon arrival, Shaoli spotted Yukino perched on a large rock, stretching her neck to gaze over the cliff. He approached her with a smile, shaking his head. What are you doing here, little one? Instead of training, are you watching for your future husband? Yukino leaped down from the stone, bouncing towards Shaoli. What do you mean? I've already mastered those jutsus you taught me this morning. Besides, I was worried about you since you took so long to return. Shaoli gently ruffled Yukino's hair. What is there to worry about? Have you had lunch yet? Yukino shook her head, a sorrowful expression adorning her face. No, I made lunch, waiting for you, but you never came back. Shaoli, slightly speechless, replied. If I hadn't returned, wouldn't you have eaten without me? Seeing her pitiful demeanor, he felt reluctant to scold her further. He had been so engrossed in strategizing with Orochimaru that he had completely forgotten about lunch, and his own stomach began to grumble at the mention of food. He led Yukino back inside, settling at the dining table. Yukino, let us eat. Afterward, I shall take you on your first mission. Yukino, puzzled, scratched her head and asked, a mission? Isn't my task to practice my ninjutsu and gain self-defense skills? Shaoli shook his head, encouraging her to start eating while he explained. What you mentioned is not a mission. It's more of a goal or an objective. The mission I refer to involves executing actual ninja tasks, which is the most direct means of enhancing your strength and combat experience. As she chewed her food, Yukino replied, her words slightly muffled, Isn't that simple? Just a few ninja tasks. You tell me what to do, and I'll complete them for you. Suddenly, Shaoli set down his utensils and looked at Yukino earnestly. No, Yukino. You haven't grasped my point. From this moment forth, you must prepare yourself for the act of taking a life. Are you mentally ready for that? Yukino froze, the concept of killing weighing heavily on her. Although she had previously poisoned her own father, it was a far cry from the direct confrontation Shaoli described. Killing in a mission meant engaging in genuine combat, life against life. The first act of taking a life leaves an indelible mark on the soul. It is not akin to slaying livestock. Though initially unsettled, Yukino quickly steadied herself. She did not wish to hinder Shaoli. She aspired to become someone who could truly assist him. Gazing at Shaoli, she nodded resolutely. I am ready, Shaoli. Shaoli noted the shift in her emotions, from reluctance to hesitation, then to determination. He was pleased to see her arrive at this realization so swiftly. He resumed eating, urging her, Yukino, stop dawdling and eat. Obediently, Yukino nodded and dug into her rice. After finishing their meal, Shaoli accessed the system task panel and accepted a mission that matched Yukino's current skill level. He then utilized the Super Beast imitation technique, setting off with Yukino on their mission. Notably, due to Shaoli's relentless undertakings over the past 7 years, the land of Rice had largely rid itself of bandits and rogue ninjas that plagued the common folk. The citizens now enjoyed a peaceful existence, engaged in their trades and agriculture, living lives marked by prosperity. Now, as they embarked on a mission to the coastal border of the land of Rice, they were informed of a group of pirates who had recently arrived and intended to seize local supplies. The ill-fated pirates would soon encounter Shaoli, their nemesis. A majestic black wolf soared through the air, with Shaoli and Yukino perched upon its back, surveying the scenery below. This flying wolf was a creation of Yukino's artistry, and Shaoli had intentionally allowed her to employ the Super Beast imitation technique to hone her skills. Yukino, seated at the front, maneuvered the wolf's flight. Shaoli suddenly tapped her shoulder, saying, Yukino, once we reach the mission site, remember this. I will be observing from the shadows, only intervening if your life is in peril. You must handle everything yourself. Don't worry, Shaoli. I can do this, Yukino replied, her voice brimming with resolve, as if she had already prepared herself mentally. The wolf's flight was slightly slower than that of birds, as they had evolved over the years to become streamlined for minimal wind resistance, unlike the wolf. Shaoli refrained from commenting further, concerned that excessive demands might undermine Yukino's confidence. Besides, she seemed to have a fondness for wolves. As the wind rushed past their ears, they flew for about 2 hours before finally catching sight of the coastal border. Yukino channeled more chakra, increasing the wolf's speed, eager to showcase her abilities. Chapter 89. The Pirates. In a brief moment, the figures of the pirates appeared along the coast, coming into the view of Shaoli and Xuanao. From a vantage point above, one could observe the pirates as they had just dropped anchor, a dozen fierce-looking brigands disembarking from their ship one after another. It is said that one's appearance reflects one's inner self. Merely by observing their countenance, it is apparent that these men are no ordinary ruffians, possessing a fierce audacity that is unmistakable. Shaoli leapt from the back of the black wolf, landing behind a large boulder, quietly watching Xuanao's movements. Xuanao understood well that Shaoli intended for her to take the lead in the forthcoming events. Resolutely, she commanded the black wolf to charge towards the foremost pirates. With a fierce roar, the black wolf lunged downward, baring its sharp fangs. Before the pirates could react, it sank its teeth into the head of one. However, the pirate displayed remarkable reflexes, dodging just in time and instinctively raising his arm to defend himself. The wolf's fangs instead bit deep into the pirate's arm, eliciting a pained scream. As the pirate's cry echoed, the remaining brigands noticed the assault and the small figure standing nearby. What is happening? Who is that girl? I don't know. She seems to have just descended from the sky. The pirates exchanged loud banter while more of their number disembarked from the ship, roughly estimated to be around 30 to 40, most bare-chested and armed. Despite their numbers, not a single one cared for the injured comrade. It was evident that the lives of their fellow pirates held little value to them, their eyes only fixated on their own survival and gain. Xuanao, inherently timid, stood before the intimidating group of pirates. Though she had summoned her courage, she trembled slightly at the sight of these menacing figures. Subconsciously, she glanced back at the place where Shaoli hid, as if longing for his support. Yet, Shaoli remained behind the boulder, observing coldly. Knowing that this was a hurdle Xuanao must overcome to truly become strong. Not far away, after the Black Wolf's attack, it was soon besieged by several pirates, transforming into a cloud of ink that splattered upon the sands. Hey, little girl, what brings you here? Are you aware that my brothers have been starving for long? Have you come to appease our hunger? Huh, I agree with what the fifth said. Look at her trembling with excitement, though she is rather too thin. Everyone, this little girl should be mine to play with. The pirates continued their lewd banter, and at last, Xuanao steeled her resolve, lifting her gaze to meet the fierce eyes of the pirates. I have come to slay you, you wretched scoundrels who have taken countless lives. Today, I shall enact justice on your behalf. One burly pirate, standing at the forefront, chuckled as if he had heard the most amusing joke. He cupped his hand to his ear, leaning forward as if he had not heard correctly. What? Did I mishear? You, this little girl with barely any hair. Think you can take us on? Before he could finish, a bolt of lightning, as thick as an arm, shot toward his head. With a thunderous crash, his skull exploded like a burst watermelon, and he fell lifelessly to the ground. Did not expect the power of the lightning wave to be so formidable, Xuanao thought. Retracting her hand from the seal, she glanced at the gruesome sight before her, momentarily feeling her stomach churn at the bloodshed, struggling to accept the brutality of the scene. This girl is tougher than she looks. Everyone, attack together, shouted a pirate wielding a machete. Yes, don't just stand there. She is clearly a ninja. We must capture her. The pirates, realizing the threat she posed, brandished their weapons and surrounded her. Panic flickered in Xuanao's eyes as she reached for the ninja tools strapped to her thigh, producing several shurikens and hurling them forward. The shurikens whistled through the air, striking the first few pirates but failing to hit any vital spots, mostly being parried by their blades. As Xuanao threw her shurikens, the pirates quickly closed in, reaching her in the blink of an eye. Water style, water surge wave. Panic flashed in Xuannao's eyes, yet her hands formed seals with remarkable speed. A water circle emerged beneath her, rapidly expanding and swirling upwards, forming a 5-meter-high water vortex. Amidst the screams, the foremost pirates were swept into the air by the water vortex, which then expanded outward from her center, forcefully pushing the brigands away. Lightning style, Earth Walk. Xuannao completed her lightning seal and struck the ground with her palm, conjuring a blue bolt of lightning that crackled ominously, surging toward the drenched pirates. More cries of agony erupted as several pirates collapsed, appearing unconscious on the ground. Though over 40 pirates had fallen, a dozen still stood at a distance, seemingly unscathed. One pirate, wearing a cap and holding a cigar, smirked, tossing the cigar to the ground. "You little wench, how dare you injure so many of my men? You shall not escape unpunished." Chapter 90. The unexpected beside him. A short pirate remarked to the cap-wearing pirate, "Captain, this little girl is formidable. She is likely at least a CH Neen." The cap-wearing pirate scoffed, "CH Neen, what of it? In the face of my swordsmanship, they're all mere trash. Bring me my blade." "Aye, Captain," the short pirate replied, retrieving a katana from his satchel and respectfully presenting it to the cap-wearing pirate. Upon receiving the katana, the pirate unsheathed it with a firm grip, casually discarding the scabbard onto the ground. "Little girl, you shall meet a most gruesome end," he declared, gesturing for his crew to attack, and they surged toward Yukino once more. "Huh, such bravado. I thought you wished to duel me one-on-one. Yet it appears you intend to swarm me instead," Yukino derided, her disdain evident. The pirate captain seethed inwardly. After all, he was the captain, and it was only fitting to utter some grandiose threats. Did he not deserve some semblance of dignity? The pirate captain charged ahead, while his subordinates merely feigned a rush, remaining stationary. Suddenly, the captain leaped into the air, wielding the katana and drawing a circular motion, creating multiple afterimages. He then dove downward, aiming a strike at Yukino's face. 3-day phantom dance. Seeing the captain's fierce descent, Yukino swiftly formed a hand seal to defend herself. Water release. Water barrier. A massive wall of water, approximately 5 meters wide, surged upward from her position, aiming to impede the captain's advance. Unperturbed by the torrent, the captain slashed downwards with his katana, cleaving a path through the water barrier and slipping through the breach. 3-day shadow dance slash. He bellowed, bringing his blade down upon Yukino once more. In an instant, the strike transformed into 3 afterimages, each formidable as if 3 blades were aimed at her simultaneously. Yukino had not anticipated the water barrier would be so easily dismantled. As the captain closed in, panic flickered in her eyes. Realizing she lacked the time to perform another jutsu, she opted to leap aside, narrowly avoiding the onslaught. The 3 strikes carved deep gorges about a meter into the sand, quickly filled again by the surrounding grains. The captain's might was evident. Had Yukino been struck, she would have been severed in twain. Though she evaded the fatal blow, the edge of the blade grazed her thigh, leaving her sprawled on the ground. Clutching her bleeding leg, gritting her teeth against the pain. "Captain, well done. You are truly remarkable. No wonder you are our captain. Take care of that little girl." The remaining crew, witnessing Yukino's injury, hurried over, showering the captain with praises. As if it needs saying, "I am your captain," he replied with a confident smile, grasping his katana as he approached Yukino. "Little girl, if you surrender without a fuss, I might spare your life, and you could become my wife, as I find myself in need of a woman." As the pirate captain closed in, fear filled Yukino's eyes. She pressed her hands against the ground, retreating desperately while calling out, "Lee, I can't defeat him. Please come help me." The pirate captain reveled in her terror, reminiscent of the women who had trembled in fear during his past raids. He relished the power it bestowed upon him, a sense of dominion over life and death. "Cry out all you wish, not even Lee can save you now, little sister. Submit to me and heed my words." Despite the agony in her thigh, Yukino pushed herself backward, yearning for Lee to emerge and rescue her. Yet, no response came from behind the boulder. A dreadful thought crept into her mind. Had Lee abandoned her? No, she thought vehemently, shaking her head. "I cannot rely on others. I must grow stronger." Gritting her teeth, Yukino rose to her feet and swiftly formed hand seals. Water release. Water dragon bullet technique. Chakra surged around her as a massive column of water coalesced before her, transforming into a dragon that surged toward the pirate captain. That technique cannot harm me, he roared, slashing at the water dragon with his katana, cleaving it in two. The ferocious momentum dissipated, and the remnants splashed harmlessly to the ground, barely wetting the captain. Yet Yukino's assault did not cease there, as the captain sliced through the dragon. A slender stream of water shot forth from her mouth, forming a long line aimed at the pirate captain, with a sickening sound of metal-piercing flesh. A spray of blood erupted from the captain and Apos' chest as he staggered back, kneeling in disbelief. What? How could this be? He gazed at the wound. Incredulity etched on his features as he looked up at Yukino. Yukino had executed her strategy flawlessly, knowing the captain's swordsmanship could breach her water techniques. She had used the water dragon bullet as a feint, concealing a water blade technique that struck him unawares. Yukino had grasped the essence of ninjutsu. From his hidden vantage point, Lee observed the unfolding scene, a note of admiration escaping his lips. Chapter 91. The lottery. The essence of utilizing ninjutsu lies in deception. If it were merely a back-and-forth exchange of skills, it would not be ninjutsu but rather a mere arcade brawl. Through this life-and-death struggle, Yukino has come to deeply understand this principle and has executed it remarkably well. Hey, you lot, come over and help? Are you just going to stand there? The pirate captain clutched his chest wound, striving to stem the flow of blood, while calling out to the remaining dozen pirates. Witnessing their captain and Apos' defeat, the crew, who had previously advanced, suddenly halted, with some even beginning to retreat slowly. Captain, you all hold on. I'll search for reinforcements nearby and return shortly. A tall pirate said as he stepped back. Right, Captain, I'll go along as well. There is strength in numbers, and we can find help faster. Another added, Captain, I'll check on those two to see if they're genuinely looking for help. I need to supervise them. With the first excuse to escape, one after another began to flee. Damn it, you bastards, come back. The captain was infuriated, tears streaming down his face. Reinforcements? We only have about 40 people. And aside from you 10, aren't the rest all lying on the ground? Besides, as pirates engaged in robbery and murder, wouldn't they hate us even more? Where would reinforcements come from? Couldn't you at least come up with a decent excuse? Dragging her injured leg, Yukino slowly approached the pirate captain, her hands continuously forming hand seals. Lightning release, thunderbolt wave. Yukino thrust her right hand forward, and a bolt of lightning erupted from her palm, shooting directly at the pirate captain. No. The captain barely had time to plead for mercy before the lightning struck his head with a resounding crack, exploding it like a watermelon crushed by a boulder. Exhausted from prolonged tension and losing too much blood from her injured thigh, Yukino collapsed to the ground. Xiaoli, seeing this, darted from behind a boulder and caught her just before she fell. Xiaoli, did I complete the mission? Yukino's face was pale as she weakly looked up at him. Observing her condition, Xiaoli felt a pang of sympathy. However, he understood that such trials were essential for growth. No one could become a strong warrior without facing adversity. You performed excellently. You have essentially fulfilled my expectations, he affirmed. He pointed at the unconscious pirates on the ground. Yukino, there is still one more task you must accomplish. Do you see those men? With Xiaoli's support. Yukino slowly sat upright and nodded. You mean, to kill them all? But they have already lost the will to resist. Xiaoli looked at her intently. What do you think they are? They are ruthless pirates, mercilessly spilling blood. Do you truly believe you can spare them? Yukino fell silent, contemplating Xiaoli's words. After a brief moment, she seemed to come to a realization, struggling to rise to her feet. She retrieved a kunai from her ninja tool pouch and approached the fallen, either unconscious or moaning in pain. Xiaoli employed a wooden clone to pursue the fleeing pirates while his real self silently observed Yukino, watching as she drove the kunai into the hearts of those pirates one by one. It wasn't out of malice on Xiaoli's part to deny them mercy. It was simply that these men were not worthy of it. As Yukino withdrew the kunai from the last pirate, her body was nearly drenched in blood, some of it her own, but most belonging to the pirates. She turned to Xiaoli, opening her mouth as if to speak. But before she could utter a word, her eyes fluttered shut and she fainted. Xiaoli rushed to her side, gently lifting her and carrying her to the seaside. After placing her on the ground, he removed her blood-soaked clothing and tossed it aside, then washed her body with seawater. Subsequently, he carried her to a clean spot, retrieving medicinal supplies and bandages from his system bag to tend to her leg wound. He then pulled out a set of clothes he had previously bought for her in town, hurriedly dressing her while repeatedly reciting prayers to quell any impure thoughts. After a moment of quiet reflection, he finally regained his composure. Ninja art, super beast imitation. A peculiar blackbird appeared before Shaoli, crouching as if waiting for its master. Shaoli turned and lifted Yukino once more, leaping onto the bird's back. With a thought, the creature flapped its wings and soared into the sky, heading towards Orochimaru's base. Shaoli glanced at his system points, noting a mere 200 remaining, awarded only after completing the pirate extermination task. The previous 2,000 points had been spent on a crystal coffin for Hong Lian and several random teleportation scrolls. What could he do with just 200 points? Sitting upon the bird's back, Shaoli pondered aloud. 200 points could hardly procure anything of value. With resolve, he decided to engage in a lottery instead. System. Activate the lottery mode, Shaoli commanded in his mind. Ding. Lottery mode activated. Commencing draw for the host. In the system shop, various ninjutsu scrolls and tools appeared. And as the lottery mode initiated, a red box encircled one of the scrolls, which then began to flicker and dance among the various scrolls. Shaoli's heart raced in sync with the pulsating box, and after several breaths, it halted over a white scroll. Upon reading the inscription on the white scroll, disappointment washed over him. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have drawn the Earth Release Ninjutsu Scroll, Earth Spike. Damn it. What use is this worthless ninjutsu? Shaoli muttered under his breath, knowing full well that the system could not comprehend his frustration. Chapter 92. The Sharingan System. Let the lottery continue. In his mind, Shaoli once again issued a command to the system. Ding. The lottery mode reactivated. As the mechanical voice of the system echoed in Shaoli's mind, a red box began to flicker and leap among the various ninjutsu scrolls. Shaoli held little hope as he casually glanced at the constantly changing scenery below, while dismissively swiping at the lottery box in his mind. However, when the box halted over a pair of eyes, Shaoli was momentarily taken aback. Could this be the Sharingan? Ding. Congratulations, host. You have drawn a pair of 3 Tomo Sharingan. The Sharingan, one of the 3 great ocular techniques in the ninja world, possesses immense power, capable of awakening and evolving through intense emotional stimuli. After experiencing the pain of losing a loved one, it can evolve into the Meijiki Sharingan. Struggling to contain his excitement, Shaoli inquired of the system. System, what do you mean by that? Will I be able to evolve these Sharingan into Meijiki Sharingan like the Uchiha clan? Ding. In response to the host, the Sharingan obtained through the system cannot evolve using the Uchiha clan's methods. Upon hearing this, Shaoli felt a surge of anger. If it can evolve, what's the point of your lengthy explanation? I already know this. Furious, Shaoli berated the system for misleading him into unnecessary excitement. Ding. Although the Sharingan obtained from the system cannot evolve using the Uchiha clan's methods, it can evolve through repeated exchanges in the system's shop, though the required number of exchanges is unspecified. Shaoli nodded in approval. Well, that's rather promising. However, upon glancing at the points needed to exchange for the Sharingan in the system shop, he could not help but gasp in shock. 20,000 points for a single exchange was indeed staggering. Even if Shaoli devoted himself tirelessly to completing missions, it would likely take him over 6 months to amass 20,000 points. Moreover, the missions assigned by the system were often hampered by various limitations, requiring long journeys that wasted considerable time. Nevertheless, the prospect of evolving the Sharingan ignited excitement within Shaoli. If he accumulated enough exchange opportunities, perhaps he could even evolve it into the Rinnegan. Dismissing further contemplation, Shaoli retrieved the pair of Sharingan from his system inventory. As the pair of realistic, blood-veined eyes appeared in his palm, he felt a wave of discomfort at the sight. The sensation of holding such lifelike eyes was undeniably unsettling. Shaoli infused a small amount of chakra into the 3 Tomo Sharingan, which suddenly radiated a brilliant yellow light, transforming into countless specks of starlight that floated towards Shaoli's eyes. The moment the yellow starlight touched his eyes, he experienced a sharp pain, which swiftly morphed into a burning sensation, akin to countless silver needles incessantly piercing his eyes, causing him to clutch his face in agony and cry out in torment. Ah! Simultaneously, the massive bird beneath him lost its control, plummeting straight down. Thud. Shortly after, the dark bird collided with the towering tree, bursting into a splash of black ink, while Xiao Li and Yukino fell to the ground. Fortunately, they had landed on the tree branches prior to hitting the ground, which mitigated some of their fall, resulting in only minor injuries from the branches. Lying on the ground, Xiao Li rolled about, hands clutching his eyes, wailing in distress. Xiao Li, what happened to you? Yukino, who had been unconscious, awakened due to the tremors from their fall, struggling to sit up with her injuries. She anxiously looked at Xiao Li, who writhed in pain, feeling utterly helpless. I'm fine. You needn't worry. Hearing Yukino's call, Xiao Li gritted his teeth against the pain and replied. After about 15 minutes, he finally lowered his hands from his eyes, rose from the ground, and opened them. Yukino gasped in shock at the sight of Xiao Li's eyes, having never seen such a thing before. It was beyond her comprehension. Xiao Li, what happened to your eyes? Why are they red? Do you have red-eye disease? Almost fainting at Yukino's question, Xiao Li thought incredulously, how could the Sharingan, one of the 3 great ocular techniques, be likened to an illness? He shook his head in exasperation. No, this is not red-eye disease. It is a form of ocular technique known as the Sharingan. The Sharingan? Is that so? Regardless, I'm just relieved you're okay. Seeing you in such pain earlier nearly frightened me to death. Yukino gently patted her chest but winced at the pain from her arm, which had been scratched by branches. Then, glancing down at her changed clothes, she seemed to piece things together and quietly asked, Xiao Li, did you change my clothes? Cough, cough. Embarrassed by her inquiry, Xiao Li cleared his throat twice, then looked up at the sky, feigning nonchalance. Yes, I changed them. What is the matter? Are you afraid I might have seen something? Besides, with your little figure, there's not much to see anyway. Yukino's face flushed instantly. Who said she had nothing to show? She had clearly developed well. As she spoke, she even tried to enhance her appearance by adjusting her clothes to appear more alluring. Xiao Li, feeling awkward, scolded her. Yukino, what are you doing? Hurry and tend to your wounds. We need to get back swiftly. Oh, understood. Yukino replied softly, pouting in grievance, still upset by Xiao Li's comment about her appearance. Ignoring her further, Xiao Li took out paper, pen, and ink, sketching a large bird and forming the hand seal for the super beast imitation technique. Once the large bird materialized nearby, he turned and lifted Yukino, leaping onto the bird's back as they sped toward Orochimaru's base. Chapter 93. Preparation with the 3 Tomo Sharingan. Lee recalled the information he had gleaned from the original text, which outlined approximately 5 capabilities. 1. Perception of chakra. The Sharingan enables the user to perceive the chakra of others, even if it is concealed or obscured from the naked eye. Thus, certain ninjas adept in stealth find themselves exposed before the Tomo Sharingan. Obito, for instance, utilized the Sharingan to discern a hidden ninja and subsequently eliminate him. 2. Insight. The Sharingan grants the ability to perceive an opponent's attacks and movements, even if these actions are executed at astonishing speed. They appear as if in slow motion to the wielder. Consequently, the user can often anticipate and evade incoming attacks. Kakashi famously leveraged the insight of his Sharingan to promptly imitate an opponent's hand seals, and combined with the ability to perceive chakra, he was able to gather and control the requisite chakra to execute similar techniques, effectively replicating the opponent's ninjutsu. It is noteworthy that the Sharingan cannot discern particularly powerful techniques, such as Naruto's wind release, Raisen Shuriken, or certain advanced bloodline limits. 3. Recording. The Sharingan can record scenes that the user has witnessed. The Uchiha clan's 2 forbidden ocular techniques, Izanagi and Izanami, utilize this ability. Izanagi requires the user to record their own or another's state with the Sharingan before its application. Conversely, to employ Izanami, the caster must first record specific moments from the real world with the Sharingan, and then incorporate them into the illusionary realm of Izanami. 4. Illusion casting. The essence of Jinjutsu lies in disrupting an opponent's chakra, leading them into states of unconsciousness, confusion, or hallucination. The Sharingan possesses the capability to cast such illusions. For instance, Itachi used his Sharingan to cast a Genjutsu on the two gatekeepers when he and Kisame infiltrated Konoha, disrupting their chakra and rendering them unconscious. 5. Memory reading. The user can penetrate another's memories through visual means, allowing them to access past recollections. Sasuke once employed this ability on an individual, successfully entering their memories. 6. Memory erasure. The Sharingan can also eliminate the memories of individuals at the user's discretion. In Naruto, Sasuke utilized this ability to erase Naruto's and Jiraiya's memories of their encounter with him and Naruto. It is essential to note that possessing the 3-Tomo Sharingan does not guarantee the user possesses all these abilities. As for the capabilities of the Sharingan obtained by Lee, they remain uncertain until tested in combat. Nevertheless, the fundamental abilities of chakra perception, insight, and illusion casting are undoubtedly present. Currently, Lee remains in a state of activated Sharingan, allowing him to distinctly perceive Yukino's chakra and make predictions regarding certain events. Lee opened his attribute panel. Host, Rock Lee Ninjutsu. 9. Taijutsu. 7. Genjutsu. 1. Intelligence. 5. Strength. 7. Speed. 8. Precision. 7. Seals. 6 ninjutsu techniques: body flicker technique, impure world reincarnation, super beast imitation, wood release techniques, water release techniques, earth release techniques, taijutsu techniques, intermediate taijutsu ninjutsu attributes, earth, water, wood bloodline limit, Sharingan, upgrade experience, 0, exchange points, 0 overall evaluation, elite Jonin. Gazing at his attribute panel, Lee noted that aside from acquiring a new bloodline limit, the other growth values remained largely unchanged. However, the 0 upgrade experience of the Sharingan led Lee to a realization. This figure likely signifies that the experience would increase upon exchanging for the Sharingan in the system store. He pondered how much experience would be gained from each exchange of the Sharingan. Setting aside these thoughts, Lee recognized that the immediate priority was to address the tracking issue posed by Danzo's forces. Approximately an hour later, Lee returned to Orochimaru's base with Yukino. However, they did not return to the mountaintop, as Lee was uncertain when Danzo would arrive with his men, rendering the location unsafe. Given Yukino's current frailty, accompanying him could put her at risk. Therefore, Lee resolved to entrust Yukino to Kabuto, instructing him to take her to safety. Kabuto, this is my sister, Yukino. I hope you can lead her away from here to a secure location. Inside a hidden chamber of Orochimaru's underground base, Lee conversed with Kabuto and Orochimaru. Yukino sat anxiously beside Lee, clearly uncomfortable in the dim environment. Kabuto adjusted his glasses, saying, "Is that so? Nevertheless, I wish to remain and assist Lord Orochimaru in this ambush operation." Orochimaru chuckled and shook his head. "There's no need for that, Kabuto. You should take the girl and leave. Everything is set here. It suffices for me and Mr. Obito to remain and surprise that old fool, Danzo." Kabuto nodded, offering no further objections. "Understood, Lord Orochimaru." He then approached Yukino with a gentle smile. "Hello, Yukino. I'm Kabuto. You may simply call me Kabuto." Hello." Yukino replied, still timid and hesitant towards the unfamiliar figure. She turned to Lee, asking, "Brother Lee, can I stay with you?" Lee gently patted Yukino's head, smiling. "No? It's far too dangerous here. Staying with me would put your life at risk. Trust Kabuto. He will take good care of you." Seeing Lee's resolute demeanor, Yukino dared not argue further. Kabuto maintained his gentlemanly composure, undeterred by Yukino's reluctance to engage with him. Noticing her injured leg, he offered to carry her, gently lifting her onto his back as they prepared to leave. Days passed, and just as Lee began to doubt his suspicions, wondering if Danzo's subordinates had merely crossed paths with him by chance, he sensed a shift in the atmosphere. Several kilometers away from Orochimaru's underground base, in a dense forest, a contingent of individuals leaped through the trees, numbering approximately several hundred. Among them, some bore the headbands of Konohagakure, while others displayed the insignia of Sunagakure.